In Suhong at the Tang family estate today was the birthday banquet of the Tang family patriarch, and all the prominent clans of Suhong had arrived. A handsome young man with sword-like brows and star-bright eyes suddenly trembled, and an involuntary curse slipped from his lips. After rapidly adapting to the memories flooding his mind, Tang Yu felt on the verge of collapse. He had been an avid fan of online urban web novels, having read no fewer than several hundred, if not 1,000 wish fulfillment stories. Some time ago, he had suddenly obtained a villain system. This damned system forced him to enter those wish fulfillment novels as the antagonist, rewarding him each time he survived through a major plot arc. If he lived to see the grand finale, he could even return to his original world with all the rewards and wealth he had accumulated. Yet every single time, he was thrown into a hell-level opening scenario. For instance, in the 8th round of entering a book, he started out as the security guard who blocked the protagonist from entering a company. As everyone knew, security guards and bodyguards were high-risk professions in urban wish fulfillment novels. His ending there was being sent flying by a single punch from the male lead Long Shuai, crashing through a glass pane and dying on the spot. The previous round had been even more absurd. The protagonist of that book was the Northern Xian Heavenly Venerable. That Heavenly Venerable had failed his tribulation, then reincarnated back into the city to cultivate again a fearsome figure capable of resisting missiles with a single hand. As the villain, Tang Yu had not even been given the chance to speak before he was slapped to death. The saying, "A master leads you to the door, but execution depends on yourself," seemed tailor-made for this damned system. "System, which book is this?" Tang Yu shouted within his heart. "This one is War God Dragon King roams the flower capital, currently at chapter 57. The system's icy voice echoed in his mind. Prompted by the system, Tang Yu quickly recalled the plot of this book. It was yet another cliched wish fulfillment story. The protagonist was named Ye Chen. He came from a prestigious family in Yinjing which had been annihilated when he was 5 years old. After being taken abroad by an old man, he was trained into the most elite of assassins. He even single-handedly founded the world's #1 mercenary organization named Longhan, earning the moniker Dragon King. Beyond that, his medical skills and all manner of talents were unmatched in the world. Even gambling on jade and appraising treasures were effortless for him. This time he had returned to Huaxia under a false identity to investigate the massacre of his clan back then. Along the way, he would also seduce dozens of beauties and build a grand harem, ultimately ascending to the pinnacle of life. As for Tang Yu, his identity in this world was that of the Tang family's eldest young master. The Tang family was the foremost of the 4 great clans in Suhong with assets exceeding several trillion. To transmigrate into such a character should have been something exhilarating. Yet no matter how noble the villain's status, he was ultimately nothing more than a stepping stone for the protagonist. Chapter 57's plot. Damn it, I'm going to die again. After recalling the events of the novel, Tang Yu's face instantly turned pale. According to the story, today was his grandfather's birthday banquet. During this very celebration, he would become engaged to the first female lead, Su Muyue. The Su family was also one of Suhong's 4 great clans, though ranked last. Tang Yu had been Su Muyue's pathetic fawning admirer, using all manner of family resources to help her. After pursuing her for a full 3 years, he still had not earned so much as a proper glance from her. Unable to bear watching any longer, the Tang family elders decided to arrange a marriage alliance with the Su family to settle the matter between the two. Once Ye Chen, the Dragon King, learned of this, he caused a huge commotion at the birthday banquet and took Su Muyue away. As for Tang Yu, this loyal lapdog was kicked by Ye Chen into a vegetative state and soon after died. This is poison. Remembering the plot, Tang Yu could not help but curse inwardly. This villain's setting was simply idiotic. A top student who had graduated from Yale, handsome and worth trillions, would actually grovel as a lovesick dog for 3 years over a woman who constantly gave him the cold shoulder. If it were some other rich and handsome man worth merely tens of millions, he would already be driving a Cadillac from one nightclub to another, living it up. No, I have to think of a way. Tang Yu's gaze swept around the hall. As it was his grandfather's birthday banquet, many guests had come. Very soon his eyes locked onto the face of a young man. That man was Ye Chen, quietly sitting in a corner with a glass of red wine in hand. His current role was that of Su Muyue, becoming a bodyguard. Anyone familiar with the trope knew exactly where that led. Fine, I just won't get engaged. Tang Yu had barely muttered this inwardly when a beautiful girl in a blue evening dress walked over. The girl's bearing was extraordinary and her beauty peerless, yet her gaze was as cold as a blade. The look she cast at Tang Yu carried a faint hint of disgust. She was none other than the first female lead, Su Muyue. Stopping before him, Su Muyue spoke calmly, "Young Master Tang, please stop pestering me. As for the marriage alliance, let's annul it. I will not agree to it." Tang Yu had already sorted out his thoughts, and upon hearing this, he could not have been more pleased. He nodded and said, "I agree." Perhaps because he accepted so readily, Su Muyue was momentarily stunned, unable to react. She stared wide-eyed at Tang Yu, hardly able to believe her ears. Had she misheard him? At that moment, a frantic voice of complaint echoed by her ear. "We absolutely must not go through with this engagement. I'm grateful to your ancestors for 18 generations. Your immense kindness I shall repay in my next life. Hurry up and elope with your Ye Chen. It's hilarious. His harem needs you." Hearing this voice, she frowned and glanced around. Who was speaking? The voice sounded almost identical to Tang Yu, yet he had not even opened his mouth. Had she misheard? What is it? Didn't you want to call off the engagement? Let's go and explain it to the elders together. Tang Yu urged her with a serene smile. As long as the engagement was cancelled, Ye Chen would have no reason to make things difficult. When faced with such a favored child of destiny, the only thing a villain like him could do was avoid provoking him, then live happily as a rich, handsome man, and quietly survive until the story's finale. Wonderful. All right. Su Muyue nodded in agreement and followed Tang Yu away, preparing to discuss the matter with the elders. Walking in front, Tang Yu's expression remained calm, but inwardly, he was overjoyed. This feels so good. Quickly sever ties with this foolish woman. That way Ye Chen will have no excuse to trouble me. I must live until the novel's final chapter. It's just a pity that Su Hong's #1 beauty ends up merely another of Ye Chen's harem women and even drags the Su family into ruin along the way. Truly the peak of brainless wish fulfillment. As that complaining voice sounded again, Su Muyue could now be certain that it was definitely Tang Yu's voice. After all, there were only the two of them in the corridor. Acclaimed as Su Hong's #1 beauty, she owed her reputation not only to her looks, but also to her exceptional intellect and talent. Grasping the situation quickly, a shadow passed over her expression. Ye Chen. He was the bodyguard she had hired some time ago. Back then, when she had been harassed by a few thugs, seeing that Ye Chen's skills were impressive, she kept him at the Su residence as a bodyguard to repay his kindness. After Ye Chen became her bodyguard, he helped her with many matters, and the two had become fairly good friends. But what was this about a harem? She of all people going to be a mere member of some small bodyguard's harem, even dragging her family down with her. In that instant, she felt a surge of resistance toward Ye Chen. As a proud daughter of heaven, how could she ever become the harem of a mere bodyguard? Soon the two of them walked into a study. At this moment, the elders of the Tang and Su families were sitting together discussing the matter of arranging a marriage. After entering, the two first greeted the elders one by one. Tang Yu, you came at just the right time. There is something we need. Just now your Uncle Su and I talked it over. We feel that you and Muyue are quite a good match and are planning to finalize your marriage. What do you think? A middle-aged man with a square face looked at Tang Yu as he spoke. This was Tang Yu's father, Tang Gangxing. I don't think it's appropriate, Tang Yu refused decisively. Everyone in the room wore strange expressions. Not appropriate. All of Suang knew this kid had pursued her for 3 whole years. Tang Yu cleared his throat and spoke after adjusting his voice. Honored elders, as the saying goes, a melon forced off the vine will never be sweet. I've recently reflected on things and realized that Muyue and I truly are not very compatible in temperament. Marriage is a lifelong matter. It is better to leave the right of choice to the two of us. Thank you for your concern for us. After saying this, Tang Yu immediately felt much more at ease. In his heart, he thought, this way, I won't be beaten to death. The elders of the Tang and Su families, however, were all dumbfounded. After the group looked at one another, Muyue's father Su Zhongshan suddenly spoke. Xiao Yu, uncle knows what you're thinking. Was it this girl Muyue who forced you to say such things? Don't worry, uncle will take care of this for you today. Tang Yu was completely dumbfounded. Uncle, are you trying to get me killed? That's not it, Uncle Su, I really. Tang Yu had just begun to explain when Su Zhongshan waved his hand broadly. No need to say more, uncle understands you. Then Su Zhongshan turned to his daughter in anger. Muyue, tell me yourself. How has Xiao Yu treated you these past? He has deep feelings for you and has cared for you in every possible way. When you were sick and hospitalized, however long you stayed, Xiao Yu kept watch over you just as long. In terms of circumstances and appearance, in what way is Xiao Yu inferior to you? You still force him to say such things, you're going to anger me to death. Spattered by her own father's saliva, Su Muyue was completely stunned. What did he mean she had forced him? This guy was secretly overjoyed. In her mind, a mocking voice urged, hurry up and talk back. What are you still dazing out for? Quarrel with your old man. Let's work together to wreck this arrangement so we can each live our own lives. I'll go find 10 or 8 girls to happily have fun with. If you still don't talk back, I'll really be in huge trouble. Don't you still want to elope with your dragon king Ye Chen? At the same time, that complaining voice sounded again. Seeing Tang Yu winking at her, Su Muyue instantly flared up. Bastard, calling him your Ye Chen over and over. Why should I elope with a mere bodyguard? What is he worth? And hearing that this guy wanted to find 10 or 8 girls made her even angrier. You chased me for 3 years, and now you change your heart just like that. Dad, I didn't make him say that. I support the arranged marriage, Su Muyue suddenly declared in a burst of temper. Su Zhongshan, who had been in a towering rage, was instantly stunned. With a surprised look, he asked, you're not lying to me? No, Su Muyue shook her head. A faint flush appeared on her face as she bit her lip. He really has treated me very well. I've been moved by his feelings, but I'd like to start from dating slowly first, if that's all right. Of course that's fine. You eat a meal one bite at a time, take it slowly. Hearing this, Su Zhongshan broke into a contented smile. So it turned out his daughter wasn't against the marriage at all. It was Xiao Yu worried about wronging her who had taken the initiative to give up the arrangement. This son-in-law was truly considerate. The elders in the room also smiled one after another, sharing Su Zhongshan's thoughts. The smile that had just been on Tang Yu's face vanished, his expression uglier than if he had swallowed something foul. He walked up to Su Muyue and forced out a smile more bitter than a sob. Muyue, you don't have to force yourself like this. I understand what you're thinking. Lightly biting her rosy lips, Su Muyue whispered, But what I'm thinking is to first try starting with a relationship. Xiao Yu, this child Muyue, just has a colder temperament and isn't good at expressing herself. Don't think she doesn't like you, girls are all shy, Su Zhongshan said, kindly patting Tang Yu's shoulder encouragingly. Tang Yu's facial muscles twitched. In Su Muyue's ears, however, a barrage of furious complaints rang out. You're insane. We agreed to break off the engagement together. Who the hell wants to date you? You're supposed to follow the script of a wish fulfillment story. The Dragon King's harem is your rightful destination. I'm begging you, snap out of it and stop acting crazy. Hearing these thoughts, the corners of Su Muyue's lips curled up, a hint of laughter appearing in her eyes. Seeing him so flustered and furious, she found it rather entertaining. The current him was much more interesting than that fawning, obsequious version from before. All right, then, since the two of them fancy each other, we don't need to worry anymore. Let's go out and announce it. Old Master Tang. Everyone left the study with smiles on their faces. Tang Yu and Su Muyue walked at the very end. Seeing the faint smile on her face, Tang Yu felt an overwhelming urge to give her a full set of military punches. Didn't we agree there would be no arranged marriage? He muttered through gritted teeth. But I was moved by your sincerity, Su Muyue replied, her smile growing ever more radiant. It was the first time Tang Yu had seen her smile at him like this, leaving him momentarily dazed. Then he reached out to touch her forehead, wanting to see whether her brain had overheated. If you're feeling unwell anywhere, let's go to the hospital for a checkup. Marriage is no child's play, you need to think it through, Tang Yu urged earnestly. In his heart, he thought, sister, if you're sick, get treated quickly. If you don't see a doctor, I'll be seeing a coroner later. It's fine, I've thought it through. Besides, we're not married yet, are we? Su Muyue replied with complete composure. But I don't agree. A melon forced off the vine will never be sweet. That's all right as long as it quenches thirst, Su Muyue said, laughing even more happily. Seeing him suffer such a setback left her inwardly delighted. Looking at Tang Yu, she said seriously, and with your attitude changing so much all of a sudden, isn't it possible you've been diagnosed with some terminal illness and are afraid of dragging me down? Tang Yu's face was filled with despair. He had nothing left to say. This woman simply refused to follow the script. In his mind, he complained her brain must really be waterlogged. Oh, she's going to get me killed. In a while, Ye Chen will definitely rush out and make a huge scene. After finally becoming a rich, handsome villain, I'm about to be finished. Damn this wish fulfillment storyline. As Tang Yu's grumbling thoughts sounded once more, Su Muyue grew even more curious inside. Would things really happen the way this guy's inner voice described? After the group returned to the Grand Hall, Elder Tang first expressed his gratitude to the guests who had gathered to celebrate his birthday. Then he summoned Tang Yu and Su Muyue before him and announced to the assembly, "Dear friends and relatives, there is another joyous occasion we wish to share with you today. The Tang family has decided to forge a marital alliance with the Su family. Effective immediately, Su Muyue is now half a granddaughter-in-law of the Tang family." Upon finishing his announcement, the guests burst into applause. The Su family members beamed with unrestrained delight. In a corner of the hall, Ye Chen, who had been savoring a glass of red wine, suddenly darkened in expression, his face tightening with lethal intent as he strode purposefully toward Tang Yu. Su Muyue was his chosen woman. Any who dared lay claim to her would perish. At that moment, Tang Yu's inner monologue surfaced once more. Damn it. Why does this always happen? Am I destined to get beaten up today? Hearing it, Su Muyue glanced up and indeed saw Ye Chen advancing, eyes blazing with murderous fury. She was stunned. The Su family had come solely as guests, no bodyguards had accompanied them. Yet here, Ye Chen stood, real, undeniable, and dangerously present. It unfolded exactly as he'd foretold. I oppose this marriage, Ye Chen declared coldly, halting 3 meters away and bellowing with icy authority. All eyes converged upon him. The attendees were elite figures from Suzhou and Hangzhou. Only a handful among the Su clan recognized Ye Chen. To the rest, he was a complete stranger. Su Zhongshan, however, recalled him, the newly hired bodyguard in their household. Seeing him disrupt the banquet, Su Zhongshan's face hardened, and he stepped forward, thundering, "Who do you think you are? A mere bodyguard. You dare meddle in the Su family's affairs." A flash of lethal intent flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. Had the speaker not been Su Muyue's father, he would have struck already. He was the dragon sovereign, unrivaled across foreign seas. Even European royalty dared not address him so contemptuously. His gaze swept over the Su family, and with deliberate slowness, he pointed at each one in turn. The illustrious Su family, a noble house, would sacrifice a young woman's happiness for its own prosperity. Have you no trace of shame left? A murmur rippled through the crowd. Some spectators exchanged knowing glances, others whispered wryly under their. Tang Yu's inner voice rose again. This is classic protagonist rhetoric, interfering in private matters then escalating to violence and staged heroism, and inevitably the Su family bears the brunt. According to the original course of events, Su Muyue, cornered by familial pressure, had reluctantly consented to the marriage. In her darkest hour, the dragon sovereign Ye Chen had intervened and spirited her away. By shattering the chains within her heart, Ye Chen became her sole anchor, and thus her love awakened. She entered his harem as his first consort. Yet this time Su Muyue merely furrowed her delicate brows. No awe, no elation. Having absorbed Tang Yu's inner thoughts for so long, her perspective had irrevocably shifted. Outrageous. A lowly bodyguard dares defy us. Expel him at once. Su Zhongshan roared incensed. Instantly, a tall, sharp-suited man rushed forward. He Jin Tang family's head of security. A former Special Forces operative, He Jin possessed exceptional martial skill and unwavering loyalty to the Tang family. The very first to act in the original timeline and the first to fall. His death would swiftly precede Tang Yu's own misfortune. Hold on. Don't act rashly. Tang Yu hurried forward, restraining He Jin. Let's speak calmly. It's my grandfather's birthday. Violence would tarnish the harmony. Hearing the heir intervene, He Jin halted. See, the young Master Tang possesses true refinement, refusing to stoop to this barbarian's level. Were it me, I'd have him dragged out and executed on the spot. He's probably trying to steal the young master's woman. What does a pauper like him know of worth? Young Master Tang, deliver a cutting retort and silence him utterly. Onlookers applauded Tang Yu's composure while simultaneously belittling Ye Chen. Such was the formula of triumphant fiction. Bystanders inflamed the protagonist's wrath, antagonists strut and sneer, then vanish beneath a single decisive blow. Tang Yu, hearing these words, panicked inwardly. Why shout so loudly? Can't you moderate your tone? You'll enjoy your insults, but I'll end up cremated. As predicted, Ye Chen's face turned ashen upon hearing the crowd's jeers. His glare locked onto Tang Yu. This was the root of all chaos. Had Tang Yu not clung to Su Muyue, none of this would have transpired. What the hell are you staring at me for? I didn't insult you. I've already stopped the guards. What more do you want? Just seize her and go. Don't take it out on me, you deranged fool. Tang Yu recoiled inwardly, his nerves fraying at the edges. As the dragon sovereign, Ye Chen could effortlessly overpower every Tang family guard combined. Provoking him meant their funeral banquets might soon be served at the Tang residence. Su Muyue, having listened silently, suddenly let out a soft, involuntary laugh. At the sound, Ye Chen's grim expression softened, just slightly. He mistook her mirth for gratitude, for his bold defense. With a sly, magnetic smile curving his lips, he approached her, radiating unshakable confidence. Muyue, no one shall trade your freedom for profit. With me beside you, you may go wherever your heart desires. Any who stand in your way will die. Tang Yu quietly retreated 2 steps, pulse quickening. Yes. Grab her hand and leave now. In the original narrative, Tang Yu would already have ordered his guards to attack. Now he had restrained them entirely. If Ye Chen simply took Su Muyue away, the rest would no longer concern him. Ye Chen extended his hand towards Su Muyue to lead her out of the Tang residence. His fingers had not yet brushed hers when she stepped back, twice her expression cool and resolute. What are you doing? Are you insane? When exactly was my freedom ever sacrificed? Having absorbed Tang Yu's inner voice, she now grasped the full reality of her situation. She inhabited a fictional world, one governed by narrative logic. According to the original script, she should already have fled with him. The thought of becoming his consort filled her with profound revulsion. Ye Chen stared stunned, then anger flared in his eyes. How dare she refuse him? Did she not understand? When the entire world betrayed her, he alone had chosen to betray the world for her sake. Then comprehension dawned. Smiling gently, he said, Muyue, I know what frightens you. Rest assured, I am here. The Tang family dares not harm you. As he spoke, his gaze turned glacial, fixing upon Tang Yu. Su Muyue refused to leave because she was being the Tang family's heir, a negligible speck. Were this abroad, a single command would summon hundreds, perhaps thousands, of mercenaries to reduce the Tang estate to ash. Are you brain dead? This has nothing to do with me. I've already called off the guards. And you, Su Muyue, you're truly ruthless, feigning resistance just to protect him. Take 1,000,000. Vanish overseas, please. Spare me this torment. Tang Yu felt as though he were teetering on the edge of despair. You've misunderstood entirely. You are merely a bodyguard employed by the Su family, and as of this moment you are dismissed. Leave this place, immediately. A fierce, radiant anger lit Su Muyue's exquisite features as she pointed toward the entrance. Yet that fury was not reserved solely for Ye Chen. It extended unmistakably to Tang Yu. That accursed man. Why did he persist in muttering as if she and Ye Chen were entangled? The more vehemently she rejected Ye Chen, the more convinced he became of her hidden devotion. Look, she plays the villain to shield me. She cares for me. Truly worthy of the dragon sovereign's regard. Graceful, intelligent, profoundly empathetic. His gaze softened with tender indulgence. His smile deepened, confident, enigmatic, irresistible, as he spoke once more. Muyue, I will never abandon you. With me at your side you need fear nothing, not even the Tang family. The members of the Tang family frowned in anger upon hearing this. Su Muyue even felt goosebumps rising, almost spitting out her breakfast. Damn, that gaze truly is a source of malice. They'll ask you one last time, are you leaving or not? Su Muyue said angrily. If you don't leave, then I won't either. Ye Chen's attitude was resolute. He was unwilling to budge. As the Dragon King, his possessiveness was extremely strong, and he would never allow his woman to remain in the fiery pit that was the Tang family. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. At this moment, He Jin, the captain of the Tang family's bodyguards, could no longer endure. He clenched his fists, ready to charge forward, but Tang Yu stopped him, once more advising him. Captain, he don't act rashly. Today is my grandfather's birthday. It's not good if someone dies. Young master, don't worry, I won't kill him. He Jin promised with reddened eyes. I'm just afraid. You might get killed. This kid is quite skilled, Tang Yu said in a low voice. He Jin was stunned, feeling grateful. Thank you for your concern, young master. I He Jin have received so many benefits from the Tang family over the years. Even if I die, I cannot allow the Tang family to be humiliated any longer. Damn it, if you die, that son of a BTCH will come for me next. What's with these people today? Do they have to provoke him? Tang Yu was in a bad state. Was it really so hard to be a villain? The Su family members were now furious. A small bodyguard from their own side openly causing trouble wasn't that pushing the Su family into the fire pit. In a fit of rage, Su Chongshan rushed forward and shoved Ye Chen hard. Yet Ye Chen stood like a mountain, unmoving. Su Chongshan could not budge him. Frustrated, Su Chongshan punched Ye Chen in the face, shouting in anger, "You worthless dog, get lost and stop bothering my daughter. I only have one son-in-law in this life, and that's Tang Yu. If you keep pestering, the Su family will not spare you." This punch lacked physical power, but was extremely insulting. A strong killing intent flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. However, considering that Su Chongshan was his father-in-law, he silently recited 2 words in his heart: endure. Indeed, as the Dragon King, the most important thing is to learn to endure. With a cold face, he said, "Since I'm not welcome here, then I'll leave." After saying that, he shot Tang Yu a resentful look. This kid was clearly letting the Su family deal with him on purpose, scheming against him. It was obvious he wanted to use the Su family to force Su Muyue into submission. The humiliation he suffered today would be repaid with blood in the future. Muyue, remember, no matter what happens in the future, as long as you need me, I will be by your side to protect you. After leaving this sentence, Ye Chen strode away. You really are insane. Oh, what does it have to do with me? You want to go against me, huh? I understand that you two have deep feelings, but this isn't how you do it. I begged you, Su Muyue, hurry and leave with your husband, the kind that carries you away by high-speed train. Su Muyue was also filled with anger. She had already listened to this guy mumbling for half a day, constantly calling him your husband. Unable to contain herself, she walked over to Tang Yu and gave him a kiss on the face. It was as if she had kissed a dog. Fortunately, Tang Yu was quick-witted and swiftly blocked his face. So Su Muyue ended up kissing the back of his hand. Damn, are you that vicious? You actually want to kiss me? Good thing I'm more skilled, or else would you have succeeded today? The two stared at each other wide-eyed while the guests burst into laughter at this comedic scene. Ye Chen, who was walking to the door, turned back after hearing the cheering and instantly felt his vision darken. His woman was actually kissing another man, even if it was just on the back of his hand. The guests' laughter further irritated. He clenched his fists tightly, but ultimately did not return to unleash a massacre. He knew that this was Su Muyue having to endure for her own protection. She was protecting herself from the Tang family. After all, she was unaware of his identity and strength as the Dragon King. But now was not the time to reveal his identity. He still needed to remain undercover and slowly investigate the truth behind the massacre from years ago. Ye Chen took a deep breath, leaving the Tang family with resentment. The Tang family is no longer necessary to exist. After the banquet concluded, the members of the Su family went to apologize to the Tang family. Tang Yu sat on the sofa with a face full of confusion, pondering life. Dog system, are you messing with me? Why does today's plot differ from what was agreed upon? He cursed in his heart. In the original plot, Su Muyue should have looked down on him as a sycophant. But today's Su Muyue was clearly different. Her intelligence had evidently increased dramatically. To protect her Dragon King, she was willing to sacrifice so much. Seeing Ye Chen's shocked and furious gaze as he left, Tang Yu knew he would definitely not let him off. It might be due to the butterfly effect caused by the host changing the plot. The system replied, "What are you? I remembered something. Happy my ass, give me the reward." Tang Yu gritted his teeth. This dog system was getting increasingly toxic. Ding, the host has successfully survived the first segment of the plot. Reward, a Lamborghini Veneno, please check the garage for collection. After the system's voice rang out, a car key appeared in Tang Yu's pocket. He pulled out the car key and took a look, feeling utterly speechless. Damn it, right now I have nothing but money at home. Oh, what use is this to me? So is the plot already broken? Tang Yu asked again. If you insist on asking me, I can only say no comment. Tang Yu simply gave up communicating with this beast of a system. This damn thing was only here to mess with him. However, being able to survive the birthday banquet was a temporary escape from the plot. Just as he was about to consider his next plan, Tang Mu Xia Hongying walked over. What are you still doing here? Muyue is leaving. Aren't you going to send her off? Let her go then. Tang Yu wished this woman would leave quickly. If she hadn't gone off script today, he could have been enjoying life. Still angry with the Su family. They really mishandled today's events, allowing a small bodyguard to cause trouble. Tang Mu frowned. Right, not just rude, it was downright disgraceful. Tang Yu's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and he quickly grabbed Tang Yu's arm to persuade her. Mom, we can't let this go. In my opinion, this marriage should be cancelled. Otherwise, where do we put the Tang family's face when this gets out? He laughed heartily in his heart. As expected of his mother, she was so understanding. The Tang family, a century of honor. How could they easily back down? Tang Mu lightly tapped Tang Yu's forehead and smiled. I see your feelings for Muyue. Our Tang family doesn't care about this little face. Your happiness is what matters most. Muyue is indeed a good girl. If you are together, she will surely be a virtuous helper for you. Seeing that Tang Yu was about to speak again, Tang Mu simply stood up to leave. All right, stop pretending. I understand your little thoughts. I wish you happiness, and remember to visit old Master Wang in the afternoon. After saying this, she walked away, leaving Tang Yu in a daze. This life is truly a trial, becoming increasingly like a judge. No sooner had Tang Mu left than Ye Chen, the head of the security team, hurried over, holding an exquisite rosewood box. He placed it gently on the table and bowed respectfully. Young Master Tang, this is a gift from Madame Tang, intended for Elder Wang. Understood. Thank you for your effort. Tang Yu nodded. The Elder Wang his mother had mentioned was none other than the patriarch of the Wang family, one of Suzhou Hangzhou's 4 great clans. Among the 4 great clans, the Tang family stood supreme, by far the most powerful. Second came the Wang family, third the Qin family, and last, the Su family. The Wang and Tang families had been close allies for generations, their ties deeply rooted. Elder Wang had always treated Tang Yu with exceptional warmth since childhood. Recently, however, he had suffered a cerebral hemorrhage resulting in hemiplegia, and was now recuperating at home. Wait, this is Chapter 62's plot. A jolt ran through Tang Yu. According to the original storyline, Elder Wang's paralysis remained untreatable for a long time, prompting the Wang family to seek renowned physicians across the land. Ye Chen, the novel's protagonist, possessed an unparalleled medical talent, his divine acupuncture techniques, like the Tai divine needle, effortlessly transcending mortal limits. This arc was precisely his grand moment to shine. By curing Elder Wang with dazzling mastery, he would win the Wang family's profound gratitude, laying the groundwork for his eventual dominance over Suzhou Hangzhou. Damn it, am I destined to be humiliated again? Tang Yu froze, bewildered. Was he truly obligated to play the role of stepping stone? Then he paused, reflecting carefully. In the original plot, he'd already been dead by this point. The one humiliated here wasn't him, but another famed physician who'd arrived first. Only after that expert failed would the Dragon King step forward, making his brilliance appear all the more transcendent. That realization eased Tang Yu's tension slightly. As long as he wasn't the one trampled, all was well. As for evading this scene entirely, he dared not attempt such folly. He'd tried once before, resisting narrative inevitability led only to certain death. The system's law was absolute. You could scheme, you could survive, but you could never flee the plot. Beside him, Ye Chen watched Tang Yu's expression shift rapidly and couldn't help but ask, young Master Tang, are you? I'm fine. Tang Yu shook his head. Good. Glad to hear it. Ye Chen sighed in relief, then smiled proudly, eager to claim credit. Young Master Tang, I know you're still upset about today's incident. Rest assured, I've already dispatched men to deal with that young man named Ye. What? Tang Yu stared wide-eyed at Ye Chen. You sent men after whom? The little bodyguard, Ye Chen replied. You said he was formidable. I even assembled over 30 men this time. He'll pay dearly. Tang Yu sucked in a sharp breath. Oh, you magnificent idiot. You truly want me dead before the finale. His voice tightened with gritted teeth. Recall them, immediately. No one is to lay a hand on him. What? Yes, sir. Ye Chen hastily pulled out his phone, dialing to withdraw the team, puzzled yet obedient. Have they been recalled? Yes, they're on their way back. Good. Tang Yu exhaled slowly. Damn, narrowly avoided another disaster. He studied Ye Chen closely. From every angle, the man radiated the unsettling aura of a loyal-seeming double agent. This one must not remain. Captain He, Tang Yu said warmly, slinging an arm around his shoulders. They say true loyalty reveals itself only in stormy winds, and genuine devotion only amid chaos. Today you've impressed me deeply. Yet your talents are wasted as mere head of security. We have a mining corporation in South Africa. Why not go there and oversee operations for us? Me. Ye Chen's heart swelled with emotion. How magnanimous young Master Tang truly was. Yes, depart tomorrow. I'll arrange everything. Your salary and bonuses will triple. Prove yourself there for a few years first. Tang Yu clapped Ye Chen firmly on the shoulder. Sniff. Thank you, young Master Tang, for your trust. I swear I'll work tirelessly. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Ye Chen wept openly, thanking Tang Yu repeatedly before rushing off to pack. Once Ye Chen departed, Tang Yu allowed himself a satisfied smile. Excellent. Another double agent neutralized. Sent to Africa, you'll hardly leap out to draw hatred upon me, will you? He glanced down at his Rolex. The life of the wealthy, so refreshingly simple, yet profoundly monotonous. Lifting the gift from the table, he strode toward the garage. Soon a silver Lamborghini Veneno glided out from the Tang residence. The Wang ancestral estate lay in the suburbs. Tang Yu drove nearly an hour before arriving. As one of Suzhou Hangzhou's 4 great clans, the Wang estate had once been a princely mansion. Renovated countless times over its century-long history, Tang Yu's last visit felt like, well, his last visit. Pulling up to the gate, the guards instantly recognized him and bowed low. Greetings, young Master Tang. Park this for me. Tang Yu tossed the keys casually to a guard and strode inside, gift in hand. Within, the estate embodied classic Suzhou-style garden architecture. Pavilions, terraces, delicate bridges, and serene ponds unfolded before him, a vision of ethereal beauty at every turn. Just as he reached the parlor entrance, a tall, elegant woman in a cheongsam emerged and collided squarely with him. Fortunately, her ample bosom provided a surprisingly resilient cushion, spared both from injury. The astonishing elasticity against his chest nearly made Tang Yu blurt out an expletive. His gaze instinctively swept over her a white osmanthus-patterned Cheongsam lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, and beneath that flawless angelic face a figure of unmistakably devilish allure. Her silhouette strained the fabric so fiercely the Cheongsam seemed on the verge of surrender. Referee, she committed a charge foul. This fabric must be top-tier silk. Ordinary shirts would have torn long ago. Startled by the voice, the woman turned sharply, eyes widening as she fixed them on Tang Yu. What did you just say? She couldn't believe her ears. Did he truly speak to me like that? Huh, I didn't say anything. Are you all right? Tang Yu blinked, scratching his nose in confusion. Wang Yixue hadn't seen his lips move, assuming she'd imagined it, and replied coolly, must have misheard. Why are you here? To visit Elder Wang. Tang Yu lifted the gift bag. An awkward silence settled between them. The woman before him was Wang Yixue, the Wang family's eldest daughter, his former girlfriend, and the novel's second female lead. Their family's deep alliance meant they'd known each other since childhood. They attended the same university. During freshman year, they dated for 2 months. Later, a manipulative socialite falsely accused Tang Yu of pursuing her. Wang Yixue believed the lie, and their relationship ended abruptly. Afterward, Tang Yu became Suzhou Hangzhou's most notorious, dog-like suitor. Meanwhile, Wang Yixue returned to her family's firm upon graduation and remained single ever since. My grandfather is still sleeping. You can sit down and have a cup of tea first. Wang Yixue greeted, then took the initiative to brew tea for Tang Yu, a hint of bitterness flashing in her eyes. After breaking up with Tang Yu years ago, they had seldom contacted each other. It was only at a class reunion last month that she learned she had misunderstood Tang Yu back then. For this, she felt a deep regret in her heart, because over the years she had never been able to let go. But everything was already too late, as she had just learned about the marriage alliance between the Tang family and the Su family. Tang Yu didn't think too much about it. He was focused on watching Wang Yixue brew tea. Her movements were a sight to behold, and dressed in a perfectly matching qipao, brewing tea became an art performance in her hands. Tsk tisk, even brewing tea looks so good. Su Muyue may be the #1 beauty in the world, but in my eyes Wang Yixue is the true #1 beauty of Su Hang. Look at her temperament and the way she brews tea. Su Muyue pales in comparison. She's always sulking, and a marriage alliance. What a joke. Sooner or later I'll have to find a way to break off this terrible engagement. She stared at Tang Yu in disbelief. There was no mistake, this must be Tang Yu's voice. Although he hadn't spoken, she heard it very clearly. Are you okay? Tang Yu casually asked upon seeing Wang Yixue suddenly fumble. I'm fine. She shook her head, her mood suddenly becoming a bit agitated. Could it be that she could hear his inner voice? Moreover, he thought she was the #1 beauty. Humph, this guy hasn't been able to forget about her all these years, yet he insists on pretending to be a sycophant. Feeling a surge of joy, she deliberately asked, I heard you got engaged to Su Muyue today. Congratulations, you finally got what you wanted. Huh, this. It's a long story. Anyway, there's no way I'm getting married. Tang Yu adamantly refused. That annoying woman is a lunatic using me as a shield while having feelings for someone else. Sigh, the author is also brainless, what ex-girlfriend. It's such a trivial misunderstanding, can't we just clear it up? The protagonist can have a harem, but why is it so hard for the antagonist to date? However, she didn't quite understand the author's antagonistic themes for a moment. Holding the teapot, she poured a cup of tea for Tang Yu and intentionally sat beside him, softly speaking. What happened between you two? Is there some discord? No discord, just a friendship. Oh, why do you ask? Tang Yu sensed something and frowned slightly. As an experienced antagonist, he knew that the best way to survive was to stay away from these heroines, no matter if she was the first or the 99th. His tone was somewhat indifferent, but his inner thoughts betrayed him. She smells so good. Is that her natural scent? Her legs are so fair, I'll forget it. The dress is just beautiful. Wang Yixue felt both happy and shy inside. This guy didn't even praise her like this when they were dating. What's wrong with being a bit close? You're my first love, can I be a bit closer? Wang Yixue bit her lip, looking aggrieved as she leaned against Tang Yu's arm. Keep your distance, we're just friends now, Tang Yu said coldly, quickly retracting his arm. It's been so many years since we broke up, it's useless to pull this act. I don't like Su Muyue, and I won't go back to you. What the hell? How can you do this? Not only are you crashing into me, but now you're hugging my arm. This is cheating. Please just act normal. This isn't your style. Shouldn't you reject all men except Ye Chen? But I really envy my own arm. If only I could hold her head, I'd love to be a pillow. Wang Yixue finally couldn't hold back and let out a laugh. This laugh left Tang Yu dumbfounded. She really was beautiful, but what the hell was wrong with this woman? He had been giving her a cold shoulder, and she was still fine with it. The heroines in stories treat men other than the protagonist like livestock. She should have turned away angrily and cut ties with him, even holding a grudge. Only in this way could he stay away from Ye Chen, the child of destiny. In short, the first point for surviving in a story is to not compete with the protagonist for women. As long as he could survive with his resources, would he lack women? His life was the most important. What are you laughing at? Tang Yu said with a stern face, shifting his body to create distance. Was he afraid of this woman? Today Su Muyue was acting strange, but was Wang Yixue also dumbfounded? I just remembered something happy. Fine, you win. I'll go hide in the bathroom for a bit. Tang Yu decided to take the initiative. If he couldn't provoke her, he could. As he was about to stand up and leave, Wang Yixue had already stood up first. She walked a few steps and suddenly let out a shocked cry as she fell to the ground. Haha, this is classic. The heroine of a story falls flat on her face. She cried out in pain, rubbing her ankle and looking at Tang Yu with a pitiful expression. Fellow, aren't you going to help me up? Tang Yu initially wanted to refuse. But then he thought, what if he came off as too cold and offended her too much? Women can be petty, especially since he was her ex. What if she ended up with Ye Chen and deliberately spoke ill of him? Wouldn't that create animosity? So with a cold expression, he walked over and helped Wang Yixue up from the ground. As Wang Yixue leaned into Tang Yu's arms, he couldn't help but think, what kind of script is this? This treatment, is this something an antagonist like me can have? Calm down, this must be a sugar-coated shell. I will help you to the sofa to rest, Tang Yu said in a calm tone. Hearing Tang Yu's inner voice, Wang Yixue smiled, her eyes narrowing with delight. Thinking of slipping away? Not a chance. As they returned to the sofa, she hurriedly called out as she saw Tang Yu getting up to leave. Tang Yu, I twisted my ankle. Can you help me massage it, please? I can't, Tang Yu decisively refused. He just wanted to come by and get through the plot to receive rewards today. Getting too close to the second female lead was tantamount to asking for trouble. You're lying. Back in college, when I twisted my ankle playing tennis, you helped me massage it. Do you really dislike me this much? Wang Yixue said, her eyes red and filled with grievance. Yes, so if you're really uncomfortable, I can help you call your family doctor over. Tang Yu nodded coldly. Yes, just think of me as hating you and hurry and stay away from me, alright? After all, we aren't suited for each other. You are part of Ye Chen's harem, while my character is that of the villainous cannon fodder. If he finds out about this, I'm done for tonight. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner voice again, Wang Yixue scoffed inwardly. You think you can just tell me to stay away? However, seeing how wary this guy was of that Ye Chen, she decided to threaten him instead. You want help me massage it, right? Fine, then you can leave. They'll tell everyone later that you took advantage of me. Tang Yu, who had just lifted his foot, paused in shock. Whoa, don't do that. Can't we be reasonable? If you go out and spread rumors, Ye Chen will definitely hold a grudge against me, right? I've never seen a villain in a story who can successfully compete with the protagonist for a woman and live to tell the tale. Don't do this. We can't go back. Let the past be the past, all right. Tang Yu could only persuade her earnestly. Not listening like a tortoise reading scriptures. You have 1 minute to decide, or I'll post on my social media. Wang Yixue took out her phone and waved it. Posting on social media is a dead end. Massaging my foot still has a glimmer of hope. Damn it, let's do it. After a moment of contemplation, Tang Yu decided to choose the latter. I can massage it, but you mustn't tell anyone. He reluctantly sat on the sofa, holding Wang Yixue's delicate foot on his lap. As he gently massaged her ankle, Tang Yu's gaze wandered over Wang Yixue's stunning figure. When we were dating back then, this girl didn't have such a good figure, did she? What has she been eating all these years? And what kind of safety shorts is she wearing under that cheongsam? Where's the trust between people? Wang Yixue, lying on the sofa enjoying the foot massage, showed a hint of shyness on her face. This deadpan girl pretending to be tough, while actually succumbing to the soft touch. Alright. Hearing Tang Yu's increasingly brazen inner thoughts, she found it hard to bear. Retracting her foot, she feigned a stretch and said, much better. They'll come to you again next time I get hurt. Tang Yu's eyes widened. Is she asking for more? What else can I do? Wang Yixue squinted her eyes and laughed, being able to hear this guy's inner voice and having a hold over him. Letting her go just like this. Was she still Wang Yixue? Dog system, why the hell did you let Wang Yixue's character collapse too? Tang Yu roared inwardly. This is just another pawn trying to get me killed. The system chuckled softly. Wang Yixue's phone on the table suddenly rang. She picked up the phone, spoke for a while, and then frowned. Gotta delay the new energy meeting by another half hour. He'll be there soon. After hanging up, she turned to Tang Yu with a sweet, there's an urgent meeting at the company that I need to attend. They'll come find you after. You just go ahead and do your thing. Tang Yu was more than happy to let her go. The new energy project. Wait a minute, isn't that a trap set by Wang Rulong and Ye Chen? To invest in this project, the Wang family's 5 billion cash flow has been completely locked in, leading to a severe crisis for the Tang Wang group. Wang Rulong seizes the opportunity to seize power while Ye Chen plays the good guy to help Wang Yixue resolve the crisis, successfully bringing her into his harem, and then has Wang Rulong killed. In the end, won't the Wang family fall into his hands? Wang Yixue, who was just about to get up and leave, trembled, her eyes filled with shock. How does Tang Yu know all of this? This investment is a top secret in the company. Only a very few people know. And the one driving this project is her cousin Wang Rulong. Could it really be the case? Wang Yixue gently bit her lip, her gaze towards Tang Yu filled with admiration and gratitude. He must be secretly caring for her, using the Tang family's influence to investigate these matters for her. She wanted to clarify things with Tang Yu and properly thank him, but found herself unable to make a sound. Helpless, she could only greet Tang Yu and hurriedly leave for the company to investigate. As she left, her face was filled with cold determination and killing intent. What a Wang Rulong. What a Ye Chen. If I find out the truth, none of you will escape alive. Once Wang Yixue left, Tang Yu let out a long sigh of relief, leaning back on the sofa and chuckling. Master, I've understood. Even though Wang Yixue was acting strange today, but the plot is set this way. Later, when Ye Chen comes to the Wang family and puts on his act, the aura of dominance he exudes will surely conquer Wang Yixue. When the time comes, she will surely compare Ye Chen to me and instantly fall for him. As for our little matters, she definitely won't tell Ye Chen. As long as I keep a low profile today, Ye Chen, who is busy flirting and showing off, will definitely not pay attention to me. Later, when he finds out that Su Muyue has nothing to do with me, I should be able to survive until the grand finale. Tang Yu thought to himself happily. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from outside the door. Tang Yu looked towards the entrance and discovered a petite and beautiful girl. Though the girl was petite, certain parts of her were exceptionally developed, swaying lightly as she walked. Dressed in a complete Lolita outfit, she looked like a beautiful girl who had stepped out of an anime. Upon seeing Tang Yu, the girl immediately flashed a sweet smile and greeted him. "Hello, brother Tang Yu." "Oh, Xiaoyue, it's been a while." Tang Yu quickly returned the greeting, recalling her identity. She was Zhang Xiaoye, the most famous female doctor in Suzhou. Just 20 this year, her medical skills rank in the top 10 in Huaxia. Her grandfather Zhang Tianyi is a towering figure in Chinese medicine, revered as a saint of medicine. With exceptional medical skills and extraordinary beauty, such a talented woman naturally belongs in the harem of the Dragon King Ye Chen. Indeed, this conforms to the standard setup of a power fantasy. The male lead can charm women wherever he goes, whether it's at the police station with the police flower or on the plane with the flight attendant. Even picking up a little beggar from the roadside is bound to lead to a stunning beauty, likely a lost little princess from some super prestigious family. All these beauties in the harem have impressive backgrounds. Once they fall in love with the male lead, their families will support him as well. After returning to the country, Ye Chen chose to start in Suzhou and Hangzhou precisely because of the abundance of beauties there. While amassing his harem, he aims to conquer the prominent families of Suzhou and Hangzhou as his backing, helping him rise step by step in Huaxia. "How has Grandpa Tang been lately? Has he been taking the medicine I prescribed on time?" Zhang Xiaoye asked sweetly as she approached Tang Yu. "He has, and I really have to thank you. My grandfather has been much better since taking your medicine." Tang Yu hurriedly expressed his gratitude to Zhang Xiaoye. "Why are you being so polite, brother Tang Yu?" Zhang Xiaoye pouted charmingly at Tang Yu, somewhat displeased with his courtesy. The Zhang family has practiced medicine for generations and is a prestigious family in Suzhou and Hangzhou with close ties to the Tang family. Because of the Tang family's protection, no one dares to trouble the Zhang family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Similarly, whenever someone from the Tang family falls ill, the Zhang family will be the first to offer their help and treatment. Moreover, she has known Tang Yu since childhood, and their relationship is almost like siblings. "Haha, if I weren't a bit polite with you, I'd be in trouble today. Who told you to be part of Ye Chen's harem? That damn stallion is truly insane. Sigh, my lovely little sister Xiaoya is too good for him. The foolish author must have his brain in the gutter." Suddenly hearing a series of inner thoughts, Zhang Xiaoya was stunned. "I am part of Ye Chen's harem. Who the hell is Ye Chen?" She widened her eyes and stared at Tang Yu, saying, "Brother Tang Yu, what are you talking about?" "Huh, I didn't say anything." Tang Yu scratched his nose, wondering why all these women seemed so odd today. Zhang Xiaoya was also perplexed, as she had heard very clearly that it was definitely brother Tang Yu's voice. Fortunately, at that moment, a caregiver from the Wang family approached. Upon seeing Zhang Xiaoya, she hurried over respectfully. "Dr. Zhang is here. Grandpa Wang has just woken up. Would you like to rest a bit before going?" "Let's go now." Zhang Xiaoya patted her small box, which contained her silver needles and various tools. Tang Yu quickly grabbed his gift and followed behind. After passing through several corridors, the three arrived at the entrance of a small courtyard. This is where Grandpa Wang resides. At the entrance of the small courtyard, there was a couplet personally written by Grandpa Wang. "Reading is good, farming is good, learning well is good. Starting a business is hard, maintaining success is hard, knowing it isn't hard." Tang Yu glanced at the couplet and couldn't help but roll his eyes. This is obviously a plot set by the author. Later, when Dragon King Ye Chen arrives, he will remember this couplet at a glance and then discuss it with Grandpa Wang. Thus, Grandpa Wang will think Ye Chen is extraordinarily talented and capable, destined to be a dragon among men, eager to form a brotherly bond with him, not requesting to be born on the same day, but hoping. Just as he finished rolling his eyes, several members of the Wang family came from behind. Naturally, along with them was Dragon King Ye Chen. "Oh, isn't that little you? Come to visit Grandpa." Upon seeing Tang Yu, the Wang family members all greeted him with smiles. "Hello, uncle, hello, aunt." Tang Yu quickly greeted the elders of the Wang family with a smile. Standing at the back of the crowd, Ye Chen's eyes turned cold as he gazed at Tang Yu, filled with murderous intent. He had intended to kill this rich second generation who dared to compete with him for women today. However, he had just returned to the country and his foundation was not yet stable. Making a big scene would only hinder his plans. Thus, he suppressed his murderous intent and planned to take his time. The two exchanged glances for a moment, and Tang Yu cleverly turned his head away. According to the normal plot, this villain should have stepped up to trample Ye Chen a few times. But he wasn't foolish. After all, that guy is the author's own son, oh, why provoke him? The group entered the small courtyard together and soon saw Grandpa Wang lying on the sickbed. Due to his hemiplegia, Grandpa Wang had lost sensation on one side of his body and could not move freely from the bed. Seeing everyone come to visit, he felt very gratified. He smiled and greeted everyone, but his speech was somewhat slurred. "Dad, you should rest and not talk." Your health is important. Yes, today Dr. Jiang is here to see you, or she will surely cure you. Grandpa Wang, you should take care of your health. Once Xiaoya has treated you, I'll come to play chess with you. Tang Yu also hurriedly offered greetings. Today's task was already halfway complete. Next, he just needed to quietly enjoy watching Ye Chen show off. At this moment, Ye Chen stood at the back observing Grandpa Wang's condition. As a versatile expert, his medical skills are naturally top-notch. His diagnostic abilities were already superb, and he could tell where the patient was problematic without even taking the pulse. Standing beside him was Wang Rulong, the only son of the second son of the Wang family. He was handsome with a slightly delicate appearance, perfectly fitting the high rich handsome standard. In terms of talent, he was also above average among the rich second generation in Suzhou and Hangzhou. However, compared to Wang Yixue, he fell far short. Once the Wang family ranked third among the four great families, but they could not compete with the Qin family. Yet after Wang Yixue joined the company, in just 3 years the Wang family's assets surged by 800 billion. This illustrates Wang Yixue's outstanding talent in business. Her brilliance overshadowed Wang Rulong, making him appear mediocre. Feeling unwilling, Wang Rulong ultimately chose to collude with outsiders just to seize control of the Wang family, and the outcome was predictable. Sai, as a fellow villain, I do sympathize with you. Tang Yu looked at Wang Rulong and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Unfortunately, Wang Rulong did not have the fate of the female lead and could not hear Tang Yu's inner thoughts. At this moment, he felt somewhat nervous and quietly asked Ye Chen, "Brother Ye, do you have confidence in treating my grandfather's illness?" According to their plan, Ye Chen would save his grandfather, gain his grandfather's appreciation, and then approach Wang Yixue. Ultimately, he would obtain the beauty while securing his own empire. Ye Chen calmly extended a hand. 50%. Wang Rulong was instantly dumbfounded. That success rate seemed too low. What I mean is that it is all under control. Ye Chen felt slightly dissatisfied within. Damn it, this fool, no wonder he would be stupid enough to invite a wolf into the house and seek cooperation with him. Ye Chen couldn't even be bothered to glance at him. These so-called rich second-generation young masters are nothing but useless mere bones beneath their feet. His gaze had already settled on Jiang Xiaoya with a hint of lust gleaming in his eyes. Upon returning to Suhong, he immediately instructed his subordinates to investigate and gather some information for him. This dossier listed all the famous beauties of Suhong. Jiang Xiaoya ranked among the top 10. Moreover, she was the woman Ye Chen had already set his sights on to include in his harem, not only because she was beautiful, but also due to her grandfather. Of course, Ye Chen wasn't coveting her grandfather's looks. He was interested in the Jiang family's network. The family of divine doctors had saved countless prominent figures. If he could win over Jiang Xiaoya, this network would be incredibly beneficial to him. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoya was fully focused on diagnosing Old Master Wang. After a brief examination, she quickly discerned the nature of his ailment. Seeing Jiang Xiaoya's hand release, Wang Rulong hurriedly asked Jiang Divine Doctor, "How is my grandfather?" The stroke has caused a blockage in the meridians along with some other complications leading to hemiplegia. However, it's not too serious. I can clear the meridians using the 13 ghost needles. Oh, I'm not sure I can do that. Although a man cannot admit to being incapable, Tang Yu genuinely felt unqualified. Damn it, he was already lying down, and now he might get shot. Hurry over. Weren't you quite proficient before? You're the only one who knows my needle insertion order. Jiang. In that moment, Tang Yu would have preferred it if he were the one suffering from a stroke. But in front of everyone, he felt embarrassed to refuse such a small request, otherwise it would seem disrespectful to Old Master Wang. As he walked over to grab the silver needles and prepare for sterilization, he noticed that Ye Chen was casting a gaze filled with murderous intent at him. Damn it, how is this Lin Bai's fault? Tang Yu silently lamented, feeling that he had once again drawn the ire of this scourge. What bad luck. Ye Chen secretly gritted his teeth. This Tang really deserved to die. Did he think he could lay his hands on the woman he liked? Close all the windows and doors and step back a bit. Don't crowd around. Before the acupuncture, Jiang Xiaoya began to disperse the crowd, leaving only Tang Yu by her side to assist. Holding her breath, Jiang Xiaoya was just about to begin the treatment when Ye Chen suddenly interrupted her actions. He stepped forward, maintaining an indifferent expression. Jiang Divine Doctor, are you planning to use the 13 ghost needles to treat Old Master Wang's hemiplegia from the Tianzhu point? Yes, what's wrong? Jiang Xiaoya slightly furrowed her brows. She had just adjusted her mental focus when she was suddenly interrupted, causing her some annoyance. I believe it's inappropriate. You may not have recognized the true issue with the Old Master. Using needles this way to clear the meridians may actually harm the patient's body. If you're uncertain, I suggest you let me handle it. Ye Chen spoke up. As he did so, the Wang family members displayed displeasure and scolded him. What are you? Who gave you the right to teach Jiang Divine Doctor how to treat patients? What a joke. This is the first time I've heard of someone being able to teach Jiang Divine Doctor how to treat patients. Who brought him here? Get him out. Haha, here it comes, the classic routine. First step out to attract hatred. After attracting hatred, I'll bet later, then let Xiaoya continue treating. When problems arise, I'll step in and show off, at which point the Wang family will respect me, and Xiaoya will admire my medical skills and fall in love with me. But to be fair, Xiaoya's treatment isn't actually problematic, it's just that she worries about harming the Old Master's body. Her cautious approach in needle insertion is the issue. It should be more forceful to stimulate the exterior acupoints and expel the stasis. Tang Yu silently began to criticize in his heart. After hearing these thoughts, Jiang Xiaoya's expression instantly turned peculiar. After being reprimanded by the crowd, Ye Chen, although filled with anger, maintained his calm demeanor. If not, how could he appear composed? Wang Rulong quickly stepped forward to plead. Elders, Ye Chen is someone I brought back. He is also skilled in medicine and here to treat my grandfather. Why not give him a chance? You are being reckless. Is your grandfather's health a joke? Just anyone can come back and have a go. What use is this kid who hasn't even grown a beard? A middle-aged man scolded angrily. Oh, Ye Chen scoffed. Jiang Divine Doctor is younger than me. How can you assume my medical skills are inferior to hers? Why don't we make a bet? What kind of bet? If Jiang Divine Doctor fails, I will treat the old master, but you must. And if Jiang Divine Doctor succeeds? If she succeeds, Ye Chen will crawl out of the Wang family. Deal it settled. The middle-aged man shouted angrily. If even Jiang Divine Doctor couldn't help, then only the old master himself could take action. Seeing his plan progressing smoothly, Ye Chen felt immensely pleased. If not, how could these prominent families ever look up to him? This is called psychology. He glanced at the displeased Jiang Xiaoya and flashed his signature charming smile. Jiang Divine Doctor, you can also bet with me. Ooh, anything goes. Ye Chen will never go back on my word. Jiang Xiaoya had been listening to Tang Yu's thoughts for a while now and understood the general situation. At this moment, she had no good feelings towards Ye Chen and even found his smile extremely greasy. Bet. As a healer, how could one treat such a sacred profession as a wager? Sorry, I don't gamble. Please be quiet and don't disturb my treatment. She coldly replied, then instructed Tang Yu to sterilize the silver needles again. Facing Jiang Xiaoya's cold attitude, Ye Chen remained unfazed. After demonstrating his medical skills, she would naturally fall for him. After all, women are inherently attracted to the strong. Wang Rulong was feeling rather anxious. After all, this was Jiang Divine Doctor. He initially thought to let Ye Chen take the lead. After treating his grandfather, he would naturally earn first-class merit as a recommender. But seeing Ye Chen's confident and charming smile, he too was influenced. Look, Brother Yi is smiling like that, indicating everything is under his control. Truly, you are remarkable, Brother Yi. Sai, it seems I didn't remember wrong. After the treatment, the old master will still have stasis left in his body, and Xiaoya's treatment approach had a slight miscalculation. In a few minutes, it will be Ye Chen's time to shine. Xiaoya will thus develop a favorable impression of him, and eventually, Tang Yu's thoughts echoed again. After hearing this, Jiang Xiaoya expressionlessly focused on the silver needles in her hand. As a family of divine doctors, the 13 ghost needles were their ultimate technique. Soon her hands moved like shadows, the silver needles falling continuously. After inserting 13 needles in one breath, old Master Wang's complexion immediately began to change. The Wang family members in the room also grew increasingly tense. After about 5 minutes, old Master Wang's left hand suddenly lifted slightly. Seeing this, the Wang family members exclaimed in surprise. As expected of Jiang Shini, his medical skills are truly remarkable. That's great, the old master has finally recovered. Jiang Shini is indeed impressive. Some people can boast loudly, but it's simply laughable. The middle-aged man who had previously bet with Ye Chen let out a heavy cold snort. Ye Chen tugged at the corner of his mouth, showing a look of disdain. The 13 ghost needles are indeed powerful. But my Tai Divine Needle is the #1 needle technique in the world. This girl named Jiang Xiaoya is still. When she becomes my woman one day, I wouldn't mind teaching her my unique skills. After Jiang Xiaoya pulled out the silver needles from Old Master Wang's hand, she asked, Old Master Wang, how do you feel now? Much more comfortable. I can talk now. Although Old Master Wang's tone was somewhat shaky, it was already much more fluent than before. That's good. Jiang Xiaoya nodded and instructed, in a moment, I will write you a prescription. If you take it on time for 3 months, this illness will need to be nurtured slowly afterward. After saying this, she took out paper and a pen from a small box and began to write the prescription. Yi, what else do you have to say now? At this moment, the previous middle-aged man stepped forward. He stared at Ye Chen and said, I won't make things difficult for you. Letting you crawl out would tarnish the Wang family's dignity. However, you must apologize to Jiang Shini. Oh, Ye Chen sneered and extended 3 fingers. Let's do this, I will count. If old master has no issues in 3 minutes, I will kneel and apologize. Still trying to struggle, huh? The middle-aged man took out his hand and started timing. He could no longer tolerate this arrogant guy. The Wang family members also looked at him with anger. As soon as 3 minutes were up, they wanted to see this kid's face. Jiang Xiaoya understood immediately after hearing Ye Chen's words. Everything resonated with what Brother Tang Yu had said. She quickly grasped old Master Wang's wrist and checked again. Sure enough, some bruises began to gather together. She had previously considered that the old master was too weak and wanted to use traditional Chinese medicine to adjust slowly. Now that the situation had changed, she had to change her treatment plan. Brother Tang Yu, give me another disinfected silver needle. She looked up at Tang Yu and instructed. Okay. Tang Yu nodded, looking somewhat puzzled. What does this girl want another silver needle for? Could it be that she has already discovered the problem? Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Jiang Xiaoya's lips curled into a smile. This is thanks to you, my brother Tang Yu. If it weren't for you telling me, how would I have known? The silver needle in her hand accurately pierced the outer heel point on the old master's calf. After this needle went in a large area on the old master's calf, suddenly turned red. Jiang Xiaoya quickly dropped a few more needles, and soon the bruises began to flow out continuously from the old master's calf. Towel. Jiang Xiaoya extended her hand. Tang Yu hurriedly handed her the towel, and she began to wipe the bruises off the old master. Seeing Jiang Xiaoya's actions, Ye Chen was utterly stunned. The fool is actually himself. This woman shouldn't have discovered this hidden ailment. If her medical skills were truly that brilliant, she should have treated it all at once from the start. This doesn't add up. He genuinely couldn't understand how things had turned out this way. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man behind him, seeing that 3 minutes were up, turned dark and said, "This esteemed Ye Chen, 3 minutes have passed. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" Ye Chen suddenly felt extremely. He had originally intended to play the expert conquering the Wang family, while also winning over the beauties. Now he truly couldn't save face. As the Dragon King, he had never bowed his head to anyone in his life. Kneeling to apologize was absolutely out of the question. But he thought for a moment Jiang Xiaoya would definitely become his woman in the future. It's still somewhat acceptable to lower his head to a wife. So he pretended to be carefree and laughed. I didn't expect that there are such true experts like Jiang Shini in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Today I truly have been short-sighted, and I apologize to Jiang Shini here. The 13 ghost needles are indeed renowned in my opinion. They are not inferior to my Tai divine needle. After saying this, he extended a hand. A silver needle floated in his hand, precisely the Tai divine needle's ultimate skill of using qi to maneuver the needle. Upon seeing this, the Wang family members all displayed expressions of amazement. Here it comes, changing the subject quickly, However, Xiaoya is indeed obsessed with medicine. If he shows off his Tai divine needle like this, she will most likely be curious about him. As expected of you, Dragon King, you can always charm the ladies. Tang Yu's sarcastic voice rang out quickly. Jiang Xiaoya's face flashed with a hint of anger. This guy is trying to woo her. She had already heard her brother Tang Yu ramble on for so long. What nonsense about having feelings for someone named Ye Chen, becoming part of his harem, and so on. But at this moment her impression of Ye Chen was extremely terrible. Having medical skills, but lacking medical ethics, treating patients should be serious, yet using them to gamble. Such a person is garbage. How can he be worthy of pursuing me? She feigned surprise and said, so impressive. You must be a man of your word, right? Didn't you say you would kneel to apologize? At this moment Tang Yu, who was eating popcorn, was stunned. What the hell, Xiaoya, this isn't right. What kind of snakeskin operation? Ye Chen's anger burned fiercely within him. Due to his intense emotions, the silver needle in his hand twisted under the pressure of his inner strength. A woman dares to humiliate him like this. If it weren't for the fact that he valued her and her family's connections, she would already be a corpse by now. At this moment Wang Rulong stepped in to mediate, saying, Haha, it was just a joke earlier. Everyone shouldn't take it seriously. Both of you are renowned divine doctors and should engage in more exchanges and learning together. Indeed, joking around doesn't need to be taken to heart. The previous middle-aged man's expression also softened significantly as he stepped in to mediate. They had just seen that this arrogant young man indeed possessed some genuine skills. It would be good to save some face. If they needed help in the future, it would be easier to ask him. Only then did Ye Chen's expression soften a little, and he smiled. I was just speaking out of anger earlier, but today I truly have offended you. If Miss Jiang doesn't mind, I would like to invite you to dinner tonight to make amends. Haha, a man of his word, truly the Dragon King, as expected of you. Not being able to charm the ladies, you have come up with another scheme. You are just a teddy bear that has come to life, a walking pile driver. Well, I respect you. Tang Yu rolled his eyes on the side, his sarcasm mode fully activated. A mind, Jiang Xiaoya coldly huffed, decisively rejecting him. After hearing her brother Tang Yu murmur for so long, she already knew what kind of person he was. Ye Chen felt both embarrassed and furious. Luckily at that moment someone pushed the door open and walked in, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Wang Yishue walked in from outside, her eyes carrying a hint of coldness. Upon seeing Wang Yishue, Ye Chen's fury instantly subsided, replaced by a certain desire. He had encountered many beautiful women, but only Wang Yishue could wear a cheongsam so stunningly. No wonder she is the woman I have my eyes on. It won't be long before she is taken in by me along with the Wang family. When he noticed Wang Yishue looking his way, he immediately displayed his signature charming smile. This was truly his greatest weapon for seducing women. He had practiced in front of the mirror countless times to perfect it. The charming smile carried a hint of rebelliousness. Perfectly cold, yet enough to ignite a woman's curiosity. If only I could defeat you, I would tape your mouth shut with duct tape. Tang Yu, witnessing this smile, could not help but internally mock it. Upon hearing her thoughts, Jiang Xiaoya struggled to keep her head down, trying not to laugh out loud. Wang Yishue also heard Tang Yu's inner voice. However, at that moment, she had no interest in laughing. After a quick return to the company, she immediately paused the project and utilized all the resources of the Wang family to begin an investigation. After her investigation, it turned out that what Tang Yu said was indeed true. Her cousin Wang Rulong had been promoting a new energy project that was a trap. She needed to investigate further, otherwise insufficient evidence would only alert the enemy. She walked to the bedside, holding the hand of old Master Wang with concern. Grandpa, are you feeling any better? Much better, just a bit drowsy. Old Master Wang replied, his speech becoming more fluent, though his tone still carried some weakness. Then you should rest well. We will visit you later, Wang Yishu gently reminded, helping the old man tuck in his. A group of people walked out from the small courtyard, leaving the caregiver to look after the old man. Oh no, it's already 3 o'clock. I have to return to my volunteer work. Zhang Xiaoya's phone alarm suddenly went off. She glanced at her phone and bid farewell to everyone preparing to leave. Safe travels, Dr. Jiang. Dr. Jiang, do come by to visit more often. The Wang family members smiled and greeted Zhang Xiaoya. Zhang Xiaoya nodded and playfully winked at Tang Yu, saying, Brother Tang, why didn't you greet me? But Tang Yu waved his hand with a forced smile. Sigh girl, it's not that I don't want to greet you, it's just that I dare not. Ye Chen, that idiot, thinks of you as his woman. If I get too close to you, he will come after me. Hearing Tang Yu's inner voice, Zhang Xiaoya suddenly felt a bit nauseous. Thinks of me as his woman. Ugh, how disgusting. At this moment, Ye Chen felt extremely displeased, wishing he could punch. How can the woman I like call him brother? And with such intimacy. Nonetheless, his expression remained calm, and he took the initiative to greet Zhang Xiaoya. Dr. Jiang, if convenient, in a few days, I will visit your residence. I heard that old Dr. Jiang's medical skills are extraordinary, and I wish to learn from him. Not convenient, unwelcome, do not come. Zhang Xiaoya instantly changed her expression, giving Ye Chen a few words before coldly snorting and turning away. Seeing this person made her feel sick. Ye Chen felt a surge of internal injury and impulse to hit someone. In his life, this was the first time he had such a hard time attracting women. However, he could not lose his temper now, because his plan to attract women was not over. Wang Yishue was still here. He glanced at Wang Rulong beside him. Wang Rulong immediately reacted, walking up to Wang Yishue with a smile. By the way, sister, let me introduce a young talent to you. This is Ye Chen, Dr. Yi. His medical skills are on par with Dr. Jiang. Ye Chen took a deep breath and regained his signature charming smile. He walked up to Wang Yishue and extended his hand, saying, Hello, Miss Wang. Wang Yishue merely shot him a cold glance, showing no intention of shaking hands. She spoke in a frosty tone. Has no one ever told you something? What is it? Your smile is very disgusting. Ye Chen's smile instantly froze the atmosphere, becoming awkward to the extreme, even causing him to question his life. Very disgusting. This comment had struck at his self-esteem. This was the source of his most cherished charm. It was his secret weapon for attracting women. Tang Yu, unable to hold back, burst out laughing. Finally, someone had voiced what was in his heart. Ye Chen immediately turned his head and glared at him fiercely, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What are you laughing at? Ye Chen gritted his teeth. I just thought of something happy. Tang Yu was stared at so intensely that he felt a tightness in his chest and began mumbling to himself. What kind of attitude is this? Why are you being fierce to young Master Tang? Exactly, no manners. Young Master Tang hasn't said anything to you. What's so great about having some medical skills? Such a person should not come to our Wang family in the future. Several members of the Wang family, seeing him glaring fiercely at Tang Yu, immediately voiced their dissatisfaction. Tang Yu felt immensely touched, truly wanting to cry. You are really too supportive of me. Please stop supporting me. If you support me a few more times, I might just disappear. After being collectively mocked by the Wang family, Ye Chen's eyes toward Tang Yu grew increasingly resentful. The grievances he suffered today were all related to this kid. However, thinking of the purpose of his visit today, he quickly suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. Miss Wang, I believe there is some misunderstanding between us. We can talk properly another time. After smiling and nodding at Wang Yishue, Ye Chen strode away. Seeing Ye Chen leave, Wang Rulong felt extremely awkward. Their plan with Ye Chen had not even taken a step forward today, and this guy had even offended young Master Tang, leaving him feeling quite frustrated. He'll go see off, Brother Yi, he said, greeting his family before quickly jogging to catch up with Ye Chen. Brother Yi, today's events were a bit unexpected. Please don't take it to heart. Ye Chen, with a dark expression, asked, Forget about unexpected events. Does Wang Yishue have some grudge against me? It had already caused him psychological trauma to be told by a woman that his smile was disgusting. It was increasingly difficult for him to show that confident, charming smile like before. Could it be that these women were giving him a hard time today simply because his smile was unappealing? Is this style not suitable here? No, not at all. Wang Rulong replied, utterly perplexed. So does my smile really look disgusting? Well, it's just a bit unique. Wang Rulong answered tactfully. Ye Chen almost couldn't resist slapping this bastard. He gazed coldly at Wang Rulong and inquired, What's the relationship between the kid with the surname Tang and your family? Our families are well acquainted. Young Master Tang is very close to us, and he was even my sister's ex-boyfriend. Wang Rulong responded hastily. Ex-boyfriend? Hearing those words, a murderous intent filled Ye Chen's eyes. The one thing he could not accept was his woman having intimate contact with another man. What a Tang Yu. You're deliberately opposing me, aren't you? The woman I have my eyes on, you won't let go of even one. However, being a master of medicine, he could tell that Wang Yishue was still a virgin, which eased his mood slightly. After pondering for a moment, Ye Chen spoke. Let's not rush our plan. I'll deal with the kid with the surname Tang first to prevent him from disrupting our game. Yes, Brother Yi is indeed wise. Wang Rulong sincerely praised. With the Tang family's trillion-dollar assets at stake, if they extended a helping hand to the Wang family, wouldn't their plan with Ye Chen be in vain? So what does brother Yi plan to do? Wang Rulong asked curiously. You'll know after the Tang family falls. Ye Chen smiled indifferently, not wanting to elaborate further. After leaving the Wang family, he stood by the roadside and took out his phone to make a call. When the call connected, a sweet voice of a girl came through. Dragon King, what are your orders? Qin, how is the infiltration into the Tang group going? It's successful. My current identity is the secretary to the general manager. Very good. I'll give you a week to gather everything I need. In a month, I want no Tang family left in Suong. At that moment, Tang Yu, still at the Wang family, suddenly sneezed. Damn it, who is talking about me? Rubbing his nose, Tang Yu wondered in his heart. System, where's my reward for completing? Beep, the host has successfully survived the second plot. Reward, immunity to poisons. This reward made Tang Yu quite satisfied. Immunity to poisons was a great thing. In urban fantasy novels, which protagonist doesn't use poison, especially someone like Ye Chen who is skilled in medicine. With this, his hope of surviving to the grand finale increased. In a good mood, Tang Yu was just about to leave when Wang Yishua blocked his path. Do you need something? Tang Yu asked. Little sister, why are you blocking my way? I know you have a crush on me. Your fate is not with me, it's with Ye Chen, understand. Although I don't know why you find his smile disgusting today, you will eventually fall for his 105 smile. Wang Yixu's lips curved slightly. A man she couldn't have. She was determined to have him. As for being infatuated with Ye Chen's smile, ugh, he can just roll over. Is it wrong to want to talk to you? Do you really dislike your ex-girlfriend this much? She said, her tone sorrowful with a pit. Why ask when you already know the answer? Tang Yu snorted coldly. If I didn't dislike you, I'd be asking for a beating, little sister. I'm just a villain. To survive, I can't compete with the protagonist for women. This is called fate without a bond, understand? So stop being unreasonable. You missed the chance to have my body back then. Now you have no opportunity left. Alright, I understand. I won't force you anymore. Wang Yishua nodded, suddenly frowning and pointing ahead. Ye Chen, who told you to come back? Tang Yu instinctively turned his head and widened his eyes, thinking Ye Chen was coming. But when he turned around, he found there was no one there. Damn, where is everyone? As Tang Yu turned back, his lips accidentally brushed against Wang Yixu's face. She took the opportunity when Tang Yu turned his head to lean her face in close. This way, as soon as Tang Yu turned around, his lips would definitely touch her face. Moreover, she held her phone in her hand, recording video with the front camera. So the moment Tang Yu kissed her face was, oh dear young Master Tang, how could you do this? After being kissed, Wang Yixu's startled face showed a hint of shyness. She bit her lip, took a couple of steps back, and quickly saved the video. Now let's see how you escape. Damn, are you setting me up? Tang Yu was completely thrown off. Damn it, are you still the fiend? Is this something a person would do? Do you think you're a landlord? I'm not some bucktooth Jun. Still recording video. Now I'm doomed. If that idiot Ye Chen sees this, I'll be finished. Although we didn't have a day together, we were at least each other's first love. There was still some bond there, right? How could you set me up? What did I set you up for? Do you think a girl would actively take advantage of you? Young Master Tang, have some. Wang Yishua said with an innocent smile. Delete the video, name your price. Tang Yu with a darkened face extended his hand. Damn it, luckily, I'm a wealthy villain now. If worst comes to worst, I'll solve the problem with money. Just the right way to make Wang Yishua see me as a vulgar person who only talks about money. Money. We have plenty of that at home, it doesn't seem necessary. Wang Yishua sighed and shook her head. Seeing Tang Yu's gloomy face, she couldn't help but smile. However, hearing him mention Ye Chen repeatedly, Wang Yishua grew more and more disgusted with him. As a highly intelligent business genius, she had thoroughly understood everything after listening to his heartfelt voice. She realized that the world she was in was a novel world. According to the original plot, Tang Yu was the villain, and she was supposed to be Ye Chen's harem. A harem? What a joke. She had already started investigating Ye Chen's background. As soon as there was a chance, this guy wouldn't be able to leave Suong alive. Enough, stop being unreasonable. Delete the video. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning hostile. Tang Yu warned, what do you want, Grandma? You don't want money, but what do you want? My pure and immaculate body. I really don't understand. Besides being rich and handsome with a height of 185 meters, 8-pack abs, and extraordinary charm, what else can attract you? Be sensible, and let me go. My family is the #1 in Suhong, and my influence is significant, you know. Then go ahead and turn hostile. If you do, I'll post the video to my social media. Wang Yishua shook her phone, smiling mischievously. Is this entertaining? You really think I wouldn't hit a woman? Tang Yu pretended to be fierce and shook his fist. See this? A fist as big as a sandpot. A cute girl like you, if I hit you, you'll cry for a long time. Hurry up and delete the video. This is not something a female lead should be doing, okay? Then go ahead and hit me. Let's see where you plan to strike. Wang Yishua rolled her eyes. Someone as delightfully fragile as I am would surely sob for a long time after one punch. No, what do you actually want? Say it plainly. Tang Yu shook his head violently, his voice heavy. If that video got out, he would truly be finished. Damn it. Have you ever seen a villain survive after getting cozy with the male lead's harem? Such a fate stands no chance against the god of pure love. Come on, come into the room with me. Wang Yishua had already learned how to handle Tang Yu. Inwardly, she bubbled with delight as she grabbed his arm and urged him on. No, I absolutely can't. Tang Yu shook his head desperately, every fiber of him resisting. Don't force me. Come into the room with me, she coaxed again. Under Wang Yixu's repeated threats, Tang Yu obediently followed her into the room. Fine, he thought, just going inside is better than having the video leaked. If she truly wanted to make a scene, I swear I'll defend my honor, he mused. A dignified villain cannot simply allow the heroine to push him aside. Hearing Tang, yes, muttering, Wang Yixue laughed inwardly. This fellow is dreaming too big. In Suhong, Wang Yixue was indisputably a first-class noble miss, impeccable in every regard. Her room, however, was another matter. It was Tang Ye's first time in her boudoir, and it was a mess. Things scattered everywhere, garments thrown on the bed and the sofa. Tang Yu glanced and immediately spotted a pair of small black panties. This woman's room is such a mess, he thought, everything thrown about carelessly. But those black stockings are nice. Chi-pow with black silk. I can picture it, he imagined. Ugh, fishnet socks too. I prefer white stockings over those. Why is your room such a mess? Don't you ever have it tidied? Tang Yu asked with a deliberately stern face. He would not be cowed. Back home, even the dogs steered clear of him. A proud beauty. Was it so hard to draw a little resentment from her? Isn't someone supposed to come and tidy it? Wang Yixue replied with a coquettish smile, fixing him with a stare. Tang Yu looked baffled. Me tidy your room? Hurry up. Others never get the chance to tidy my room. Besides, you've helped me tidy before in university, you did it. Wang Yixue laughed with triumph like a little fox who had stolen meat from a crow. Just this once, Tang Yu snorted, feigning a cold face as he helped tidy. It's just tidying a room, he thought. Better than doing other things. But then, do stockings carry foot fungus? What if it infects me? I'll wash my hands well afterward. I'll wash my hands properly after I'm done. Wang Yixue, who had been gleefully eavesdropping on his thoughts, suddenly darted. You're the one with foot fungus, she snorted. In the years since we broke up, aside from pandering to Su Muyue, have you been involved with any other girls? I'm not Su Muyue's toady. That was an act to make it easier for me to see other girls privately. To be honest, I currently have 4 girlfriends, Tang Yu replied. Tang Yu knew women despised philanderers, so he shamelessly smeared himself. Stupid, he thought. Do you find me how I've been busy playing the sycophant these years? I haven't even touched a girl's hand, okay? If you're unhappy, kick me out. Remember, a man like me, rich and handsome, is not to be relied upon. Really? I never expected you to be such a philanderer. I guess I misjudged you. Wang Yixue said, her face bright. You did misjudge me. Back when I courted you, it was only for fun. Tang Yu taunted as he folded the quilt with practiced movements. Fine, he thought, you can be angry. Hurry up and kick me out. Oh, when you say you courted me for fun, what was it about me that attracted you? She asked. Because you were easy to fool, Tang Yu mocked. Because you were beautiful. If you hadn't been pretty, elegant, and well-shaped, who would have chased you? You rotten scoundrel. Wang Yixue feigned displeasure while secretly savoring the moment. Words spoken aloud may not reflect the heart, but the heart's true feelings never lie. That rotten scoundrel made Tang Yu blossom with joy. This woman truly could not resist him. He needed a way to anger her further, so she would chase him away. He could not win a woman's affection easily, but making her spit at him seemed simple enough. His eyes flicked and settled on a cute white piece of lingerie. He'll play the lecherous role to the hilt, he thought. Let's see if that doesn't disgust you. Your taste leaves something to be desired. Shall I personally pick out a few pieces for you? He said with a deliberately lewd grin, turning to Wang Yixue with a sleazy smile. Click. The camera shutter sounded, and Wang Yixue sighed, holding her phone. Oh dear, I accidentally hit the camera and saved the evidence of the crime. Kissing me and doing such things. What will become of a girl's purity? As she teased. Tang Yu was stunned. What the hell? Why aren't you following the usual script? Why take a candid photo? Normally you'd call me a pervert and tell me to get lost. Only a few years, and you've become so scheming. Wake up. This isn't your character. So what can I do? My ex is harassing me like this. If it gets out, it'll be ruined. Wang Yixue said, her eyes curved into crescent moons with amusement. Tang Yu was dumbfounded. Damn, this was absolutely not something Wang Yixue would do in the original book. I'm joking, don't be like that. Tang Yu muttered, putting the lingerie down and obediently folding it with the other laundry. Fine, he conceded. He'll do nothing more. Lie flat. He had planned to keep his head down and avoid Ye Chen, but now it seemed he also had to steer clear of these heroines. Wang Yixue whistled twice in delight. With these little secrets in her hand, wouldn't this fellow have to behave from now on? I don't think of running. By the way, let's talk about something serious. Seeing Tang Yu nearly finished tidying, Wang Yixue smiled. I'm planning to invest in new energy. What's your view? Tang Yu's eyes lit up. Finally, she was talking sense. Although Ye Chen was a fool, that didn't stop him from playing Indeed, I am the magnanimous villain, he thought. Help them fall in love early, so I can retire and enjoy peace. New energy. A sound investment. The next decade of business will be dominated by new energy, and the state is strongly supporting it. This is a trend you cannot miss, he said, giving an admiring thumbs up. Get into new energy quickly. Trust me, this project will make big money, he mused. Provided the partner is reliable. Wait, are they cooperating with Faircy Company? That firm is a total scam. If the project collapses, Ye Chen will have to step in. I see now, he realized. The plot still holds. Today's quarrel between Wang Yixue and Ye Chen is laying the groundwork for emotional growth. After Ye Chen comes to Wang Yixue's rescue, she'll be overwhelmed with guilt and fall in love with him. Clever author. This was part of your scheme, wasn't it? Wang Yixue's eyes sparkled with a more intense smile. She cheerfully said, since you have such confidence, I will invest in this project. However, I am still hesitating. The partner I am currently considering is the French company Farce. I can't shake the feeling that this company is a bit untrustworthy. You are overthinking it, aren't you? I have interacted with this company, and they are exceptionally skilled in new energy research. Partnering with them will secure the latest technology, ensuring a profitable outcome. Tang Yu said seriously. Is this silly girl's intuition becoming a bit sharp? There are indeed issues with Farce, but they have all been concealed by Ye Chen. Their company's fraudulent accounting and tax evasion will take some time before it is exposed. As for the new energy technology they boast about, it is currently immature and has significant safety issues. To put it bluntly, it is a scam company. Ye Chen is also malicious. He deliberately invested billions to control this lousy company to trap the Wang family. Wang Yixue was already laughing to the point of almost losing control. She felt she had completely mastered how to use Tang Yu, as if she held a remote control in her hand. Just pressing the button would elicit a response from him. Alright, if even you are so certain, there should be no problem. I plan to delegate the project to Wang Rulong. Do you think he is capable of handling it? She looked at Tang Yu and asked again. Wang Rulong is famously intelligent in Suong. With his talent, it will. Tang Yu praised him enthusiastically, feeling incredibly excited. He's back, it's all back, everything is finally returned. Letting Wang Rulong take over this lousy project will solve everything. If you don't do it, how can he cover up the project? If I remember correctly, the vice president surnamed Li in your company is in cahoots with Wang Rulong. He knows about this and accepted 100 million in kickbacks to deliberately create a smokescreen. Wang Yixue squinted her eyes. Li vice president. There is only one vice president named Li in the company, Li Deshen, who has been there for 30 years. Because of his capabilities and loyalty to the Wang family, he has earned their trust. He has always strongly supported this new energy project, even discussing it with her multiple times, claiming this project could sustain the Wang family for 20 years. After Tang Yu arranged the cosmetics on the table, he said coldly, everything is packed, can I leave now? Not, Wang Yixue said happily. Tang Yu did not hurry to leave, but looked at her phone, implying that she had not deleted the videos and photos yet. What are you looking at? The photos and videos have already been deleted. If you don't believe me, check. Do you think keeping those would make me look good? Wang Yixue pouted in dissatisfaction. Yes, they must be deleted. I absolutely refuse to let a beauty like you be ruined by a scoundrel like me. Tang Yu nodded vigorously and turned to run. Damn it, he had finally escaped Wang Yixue's clutches. After swiftly running out of the Wang family, the first thing Tang Yu did upon returning to the car was to play music and celebrate. The most beautiful flower on the grassland, the fiery Sari Lang. Tang Yu hummed happily, his mood soaring. After a hard day's work, he had finally pushed the plot back on track. With this, Wang Yixue would surely follow the plot and successfully end up with Ye Chen. Jiang Xiaya seemed a bit off though. However, Ye Chen had already said he was going to the Jiang family to challenge her grandfather. It was likely their story would. As for Su Muyue, this woman was definitely in cahoots with Ye Chen. Truly the #1 female lead. To protect Ye Chen, she was willing to act and enter into a marriage alliance. Impressive. Truly impressive. Unfortunately, compared to his own crafty self, it still fell a bit short. His wise eyes had seen through everything. Once Ye Chen had her wrapped around his finger, wouldn't their misunderstandings be resolved? Okay, work hours are over. The villain should return to his life now. Tang Yu stepped on the accelerator, and the car sped onto the road, eager to experience the life of the wealthy. Donghai Group. In the president's office, Su Muyue was sitting at her desk reviewing a document. This was a new real estate project the company was investing in, requiring about 100 billion, which was considered moderate for the Su family. Her female secretary stood beside her, occasionally glancing at Su Muyue's stunning profile. As a beauty herself, she felt a sense of inferiority standing next to Su Muyue. Why can some women be so perfect just like her name, suggests Muyue. It's already 6 o'clock, aren't you going to leave? The document reviewing Su Muyue suddenly looked up and asked her secretary. Huh. The secretary was a bit taken aback and awkwardly smiled. I didn't hear the knock. I thought it was still early. According to routine, every time it's 6 o'clock, that young master from the Tang family comes to knock for Su Zong to finish work and go out to eat. For 3 whole years, as long as they didn't have a holiday, young Master Tang would definitely come. Of course, Su Zong had never agreed to it. Her casual remark left Su Muyue feeling a bit melancholic. She glanced at the office door. Indeed, according to routine, that man should have come to knock. Usually she found his persistent pursuit quite bothersome, but today not hearing it made her feel a bit out of sorts, as if something was missing. Su Zong, I heard that you and young Master Tang are engaged. Congratulations, you are finally together. I'll leave first. The secretary smiled and wished her well after packing up her things. Su Muyue simply acknowledged instantly, losing her motivation to continue working, feeling a tightness in her heart. Engagement? What nonsense! She already knew how that guy felt. He had liked her for 3 years, yet he could just stop liking her. This left her feeling a bit wronged. Of course, she knew she couldn't blame him. After all, she hadn't paid him any attention for 3 years. What's wrong with me? Su Muyue rubbed her head and picked up her bag to leave the office. After she stepped out, the remaining subordinates in the company greeted her. Hello, Su Zong. Thank you for your hard work, Su Zong. Is Su Zong off work? I heard you and young Master Tang are together. Congratulations. Seeing those fervent smiles, she felt even more pent up. She knew that these people in the company secretly disliked her and had given her the nickname Ice Mountain. Aren't you all tired of wearing masks? She thought of Tang Yu. This guy could at least hear his true feelings. In this world where everyone wore masks, he was practically running around naked. Back in her Maserati, Su Muyue held her phone for a long moment hesitating, before finally opening Tang Yu's WeChat. Are you free tonight? Tang Yu was driving when the message popped up. He glanced at it and froze. What the hell does Su Muyue want with me? After a brief pause, he pulled over to the roadside and replied without delay. Is this about calling off the engagement? You should have said so earlier. We'd both better inform our families right away. Su Muyue sent a string of ellipses, utterly speechless. Who on earth wanted to discuss breaking off the engagement? Truth be told, she wasn't even sure what she hoped to talk about. She simply wished to see him. What do those ellipses mean? Did you hatch them? Tang Yu almost typed that, but caught himself deeming it far too. One could be annoying, but no need to tarnish one's own image unnecessarily. What if she screenshot it and posted it on her Moments feed mimicking Wang Yishue's flamboyant antics? So he summoned the civility instilled by 9 years of compulsory education and revised his reply, speak plainly, or scram. Contact me again only when it's time to finalize the annulment. This woman refused to call off the engagement, and it infuriated Tang Yu. You're acting out to protect him, yet shoving me headfirst into the fire. Is that even human? Do you truly despise me that much? Tears welled in Su Muyue's eyes. His icy indifference clashed so violently with his former demeanor that she couldn't bear it. Isn't that obvious? Who'd enjoy being used as a human shield? Fine, I'm off to drink with some younger sisters. If you want the engagement voided, just say so. Otherwise send a message in a bottle. Tang Yu fired off the reply, then chuckled to himself, phone cradled in hand. With an attitude like this, how can you possibly keep playing your part? Just lay your cards on the table and step obediently into your destined role as the heroine. All things considered, the advantage lies squarely with me. You despicable wretch. I refuse to break it off. I will marry into the Tang family, you'll see. Suddenly another WeChat notification flashed across his screen. Tang Yu jolted, his phone nearly slipping from his grip. Was she serious? Are you out of your mind? He hurriedly tapped out a reply, only to see a red exclamation that nearly made him spit blood. In the original novel, Su Muyue was famously stubborn. Once her mind was set, nothing could sway her. But shouldn't that tenacity be directed toward Ye Chen, not him? This is bad. Has she genuinely lost her senses? Tang Yu paled. He'd just begun to believe his plan was nearing success. Now Su Muyue's move left him utterly stunned. Taking a deep breath, he tried sending several more messages, apologizing for his earlier tone, pleading humbly, please your excellency, grant me mercy, and unblock me. Every message returned a red exclamation mark. She had genuinely blocked him. Damn it, I pushed too far. She responds to kindness, not force. Though most women prefer the latter, don't they? Tang Yu muttered helplessly. Why was stepping back from this so impossibly hard? If he actually married her, wouldn't the reckless Ye Chen storm the Tang estate with an army? Just then his WeChat lit up again. Eyes widening, he saw the contact named Qin Ming. Not the forensic pathologist, but the eldest son of the Qin family, one of Hangzhou's 4 great clans. In the original plot, he and Tang Yu were dubbed the 4 young masters of Hangzhou, and Qin Ming remained Tang Yu's fiercely loyal junior brother and confidant. Yet in standard Xiangxia-style novels, any character labeled young master of X City was invariably doomed to be crushed beneath the protagonist's heel. Qin Ming was no exception. Their fates were equally grim. Tang Yu would be kicked into a vegetative state and die. Qin Ming, slightly luckier, would be poisoned to death by Ye Chen. Hey big bro, what have you been up to lately? Seeing Qin Ming's message, Tang Yu suddenly sparked with inspiration. Right. Why not call in external reinforcements? He was the antagonist after all. Time to leverage antagonistic advantages. I'm tangled up in a dilemma. Where are you? I'll come meet you. I'm at Xinghe right now. Can you make it? If not, Xinghe, a sprawling entertainment complex notorious for its hedonistic atmosphere, was a favorite haunt of wealthy heirs and second-generation tycoons. The original Tang Yu, ever the paragon of propriety, had never set foot there. But the current Tang Yu, he, having finally ascended to elite status, why not indulge? To refuse would be sheer folly. As his silver Lamborghini Veneno glided to a stop before Xinghe, passers-by gaped. Several live streamers stationed at the entrance instantly pivoted their cameras toward the flamboyant machine. Whoa, is that the Veneno? I heard only 2 exist in China. Which rich heir's behind the wheel? Ugh, when will I ever get reborn into a family like that? You could always reincarnate as their pet dog. The streamers gasped in awe, speculating wildly about the car's owner, while a fresh-faced, provocatively dressed internet celebrity strode forward with purpose. After all, wasn't this exactly the kind of place one visited to reel in a wealthy suitor? When Tang Yu stepped out, a chorus of delighted shrieks erupted from the crowd. None had expected the driver to be such a strikingly handsome young man, reminiscent of the famed actor Zhao Enjuan, yet possessing even more refined charisma. Good heavens, it's the Tang family's eldest son. I recognize him. Didn't the Tangs amass trillions in assets ages ago? He's never been here before. No way I'm missing my chance to approach him. Within moments, several girls rushed forward, eager to stake their claim. The leading influencer sneered, inwardly refusing to let these vixens steal her prey. She quickened her pace and just 1 meter from Tang Yu deliberately stumbled, collapsing against him. Are you alright? Tang Yu instinctively reached out to steady her. I'm fine, so sorry young Master Tang. Her voice trembled with feigned fragility, even as she pressed herself against him, yearning for intimacy beyond mere proximity. No harm done, just watch your step. Tang Yu smiled, faintly shaking his head. That single smile left half the surrounding girls breathless and weak-kneed, not because of his wealth, but purely because he was breathtakingly handsome. Just as the influencer opened her mouth to resume her flirtation, the others closed in. Hello young Master Tang. I'm Wei Wei. Are you here for fun? Could we exchange WeChats? Young Master Tang. Phones emerged en masse as they clamored for his contact details. One live streamer even tugged her neckline lower, flaunting her assets. Bolder still, one girl surreptitiously squeezed Tang Yu's backside. Onlookers watched envious and awe. Damn, born rich and absurdly handsome. Does he leave anyone else a chance? Tang Yu inwardly swore he'd never experienced treatment like this before. Was this the joy of being a wealthy, handsome elite? Did money and looks truly render women so boldly proactive? His past villainous roles had been laughably pathetic. Street thugs, gatekeepers, or bodyguards, none worth even $1 million in assets. As Tang Yu was surrounded by a group of women, a young man, standing at the entrance of the Xinghe Club, glanced over. Upon recognizing Tang Yu, the young man hurriedly ran over. Tang Yu, encircled by the women, felt like a monk in a land of daughters. The women jostled against him, making it difficult for the young man to approach. Could you make some room? He called out helplessly. At his shout, the women turned to look at him, revealing expressions of delight. Oh, isn't that young Master Qin? Young Master Qin is here too. They greeted Qin Ming, their attitude equally warm. Who the county chief was didn't, they just wanted to be the county chief's wife. All right, darling, stop crowding my brother. It's his first time here, and your enthusiasm might scare him. Qin Ming called out with a smile. Finally, the women reluctantly parted to make way. Qin Ming took Tang Yu's arm and walked him out of the crowd, cheerfully asking, Brother, how do you feel about being here for the first time? It's quite good. They are all nice girls, Tang Yu praised. Although they smoke, drink, get tattoos, and party all night, they are still nice girls. As long as they don't think about marrying him, that's fine. Yes, they are all nice girls, Qin Ming laughed heartily, saying, Shall we find a quiet place to sit and chat? We can chat inside too. Tang Yu pointed towards the Xinghe Club. He came here specifically to enjoy life. As a villain who knows which would arrive first tomorrow, the Dragon King or him, he should enjoy life while he can. Seriously, brother. Qin Ming reached out to touch Tang Yu's forehead. His brother never came to places like this before. What are you hesitating for? Tang Yu simply walked inside. Today he planned to have a good time. Not even Jesus could. Wow, brother is really acting strange. Qin Ming followed him with a worried expression. It wasn't even dark yet, but the Xinghe Club was already bustling with energy. In the dance floor, men and women swayed their bodies, releasing their hormones, while several stunning beauties on stage danced passionately to the deafening music. Qin Ming led Tang Yu to the #1 VIP seat, which was his exclusive spot. As soon as he sat down, drinks were quickly served. A few beauties also came over, but Qin Ming waved his hand to let them go enjoy themselves. He was worried about his brother and had no mood to entertain them. After pouring a drink for Tang Yu, he asked with concern, Brother, you seem a bit off today. What's off about it? You never came to places like this before. People change, Tang Yu said, clinking his glass with Qin. After taking a sip of his drink, Qin Ming asked in confusion, Wait, brother, didn't you just get engaged to Su Muyue? If she knows you're here, wouldn't that mean all your efforts over the past 3 years would be in vain? Right, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Tang Yu quickly put down his glass and opened his WeChat to show Qin Ming a glimpse of their chat history. After reading it, Qin Ming felt his head buzzing. Wow, is this really something brother could do? How dare he talk to Su Muyue like, wow, brother, you finally stopped being a sycophant. Honestly, if it weren't for our deep friendship, I would have cut ties with you long. After coming to his senses, Qin Ming was incredibly excited. He poured another drink for Tang Yu, insisting they toast. The two were longtime good brothers, having attended the same elite school. In the second year of middle school, while out playing, Qin Ming accidentally fell into the river. At that time, everyone just watched except Tang Yu, who jumped in to save him. With this bond of friendship, Qin Ming resolutely recognized Tang Yu as his elder brother. However, for the past 3 years, Tang Yu had been unconditionally devoted to Su Muyue, and his reputation in the circle was indeed not very good. Ordinary people know that sycophants get nothing. As a rich and handsome guy, engaging in such behavior was truly beneath. You bastard, Tang Yu couldn't help but slap the back of this kid's head. Then he said with annoyance, What do you think her mentality is? After 3 years of sycophancy with no response, now her attitude has changed like this. It's just being foolish. People are like that, they learn to cherish what they have only after losing it, Qin Ming replied with a smirk. Tang Yu felt there was still something off. She was the female lead, how could she possibly like a villain? There must be a conspiracy behind this. So how do I make her stop bothering me? Tang Yu asked Qin Ming, seeking advice. This guy had already achieved 100 conquests by 17, and by 20 he had hit 1,000 now. He probably couldn't even remember himself. It's simple, just be a scoundrel like me, Qin Ming said proudly. He wasn't always this degenerate. He once had a beautiful fantasy about love. Until one year at 17, he overheard his father discussing a marriage alliance with an elder, planning to arrange the marriage as soon as he came of age. In wealthy families, social compatibility is quite important. When he learned that his fiancée weighed nearly 200 pounds, he matured overnight. To prevent this marriage, he became the most renowned prince of nightlife in Suhong, thus causing the engagement to fall. Exactly. Tang Yu suddenly realized the master's advice made sense. As long as I become a pile of dog poop, won't the women steer clear of me? He looked at Qin Ming with admiration in his eyes. Truly a good brother, obviously meant to be a villain. To survive, merely being low-key is not enough. The villains in those stories are hated by the female leads because of their scheming natures. And his villain image clearly wasn't stinky enough. It was purely the author's setting to enhance his sycophant attributes. Come good brother, cheers. From today onward, we shall be the incomparable duo of the Xinghe Club. Tang Yu raised his glass and clinked it with Qin Ming. Wow, brother, that's quite the statement. We'll be living here from now on. Qin Ming laughed heartily, his gaze beginning to scan for tonight's prey. He hadn't missed a target during his time here. Although some little fairies online claim they come to such places to relax. But who would believe that? Relaxing? What decent person would come here to unwind? A man going to a women's bathhouse just to wash his hands. Would you believe such nonsense? After a quick glance around, he found only familiar faces, making him feel somewhat bored. Brother, it's all familiar faces tonight. Shall we settle for something? That's right, Qin Ming replied with a smile. It was rare for brother to come for the first time. He felt guilty for not arranging a couple of top-tier beauties for him. All right, you take charge. Tang Yu nodded. It was just a fleeting encounter. He didn't have high expectations. Qin Ming immediately started arranging, and soon several beauties of varying charms came running over, all scoring around 75 points. By the way, brother, didn't you want to upset Su Muyue? How about I film a short video for you and post it online? Guaranteed to make her furious. Qin Ming chimed in with a scheme. He'd long resented Su Muyue. Hiss. You little devil. You're truly a... Tang Yu sighed inwardly. His villainous instincts still needed refinement. Slandering one's reputation. That was clearly his junior brother's forte. All right then. Hurry up and strike your poses, brother. You'll have a beauty on each arm, and the ladies must act convincingly. And remember your lines. Qin Ming took charge, filming a 10-second clip with his phone. After filming, he handed the phone to Tang Yu. Brother, take a look. Satisfied? If not, I can shoot something even more explosive, say at a hotel. No. Tang Yu shook his head vigorously. He merely wanted to tarnish his image enough to repel women like Su Muyue, not become a pariah hunted by all. He planned to lie low through this storm and then save her life in peace. Watching the clip twice, he found it thoroughly satisfying. Himself portrayed as a ravenous lecher, the beauties perfectly cooperative. Every frame screamed tonight's 5-player ranked match is about to begin. Fine, go ahead and post it. Tang Yu returned the phone to Qin Ming, proud of his loyal brother. Qin Ming grinned and instantly uploaded the video from his own account. His short video account boasted over 6 million followers. Having built popularity through lavish displays of wealth and occasional 100,000 yuan giveaways to fans, his following had swelled dramatically. Among those who followed him back was Su Muyue. As members of the 4 great families, they frequently interacted and naturally followed one another. My esteemed brother is visiting Xinghe tonight. Good looks attract admiration. What can one do? After crafting the title, the video passed review within 2 minutes. Likes and comments surged instantly. Brother Qin, just who is this handsome man? Can we be introduced? Wow, he's stunning, yet strangely familiar. Is he a new face in showbiz? I'm totally into this big brother. To ensure Su Muyue saw it, Qin Ming deliberately tagged her. He chuckled darkly. She'd long grated on his nerves, strutting around with that haughty air, humiliating his elder brother across high society. At that moment, Su Muyue was resting at home, her eyes still faintly red from crying earlier in the car, out of sheer fury. Scrolling through short videos slowly lifted her mood. Then her phone pinged, a notification that Qin Ming had tagged her. Why would he tag me? She wondered. They were barely acquaintances. No deep ties existed between them. She tapped the alert, and the video opened automatically. The sight of Tang Yu laughing boisterously while embracing several beauties turned her face ashen. Brother, holding so many girls close. Does that make you a cad? A cad? Not at all. I simply wish to offer every girl in the world a home. Hearing Tang Yu's voice in the video, a wave of sorrow and wounded pride flooded her heart, and tears spilled in. It felt like realizing too late how precious something had been only after losing it. After weeping a while, she suddenly sensed something amiss. He'd never indulged in such debauchery before. Why go out of his way to play the part, and even have Qin Ming film it for her to see? Something's off. Wiping her tears, she hurried to the mirror to touch up her makeup. She would go to Xinghe Club herself, to uncover his true intentions. After all, she could hear his thoughts. Nothing he schemed could escape her awareness. Once made up, she picked up her phone and dialed Tang Yu. Young Master Tang, your phone's ringing. A girl seated beside him noticed the screen lighting up and promptly handed him, thank you. Tang Yu reached out and gently pinched the girl's cheek, only to find his fingers coated in foundation. Pretending not to notice, he quickly snatched the phone. Su Muyue. Seeing her name flash on screen, Tang Yu smiled faintly. His plan was unfolding flawlessly. She was surely calling to unleash her fury. He answered cheerfully, hello. What exactly do you mean? Do you despise me that much? Her voice trembled with hurt on the other end. Huh? What did you say? It's too noisy here. I can't hear you. Are you breaking off our engagement? I'm fine. Let's set a time tomorrow. I know you heard me. Wait there. I'm coming to find you. Su Muyue hung up. Tang Yu frowned, brow nodded. Has this woman lost her mind? Given her aloof nature, shouldn't she have berated him bitterly, then scheduled their engagement's dissolution for tomorrow? Then it struck him she must be shielding Ye Chen, thus forced to maintain the charade. Of course, full commitment to the act. How deeply calculating she truly was. Good thing he'd seen through it. Brother, what's wrong? Did Su Muyue call? Qin Ming asked. Yes, she's coming to confront me. Let's team up and rile her further. Tang Yu chuckled. As long as she storms off tonight, everything proceeds smoothly. Qin Ming joined his laughter, then suddenly smacked his thigh. Ah, brother. Almost forgot an urgent matter. What urgent matter? Tonight I've also arranged a rendezvous with a truly exceptional beauty. At least Qin Ming glanced at the girls. Darlings, go enjoy yourselves. Tonight's expenses are on my tab. My brother and I have pressing business to attend to. The girls' eyes lit up, they laughed, agreed eagerly, and hurried off with their handbags. Once they departed, brother, this is genuine sacrifice on my part. I'll send her over shortly. Just hold her close and watch Su Muyue fume herself into oblivion. Is she really that extraordinary? On par with Su Muyue, Tang Yu remained skeptical. Hangzhou boasted many beauties, but only a handful matched Su Muyue's caliber. Still, securing a genuinely outstanding beauty would certainly heighten Su Muyue's outrage. Those girls beside him now might dazzle elsewhere, but next to Su Muyue, they fell far short. Unsuitable for this theatrical deception. You'll see soon enough. Qin Ming gave a mysterious smile and began messaging her. Tang Yu felt a quiet thrill. As a villain, one must never mingle with heroines. Never. He'd rather remain single forever, die alone outside, leap from this very spot, than ever entangle himself with a heroine. But other beauties, those were fair game. 10 minutes later, a graceful figure approached, clutching her handbag. Greetings, young Master Qin. She smiled warmly upon reaching them. Ah, Sister Ling Han, you finally arrived. Allow me to introduce my esteemed elder brother Tang Yu. Qin Ming beamed, making the introduction. Tang Yu looked up at the woman and immediately agreed with Qin Ming's words in his heart. This woman was not inferior in appearance to Su Muyue, the most beautiful woman in Su Hang. Moreover, her demeanor was even more enchanting, as if she was born with a seductive charm. Her outfit was equally provocative, wearing a white semi-transparent blouse that was irresistibly alluring. The black leather skirt on her lower body accentuated her impressive figure with two long snow-white legs that captivated anyone's gaze. When her watery peach blossom eyes met Tang, yes, a moment of surprise flickered in her eyes. She then sat beside Tang Yu, extending her hand and saying, Tang Xiao, you are so handsome. I am Ling Han, nice to meet you. I am even more pleased to meet a beauty like you, Miss Ling. Tang Yu smiled as he shook her hand, which was as cold as jade, but suddenly his pupils constricted as realization dawned on him. Damn, isn't this the jade-faced fox? What the hell did Ye Chen arrange this so quickly? No, her target shouldn't be me, it should be Qin Ming. At this moment, Tang Yu's heart was greatly shaken. Likewise, Ling Han, shaking hands with him, was also taken aback. Hearing Tang Yu's inner voice, she nearly thought her identity had been exposed. Indeed, she was one of the pawns specifically sent by Ye Chen and an elite from the Dragon Soul organization. What is this guy's situation? Is he speaking to me through ventriloquism? No, this is definitely not ventriloquism. A glimmer of shock crossed Ling Han's eyes. As a top assassin, she possessed many skills. Ventriloquism was one of her specialties. Yet this guy before her did not seem like someone who could use it. Seeing the two of them holding hands without letting go, Qin Ming felt a bit sour. Big brother is indeed big brother. He's so damn handsome that women can't help but be drawn to him. Just holding hands was already like this. Wouldn't tonight be filled with fireworks? Coming to her senses, Ling Han looked at Tang Yu and smiled. Tang Xiao, I think your skin is well maintained. Your hands are even whiter and softer than mine. Oh really? Tang Yu awkwardly smiled and quickly released Ling Han's hand, feeling a bit anxious. He glanced at Qin Ming, who was giving him a thumbs up with a proud expression, using lip reading. How's it going, big brother? Is my brother loyal enough? Loyalty, my ass, this is a killer. Her target is you, and you just pushed her onto me. I consider you a brother, and you are not being human. After hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts again, Ling Han could be. This was not ventriloquism. Instead, she was hearing this guy's true thoughts. She was astonished in her heart. After so many years as an assassin, what hadn't she seen? But she had never encountered such a situation before. Calm down, don't act recklessly for now. Ling Han took a deep breath. Although her identity had been exposed, she was confident she could easily escape from here. Stay here for now, observe a bit more. This guy is also a target of the Dragon King. Come, let's drink more to get to know each other. At this moment, Qin Ming, the good brother, came out to act as a lubricant, helping the two start pouring drinks. Wouldn't it help big brother get this woman drunk? Cheers. Tang Yu raised his glass with a somewhat forced smile, and the three clinked their glasses together. He glanced at the jade-faced fox's alluring face and just wanted to grab a bucket and run. What is more dangerous than the female lead? Naturally, it is the assassin under the main character. He instinctively shifted his body to the side, creating some distance to find a sense of safety. Originally wanting to lay low, he had ended up right under the enemy's gun barrel. What's wrong, Tang Xiao? Are you feeling up? Noticing Tang Yu's movements, Ling Han smiled and asked, My butt hurts a bit from sitting too long. Tang Yu laughed hard. Don't come over. One must not forget their original intention. What is your target? Is it to avoid cavities? Your target is our Qin Ming young master Qin. Yes, go flirt with him, understand. A friend in need is a friend indeed. Don't worry, big brother will remind you later to escape abroad. He won't abandon. Ling Han's mouth twitched. This guy was surprisingly loyal. But how did he know about the organization's plan? Ling Han became even more curious about this person as according to the organization's data, he was just a lovesick rich second generation. Now it seemed it might not be that simple. It's okay, if you're not feeling well, I can help Tang Xiao massage. My major is medicine. She extended her hand and placed it on Tang Yu's leg with a smile. Wow, big brother is quite lucky. Ling Han has never treated me this well. Qin Ming teased from the side. What the hell are you teasing me about? Do you want this fortune? Tang Yu chuckled awkwardly and said, Miss Ling is indeed understanding, but it seems but doesn't hurt anymore. As long as it doesn't hurt, let's continue drinking and chatting. Ling Han smiled, raising her glass. Tang Yu nodded, quickly contemplating his strategy in his heart. According to the original plot, Ye Chen ambitious aimed to take down the 4 great families of Su Hang upon returning. The 4 families had immense influence in Su Hang. Once the 4 families were under his control, Ye Chen would rule Su Hang. He would be the undisputed king here. To control the 4 families, besides seducing women, he must also remove his obstacles one by one. Qin Ming, as the male heir of the Qin family, was his obstacle. So he dispatched several elites. The jade-faced fox Ling Han was responsible for the Qin family. After approaching Qin Ming, she would use her beauty to control him and then seduce another young master. Eventually, they would clash and Qin Ming would be poisoned to death by the jade-faced fox. The Qin family would think it was that young master who did it, and after the 2 families went to war, Ye Chen would reap the benefits. Remembering the plot in detail, Tang Yu let out a sigh of relief. I remember now, the rules of the Dragon Soul organization are very strict and cannot be changed casually. This woman and I are just playing a part. Her true targets are still Qin Ming and another unfortunate soul. Since that's the case, I don't need to panic. I just need to play my role well and make her find me repulsive enough to walk away. Hearing all this, Ling Han frowned slightly. This guy actually knew so much about the Dragon Soul organization. It should be known that the organization's power is extremely strong and very mysterious. Outsiders are completely unaware of the internal regulations of their organization. This rich second generation named Tang is definitely not an ordinary person. After adjusting her mindset, Tang Yu moved closer to Ling Han with a lewd smile. Miss Ling is so beautiful. Oh, I wonder if you have a boyfriend. No, are you going to introduce me, young Master Tang? Ling Han said with a smile, leaning her body against Tang Yu, sending him flirtatious glances. Want me to walk away? No way. She wanted to see just how much this guy knew about their organization. Did she know that Qin Ming liked to play the role of the bull-headed man, deliberately putting on a show for him? Well, if that's the case, let's see how it goes. Life is like a play, all about performance, and she could use this to deal with that foolish woman Su Muyue. Tang Yu quickly calculated in his mind. He grinned and wrapped his arms around Ling Han. So, Miss Ling, what are your hobbies? Let me see if I know anyone who shares your interests. Hobbies? I like dancing and music. What about you, young Master Tang? Well, we're quite similar. I enjoy listening to music and watching movies not suitable for children. Tang Yu said seriously. Qin Ming, who was drinking, sprayed all the wine out of his mouth. Dude, your skills in flirting are on par with a caveman. Ling Han pretended to be shy and said, You're so annoying, young Master Tang. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Tang Yu laughed heartily. I always thought young Master Tang couldn't possibly be that kind of person. Exactly how could someone like me enjoy listening to music? Both Ling Han and Qin Ming felt a chill run through them. Young Master Tang, you are quite humorous. Ling Han had to compliment Tang Yu again, leaning against him and acting coy. How don't pull that on me, I've had enough of sweet. Women only interfere with my enjoyment of life. Especially Ye Chen's women. But Ye Chen is quite shameless, not letting go of any woman from his organization. Deliberately assigning them impossible, dangerous tasks, then running off to rescue them. Tisk, he takes all the glory for himself. Tang Yu sighed inwardly. Ling Han, however, was utterly shocked. How did this guy know even this? In the past 2 years, she had failed twice on missions and was rescued by the Dragon King. He even got seriously injured while saving her, leaving her deeply moved. But now hearing Tang Yu say this, she suddenly sensed something was off. Because the difficulty of the 2 missions she failed was indeed higher than she had stated. That's why she failed. How much do you really know? Ling Han was extremely curious in her heart. But she couldn't ask, and could only act while listening quietly. Fortunately, at that moment, Su Muyue finally made her entrance. With an imposing presence, she rushed into the Xinghe Club, heading straight for the first high platform. Along the way, people marveled at Su Muyue's beauty, and many approached to strike up conversations. A few men pursued her relentlessly, appearing intent on being clingy. But once they saw Su Muyue reach the first high platform, they dared not act recklessly. Tang Yu. Upon seeing a woman who rivaled her beauty nestled in Tang Yu's embrace, Su Muyue's eyes burned with fury. What's up? Come to discuss the marriage annulment. Tang Yu smiled faintly, finally getting to see this troublesome woman. Did you see that? Here I am embracing such a gorgeous woman, and you can still tolerate it. Don't hesitate, go ahead and explode today. You are allowed to splash me with wine. Come on, don't pity me just because I'm a delicate flower. It show the dignity of a leading lady. Su Muyue instantly understood his intentions upon hearing his thoughts. Indeed, this guy deliberately posted a short video to provoke her, wanting to force her to give up on the marriage. Humph. She would not give in to his wishes. Her expression softened a bit as she sat next to Tang Yu and said, "What annulment. We finally came together. What are you? I saw you drinking alone here, so I thought I'd join you for a drink." Qin Ming was left dumbfounded at the sight. Damn it, he finally understood why his brother said Su Muyue was acting strangely. The typically cold Su Muyue actually tolerated her fiancé, embracing another beauty, and could calmly speak like that. Seeing Su Muyue sitting beside him pouring a glass of wine for him, Tang Yu was completely stunned. "Why are you breaking? Sister, it's already gone green on your head. Can you still tolerate this? Quick, follow your true feelings. Think about who you are. You are Su Muyue, the Ice Mountain Su, you understand? How about this? Let's make an exception today. You can slap me once and call me shameless, then we can annul the marriage, okay? Don't hesitate, it's a great opportunity today. You need to prove yourself well. If you don't, how will Ling Han report back to the Dragon King saying that we are innocent? Then you can drink elsewhere. You're disturbing me and Miss Ling from having a drink here." Tang Yu wrapped his arms around Ling Han, revealing a lewd expression as he provocatively said, "Did you see that? This is what a shameless beast looks like. If you can't stand it, hurry up and leave. Don't force me to be even more shameless. I have a very flexible moral bottom line. I can do anything." Ling Han trembled slightly, nearly slapping Tang Yu across the face. This bastard playing such a clever game, taking advantage of her and trying to use her. She clenched her teeth in secret. This little brat was doomed. Su Muyue felt both angry and amused within. This guy's clumsy acting. Did he take her for an idiot? You want to force me away? No way. You all drink as you wish. Who I won't interfere. Once you're tired of playing, we can go home. Su Muyue gently held Tang Yu's arm. Tang Yu seriously suspected that Su Muyue was not herself. Has Wu Dalong possessed her? Is this something a carbon-based life form can say? What about your identity and position? Calm down, such dog-like lines are mine, don't confuse the identities. Hurry, after finishing this glass of wine, sweep away the hunger and return to your true self. Don't look at me like that. These 3 years I've made you suffer too much just to test you. From now on I want you to be the happiest man in the world. You can do whatever you want, and I won't blame you." Su Muyue said softly. Tang Yu took a deep breath, feeling his legs go a bit weak. This woman, she was truly going to kill. Are you playing for real? Fine, isn't it just a matter of lowering the bar? Damn, I can't take it anymore. Forget it, if I pull through I'll have no face left. Sigh, if it really doesn't work, I'll pull Ling Han away first. If she keeps listening, it'll be impossible to play along. After clearing his thoughts, Tang Yu smirked. Suit yourself, drink slowly. Miss Ling and I are heading to the restroom. Don't come over and disturb us. After saying this, he stood up with Ling Han and left the first high platform. Qin Ming stood beside them dumbfounded. Damn it, bro, why are you all so wild today? I am the king of the night scene, and I'm not even half as open as you guys. Su Muyue really didn't follow them, leisurely sipping a glass of champagne, her mood both happy and complex. The happy part was that this guy wasn't messing around, just acting. But his attitude towards her resistance left Su Muyue feeling quite complicated. Was his affection for her over the past 3 years all fake? Cradled in Tang Yu's arms, Ling Han stood poised to lash out at a moment's notice. In her line of work, she weaponized her beauty to ensnare her targets. But she would never permit a target to become truly intimate with her. Fortunately, after Tang Yu twirled her once, he led her out through the back door of the Xinghe Club. Young Master Tang, why did you bring me here? She murmured with a shy air. Tang Yu slipped off a watch worth millions and pressed it into Ling Han's hand. A gift. I like sensible girls who do not constantly ask for money, he said. Women like Su Muyue who come from my wealth simply turn my stomach. They'll go back and speak with her about annulling the engagement. We'll drink together another time, okay? With that, Tang Yu swaggered back into the Xinghe Club. His mood brightened considerably. No matter how well Su Muyue acted, he was still a cut above her. Ling Han would surely tell Ye Chen everything she heard. By then, Ye Chen, that fool, would hardly think he was competing with him for a woman, would he? Ling Han casually stowed the watch Tang Yu had given her. As an assassin, she did like money. She quickly returned to the car, dialed Ye Chen on her phone, and the call was soon answered. What's wrong, Hainer? Is the mission going smoothly? Came Ye Chen's voice. Hearing him call her Hainer usually warmed Ling Han's heart. But after hearing Tang Yu's candid words, a subtle change had crept into her feelings about Ye Chen's intimate address. She found herself reflexively averse, even thinking him somewhat insincere. I've already closed in on the target, but I encountered Tang Yu and Su Muyue while approaching, she reported. Tang Yu. What was he doing with Su Muyue? They're drinking at a bar. Is that guy trying to get Su Muyue drunk? Then do something nasty to her. Ye Chen was seething on the other end of the line. The woman he loved, no one would be allowed to lay a finger on her. Otherwise, when the Dragon King is enraged, blood will run like rivers. After a brief hesitation, Ling Han replied, they haven't drunk much, but they're cuddling. Su Muyue seemed very forward. Impossible. Su Muyue only has eyes for me. How could she intentionally get close to another man? Keep watch over her and protect her, understand? Ye Chen barked into the phone. How about this, Dragon King? What if I change plans and infiltrate the Tang family to get close to Tang Yu? That way I can better protect Su Muyue, Ling Han proposed. She no longer had the heart for the mission, as she only wanted to get near Tang Yu and extract more information from him. This man even knew secrets about the Longhan organization. Perhaps he could answer the very question she had been probing all. Fine. Interchange your plan for now. The Qin family can wait. Remember, do not let him touch my woman under. Ye Chen shouted the command over the phone. He wore a security guard uniform with a radio clipped to his chest, patrolling a high-end compound in Suong. After leaving the Wang household, he had hurried here to take a new job. Indeed, this was the Dragon King's usual method of courting: assume a humble role to get close, then reveal strength to spark curiosity and love. He planned to adopt a lowly identity to approach a woman, later displaying his might to make her curious and fall for him. But no sooner had he finished shouting than a rotund man rode up in a patrol buggy. It was the compound's security manager, Liang Fifan. He strode over, kicked Ye Chen in the backside, and cursed angrily. New guy, are you out of your mind? Who told you to shout into the phone while on duty? What do you mean, touch your woman? What, did someone steal your doll? After the kick, Ye Chen burned with fury. Just a mere security manager. How dare he lay hands on the dignified Dragon King? Were this not in the country, that man would already be a corpse. But for the sake of his seduction plan, he forced himself to endure, gritting his teeth, as he said. Manager Liang, company rules permit taking calls during work hours. Company rules, my foot. Subordinates don't talk back to superiors. I'm not talking back, I'm reasoning with you. Save your reasoning. If you don't like it, quit, idiot. Liang spat on the ground and swaggered away on his buggy. Ye Chen stood trembling with fury. Once his plan to charm her succeeded, that man would be the first to be dealt with. Tang could wait, Liang came first. On the other end, Ling Han had already hung up with a look of disdain. After hearing Tang's yes frank words, she felt as if her intelligence had been greatly sharpened. Her contempt for Ye Chen deepened. A man who would stoop to such lengths to woo a woman. Did he truly deserve to lead an organization? By the time Tang Yu returned to the #1 dais, Su Muyue was already slumped over a table. Indeed, her tolerance for alcohol was poor. After fewer than 3 drinks, she had been knocked out. Qin Ming stood nearby guarding her. When he saw Tang Yu, he exclaimed in disbelief. Damn, big brother, you finished in 3 minutes. Finish my ass. I didn't do anything. I sent her away. That woman is dangerous. Don't get involved with her again, understand? Tang Yu frowned as he warned him. Having taken over this body, he had inherited its memories. In his heart, he still held affection for this brother Qin Ming. As a so-called villain, Qin Ming's death had been rather undeserved. Simply for refusing to let the family enterprise be taken, he became an obstacle Ye Chen felt compelled to remove. In the end, the concept of villain depends on one's perspective. Readers who vicariously adopt the Dragon King's vantage in a rousing tale naturally revel in it. But if you sympathize with the villain and stand opposite the Dragon King, that experience is a deliciously sour thrill. Fine, whatever you say, big brother, Qin Ming answered with a smile. He agreed without asking why. Women are everywhere. Find another if necessary. He gestured to the slumped Su Muyue and asked, so what now? They'll take her back, Tang Yu said, exasperated. If she can't drink, she shouldn't. There was no need to overdo it for the sake of a performance. If he took advantage of her in that state, wouldn't the Dragon King become the cuckolded party? Then again, perhaps that would be rather Shaking his head, Tang Yu dismissed the dangerous thought. Better to keep quietly surviving as a villain for now. Trying to steal the heroine from the protagonist was far too risky. Hoisting Su Muyue onto his back, Tang Yu immediately felt a soft weight press against him. The mingled scents of her perfume and alcohol were peculiarly intoxicating. Due to having had a few drinks, Tang Yu called 2 of the Tang family's bodyguards to drive him home. Never drive after drinking. Never drink before driving. In every urban Xiangxia-style novel, antagonists who drive under the influence inevitably meet their demise. To survive until the final chapter, one must possess unwavering safety awareness. Only then can one endure the protagonist's wrath. When a black Rolls-Royce pulled up, Tang Yu climbed into the rear seat, with Su Muyue slumped across his back. One of the bodyguards stepped out to drive his own vehicle, the one containing the poison, back to the Tang residence. 2 luxury cars gliding down the road, one behind the other, gave Tang Yu a deep sense of satisfaction. Being wealthy truly felt exhilarating. If only Ye Chen did not exist in this world, it would be utterly perfect. Drunk Su Muyue's delicate face flushed rosy red, far more endearing than her usual stern, perpetually sullen expression. Move aside. Without hesitation, Tang Yu pushed her head away. The driver glanced into the rearview mirror and nearly swerved the car into the river. Good heavens! Was this truly the same young master who once groveled without fail? Even the most loyal hound would bow in admiration at his mastery of servility. He'd even heard colleagues recount how the young master had personally licked Su Mrs. High Heels. Once his father, enraged by his son's utter lack of dignity, had beaten him soundly, so fiercely that several leather belts snapped, landing the young master in the hospital. Yet the very next day, he slipped out of the hospital in secret, clutching a bouquet of roses, and waited again outside Su Mrs. office for her to finish work. Pushed aside Su Muyue and merely giggled foolishly and snuggled closer to Tang Yu. In a voice impossibly soft and tender, she murmured, I just want to cling to you. Tang Yu stared bewildered, then suddenly remembered. Her mother had passed away from cancer when she was very young. Her father, Su Zhongshan, was fiercely ambitious. devoted entirely to revitalizing the Su family, leaving little time for her, and imposing relentless discipline. Amid loneliness and unrelenting pressure, she forged a willful, fiercely competitive nature, growing ever colder and more self-reliant. That icy mask shielded her, repelling all who sought closeness, while silently protecting her fragile core. Yet when intoxicated, she shed that mask entirely, revealing a vulnerable, affectionate side, like a trusting puppy surrendering itself without reservation. But why are you showing me this? Damn it. What are you doing with your hands? As Su Muyue began scrambling onto his lap, Tang Yu desperately tried to push her away. He vastly overestimated himself. By the author's contrivance as the antagonist, he was merely an ordinary rich, handsome, and privileged young man, utterly unremarkable in physical prowess. Su Muyue, however, as the story's foremost heroine, possessed formidable martial training, capable of subduing 3 or 4 burly men single-handedly. Tang Yu, whose strength barely matched that of a single thug, stood no chance against her in raw physical contest. His resistance was sheer humiliation. Once atop him, Su Muyue burst into gleeful laughter. "Come on, let's kiss." She puckered her lips, swaying her head playfully as she drew nearer to Tang Yu. "Damn it, stay back. Old one, pull her off me." Tang Yu struggled fiercely, but his wrists were already pinned tight beneath her grip. All he could do was jerk his head sideways, evading her advances. Damn it. If she succeeded, she'd surely kill him. "Young master, I'm driving. On the elevated highway, I can't assist you." The bodyguard replied, helplessly feigning concern while secretly scoffing inwardly. What nonsense. When a beauty throws herself at you, why play the prude? If you're truly so righteous, why not spend 3 years groveling like you did? Despite Tang Yu's frantic writhing, Su Muyue failed repeatedly to land a kiss on his lips. His cheeks, however, bore several vivid crimson lipstick marks. After several successful pecks, she sighed contentedly, let out a loud hiccup, and fixed him with an unblinking stare. "I kissed you so many times. Why haven't you kissed me back? You're seriously this bold?" Tang Yu was on the verge of tears. What on earth is wrong with her? This wasn't Su Muyue. This was a ravenous, seductive demoness. "Who told you not to lick me anymore? You promised to lick me for life. You broke your word." Her lower lip trembled slightly, voice tinged with sorrow. "But I licked you for 3 whole years, and never once succeeded. Then why not try 3 more years? What happens if I do? You'll become a grand, devoted hound." Su Muyue grinned mischievously. Tang Yu concluded she was profoundly intoxicated. Her emotional whiplash was nothing short of astonishing. Suddenly she pressed her cheek against his and rubbed gently, whispering plaintively, "I'm sorry, I know you're upset. What if I lick you instead? Please don't ignore me." Her sudden coquettishness caught him completely off guard. Hardly a few seconds after speaking, she collapsed onto him, fast asleep. Tang Yu exhaled deeply at last. At last, she'd finally stilled. If this continued, his pristine, untouched body might well be compromised. 10 minutes later, the car rolled to a stop before the Tang residence. Tang Yu had no intention of returning Su Muyue home. She was far too intoxicated, and delivering her to the Su family would raise uncomfortable questions. Besides, the Tang estate was vast. Accommodating her overnight posed no difficulty. The moment Tang Yu stepped out of the car carrying Su Muyue on his back, he saw his father Tang Gangxing standing rigidly at the main gate, his face as dark as burnt coal. Half an hour earlier, Tang Gangxing had been relaxing at home, idly browsing his phone, when an old friend sent him a video link. Upon opening it, he witnessed his son, leering lewdly, embracing 4 women over drinks. The boy even shouted, "I'm not a scoundrel. I simply wish to give them all a home." It left Tang Gangxing seething. How dare this wretched child betray his trust so soon, after he'd painstakingly secured the engagement? Now seeing his son emerge from the car with a woman draped across his back and lipstick smudged across his face, he slowly withdrew his leather belt. A father sees his son alive and reaches for his belt. "Whoa, Dad, calm down." Tang Yu nearly leapt backward, already knowing precisely what punishment loomed. "Calm down. You've barely secured the marriage, and already you're revealing your true nature. Bringing women home to..." Tang Gangxing sneered, coldly tightening his grip on the belt. "It's not just anyone. It's Su Muyue. We went drinking together. That short video. Just a joke. Qin Ming asked me to film it for his fan growth." Tang Yu hastily shifted blame elsewhere. Tang Gangxing studied the sleeping woman closely and recognized his future daughter-in-law. His expression softened slightly, and he slid the belt back into place. Several bodyguards who had been concealed nearby to prevent Tang Yu's escape now emerged from the shadows, faces faintly embarrassed. His mother Xia Hongying also appeared, holding a box of Yunnan Baiyao. Well now, beatings and treatment all in one seamless service. Tang Yu carried Su Muyue home on his back, his face dark with exasperation. "How much wine did you pour down Muyue's throat? Look at her, completely drunk." Tang Gangxing frowned and scolded. "She insisted on drinking herself. 3 cups, and she was done." "Nonsense. Muyue would never step foot in such places for alcohol. Don't think I can't read your mind, boy." Tang Gangxing rebuked him without restraint. After all, they were both men. How could this young man possibly conceal such transparent intentions? Tang Yu remained silent, inwardly wailing, "Didn't you see the lipstick stains all over my face? Surely I didn't press my own face against hers." Once home, Tang Yu's mother gently guided Su Muyue toward the bedroom. I'll take Muyue to rest in your room first. And you're absolutely forbidden from taking her out drinking again. Why put Muyue in your room? Let her stay in the guest room instead. Tang Gangxing voiced mild disapproval. His wife was kind-hearted in every way, except when it came to indulging their son. Even this arranged marriage had been vigorously championed by her within the household, though otherwise he'd never have swallowed his pride to agree. His wife nodded with a gentle smile, fully grasping his meaning. Tang Gangcheng then turned to Tang Yu, speaking with solemn earnestness. I know you've admired her for years, but some things cannot be rushed. Consent must be freely given. If you scheme again, I'll break all 3 of your legs. You're overthinking it, father. I truly hold no interest in her. Then who do you fancy? The Wang family's daughter. Or Qin Ku Xi? Tang Gangxing raised an eyebrow. Tang Yu fell silent. Either choice felt like walking straight into doom. Of the 4 great clans, excluding the Tang, Ye Chen had already captured the affections of beauties from the other 3. In effect, he'd conquered those families not through strength or strategy, but through romance. That was the most absurd conceit of this genre of fiction. Could elite aristocratic families truly abandon all dignity? Would they really allow their cherished daughters to serve one man alongside other women, and heap familial resources upon him without reservation? Ridiculous. After enduring his father's ear-tugging lecture for what felt like an eternity, Tang Yu narrowly escaped a beating. Back in his room, he washed up and sank blissfully into his bed, worth several 100,000 yuan. The life of the wealthy was indeed simple, unadorned, and profoundly dull. When his mother left the guest room, Su Muyue, who had appeared deeply asleep, slowly opened her eyes. She was now fully lucid, or rather she had never been that intoxicated to begin with. Even while drunk in the car, her reason had remained intact. Yet under the influence of alcohol, she hadn't particularly wanted to cling to rationality. Instead, she'd longed to surrender to instinct, to do what she dared not normally do and say what she dared not normally speak. She'd even tried just once to shed her own mask, as he did. But now fully sober, the memory filled her with genuine embarrassment. She'd only wanted to talk with him. So why had she kissed him so boldly? It's over. I'll never be able to face him tomorrow. She pressed her burning cheeks and sighed softly. She truly shouldn't have touched a drop of wine. Lost in thought, she tossed and turned until nearly 3 o'clock before finally drifting off. At dawn the next day, a knock roused her from sleep. Muyue, are you awake? Time for breakfast, called Tang Yu's mother from outside the door. Yes, Annie. Su Muyue rubbed her drowsy eyes and reluctantly rose to wash and dress. Exhaustion had left faint shadows beneath her eyes. As she stepped out, she nearly collided with Tang Yu, still in his pajamas. He looked bright-eyed and energetic, though his expression grew oddly guarded the moment he saw her. He offered a casual greeting. Morning. Why is she staring at me like that? Did she remember last night? Ugh, drunkard. Never again will I drink with her. My pristine, untarnished virtue hangs in the balance. Hearing his inner monologue, Su Muyue felt her cheeks burn anew, recalling the car ride. Too flustered to meet his gaze, she murmured a quiet, good morning, and quickly lowered her head, stepping past him. Excellent. That's precisely how you should behave. Keep your distance, understand? A heroine must act like a heroine. Last night's incident. I'll reluctantly forgive you. Tang Yu followed behind, smugly satisfied. At last she's acting normal. When they reached the dining table, breakfast was already laid out. Tang Yu's mother had risen before dawn to prepare it herself. Not a single dish entrusted to the chef. After all, this was the future daughter-in-law's first breakfast at their home. A special occasion demanding extra care. Good morning, uncle and auntie. Su Muyue greeted them warmly. Good morning, Muyue, they replied in unison, smiling broadly. They held her in high regard. Beautiful, capable, her one flaw. A certain chill in her demeanor. One that had reduced their son to a devoted 3-year supplicant. Tang Yu added his own greeting, pulled out a chair, and began devouring a plate of steamed buns. What are you doing? Eating all by yourself? Serve Muyue something. Tang Yu's mother frowned as she watched him dig in. If she's hungry, she can serve herself. It's not like she's a child. Tang Yu shrugged. Serving her food. Not happening. Never in this lifetime. Let her eat, or don't. I'm no chow chow. I won't tend to anyone's harem. Women. They only hinder my survival till the final chapter. Hearing his thoughts, Su Muyue suddenly felt an urge to grind her teeth. This wretch, just serving food. It's not like he'd lose a limb. With gentle remorse, she said, It's quite all right, uncle and auntie. I serve myself perfectly well. I'm truly sorry for causing trouble last night by drinking too much. No trouble at all. It's entirely this good for nothing's fault. He dragged you out drinking. Next time he tries, tell your uncle. We'll beat him senseless. Tang Gangxing spoke kindly. Honestly, I didn't take her out. I swear, asked Qin Ming. Tang Yu stared blankly. Am I now the household's designated scapegoat? No, it was my idea to go with him. I'm to blame, uncle. Please don't scold him. Su Muyue bit her lip, her expression tenderly contrite. Her words only deepened Tang Gangxing and his wife's approval. Look at her, already so considerate and understanding even before becoming family. To shield him from reprimand, she'd willingly lie. Damn it, she's performing for me again. Now she's currying favor with my parents. Is this level of theatrics even necessary? Ah, I get it. She's deliberately manipulating me, avoiding the burden of breaking off the engagement by letting me shoulder the blame. Cunning woman, fine. I yield. After this internal reckoning, Tang Yu finally understood. Swallowing the last bite of a steamed bun, he cleared his throat and spoke. Father, mother, you've seen for yourselves we simply aren't compatible. Perhaps this arranged marriage. Before he could finish, Tang Gangsheng had already uncoiled his belt and fixed him with a sharp sidelong glance. What was that? Tang Yu swallowed the rest of his sentence. A beating at dawn. Hardly an appetizing start to the day. Father, don't strike him. Perhaps I have failed somewhere and upset him. I will change. Su Muyue pleaded, eyes full of grievance as she looked at Tang father. Sai, why do you indulge him so? The fellow is just asking to be taught a lesson. Tang father found himself looking upon Su Muyue more approvingly, sighed, and put the belt away. My son stubbornly refused all advice and insisted on being a sycophant. Once he became one, it lasted a full 3 years. Now that he has finally won the beauty's favor, he starts acting up again. If that isn't begging to be punished, what is? Amid the joyous chatter of Tang father, Tang mother, and Su Muyue, breakfast at last came to an end. Tang Yu felt like an outsider. Under the threat of the belt, he dared not utter another word. Tumwang Group. The general manager's office. Wang Yixue was leafing through an investigative report concerning the French Fercy company. Since hearing Tang Ye's inner thoughts the last time, the information under her control had only grown. After days of inquiry, the truth now lay exposed before her. Fercy company indeed had serious problems. Moreover, Ye Chen, the vice president who had been pushing this deal recently, had 20 million yuan suddenly appear in his wife's bank account. She had her people trace the source of that transfer and found it came from a movie star named Hina. The patron keeping that actress turned out to be her own cousin Wang Rulong. If she was not mistaken, that 20 million was likely a deposit for Ye Chen. Wang Rulong, what audacity to collude with outsiders. A cold glint flashed in Wang Yixu's eyes. She had cemented her authority at a young age through sharp intellect and ruthless methods. She would show no leniency to such a turncoat, even if he were her cousin. Yet beyond Wang Rulong, there was another figure who occupied her mind. Ye Chen. He had been placed on her list of targets, but she had not yet uncovered his origins. His identity was veiled in a haze of mystery. The only lead she could find pointed to an investment firm called Huajin. Half a month ago, the firm had injected massive capital into Fercy Company, becoming its largest shareholder. But the firm was not registered under Ye Chen's name. This man was deeply concealed. She thought, do not alarm them. Wang Yixue was a patient strategist. Only by casting a long line could one hook a great fish. She made a call, and about 10 minutes later, a dignified middle-aged man entered. He was the company's vice president, Ye Chen. President Wang, you wanted to see me. Ye Chen smiled as he entered, his eyes furtively appraising Wang Yixue. Ever since the young lady took charge of the company, executives like them had been treated to quite a spectacle. Mr. Li, how many years have you served at our company? Wang Yixue asked. Exactly 30 years. I have devoted my life to the company. Ye Chen laughed. Is that so? Wang Yixue suddenly slammed the table and said coldly, did you devote it to the company or to Wang Rulong's 100 million? A flicker of panic crossed Ye Chen's eyes. 100 million. Such a sum made him uneasy. He nevertheless kept his composure and feigned ignorance. President Wang, what do you mean? I dislike idle talk. You know how the Wang family deals with traitors. If you will not think of yourself, then think of your family, Wang Yixue said with an icy threat. The matter concerned the entire Wang household, as she would not spare an ounce of mercy. Ye Chen's legs went weak, and he fell to his knees begging. President Wang, this has nothing to do with my family. Oh, I was forced into this by young Master Rulong. Soon Ye Chen had confessed everything. Wang Yixue listened impassively and leaned back in her chair, inwardly shaken. All of it had been perfectly foretold by Tang Ye's inner voice. So Ye Chen has designs on me, does he? She thought with a cold, inward smile. A scheme for vengeance had already formed in her mind. She spoke. Ye Chen, I'll give you one chance. Go to Wang Rulong and tell him I approve this cooperation. The finance department will transfer the funds within 24 hours. Ye Chen could hardly believe his ears. President Wang knowingly walking into a trap. Do as I say, have him press Fercy to expedite the payment into the cooperation account. Wang Yixue did not wish to elaborate further. Very well. Thank you for the opportunity, President Wang. I will handle it properly, Ye Chen said. He nodded repeatedly, breathed a long sigh of relief, and wiped the cold sweat from his brow. After leaving the office, he stepped into the elevator to find Wang Rulong. As the elevator doors opened, Wang Rulong emerged holding a file. Mr. Li, how did it go? Seeing Ye Chen, Wang Rulong hurried over and threw an arm around his shoulders, excitement evident. President Wang has agreed. She is signing the contract and told me to notify finance to transfer the funds. Ye Chen answered hastily. Wang Rulong's face shone with elation. His cousin had finally consented. With this success, the general manager position would soon fall into his hands. As for his cousin, she could obediently be married off. Why should a woman compete with him for power? By the way, President Wang also asked me to remind you to contact Fercy Company and urge them to transfer the funds to advance the project. Ye Chen reminded him. All right. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Li. They'll have the remaining 80 million transferred to you later. Wang Rulong patted him heavily on the shoulder and returned to his office to call Ye Chen. At that moment, Ye Chen was patrolling the residential compound. The call from Wang Rulong brightened his mood instantly. All right, I understand. Prepare to take over Tungwan Group, he promised, then hung up. A thin chill darkened his fools, he snorted, then placed a call to the Longhun organization. For this Fairseeding Wang collaboration, Tungwan Group was to provide 50 billion yuan. Fairseed Company, however, was expected to contribute 30 billion and supply technical personnel. In truth, Fairseed had become a hollow shell. Thus, the funds had to come from the Longhun organization. He was playing the long game. The money would be frozen only once he had conquered Wang Yixue. The Wang family's wealth, amounting to hundreds of billions, would be his. When the call connected, a deep masculine voice answered. Dragon King, your orders. Transfer 30 billion to Fairseed Company. Understood. Should it come from your personal account or, of course, from the organization's account, it will be returned later. It's merely 30 billion, Ye Chen replied with displeasure. His personal fortune rested in a foundation reaping vast daily returns. If public funds could be used, he would never touch his own. Very well, the man on the other end said, his tone tinged with At that moment, a patrol car happened to drive by. The driver was none other than manager Liang Fifan. As he drove up, he heard Ye Chen on the phone exclaiming, "Isn't it just 300 billion?" His brows furrowed involuntarily. He stopped the car and glared at Ye Chen, cursing, "You new guy, do you have shit for brains? Do you think it's impossible to not show off all day? It's just 300 billion. Even the paper in your trash can doesn't amount to that much." He warned, "This is your final warning. If I see you bragging at work again, this old Chinese medicine practitioner will have to teach you a lesson." He pointed at Ye Chen with his rubber baton, scolding him. He genuinely found this newcomer displeasing. No matter where he went, he always acted arrogantly, strutting around like he owned the place. In recent days, he had even been secretly going through the owner's information, making Liang suspect if this guy was a thief scouting for a heist. Just moments ago, Ye Chen, who had a smile on his face, suddenly turned ashen. He glared at Liang Fifan with resentment, constantly reminding himself to endure. Until his plan to attract women was complete, it wasn't time to deal with him. After Liang Fifan left, Ye Chen continued his patrol with a grudge. Once the Longhun organization transferred the money to the Fars Company, Wang Yixue, who had been closely monitored, received the news immediately. "Finally, we've got them hooked." A smile spread across Wang Yixue's face. After this money was deposited in the Fars Company, it would be difficult for them to retrieve it. She had also thoroughly investigated the tax evasion issues concerning Fars Company. In France, tax evasion was severely judged, and if caught, they would face astronomical fines. By her estimates, this 300 billion might not even cover the fines. But that wasn't all. She looked into Huajin Investment Company, whose assets were around 500 billion. 300 billion was still not a significant loss for them. Her revenge had only just begun. After some thought, she took out her phone and sent a message to Tang Yu via WeChat. "Let's go out for a meal. I have business to discuss with you." At that moment, Tang Yu had just arrived at his company, barely settling in, when he received Wang Yixue's message. "Business? I might consider a deal worth billions." Tang Yu chuckled, but after some consideration, he still felt it was inappropriate. Keeping a distance from the female lead was the only way to survive. He had finally managed to enjoy a lavish life as a rich and handsome man these past few days, and just wanted to live a peaceful life. "I'm busy," he replied with just 2 words while also sending a panda emoji. "Is that so? Well, I accidentally found some old photos while clearing my phone yesterday and forgot to delete them. I wonder what would happen if I posted them on social media." Wang Yixue quickly replied with a message and even sent a picture. Tang Yu glanced at it, and his expression instantly changed. "What the hell, isn't that a picture of me in her room? In the photo, I was holding a cute little white underwear with a lewd smile on my face. Any passerby seeing this photo would think I'm a perverted guy stealing underwear. Damn it, didn't I delete it? What about the most basic trust between people, eh?" Tang Yu cursed in distress. Would you like a chance to rephrase?" Wang Yixue quickly replied again. "Where? Deep Sea Restaurant. Behave yourself, Mua." Taking a deep breath, Tang Yu left the company with tears in his eyes. When he arrived at the Deep Sea Restaurant, Wang Yixue was already waiting at the door. She waved at Tang Yu with a smile as she spotted him from afar. Today she was wearing a white 3/4 sleeve shirt, and due to her well-developed figure, one worried whether the buttons at her chest would pop open. A light gray professional short skirt hugged her curvy hips, and her beautiful legs wrapped in black stockings were tantalizing. Whether in a cheapao or professional attire, she exuded a unique charm. Many men around were secretly admiring this beautiful woman. They had just attempted to flirt with her, hoping to get her contact information. Unfortunately, none succeeded. Wang Yixue's answer was always that she was waiting for her boyfriend. So they stood there admiring the beauty while also wanting to see what kind of jerk could win her over. When they saw Tang Yu approaching, this group of people was persuaded. No need to say more that Bugatti Veyron proved that this guy was on a different level from them. Moreover, he was tall and handsome. Damn it, why do good women end up with dogs, eh? They could only silently curse and, "Do we have to discuss business here?" Tang Yu said, coldly, displeasure evident on his face. "Damn, isn't Deep Sea Restaurant a place that devours people? Even as a digging immortal, I can't stand it. Is this business, or are we discussing a multi-billion deal?" Digging immortal? Multi-billion deal? Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue's lips twitched. Was this guy afraid? Even if she really did, it would be him benefiting, alright. Of course it's romantic here, she said, extending her arm. "What are you doing? Linking arms, or do you want to hold hands directly, or let me wrap my arm around yours?" Please be a little more discreet. Let's just discuss business properly. Tang Yu coldly rejected. Linking arms. This woman is off her rocker. Playing around in a public place, and soon the whole city will know I've gotten close with you. Control yourself, understand. It's natural to have desires, but you must control yourself. Oh, then how come the person in that photo had no sense of propriety? You even took my private clothing, Wang Yixue exclaimed. Tang Yu realized that this woman was indirect. He had no choice but to obediently wrap his arm around Wang Yixue's. The deep-sea restaurant resembled however, it was not open to tourists, and it was a membership-only restaurant. Dining here felt like being underwater, a luxurious, yet romantic place. Many wealthy people loved to bring their partners here for a meal. One reason was that it was romantic. The other was that the lighting was intentionally dimmed with candlelight illuminating the dining experience. People enjoy doing secretive things in the dark. That's how they pursue excitement. Just try going to the university's grove at night. With a flashlight, you might discover quite a few hidden gems. Many people came here to dine in private booths. Even before the meal started, some were already indulging. If the fish in the aquarium were wise, they would have long learned all the positions of human reproduction. Thus Tang Yu always thought that the owner of this restaurant must be a lecher. Don't go into the private booths dining outside. Even if I entered a booth, it wouldn't matter. I wouldn't succumb. Ever heard the saying, a sparrow cannot match a true dragon, even though you don't exactly count as a sparrow, haha. Do you have private booths? She asked a waiter. No problem. Let's just dine in the main area. Tang Yu chuckled inwardly. Fortunately, the restaurant was bustling today. This ensured his safety. Fine, dining in the main area works too. Wang Yixue had no strong preference for a booth. Seeing Tang Yu's cheerful expression, she instantly understood what amused him. He'd have far more to smile about soon. After they were seated, the waiter replaced their candles with 2 fresh incense-scented ones. Darling, what would you like to eat? Wang Yixue held the menu and asked with a gentle smile. Anything is fine. I'm not particularly hungry when dining with you. And please stop calling me darling. Tang Yu replied coolly. Damn, it's clear something's off with this woman. Isn't this supposed to be a business meeting? What kind of deal is this? I'm not selling myself. Professor Wang, please, this won't work. You're a wonderful person, but frankly you're too good for me. Oh, then let's order the couple's set meal. With a soft laugh, Wang Yixue handed the menu to the waiter and gave her high heel a subtle shake until it slipped off. She lightly tapped Tang Yu's calf with her foot wrapped in sheer black stockings. What are you doing? Tang Yu immediately tensed, eyes sharp with alarm. Oh my, this isn't appropriate here. Maintain decorum in public. Please don't rub your foot sweat onto my leg. It itches, Wang Yixue retorted, half amused, half exasperated. Your feet aren't sweaty. They're meticulously groomed every day. Then why keep rubbing them against me? They smell awful. Tang Yu grumbled, glancing surreptitiously at her feet. What a sin, to wear black stockings here. I've spent 10 years filleting fish at Artemart. My heart is colder than a butcher's blade. Nothing stirs it anymore. Except black stockings. Just teasing. I'm exhausted from walking in heels all day. Come on, massage. Wang Yixue urged, playfully eager to see how long this reserved man could hold out. Dream on, Tang Yu scoffed. Aren't we here to discuss business? I'm too tired to talk right now, but if someone massages my feet, I'll feel refreshed. She brazenly rested her foot upon his thigh. Her legs were pale, long, elegantly slender, yet subtly toned, the kind that would make even professional leg models envious. For women less confident in their legs, black stockings serve as a modest veil. For a woman like Wang Yixue, however, they carry a distinct, intoxicating allure. How dare she? If she slides her foot any closer, this stops being dinner and becomes something else entirely. No wonder she chose this place. I should have insisted on a private booth. Being seen like this would be social suicide. I can call a waiter to assist you. Tang Yu feigned annoyance as he gently lifted her foot from his thigh. The moment his fingers made contact, Wang Yixue shivered faintly, as though struck by an electric current. Her tremor made his hand jerk involuntarily. Why are you touching my foot? How utterly perverse you are, she murmured, biting her lip with feigned embarrassment. Tang Yu frowned, exasperated. Why did he suddenly seem like the lecherous one? Then a thought struck him, right? I've been too passive. By always retreating, I've only encouraged her to tease me. If I take the initiative, can her audacity possibly run? I'm the most shameless man in the village. Even watching dogs mount dogs holds my attention. Why should I fear her? Are you certain you want me to massage your legs? Tang Yu deliberately mimicked the Dragon King's signature enigmatic smirk, though his execution fell woefully short. While Ye Chen's lips could arch precisely 90 degrees, Tang Yu managed barely 30. Go ahead. Wang Yixue blushed faintly, her heart already dancing with delight. Oomph. Today I'll see just how thick your face truly is. The dim lighting concealed their underfeedable antics. Tang Yu took a deep breath and gently kneaded her calf. Though separated by sheer silk, his fingertips still registered the supple, velvety smoothness of her skin. Goodness, her skin is impeccably maintained. Wang Yixue trembled delicately from time to time, cheeks flushed, head bowed in silent modesty. He found her reaction deeply satisfying. He knew it. He'd pegged her correctly, all bravado, no follow-through. When it came to real confrontation, she stood no chance against him. So now you're shy? This is your retribution for provoking me. You lit this fire. You'll have to extinguish it yourself. Yet after 10 minutes, Tang Yu sensed something was amiss. Wang Yixue remained quietly bashful, head lowered, speech. Seriously, how can you still show no reaction? Even friction-based fire-making would have succeeded by now. Where's your sense of shame? Why persist in this stubborn resistance? Drop your final shred of pride. Surrender to me now. Say it aloud, I'm sorry, brother Tang Yu. Tang Yu raged inwardly. What on earth was this woman playing at? Did she possess no sense of shame whatsoever? Or was his approach simply too mild for her to feel challenged? Fortunately, the waiter arrived just then, balancing their dishes. Here is your couple's set meal, esteemed guests. She placed the plates on the table with a warm smile and uncorked a bottle of red wine for them. Thank you, here's your tip. Tang Yu nearly wept with gratitude. He hastily withdrew Wang Yixue's foot and fumbled open his wallet, handing the waiter a thick wad of cash. He truly couldn't endure much longer. Thank you, young Master Tang, the waiter replied, accepting the money with repeated, truly worthy of the title, handsome and generous. Tang Yu rose and said to Wang Yixue, I'll wash my hands. Please start eating. Of course. Wang Yixue lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with mischievous triumph. She wanted nothing more than to slam her palms on the table and burst into laughter. He massaged me for ages, all the while silently cursing why I wouldn't yield. Laughable. She had no intention of losing. Damn, I underestimated her. This woman's face is impossibly thick. Realizing her knowing grin, Tang Yu knew he'd been thoroughly duped and stormed off to wash his hands with grim determination. When he returned, Wang Yixue had already poured his wine and neatly sliced his steak. Like a devoted, affectionate girlfriend, she winked at him. Go ahead, eat up. You've worked hard today. Thank you, Tang Yu replied curtly. Though truth be told, he was genuine. During the meal, Wang Yixue refrained from further teasing and focused attentively on her food. A tranquil silence settled between them. Men appear noble beneath lamplight, women glow ethereal under moonlight. In the flickering candlelight, Wang Yixue suddenly paused mid-motion. She couldn't help but stare at Tang Yu's handsome face, her eyes filled with gentle laughter. According to this guy's inner thoughts, the world she was in was a novel world. For this, she didn't really care as long as she existed in reality. However, according to the plot development, she was not being part of the harem for that guy who looks like he's seriously ill when he smiles. Only someone with a messed-up brain would do that. At least her little Tang Yu is adorable. Oh, just in terms of looks, he could easily outshine that guy. What are you looking at me for? Tang Yu suddenly noticed Wang Yixue's gaze while eating. Tang Yu felt a bit embarrassed. Oh, you're blushing. Come on, let me see. No way. Tang Yu turned her face away. Let me see. Wang Yixue chuckled. You should focus on your meal. Weren't we supposed to discuss business? What? Tang Yu couldn't stand this woman and had to change the topic. Having teased Wang Yixue, who was in high spirits, she finally, I recently planned to invest in a project, but am short 3 billion. Why don't you invest together? 3 billion. Tang Yu was taken aback. With the Tang family's assets, pulling out 3 billion in liquid funds wasn't a big deal. But what did she need 3 billion for at this time? Clearing her throat, Tang Yu said seriously, 3 billion is not a trivial amount. First tell me what project you plan to invest in. It's in new energy. Didn't you think it was pretty good last time? Wang Yixue smiled. Oh fine, then let's consider me investing in this project, but you have to agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? First, don't bother me with trivial matters in the future. You know that men and women should keep their distance, right? Tang Yu stated her first condition, feeling that playing mind games with this enchantress was beyond her capability. She could only ask her to behave. I actually just wanted to seek your help by deliberately using my looks. Wang Yixue nodded vigorously. Anyway, she wouldn't keep her promises. Today you ignored me. Tomorrow I'll still come looking for you. Hee. Tang Yu snorted coldly and said, second, give me your phone. I need to delete all the videos and photos. Damn, so you were deliberately setting me up. This crafty woman, but I fell for it on purpose. Didn't see that coming, did you? Once I delete the photos and videos, you won't be able to threaten me anymore. Wang Yixue hesitated for a moment, then took out her phone and handed it to Tang Yu, saying, then go ahead and delete them. Our promises must be kept. Of course. Tang Yu readily took the phone, first opening WeChat to delete the photos from the records. After deleting the photos, he then opened the file manager to find the videos. Delete. After removing the videos, only the photos in the album remained. He opened the album and was left. In the first photo, Wang Yixue was dressed in a bunny girl costume. Such a provocative outfit on her explosive figure was simply lethal. The black outfit accentuated her skin, which was exceptionally pale and alluring. Furthermore, she had specially changed into a pair of suspender stockings. Wang Yixue in the lens wore an exceedingly seductive smile, as if teasing herself. Damn, I can see this for free. This figure is absurd. I underestimated her. He continuously swiped his fingers across the screen, finally flipping past more than 10 photos of the bunny girl costume. But next there was another set of nurse's attire. The difference was that this time the black stockings were replaced with white ones. I really can't handle this. I didn't expect you to be so bold privately. Too bad our positions are different, so I can't shoot you myself. Speaking of which, who the hell took these? It can't be a guy, right? Ugh, just thinking about it is unpleasant. Tang Yu felt his face getting a little hot. Damn, this is a bit too stimulating. The person was sitting right across from him. Fortunately, after flipping past the nurse outfit, he finally found a candid photo. He quickly deleted the embarrassing history before returning the phone to Wang Yixue. Did you finish deleting? Wang Yixue asked with a sly smile. She was feeling quite pleased inside. Women dress up for the ones they adore, and she had specially taken these photos to tease this guy. She didn't expect he would take the bait himself. And he was even cursing the photographer in his heart. All of these were taken by her. There was no photographer. Well, understanding jealousy is a good thing. I deleted them. Don't do such boring things in the future. Tang Yu cleared his throat, feeling a bit guilty. At this moment, Wang Yixue appeared to him, as if her clothes could change endlessly. Fortunately, she didn't come to me dressed like that. Otherwise, I really couldn't handle it. Which guy can withstand such a test? All right, hurry and transfer the funds. I will notify you once the project is successful. Wang Yixue urged. Tang Yu nodded, taking the phone to call the company. Now he was the one in charge of the Tang Group. The character set for him by the author was that of a very capable antagonist. In every aspect, he was quite perfect, a standard rich and handsome guy. All these setups were for the sake of laying the groundwork. A high and mighty boss who could not attract the woman he had been pursuing for 3 years. Yet Long Wang Ye Chen could easily win her over. Doesn't that make Ye Chen look incredibly impressive? All right, I will transfer it to you within an hour at most. After making the call, Tang Yu felt a lot better. The bunny girl outfit is indeed nice. It would be even better if she wore less. I'll ask Qin Ming to arrange it later. Wang Yixue squinted her eyes. Qin Ming. She almost forgot to settle the score with this guy. Last time he brought Tang Yu to the Star River Club and arranged a bunch of girls for him. She would find someone to deal with him later. At this moment, Qin Ming, who was at the hotel hugging a supermodel and talking about life ideals, suddenly sneezed. After the two came out of the deep-sea restaurant, they each drove back to their respective companies. When Wang Yixue returned, the funds from the Tang Group were already in place. In addition to the 500 billion she had prepared, that made a total of 800 billion. This time she was going for a big score. She wanted that guy named Ye Chen to bleed profusely. He is the protagonist. Tang Yu is the antagonist. I'll play him to death myself and see how he acts as the protagonist. PSO, you're blushing. Oh, let me see your 5-star rating. Delivering this at midnight. France Le Libre. As a media outlet that keeps pace with the times, they began developing their internet business early, and their followers on various social platforms have already surpassed 20 million. Today, they suddenly published a news article, and within just an hour, the number of views had exceeded several million. The news content exposed the tax evasion of Far's company. In the report, Far's company's financial status over the past 7 years was detailed. Upon learning of Far's company's actions, French netizens were furious. Is the French government blind? How could they not discover such things? They are busy sharing the spoils, those bastards. They must be fined heavily. Upon receiving the news, the relevant departments immediately sent personnel to Far's company. They detained several executives to begin an investigation and froze all funds in their accounts. The next day, the investigation results were released. Far's company was found to be engaging in severe tax evasion and would face exorbitant fines. Huajin Company just transferred 300 billion, which is not enough to fill this cavern. After Far's company's collapse, Huajin Investment, as the largest shareholder, also suffered heavy losses. They were exposed for illegally misappropriating funds, and the relevant departments have already intervened in the investigation. After this news broke, Huajin Investment's stock price immediately plummeted. When Ye Chen received this news, he was squatting in the restroom. With paid time for his business, he had to run over here for at least 2 to 3 hours every day. Why was this discovered? Who provided the information? He shouted furiously while holding his phone in the restroom. Far's company's collapse directly shattered his plan to conquer Wang Yixue. The 300 billion funds had not yet been invested in the project and had now gone directly into the French government's pocket. 300 billion. For him, not picking up money when going out is a loss. Even passing by a sewage truck, he must taste the saltiness. If he doesn't gain something, he can't sleep. With such a huge loss, his heart felt like it was bleeding. What was even harder for him to accept was that Huajin Investment was suffering greatly. The stock price was crashing, and the company was desperately throwing money to save the market. Huajin Investment is one of the major companies under the Dragon Soul organization with total assets around 500 billion. Now, with this wave of stock market plunge, their losses have reached at least 100 billion. Dragon King, there is another situation to report. The main reason for this loss is that someone took advantage of the opportunity to short us. The other party invested a total of 800 billion Huaxia coins. The organization has investigated and found this money was invested by Tongwang Group and Tang Group. The call continued to report. Upon hearing about Tongwang Group and Tang Group, Ye Chen's face turned green. How could these two families do such a thing? Where did the problem arise? His plan should have been flawless. Wang Rulong would never dare to betray him. Wang Yixue should also be kept in the dark. Could it be that the useless Tang Yu discovered something? Just him. My identity hasn't been exposed right. Ye Chen, know the identity of the Dragon King is absolutely confidential. That's good. It's just a loss of 100 billion. Once I take down the 4 major families, this money will come back 10-fold or 100-fold. Ye Chen finished speaking and hung up the phone. As long as his identity was not exposed, he would find another way to win over Wang Yixue. He had 1,000 ways to conquer a woman. As for Tang Yu, the money he earned this time would have to be repaid with his life in the future. Then he took out his phone and sent a text message to his subordinate Qi. Within half a month, you must investigate the Tang Group's weaknesses. I want the Tang family to have a hard time. After sending the message, he left the restroom. Walking to the lawn downstairs, he quickly spotted a snake about half a meter long. After catching the snake, he easily pulled out its fangs. With this, the snake became non-aggressive. He sneered as he walked to Building 8, where Qin Kurson, the young lady of the Qin family, lived. He had not found an opportunity to approach Qin Kurson in the past few days. Since that's the case, he would create his own. Seeing that no one was around, he easily threw the snake into the second-floor window of the villa, and then stood downstairs silently waiting for the chance to play the hero and save the beauty. Creating an accident to gain favor, making the other party fall in love with him step by step, this is his specialty. Ding, the host has successfully lived through the plot. Reward: a building of Mingwe Hotel, now transferred to the host's name. Suddenly a system notification rang in Tang Yu's ear while he was lying at home like a salted fish. He sat up instantly. What the hell? How did I live through the plot? He was bewildered as he had done nothing at home. System, what did I do? Successfully lived through Chapter 88's plot. The system's voice rang out. Tang Yu thought for a moment and finally recalled the plot of Chapter 88. In this chapter, the Dragon King, Ye Chen's scheme succeeded. Wang Yixue fell into his trap, and the 500 billion funds of Tang Wang Group were frozen. Next would be Wang Rulong starting to seize power, and then he would come out to chase girls. Got it. Tang Yu smiled with, after working so hard to act for so long, he finally received the return he deserved. In a good mood, he stood up, tidied himself, and prepared to check out his new reward. Mingwe Hotel sounds very ordinary. However, it is quite famous in Suzhou and Hangzhou. It is the only 7-star hotel in Suzhou and Hangzhou. It is considered a top-notch hotel with a high standard throughout Huaxia. Its value is about 200 billion, and Tang Yu did not expect the dog system to be so generous this time. Although the Tang family is already quite wealthy. But who would complain about having too much money? Of course, it would be better if the system had turned this reward into some ancient martial arts technique or something to ensure his life. Walking into the garage just as Tang Yu was about to pick a sports car to set off, his phone rang. He looked at his phone and found it was a call from the company. What's the matter? Tang Xiao, the 300 billion investment transferred to Tang Wang Group a few days ago has been returned, and besides that there is also a profit of 150 billion. What? Tang Yu began to feel that something was off. Shouldn't this money have been invested in the new energy project by Wang Yixue and frozen? Why was there still a profit of 150 billion after being returned? Making money is a happy thing, but this is just not right. Could it be that the plot has collapsed again? Tang Yu quickly hung up the phone and called Wang Yixue. What's up, dear? Miss me? The sweet voice of Wang Yixue came from the other end of the line. Tang Yu instantly recalled her photo in a bunny girl outfit. He cleared his throat and said, what's the situation with the investment project we collaborated on last time? Oh, I suddenly found some issues with the company we collaborated with. After investigating, I found someone was trying to set us up. So I took the money we were going to invest to short the opponent, made a little profit, and next time there's a good opportunity to make money, I'll call you Mua. Wang Yixue gave Tang Yu a kiss over the phone. Is the plot really falling apart again? Damn, I miscalculated. The difficulty of surviving just increased again. Tang Yu felt a surge of blood rise in his throat. Is it really that hard for me to quietly mix in and earn some rewards? Hey darling, why aren't you speaking? Wang Yixue asked on the other end of the call when she noticed the silence. No, I'm just too happy, so happy that I can't find the words to speak. Really? Then I'll come to you next time I make money. Tang Yu wiped away a tear and hung up the phone. On this hot day, he was drenched in cold sweat, his hands and feet icy. Hell was empty, and the Dragon King was among us. He couldn't remember the rest. In short, this world is filled with oppression against the survivors. When will they truly rise up? As one of the 4 great families in Suhong, the Su family was once as glorious as the Tang family. However, in recent years, they have fallen greatly to the point where they are about to lose the title of one of the 4 great families. If it weren't for the young generation having a standout like Su Muyue, everyone would probably think it was only a matter of time before the Su family fell out of the 4 great families. After a busy day at the company, Su Muyue returned to the Su family in her Maserati. A figure approached her proactively. Ye Chen, who had been waiting in the car. Since parting ways with the Tang family last time, he naturally could no longer stay at the Su family as a bodyguard. Muyue, a long time no see, he greeted her with a smile. What are you doing here? Su Muyue frowned slightly. Seeing her frown, Ye Chen felt a sweetness in his heart. Is she putting on this cold attitude to keep herself away from him for her protection? Silly girl. I missed you, I came to— Don't say that, or we're not that close. Please keep your distance, Su Muyue said, pushing the car door open as she stepped out, looking impatient as she prepared to go home. Ye Chen quickly blocked her path and spoke with deep emotion. Stop pretending, girl, your eyes won't lie. You care about me, you're just afraid of me being hurt by the Tang family. But I can tell you that the Tang family is nothing in front of me. I am far more powerful than you think, and soon you will know who truly holds power in Suong. Su Muyue almost lost her lunch from his slick words. Her murderous gaze truly wouldn't lie. Just then several people from the Su family walked out of the house. Seeing Ye Chen blocking Su Muyue, they were furious. Su Zhongshan gritted his teeth in anger, saying, It's you again. Last time you embarrassed our Su family, and you dare to come back today. After saying that, he looked at the 2 bodyguards at the door and shouted, Get this bastard out of here. The 2 bodyguards immediately rushed forward with clenched fists. Ye Chen stood there arrogantly, letting the two bodyguards punch him. Then he lightly shook his body. The two bodyguards were pushed back by his own force and fell to the ground in shock. They looked at Ye Chen with terror, still trying to figure out what had just happened. The members of the Su family were equally astonished at this scene. This guy has such impressive skills. Who exactly? Seeing the shocked expressions of the crowd, Ye Chen smiled wickedly. I originally wanted to keep a low profile, but you all really underestimate me. Today I want to tell you that the Tang family is just ants in my presence. I, Ye Chen, am the true dragon son-in-law of your Su family. How can a waste like Tang Yu compare to me? 3 days from now is Muyue's birthday. I will host her birthday banquet. I will book the top floor of Mingwe Hotel to give her the best birthday celebration. Moreover, I will also present a great gift to your Su family. Haven't you been secretly planning to acquire that piece of land in the west of the city? I will secure it for you. He originally wanted to keep a low profile, but Su Muyue and the others' reactions made him quite dissatisfied. What is there to fear from the mere Tang family? If he were abroad, he could easily wipe them out in a single night. Once a family far wealthier than the Tang family offended him. The Dragon Soul organization only sent 8 elite members. In one night, that family was completely wiped out. So from now on, he would slowly reveal his strength. He has to accelerate the process of taking control of Suang. Is this person crazy? Who has the number for the mental hospital? Hurry and send this person in. I've never seen someone so full of hot air in my life. You think you can secure the top floor of the Mingwe Hotel? You think you're worthy? Haha, if you can secure the land, our Su family couldn't get a lick your shoes, okay? The Su family members all laughed mockingly. They looked at Ye Chen as if he were a clown, thinking that he had gone mad. Not to mention, just securing the top floor of the Mingwe Hotel is an impossible task. 2 years ago, for Su Muyue's birthday, Tang family's eldest son Tang Yu personally went to negotiate with the owner of Mingwe Hotel, offering 300 million to book the top floor for Su Muyue's birthday banquet. With the power of the Tang family and such a sky-high offer, Mingwe Hotel still refused, clearly stating that rules couldn't be broken unless the Tang family directly purchased the hotel. If the Tang family couldn't accomplish it, what right does he have to do so? Faced with the mockery of the crowd, Ye Chen merely smiled coldly. He pulled out the prepared documents from his pocket and threw them to the Su family. You can see for yourselves from this document whether I can do it or not. Su Zhongshan grabbed the file thrown at him and was instantly shocked. It was precisely the confidential information regarding that piece of land in the west of the city. The documents also contained details about 2 other plots that the city government planned to develop in the second half of the year. How did he obtain such classified information? In big business, information is the most important. Relying solely on this information, if the Su family successfully seizes the opportunity, it would mean profits in the hundreds of billions. After seeing this document, the gazes of the other Su family members changed as they looked at Ye Chen. This man might truly have connections that run deep. If they were to form a union with the Tang family, would the Tang family be able to bring such great benefits to the Su family? Standing from the perspective of family interests, their thoughts quickly shifted. However, Su Muyue didn't think that much, as she had no interest in Ye Chen at all. However, Ye Chen's boastful claims provided her with a perfect opportunity to rid herself of him. So she coldly said, "Fine, this is what you said. If it doesn't happen, you aren't allowed to bother me again. After all, the top floor of the Mingwe Hotel is absolutely impossible to book. If he does break his word, he would have no face to continue pestering her. Even if he really secured it, she would still refuse. It's a deal." Ye Chen nodded proudly, looking at the Su family members. "With me as your dragon son-in-law, the Su family will become the second family in Suang." After saying that, he swaggered away. Watching his departing figure, the Su family members laughed heartily. This was indeed a great opportunity to test this person's strength. If he can accomplish these 2 things, it wouldn't be bad for the Su family to choose a better son-in-law. After leaving the Su family, Ye Chen didn't walk far before a black Rolls-Royce stopped in front of him. A towering man descended from the car and bowed deeply before him. "Dragon Sovereign." "Long Ye, how?" Ye Chen asked calmly. An aura of sovereign dominance, unique to those born to rule, radiated from him, pressing heavily upon the man before him. The man he called Long Ye was one of the 8 war generals of the Dragon Soul organization, renowned for his unwavering loyalty, sharp acumen in commerce, and unremarkable appearance, all of which had earned Ye Chen's profound trust. Ye Chen always brought Long Ye with him wherever he went, first for convenience, second, to contrast his own striking handsomeness against Long Ye's plainness. Long Ye hurriedly reported, "Your Majesty, Blackstone Group has been successfully acquired and renamed Longchen Group." Earlier, after Huajin Investment suffered catastrophic losses, the Dragon Sovereign recalled him from Europe to China. He deployed a staggering 500 billion yuan in capital to acquire Blackstone Group in Suzhou, Hangzhou. The Dragon Soul organization's depth of resources was unfathomable. Ye Chen paused in quiet contemplation before speaking. "Then entrust its management to you. I am not yet ready to reveal my identity. Grateful for your Majesty's trust, I shall govern Longchen Group with utmost diligence." Long Ye clasped his fists and declared, voice trembling with fervor. Ye Chen nodded in approval. Suzhou Hangzhou proved different from his expectations. Achieving his aims through mere discretion would be far too slow. He resolved to accelerate his conquest of Suzhou Hangzhou. Longchen Group was merely his vanguard. Longya, 3 days hence, I shall host a birthday banquet for my beloved. As head of Longchen Group, secure the entire top floor of Mingwe Hotel. Once secured, announce it across Suzhou, Hangzhou. Let all know the owner of Longchen Group hosts this banquet for his cherished one. Also claim the Western City plot for the Su family. Let them witness my power. Defiance will be met with death. Ye Chen declared with unassailable authority. Longyu accepts the order. Clasping his fists, his eyes gleamed with cold resolve. Any who impeded the dragon sovereign would perish without mercy. Mingwe Hotel, the sole 7-star luxury hotel in Suzhou, Hangzhou, stood as an iconic landmark of the city. Its structure comprised 2 sweeping arc-shaped towers joined at their apex by a graceful arch. From afar, the hotel resembled a colossal ring rising above the lake, embodying the ancient Chinese ideal of harmony between heaven and humanity. At night, its reflection shimmered on the water like a luminous moon, serene, sublime, breathtaking. Not bad. The system's reward is surprisingly generous. Suggest next time it goes supernova. Tang Yu gazed appreciatively at the hotel, now his own, as he drove toward it. After countless transmigrations guided by this canine system, this reward truly surpassed expectation. Yet such sudden generosity left him unsettled. Something felt distinctly off. When Tang Yu pulled up, Wang Defa, the hotel's general manager, was already waiting at the entrance. Young Master Tang, he said, bowing deeply the moment Tang Yu stepped out. No need for such formality, Manager Wang. Tang Yu replied with a warm smile, clapping him lightly on the shoulder. After the system transferred ownership, it had thoughtfully replaced the management team with loyal members of the Tang family. Shall I give you a tour, young Master Tang? Wang Defa gestured invitingly. Tang Yu nodded and followed him inside. The instant he crossed the threshold, a colossal crystal chandelier seized his attention. The entire lobby, crafted from amber quartz and rare jades, epitomized opulence pushed to its zenith. Wang Defa led Tang Yu through every facility, concluding at the hot spring complex. Home to over 140-plus secluded hot spring villas dotted the grounds, frequented by Suzhou Hangzhou's elite. Pointing to one, Wang Defa asked, "Shall we reserve several villas for private use, young Master Tang?" "One will suffice," Tang Yu replied with a smile. "Understood. I'll issue instructions immediately. This villa will no longer be open to guests." Wang Defa nodded. After circling the springs, they returned to his office. No sooner had they taken their seats, and before Wang Defa could even brew tea, his secretary burst in. "Manager Wang, the representative of Longchen Group, has arrived. He wishes to lease the entire top floor for a birthday." "Lease the top floor?" Wang Defa raised an eyebrow. That floor was among the hotel's most prestigious features. Its panoramic views drew discerning patrons daily. Reserving it exclusively for one guest would inevitably offend others. Just as he prepared to refuse, Tang Yu spoke up. "Longchen Group." "Yes, formerly Blackstone Group, recently acquired and rebranded." The secretary responded. Blackstone Group had long held prominence in Suzhou, Hangzhou. Its acquisition sparked widespread curiosity. What formidable outsider possessed such colossal influence? To deploy 500 billion yuan on a single acquisition. Tang Yu swore inwardly. Damn it, that's chapter 95 of the original novel. In that chapter, Ye Chen shed his guise of humility and began revealing his true strength step by step. To prove himself to the Su family, he leased Mingwe Hotel's previously inaccessible top floor for Su Muyue's grand birthday banquet. At that banquet, the Su family's pride was shattered beyond recovery, and Su Muyue, swept away by his romantic grandeur, fell utterly in love. With the Su family under his sway, his influence in Suzhou Hangzhou swelled, paving the way for his eventual absorption of the Tang family. "You damn system, I'll curse you to hell. You've betrayed me again." Tang Yu raged silently. He'd known such unexpected generosity couldn't be sincere. Per the original plot, Ye Chen dispatched Longya to seize the top floor for Su Muyue's birthday. The hotel's general manager refused, until Longya gripped his throat, threatening death if he declined. Barely clinging to life, the manager realized he faced someone utterly untouchable and reluctantly acquiesced. Now the burden fell squarely upon Tang Yu. Refusal would provoke Longya. This rabid dog would stop at nothing to force compliance. Yet compliance carried grave complications. Should Ye Chen succeed in winning Su Muyue, the Su family would become his stronghold. Coupled with Longchen Group and other alliances, both the Tang family and Tang Yu himself would face mortal peril. Either path led to ruin. There was no safe retreat, no room for quiet survival. He needed to stir the waters, but direct intervention risked exposure. Taking a deep breath, his gaze settled on Wang Defa. If memory served, this man possessed exceptional talent for treacherous scheming. In cultivation novels, antagonists' subordinates were invariably masters of chaos, and Wang Defa was no exception. This, Tang Yu realized, was the perfect stage for his brilliance. "Is something amiss, young Master Tang?" Wang Defa approached with a nervous smile, sensing Tang Yu's unnerving stare. "Manager Wang, I believe we may agree to lease the top floor, but under one condition: the birthday banquet must never take place. Do you understand me?" Tang Yu grinned, slyly winking conspiratorially. Success meant walking straight into the novel's fatal trajectory. Outright refusal invited Long Ya's wrath. So let Wang Defa act. With this trader's uncanny intuition, the result would be nothing short of inspired. A masterstroke that would leave even the dragon sovereign trembling. Understood. Wang Defa nodded, though confusion clouded his expression. What did young Master Tang truly intend? If unwilling, why not simply decline? Puzzled, he left the office and entered the reception lounge where Longya waited. How do I address you, sir? I am Wang Defa, general manager of Mingwe Hotel. Smiling broadly, he extended his hand. Longya shook it coolly, his expression aloof. I am Longya. My master hosts a birthday banquet for Miss Su Muyue. Your top floor is required. He knew Mingyue's strict policy forbade leasing the top floor, yet the Dragon Sovereign's command brooked no refusal. Whatever the Dragon Sovereign willed must be done. He had already prepared to deliver a chilling warning. To make Mingyue Hotel grasp the terrifying truth, some men were simply beyond refusal. Defy the Dragon Sovereign and die. Wang Defa's eyes darkened instantly. Miss Su is our master's beloved. What arrogance, daring to vie for young Master Tang's woman. Then comprehension struck. So that's why young Master Tang ordered agreement first, then sabotage. He means to humiliate them utterly. My chance to rise has arrived. Wang Defa thought with triumphant glee, and answered with unreserved enthusiasm. Mr. Long, welcome. Mingyue Hotel values forging ties with your esteemed firm. Thus we grant this exceptional privilege. The top floor is yours free of charge. Wang Defa's eagerness startled Longya, until he reasoned it through. Clearly Longqin Group's reputation had inspired deference. After all, acquiring a conglomerate for 500 billion yuan signaled a power so profound only fools would doubt. Given your hotel's sincerity, I accept Longqin Group's friendship on its behalf, and will forward the banquet plan. Longya declared, satisfied. Absolutely, absolutely. Wang Defa beamed back, both grinning like children weighing half a ton each. Once the arrangement was sealed, Wang Defa rushed back to report to Tang Yu. Upon hearing the news confirmed, Tang Yu nodded in quiet satisfaction. Think you can trap me, you canine system? With my unmatched intellect, and lieutenants worthy of Zhuge Liang and Pang Tong. What hope does a petty system like you have? After passing through the hotel, Tang Yu pondered for a moment. According to the original plot, in order to showcase his strength, Ye Chen helped the Su family secure the land in the western part of the city. However, this land had already been acquired by his own family. After leaving the hotel, Long Yu would proceed to handle this matter. To avoid trouble from this mad dog, Tang Yu decided to employ the same old trick. Manager Wang, please give Mr. He a call, and let him know to give the western land to the Su family first. He said, looking at Wang Defa. Let Ye Chen flaunt his strength to the Su family. After Wang Defa messed up the birthday banquet, they could by that time would the Su family still treat him well, feeling they were made fools of. Anyway, he couldn't let this dog continue to grow strong and Su hang. All right, young Master Tang. Wang Defa nodded vigorously. He understood that young Master Tang intended to use this land as a birthday gift for Miss Su. As expected of young Master Tang, making big moves right from the start. Arrange it. It must be arranged. At that moment, Tang Yu heard a prompt from the system in his ear. Ding host, you are really cunning. Due to your shamelessness, you triggered a special reward, the perfected ancient martial art immovable king technique, usable once. Tang Yu exclaimed, ancient martial arts. In urban fantasy novels, if there is no mention of cultivation, ancient martial arts are undoubtedly the most formidable existence. As for the immovable king technique, Tang Yu noted that it was a defensive technique. According to the system's description, reaching perfection would make one's body as hard as the immovable king. In other words, you cannot break my defenses. But it can only be used once, which is a bit disappointing. System, how about removing the one-time limitation? Tang Yu chuckled and negotiated. The system remained silent. Tang Yu could only sigh. The system was indeed very uncooperative. However, having it once is certainly better than not having it at all. From today onward, no matter how powerful the expert, they shouldn't expect to take me down in one punch. At least 2 punches. I wonder what rewards will come after the birthday banquet. This is a significant plot. With a face full of anticipation, Tang Yu laughed heartily as he left the office. He stepped out laughing towards the sky. No one knew it was the arrival of Lychee. After Tang Yu left, Wang Defa remained in the office, his mood extremely excited. Being assigned to manage the Mingyue Hotel was undoubtedly a promotion. The task entrusted to him by young Master Tang must be completed flawlessly. He would crush the dog-like rival. Let young Master Tang have face. He sat in front of the computer, anxiously waiting for Longya to send him the birthday banquet plan. After waiting for 2 hours, the birthday banquet plan finally arrived. He quickly opened his email, and upon seeing the plan, he couldn't help but chuckle. This little brat, the plan is quite romantic. Ye Chen right. Fine, at this birthday banquet, if I don't step on your face, I won't be surnamed Wang. Wang Defa chuckled, already feeling impatient. After leaving the Mingyue Hotel, Longya, in his capacity as the head of Longqin Group, contacted a major figure to help the Su family secure the land. This was originally a rather troublesome matter, and he thought he would need to use some unconventional methods to resolve it. However, once he contacted the other party and expressed his intentions, they quickly agreed. They didn't even mention any conditions, simply saying they would give Longqin Group a favor. 2 tasks went so smoothly, which made him quite proud. His organization had merely bought a 5 trillion yuan group, yet it garnered the attention of the entire Su Hang. The small Su Hang was nothing special. No wonder the Dragon King chose this place as his first step back to Huaxia. To conquer Su Hang was simply a piece of cake. He quickly called Ye Chen, and once the call connected he reported, "Dragon King, everything has been taken care of. Great, your abilities continue to reassure me. Quickly spread the news, and let everyone pay attention to this birthday banquet." Understood, Dragon King. With Long Ya's push, soon the news spread throughout Su Hang. The top floor of the Mingwei Hotel, which the Tang family's young master couldn't even secure, was actually booked by the boss of Longchen Group. The entire upper class was curious. Who exactly was this mysterious boss of Longchen Group? And who was his woman to be able to book the top floor of the Mingwei Hotel for a birthday celebration? The women of Su Hang were especially envious and jealous. Such a romantic affair, why couldn't it involve them? 3 days later, several Rolls-Royces suddenly stopped at the Su family's gate. After Long Yu stepped out of the car, he walked into the Su family's gate. By this time it was already dark and the Su family was waiting for Ye Chen's arrival. They wanted to see if this person truly possessed strength far superior to the Tang family. Upon learning that Long Yu had arrived, the Su family members were somewhat surprised. Long Yu? Isn't he the boss of Longchen Group? What is he doing here? Long Yu approached Su Muyue and bowed. "Miss Su Long. Young master, Yi sent me to take you to the Mingwei Hotel for your birthday celebration." Ye Chen. Yes. Su Muyue's expression slightly changed. Did he really manage to book the top floor of the Mingwei Hotel? The Su family members were equally astonished. The mysterious big shot who bought Longchen Group was actually Ye Chen. Su Muyue took a deep breath, but still decided to go. Regardless, she had to clarify things with him today. She had no feelings for him. She stood up and said, "All right, let's head out." Seeing Su Muyue about to go, Su Zhongshan hurriedly stopped her, saying, "Muyue, where are you really going? This isn't very appropriate. You and Xiao Yu have already. What is Tang Yu anyway? Young master, you could easily deal with him with just a finger." Long Yu snorted coldly on the side. How could a mere second-generation rich kid from Su Hang compete with the Dragon King for women? Upon hearing this, Su Muyue frowned slightly and looked at Su Zhongshan. "Dad, it's fine. If there's any problem, all right." Su Zhongshan sighed and could only comply with his daughter's wishes. Soon a group of people got into the car and headed towards the Mingwei Hotel. By the time they arrived at the Mingwei Hotel, it was completely dark. A large crowd of reporters and spectators were waiting outside the hotel. They were eager to find out which lucky woman could enjoy such a special treatment. The arrival of several Rolls-Royces didn't attract their attention much. In a place like the Mingwei Hotel, even Mercedes and BMWs were treated as bodyguard cars. "Ladies and gentlemen, young master Yi is already waiting for you on the top floor." Long Yu led the Su family members as they entered. Just as they stepped into the elevator, Su Zhongshan's phone rang. After answering, he chatted for a moment and his expression instantly became excited. "Muyue, the land in the west has been secured," he said excitedly to Su Muyue. Once properly developed, this piece of land could bring the Su family profits of at least 100 billion. For the current Su family, this was a rare major project. The Su family members were immediately thrilled. They all understood how important this project was to the Su family. This Ye Chen is truly a person of great influence. Choosing him might be better than choosing the Tang family. Long Ao was very satisfied with the Su family's reaction. He smiled slightly and said, "This is merely something, young master. Ye did casually. His abilities are 1,000 times greater than you imagine." At this moment, Ye Chen had already changed into a high-end suit, carefully grooming himself. He was quietly appreciating the night view by the floor-to-ceiling window, his mood slightly filled with anticipation. Tonight, he intended to prove to the Su family that he was their true dragon son-in-law. However, at this moment, there were only staff members in the top-floor venue besides him. He had only invited members of the Su family tonight. He couldn't be too ostentatious yet. If the entire Su Hang knew he was pursuing Su Muyue, wouldn't it affect his plans for a harem? Thus, he deliberately created such a situation, allowing the Su family to know of his prowess, while not impacting his romantic pursuits. After the group from the Su family arrived, Ye Chen finally put down the red wine in his hand and went to greet them. "Muyue, you finally came, and did I not say I would deliver?" Seeing Su Muyue had arrived, Ye Chen's lips curled into a wicked smile, a sense of satisfaction washing over him. He clapped his hands, and immediately someone pushed a large cake forward. "I know you like fruitcakes, so I had it specially made for you. But before we eat the cake, I have a gift for you." He looked at Su Muyue and spoke softly. Su Muyue sighed, her expression turning serious. "Ye Chen, I don't know who you are, but I need to make things clear with you." Before she could finish, the sound of fireworks bursting in the entire night sky was instantly illuminated by the fireworks. Everyone's attention was subconsciously drawn to the spectacle. As the first firework burst open, countless others soared into the sky. For a moment, the night sky seemed like a sea of flowers. Those gathered beneath the hotel were also captivated by the display. As they watched, they suddenly realized that the fireworks transformed into a string of words. "Su Muyue, a happy birthday." Oh my, the birthday banquet was actually hosted by the eldest daughter of the Su family. So romantic. How much did this cost? This extravagant fireworks show could be seen from half of Su Hang City. Countless people pulled out their phones to quickly capture the moment for short videos. Many streamers stopped their broadcasts, simply pointing their cameras at the fireworks. Wow, is this how rich people date? These fireworks have been going for 10 minutes, right? How is it still going? Incredible rich people finally find happiness, while single folks watch in envy. After watching for about 10 minutes, everyone in the live stream was guessing how much this fireworks display cost. From the top floor of the Mingwe Hotel, the Su family watched the fireworks captivated. When the fireworks feast concluded, thousands of drones took to the sky. These drones flew in the night sky like colorful fireflies. After reaching a certain height, they began to perform. Wow, there's more. How many drones are there? At least 3,000, right? Amazing, this birthday celebration must have cost millions. This light show left the onlookers in awe. It was as if the entire Suhang city was being showered with a display of affection. Ye Chen was extremely satisfied with this. The spectacle was indeed impressive. Alongya did not disappoint him. Seeing the stunned expressions on the Su family's faces, he felt a rush of exhilaration. From this day forth, the Su family should understand who truly deserves their favor. After the light show lasted for about 10 minutes, it culminated in 7 large characters, "Happy Birthday, Su Muyue." Just when everyone thought the light show was about to end, the drone formation changed once more. This time, they formed a heart shape and 4 large characters. "Love you." Ye Chen smiled in satisfaction. This ending was quite nice. Nice. His expression suddenly soured as if he had bitten into something unpleasant. Damn it. This birthday banquet prepared for Su Muyue. Why was that bastard's name included at the end? The Su family also changed their expressions. "You? Isn't that the name of Tang Yu?" The audience watching the performance below was not too surprised. "You? Is that the young master of the Tang family? Oh, my young master Tang is so romantic. Hey, I guessed it was definitely young master Tang who prepared this." At this moment, Wang Defa, who silently observed everything from the corner, wore a satisfied smile. This time young master Tang should be very pleased. Tang Yu had already arrived at the hotel. Upon learning that the birthday banquet was successfully held, he rushed over. What is Wang Defa doing? Wasn't he supposed to stop this birthday banquet? As a double agent, shouldn't he be causing some? When he finally rushed to the top floor, all eyes turned to him. Su Muyue was looking at Tang Yu with a moved expression. She hadn't expected that this meticulously prepared birthday banquet was actually organized by him. She had messaged him last night, but he hadn't replied. Little did she know he was secretly preparing a surprise for her. This shy one. Blushing, she approached Tang Yu and said, "Thank you, I'm very happy with this birthday today." Happy? Tang Yu was still a bit confused, but he was starting to panic. What the hell was Wang Defa up to? With a dark expression, Ye Chen strode towards Tang Yu. He fixed a fierce gaze on the culprit and said in a deep voice, "Did you do all this?" "I did." A bewildered Tang Yu instinctively turned around to look at the drone formation in the sky. "Indeed, this is the grand gift young Master Tang prepared for you. You can't complain about it." Wang Defa's voice. He approached with a group of bodyguards to surround Ye Chen, preventing this mad dog from harming young Master Tang. Then he looked at Tang Yu with excitement, eager to take credit. "Young Master Tang, are you satisfied with this birthday banquet? Simply causing the banquet to fail isn't enough. To crush someone, you must do it thoroughly, making him understand the consequences of competing with young Master Tang for women." "Did you arrange this?" Tang Yu asked with wide eyes. Wang Defa nodded vigorously, feeling quite proud of his meticulous planning. He looked at Ye Chen with disdain. So what if he was the boss of Longqing Group? How dare he compete with young Master Tang for women? Was he worthy? Tang Yu felt a wave of nausea rising in his chest, wanting to spit blood. "I just wanted to secretly take a shot. You went ahead and dropped a bomb. I didn't expect you with your thick eyebrows and big eyes to be such a thorough double agent." Ye Chen's face twisted in anger at that moment, his eyes fixed on Tang Yu with a gaze full of resentment. This bastard. He was doomed. Seeing several bodyguards blocking his way, he rushed forward and threw a few punches. Several bodyguards were sent flying. Seeing him charge towards Tang Yu, Su Muyue was furious. She blocked Ye Chen and shouted, "What else can you do besides using violence to bully others?" Seeing Su Muyue standing in front of him, his eyes blazed with fury, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. His own woman dared to protect another man. Then he quickly regained his composure. She was not protecting Tang Yu. She was protecting herself. If he acted impulsively and killed the one surnamed Tang here, it would escalate into a huge problem. If he wanted to kill this guy, he absolutely could not do it in front of so many people. A barbarian is just a barbarian. It's simply lawless. We are in a society governed by law now. Let's just call the police and let them handle it. I don't believe he can turn the tables. It's ridiculous. If you're incompetent, don't act tough. What's there to be angry about? The Su family members nearby began to curse. Their attitude changed in an instant. This guy had been putting on a show. It turned out it was all prepared by young Master Tang. How could he stand there acting so cocky? What could such a person use to fight against the Tang family? How could he dare to call himself the dragon son-in-law of the Su family? Did he even deserve it? Longya also knew that this was not the time to act recklessly. If he was to strike, it couldn't be in front of so many people. He hurriedly grabbed Ye Chen and said, "Young master, you don't be impulsive, calm down first." Then he looked at Wang Da and shouted angrily, "What do you mean by this at Mingwe Hotel? Our young master Yi is holding a birthday banquet for Miss Su, and you dare to play around like this? Do you believe I can make your hotel unable to operate?" Wang Da sneered dismissively. "A birthday banquet? Is today not the day that young Master Tang is holding for Miss? As for you, I haven't taken a single penny from you. What do you have to say?" Long Ya's expression changed instantly. He finally understood why the other party didn't take his money. Wang De looked at Ye Chen and yelled, "And we the Tang family have already formed a marriage alliance with the Su family. This young Master Yi is truly shameless pursuing a girl who is already engaged. A dog with a broken spine dares to bark here. I have lived for decades and have never seen such shamelessness." Ye Chen trembled at the insult. As the Dragon King, when had he ever been humiliated like this in front of people? That's right, you have no self-awareness. Being so shameless is truly disgusting. Wang, you speak well, this is precisely the case. Brilliant, brilliant. The Su family members all chimed in. Seeing the Su family members supporting Wang Yu was furious. He pointed at the Su family and shouted, "Do you even have the face to scold young Master Yi? Without young Master Yi, you Su family would never be able to obtain that land in the west of the city in your lifetime." The Su family members' expressions changed, instantly feeling somewhat awkward. Although this brat had been putting on a show, it seemed the Su family had indeed benefited from him regarding that land in the west of the city. Su Zhongshan's expression darkened, and he was about to step forward to express his willingness to return the land. Wang De snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. "What does the land in the west of the city have to do with you? It was only because young Master Tang spoke that the Su family was able to acquire it. If you don't believe it, you can call to confirm. Young Master Tang is a low-key person, so as his subordinate he had to come out to help young Master Tang save face." As soon as he said this, Su Zhongshan hurriedly took out his phone and made a call. "Hello, Director Wang, this is Su Zhongshan. May I ask about the land in the west of the city?" After asking a few questions and getting the answer, he looked at Tang Yu with gratitude. "Xiao Yu, uncle thanks you on behalf of the Su family for helping with this matter." Su Muyue also looked at Tang Yu with tenderness. This guy was truly sacrificing so much for her behind the scenes. Next time I should invite him for drinks. What else do you have to say?" Wang De sneered and looked at Longya and the other. This matter was personally arranged by him. How could they dare to snatch this credit? Longya's face turned a deep. He looked at Ye Chen with a painful expression and said softly, "Dragon King, it is my incompetence, please punish me." Ye Chen's mentality was already on the verge of collapse. But after extreme anger, he had calmed down at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he didn't say anything to Longya, but looked at Su Muyue and said, "Muyue, soon you will know who is truly the right choice for you." After saying this, he strode away from this humiliating play. Longya hurriedly followed his footsteps to leave. After they left, Wang De smugly adjusted his hairstyle. Competing with young Master Tang. Did you even qualify? One uncle could wipe you all out. All right, the annoying people have left. Let's continue celebrating Miss Su's birthday. Wang De clapped his hands and began to make arrangements. The members of the Su family all smiled and started celebrating Su Muyue's birthday. Su Muyue walked up to the cake, closed her eyes, and began to make a wish. After making her wish, everyone began to share the cake. She handed a piece of cut cake to Tang Yu, who looked utterly defeated. "Try this cake, it's quite delicious." "Okay." Tang Yu took the cake and took a bite. It was indeed quite tasty. "Thank you for today. This is my happiest birthday, and I think I will always remember this day in my life." Su Muyue smiled brightly at Tang Yu. Today she was genuinely happy that Tang Yu could attend the birthday banquet. "It's nothing as long as you're happy." "And what do you think I wished for today, Su Muyue looked at Tang Yu with burning eyes. "What? Don't tell anyone." Su Muyue deliberately lowered her voice. She leaned over and suddenly kissed Tang Yu on the cheek. This time Tang Yu was careless and did not dodge. "Oh," Wang De, watching from the side, immediately cheered, feeling immensely pleased. Helping young Master Tang with women was truly a success. Su Muyue blushed and stuck her tongue out at Tang Yu, shyly running away. Tang Yu reached out and touched the spot where his emotions felt somewhat complex. After the birthday banquet ended, Tang Yu did not go home, but stayed in the general manager's office to rest. "Young Master Tang, are you satisfied today?" Wang De was excited about his performance today. This performance was simply satisfied. Tang Yu nodded. He was extremely satisfied. After sizing up Wang De, he decided that this guy could no longer remain here. This guy was definitely a top-notch trader. He had underestimated him too much. So he took a deep breath and said, "Manager Wang, I've thought about it. Your talent is too wasted working here. Just so happens that our family has opened a new business in Siberia. You can go there as the regional manager with a threefold salary increase." "Young Master Tang, I can't take that. I've only done a little insignificant work," Wang De said humbly, but inside he was bubbling with joy. "Young Master Tang is a decent person, easy to get along with. Don't be courteous. This is the honor you deserve. Our Tang family will not treat a meritorious subordinate poorly. You can prepare to leave after finishing the handover tomorrow." Tang Yu patted Wang De on the shoulder and turned to leave. "Damn it. If there's ever another trader like this, just send that bastard to Syria." Once Tang Yu left, Wang De jumped up in excitement. Damn it, another promotion and pay raise. In his happiness, he opened his phone and shared the good news in the WeChat group with his colleagues. This group was filled with the management of the Tang family. Brothers helping young Master Tang with women really works. I've just been promoted a few days ago, and young Master Tang has promoted me again. Remember, in the future when young Master Tang wants to chase women, actively participate, understand? Anyone who dares to compete with young Master Tang for women, crush them to death. Especially that idiot named Ye Chen. After imparting his insights to his colleagues, Wang De smiled slightly. This was as far as he could help you all. Thank you for the reminder, Manager Wang. Ooh, I've realized something. Grateful. Understood, it's Ye Chen, right? The group was ecstatic and eagerly came out to learn. As Ye Chen and the others left the hotel, they found a crowd gathered at the entrance, their faces alight with excitement as they discussed tonight's birthday banquet. Hearing their chatter, Ye Chen felt as if his teeth were about to shatter. How dare Tang Yu humiliate him so? Long Yu followed closely behind him, pale and trembling. The first task assigned by the Dragon King had turned out like this. Thinking of how the Dragon King had just been humiliated by everyone, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. When the Dragon King was enraged, rivers of blood would flow. After walking a short distance from the hotel, they stopped at a park. Long Yu wiped the cold sweat from his face and quickly walked in front of Ye Chen, feeling guilty. Dragon King, today I failed in my duty, and Long Yu willingly accepts punishment. He said this while heavily slapping his left hand against his chest. Just as his palm, imbued with profound inner strength, was about to strike, Ye Chen swiftly reached out and grasped his wrist. No need for that, you are my brother, it's just a small matter. The word brother from him instantly moved Long Yu deeply. The Dragon King actually regarded him as a brother. He wouldn't even punish him. I, Long Yu, have wandered aimlessly for half my life, only regretting not finding a wise ruler. Now that I can serve the Dragon King, I will surely devote myself wholeheartedly. Long Yu choked with emotion. However, today's incident cannot just be let go like this. Ye Chen snorted coldly. His tone icy, he said, "You immediately gather people to prepare for retaliation. Within a week, I want Mingwei Hotel to be unable to operate, and that Wang fellow must die. Today's great humiliation, if not repaid 100-fold, I shall not be called Ye Chen." All right. Long Yu revealed a sinister smile, causing a hotel to close down was no difficult task. Then he asked, "By the way, Dragon King, what about that fellow Tang? He doesn't need to be concerned for now. Oh, I have sent Ling Han and Shi Yin to get close to him. He will undoubtedly die." Ye Chen said coldly. Not only did he want to kill him, but he also wanted him to witness how the Tang family would perish before he died. Hearing that Ling Han and Shi Yin had gone, Long Yu grinned. The 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization, with the Dragon King being the first. Ling Han and Shi Yin were the 3rd and 4th respectively. With both of them acting together, it was guaranteed to be foolproof. As for him, it was only because he had gained the Dragon King's favor that he became the 8th. Yet due to insufficient strength, he had remained in that position for countless years. Thus, many people in the organization referred to him as Dragon Old 8. After Long Yu left, Ye Chen, with a gloomy face, couldn't help but curse softly. Useless. After returning home, Tang Yu lay on the bed, looking utterly exhausted. Another day, without holding on. Realizing Ye Chen's expression today, Tang Yu knew the difficulty of surviving in the days to come had increased again. Ding, the host has successfully survived the plot. Reward 1 copy of the Qingnong Heavenly Scripture automatically learned. Just as he lay down, the system's voice rang out. Instantly, countless traditional Chinese medicine knowledge flooded his mind. What the hell? The dog system suddenly showed mercy by giving such an incredible reward. It directly maxed out my medical talent. He sat up from the bed and examined his body. His eyes seemed able to penetrate his body and see his meridians. Any small ailment in his body was easily noticeable. The myriad of treatment plans, including prescriptions and acupuncture, filled his mind. In simple terms, his current medical skill level was among the very best in all of Huaxia. Given such a great reward, Tang Yu wasn't in a hurry to rejoice. This dog system felt a bit off. System, is this Qingnong Heavenly Scripture reliable? Tang Yu wondered inwardly. Are you deliberately looking for trouble? Can I sell you a raw egg with my system? The system's tone was somewhat dissatisfied. Stop that. You sent me to the hotel and then dug a pit for me. Tang Yu cursed. The system went silent. Seeing the dog thing not making a sound, Tang Yu decided to firmly avoid using his medical skills in public. Otherwise, who knows if the dog system has set a trap for him. After lying back on the bed, Tang Yu soon fell asleep. In his dream, he saw Wang Yixue and Su Muyue dressed as bunny girls fighting to cuddle his little pig. Just as Tang Yu was in a state of both pain and pleasure, someone gently patted his face, calling his name. Brother Tang Yu, get up, it's time for breakfast. Hearing that sweet voice, Tang Yu was instantly awakened from his dream. He opened his eyes and was greeted by a dazzling sight. At that moment, he recalled a saying by Yasuo. I have touched the peaks and entered the depths. Both have great. The wording might be slightly off, but Tang Yu felt it was roughly the meaning. At this moment, Jiang Xiaoya was standing by his bed. Today she wore a JK outfit. Her pure and sweet appearance combined with her petite figure made her look exactly like a. However, despite having a lowly face, her development was surprisingly remarkable. Standing by the bed, she bent over, rubbing Tang Yu's face, urging him to get up. Thus, after Tang Yu opened his eyes, he was somewhat lost. Xiaoya, are you testing me with this? Just waking up, Tang Yu almost blurted out his inner thoughts. He quickly corrected himself, saying, Good morning. What brings you here? I came to check on grandfather Tang. Hasn't he been suffering from stomach issues again these past few days? Jiang Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and pushed Tang Yu with her hand, asking, What were you just saying about a test? Nothing, just sleep talking. Tang Yu shook his head vigorously. Hey, pay a little attention to your image, alright. So early in the morning you let a pure-hearted boy see such things, is that appropriate? Absolutely appropriate. You probably didn't grow tall because all your nutrients went to one place. No wonder seniors say that when a woman looks down and can't see her feet, she's a beauty of the realm. Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Jiang Xiaoya's ears flushed bright red. She glanced down at her clothing collar, quickly straightened up, and blushingly urged, "Hurry up and get up for breakfast, Annie sent me to call you." "All right, you go out first, I need to get dressed." Tang Yu, accustomed to sleeping naked, couldn't get up in front of Jiang Xiaoya. Jiang Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and quickly ran out. After exiting, she took a deep breath and vigorously rubbed her face, muttering to herself, "Brother Tang Yu has turned bad." After hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts last time, she couldn't stop thinking about it. Just right today, she came to check on grandfather Tang and decided to confirm this with the guy. Now that she confirmed it, she felt a bit shy. She didn't want to be too long, or walking was exhausting enough. After washing up, Tang Yu took Jiang Xiaoya to have breakfast. As they reached the dining hall, a young man with long hair tied in a ponytail was having his meal. Seeing Tang Yu, he immediately got up to greet. "Brother Jiang Shini, long time no see." After a slight pause, Tang Yu nodded and smiled. "It's been a while. Come and eat, the breakfast is getting cold. After we finish, let's go see grandfather." The young man enthusiastically helped Tang Yu and Jiang Xiaoya place their bowls and chopsticks. Once seated, Tang Yu silently began his breakfast, his peripheral vision taking in the smiling ponytailed youth. This guy who called him brother was not his biological younger brother. Rather, he was the son of Tang Yu's second uncle, making him his cousin Tang Yu. Tang Yu had quite a deep impression of this guy. In the original storyline, shortly after Tang Yu's death, old Master Tang was so infuriated that he fell ill and passed away. Tang's father and mother, in order to avenge Tang Yu, spared no effort in seeking revenge. However, no matter how strong the Tang family was, they could not compete with the Child of Destiny. Behind them was the Dragon Soul organization, far stronger than the Tang family. Pretending to be weak and eating the tiger, only those with a background could pull that off. Thus, the previously suppressed ambitions of Tang Yu took the opportunity to ally with Ye Chen, becoming the Hound of the Dragon King and stabbing the Tang family in the back. For the sinking of the Tang family's grand ship, this guy played a significant role. "I need to find an opportunity to bury this kid," Tang Yu muttered in his heart. Damn it, the Tang family's trillion assets were rewards that my brother had to bring back to the conclusion. The Child of Destiny couldn't confront directly. Is it difficult to deal with a two-faced traitor? Your uncle enjoy bullying the weak. Jiang Xiaoya, who was drinking porridge, looked up at Tang Yu with a puzzled expression. "Who is my brother planning to bury?" After finishing breakfast, the three of them went to the small courtyard behind to find old Master Tang. When they arrived, the old man was sitting in a grandmaster chair playing with his phone. From his hands came sounds of fighting and voices of game characters. The old man was scowling and cursing. "Come on, can you even initiate a team fight, you player of me? Are you a primary school student archer? Shouldn't you be in school during the day playing ranked? A bunch of trash. Even if I were 80, I wouldn't make such a brain-dead move." The three who entered were clearly taken aback. This old man, is he actually quite trendy? After one round of the game ended, old Master Tang put his phone down on the table, angrily rubbing his heart. "Grandpa, you really shouldn't play games anymore. It's not good for your health," Tang Yu quickly advised. "Yes, Grandpa. Tang, you need to take care of your health. You need to rest more, Grandpa." Both Jiang Xiaoya and Tang Yu urged him. I know, I'll uninstall it and stop playing." Old Master Tang nodded, picked up his phone, and uninstalled the wretched game, looking filled with anger. "First, let me drink some tea and take a rest. It'll check your pulse." Jiang Xiaoya poured a cup of tea for old Master Tang and sat beside him to check his pulse. Meanwhile, Tang Yu silently observed his grandfather. After receiving the rewards from the Qingnong heavenly scripture, he now only needed to focus his eyes to discern where the problems in a person's body lay. Grandpa's stomach ailment is an old problem. There is clearly cold energy lingering in his stomach. According to the Qingnong heavenly scripture, this belongs to stomach yin deficiency, caused by yin deficiency and insufficient fluids. The treatment plan should primarily focus on nourishment, using a 100-year-old black spirit fungus as a guide, along with huangjing and shashan and other 6 medicinal herbs to make herbal tea, which should be taken for a month. But is this cursed Qingnong heavenly scripture really reliable? Hearing the voice in his heart, while checking old Master Tang's pulse, Jiang Xia couldn't help but narrow her pupils. She looked at Tang Yu with a hint of shock. Brother Tang Yu actually knows medicine. Moreover, he can see the problem just by standing there without checking the pulse. In traditional Chinese medicine, the highest realm of observation is the realm of divine insight. Only by reaching the realm of divine insight can one achieve this level. And Grandpa has told her that no one has entered the realm of divine insight in traditional Chinese medicine in China for hundreds of years. As for the Qingnong heavenly scripture, this is the sacred book that every traditional Chinese doctor dreams of possessing. As a traditional medicine enthusiast, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She really wanted to have an in-depth discussion with Brother Tang Yu. "You girl, are you done?" Seeing Jiang Xiaoya checking the pulse for a while with no response, old Master Tang asked with a smile. "All done." Jiang Xiaoya, coming back to her senses, quickly said, "It's due to stomach yin deficiency. Grandpa Tang, have you been experiencing dryness and discomfort in your stomach lately?" "Yes, it's an old problem." Jiang Xiaoya smiled sweetly. "For such old problems, the focus should be on nourishment. They'll make you some herbal tea, and if you take it regularly, you'll be fine. However, the herbal tea requires a black spirit fungus that is over 100 years old as a guide, which we currently don't have at home. We need to get someone to deliver it from outside, and it should arrive the day after tomorrow." At that time, let brother Tang Yu go to my house to pick it up. After just hearing Tang Yu recite the prescription, she analyzed it, and indeed thought it was a powerful prescription with almost no side effects on the human body. Every medicine has its poison. The highest realm of a prescription is to cure the disease without harming the patient's body. No wonder it is from the Qingnong heavenly scripture. Tang Yu was somewhat surprised at the side. The herbal tea this girl is going to make, could it be the same as what I was thinking? This Qingnong heavenly scripture seems to truly be reliable. All right, just let this kid help me visit your grandfather. Old Master Tang nodded with a smile. Okay, my grandfather was still mentioning brother Tang Yu a few days ago. Jiang Xiaoye smiled, so wide that her eyes nearly closed, and she planned to ask brother Tang Yu about medicine at that time. After chatting with Old Master Tang for a few moments, she said her goodbyes and went back to the clinic to get busy. Old Master Tang looked at Tang Yu and Jiang Xiaoye and said, "Do you two have anything else?" "Grandpa, I want to work at Mile Food." Tang Yu spoke up. The Mile Food he mentioned is one of the core businesses of the Tang Group, which has developed quite well in recent years. Old Master Tang did not rush to respond. Tang Yu, being the second child, has been working in a branch of the Tang Group for many years and has not been able to access the core business. As a direct descendant of the Tang family, the reason for his marginalization was due to his father. 7 years ago, his father embezzled company funds, secretly transferring the Tang Group's assets to his own name. Such atrocious actions were discovered by him, and according to family rules, he should have had his legs broken and been driven out of the house. If it weren't for Tang Yu's family pleading for them, the Tang family would have nothing to do with them now. He pondered for a moment and then pointed at Tang Yu. "Ask your brother. He is currently in charge of the Tang Group." "Big brother, what do you think?" "If you think my abilities are insufficient, I can start as a middle-level manager to train slowly." Tang Yu asked Tang Yu with a gentle smile. "Well, that's no problem. I trust your abilities and our family will need you and me to work together in the future," Tang Yu said cheerfully, putting his arm around his shoulder. "Damn it, is he already starting to act like a traitor? Just wait until I make you regret it." Knowing the original plot, he was very clear about what kind of despicable person his seemingly harmless cousin was. "Thank you, brother. I will never let your trust down," Tang Yu said with tears of gratitude, then turned to look at Old Master Tang. "As long as your brother agrees, that's enough. Do your best and don't disappoint us again," Old Master Tang said calmly. He was getting older and didn't want to dwell on the past. After all, they were family. "Thank you, Grandpa. I will go to the company to get familiar with the work now." Tang Yu quickly bowed to Old Master Tang. After leaving the Tang family's gate, his expression darkened instantly, and there was a hint of resentment in his eyes. He was clearly a member of the Tang family, yet in front of them, he felt like a servant. Why was this old dog so biased towards Tang Yu? What had he lost to him? In terms of appearance, Tang Yu was just slightly better looking than him. But in terms of talent, did he really lose to him? Back in the college entrance examination, he only missed full marks by 500 points. He snorted coldly and drove his Porsche towards Mile Food. This was the core business of the Tang family. If Tang Yu was foolish enough to let him manage this business, then he shouldn't blame him for being rude. Ye Xiao had already promised him that as long as he cooperated. After Tang Yu's death, everything in the Tang family would be his. After Tang Yu left, Old Master Tang's gaze became profound. He took out an old cigarette holder, lit it up, and looked at Tang Yu, reminding him, "Recently things have been a bit unsettled in Suzhou and Hangzhou, so be careful." "All right, Grandpa, I will be careful," Tang Yu nodded. This old man was the stabilizing force of the Tang family and certainly possessed great wisdom. He guessed that Grandpa had already noticed something amiss. However, he had already made plans in his heart on how to deal with Tang Yu, the rebellious one. After leaving home, Tang Yu drove back to the headquarters of Tang Group. As soon as he entered the office, he saw 2 girls in workplace attire cleaning up in front of his desk. Tang Xiao, one of the short-haired pretty girls, immediately greeted him upon seeing him. "Lulu, why do you seem to have gained weight after not seeing you for a few days?" "Huh, where have I gained weight?" The short-haired girl widened her eyes in surprise. She had just weighed herself last night, and nothing had changed. "Here." Tang Yu puffed out his chest. The short-haired girl understood and playfully glared at him. Tang Yu chuckled. The Tang Group had many beautiful women, and he often teased a few for fun. As long as they weren't the female lead, he could tease them freely. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to be a high-quality man. If he wasn't a wealthy and handsome type, he shouldn't provoke women. Tang Xiao, this is the new secretary Qi. She has completed her training and is starting her formal work today, the short-haired girl named Lulu introduced. "Hello, Tang Xiao." Qi immediately greeted, but a hint of disgust flashed in her eyes as she looked at Tang Yu. "Qi, right. Welcome to our Tang Group family." Tang Yu laughed as he walked over to shake Qi-in's hand, assessing her appearance. She had an oval face, willow-like eyebrows, and a pair of pure eyes filled with spirit, giving off an innocent vibe. In terms of looks alone, she would score about 95 out of 100. Sai, this girl is indeed beautiful. Her petite and refined demeanor is undeniable. But Sai, why is she an A? If she gets married, won't the kids starve? If only she could share half of what that girl Xiaoya. Qi-in, who was in the middle of shaking hands, suddenly had a question mark on her face. Was she imagining things? "If you have any questions as you start working, just ask me. I'm very kind to girls, so don't be too nervous." "Tang Xiao, then I'll take my leave first. Do you have time to come to my house for dinner tonight?" I bought a bottle of red wine and wanted to drink with you. Lulu, standing at the door, sweetly invited. I have something to do tonight, so I'll treat you next time. Tang Yu laughed heartily. He had dinner plans with Qin Ming tonight. In this day and age, boys still need to take care of themselves. I really believed you. Who knows if you'll treat me with red wine or white wine when I go. After hearing his thoughts again, Qi Yin finally confirmed it wasn't her imagination. Was she able to hear this guy's inner thoughts? This made her feel a surge of excitement. This time the Dragon King had sent her to infiltrate the Tang group to investigate its secrets. Being able to hear this guy's thoughts made this mission much easier. Tang Yu opened his computer and had just clicked on a business document when he suddenly came back to his senses. Qi Yin, isn't she the spy sent by Ye Chen? Damn it, I was so busy teasing Lulu that I almost forgot about this. There's no doubt about it, she's so beautiful, and it must be her. As Tang Yu's thoughts echoed again, Qi Yin was shocked and furious at the same time, wishing she could kill this guy. Why does he always have to mention the A thing? Can't he have a bit of dignity? After feeling embarrassed, she started to feel a bit. If her identity were exposed, wouldn't the infiltration plan be a failure? What's more troublesome was that she had already made her presence known, which was extremely dangerous. Calm down, don't act rashly. She took a deep breath and quickly adjusted her mindset. The most pressing question now was how this guy knew her information. The confidentiality capability of the Dragon Soul organization was incredibly terrifying. As one of the 8 war generals, it was impossible for her to be recognized so easily. There are not only herself as a woman of A in the world. Tang Xiao, is there anything you need me to do? She put on a calm smile and asked softly. You can go make me a pot of. Tang Yu quickly assigned her a task while pondering countermeasures. According to the original plot, the Tang group was brought down not only because of the internal spy Tang Ryu, but also due to Qi Yin's efforts. She was not only skilled, but also had top-notch hacking abilities. That's why Ye Chen specifically sent her into the Tang group to steal secrets. Isn't it just about wanting confidential information? I can just steal it for you, and I'll prepare a fake one for you later. Qi Yin, who was making tea, suddenly had a black line on her forehead after hearing this. Do you really think I'm stupid? Can't I tell the difference between fake and real? Tang Yu, who was smiling, quickly typed on the keyboard, modifying the data on a confidential document in various ways. This way, even if Ye Chen got these documents, they would be useless. After modifying the data, he printed the documents and packed them in a file. Then he placed the file on the table and said, Qi Yin, please deliver this document to Manager Zhou of the business department. Okay. Qi Yin brought the brewed tea to Tang Yu and prepared to deliver the documents, her eyes filled with disdain. It's only a fool would fall for it. Laughing to death, this fake information is well kept. There's still a lot for you to steal these days. Take it back and ruin Ye Chen. But this is also for your own good. Consider it indirect revenge for you. He is your true enemy. Speaking of which, the Tang family still owes your father a debt. How could you repay kindness with enmity? Qi Yin, who had just picked up the document, trembled upon hearing the thoughts. The Dragon King was her enemy. The Tang family owed her father a favor. P.S. Here's the 3rd update. Please give a good review. Don't worry about the male lead being weak. He is being cautious for a reward, and rising up is inevitable. In that moment, she could no longer contain herself and wanted to ask right away. Yet when she opened her mouth, she realized she couldn't make a sound. After leaving the office with a complicated mood, Qi Yin felt somewhat dazed. She had grown up in the Dragon Soul organization, personally trained by Ye Chen's master, and thus was exceedingly loyal to Ye Chen. However, as an orphan, she deeply wished to know who her family was. Had they abandoned her, or was there another reason? Thus, secretly, she had been investigating, but no matter how she searched, she could find no information about her parents. It was as if those two people never existed in the world. After so many years, she had nearly given up hope. Today, when Tang Yu suddenly mentioned it, she felt a bit dazed. How much does he really know? Why is the Dragon King my enemy? What does it have to do with the Tang family? Various questions intertwined in her mind. After taking a deep breath, she quickly adjusted her thoughts. First, investigate the Tang family. Since the Tang family had a debt of gratitude to her father, this lead should surely yield results. At that moment, her phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it and found it was a call from the Dragon King. She quickly ran to the rooftop of the office building and answered, Dragon King, what are your orders? Qi Yin, how is the investigation going? Ye Chen's voice came through. After hesitating for a moment, she replied, I have obtained the first piece of information and will send it to you shortly. Good, thank you for your hard work. You make me feel at ease. Hearing that everything was going smoothly, Ye Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. With a sly smile, he said, as long as you complete the task before Ling Han, as you can be my woman before her. Qi Yin, holding her phone, didn't know how to respond. Suddenly, she felt a disinterest in food. Tang Yu's words about the Dragon King being her enemy made a significant change in her mindset. Why aren't you saying anything? Seeing that Qi Yin had not expressed her excitement or gratitude, Ye Chen's tone became slightly displeased. Qi Yin came back to her senses and quickly answered, someone just came in, so I didn't hear you. I'm going to deliver the information now. After saying this, she hurriedly hung up the phone. After quickly taking a photo of the fake information on her phone, she rushed to deliver it to the business department. When she returned after delivering the information, Tang Yu was busy typing away at the keyboard, working on fake documents. Seeing that Qi Yin took so long to return, Tang Yu couldn't help but grin. This silly girl must have secretly taken a copy of the information. How amusing. They say big breasts equal small brains. Her A-cup intelligence isn't that great either. No wonder she has been fooled by Ye Chen and his master for so many years. It's quite pitiful. Hearing the inner thoughts, Chi-in couldn't help but twitch her lips. Can't you stop bringing up the A-cup issue? I really want to hit someone. However, after hearing Tang Yu mention Ye Chen and his master, she had no choice but to believe Tang Yu's words. This guy even knew about the existence of the elder from the Dragon Soul organization. After struggling with the fake documents for a while, Tang Yu stretched and looking at Chi-in, standing by thought for a moment before giving an instruction. By the way, the company plans to venture into the gaming business recently, and I need you to help me conduct some research. How should I research? Chi-in knew this guy was definitely up to no good again. Tang Yu ran over and turned on the television mounted on the office wall, then powered up the gaming console. There are a total of 25 games here, all of which are currently the best-selling on the market. I hope you can complete all of them and provide me with a daily work report. Also, the company will supply free snacks, milk, tea, etc. Oh, and any takeout will be reimbursed. You can eat whatever you want. So just focus on this for the time being. If you get tired of playing, you can take a nap in the break room nearby. Oh, it's fine. After hearing Tang Yu's arrangement, Chi-in was a bit dumbfounded. All right, hurry up and start playing. Don't slack off. There are cameras in the office and I can see everything. After seriously warning her, Tang Yu left the office with a smile. Haha, it's not quite appropriate to transfer you away. To prevent you from causing trouble elsewhere, I'll let you play games every day. After hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts before leaving, Chi-in sat down in silence and started playing the game. Soon she was completely immersed in the world of gaming. July 13th. Playing games. July 14th. Playing games. July 15th. Playing games. July 16th. Chi-in, oh Chi-in, how can you be so degenerate? Have you finished investigating everything? July 17th. Playing games. Mingwe Hotel. In a room on the 12th floor. A female attendant stood at the door, gently knocking. Hello guest, your checkout time has passed for 2 hours. Are you still in there? It was now 3 in the afternoon, and the original checkout time was 1 o'clock. According to hotel rules, if the guest had not checked out after 2 hours, the staff needed to inquire from the room. After knocking several times with no response, the attendant could only use the hotel key card to open the door. Upon entering the room, she found the air conditioning was on and the temperature was shockingly low. The female attendant shuddered from the cold, and noticing the bathroom light was still on, walked over and found a woman lying in the bathtub. The water in the bathtub had turned a bloody red. Soon a scream echoed through the corridor. Within minutes, the hotel's medical staff rushed over to perform rescue efforts. It's no use. After attempting rescue for a while, the medical staff sighed bitterly. The news of a suicide at Mingwe Hotel quickly spread. A large group of guests immediately checked out upon hearing the news. Tang Yu also rushed over as soon as possible. When he arrived, the hotel's new general manager, Zhao Li, was already waiting. Seeing Tang Yu arrive, he quickly apologized. Young Master Tang, it's my fault for not handling things well, as such an incident occurred right after I took over the hotel. The previous general manager had hardly settled in before being promoted, and leaving, he was left with such a hot potato as soon as he took over. If this matter isn't handled well, it will have a significant impact on the hotel. It's not your fault. Tang Yu patted him on the shoulder and said, what's the situation now? The scene has been sealed off and the police are investigating and collecting evidence. It's initially judged as a suicide. Suicide? Tang Yu frowned. Those who could afford to stay at Mingwe Hotel were all top-notch wealthy individuals. There's a saying online, being rich doesn't necessarily mean happiness. That's because the joys of the wealthy are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Thus, over the years, no one had committed suicide in Mingwe Hotel. Living happily, who would be so troubled? Zhao Li glanced around and lowered his voice, saying, however, the police found that the victim's hair was missing a section, and it is likely she was, but no evidence can be found. What about the surveillance? The surveillance did not show anyone entering or leaving her room. Tang Yu frowned deeply. Indeed, something seemed off. He took out a cigarette, lit it, and sat down to think for a moment before suddenly remembering someone. Long Ye. As one of the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization, Long Ye's role in the original storyline is quite substantial. Naturally, one does not become one of the 8 great generals without impressive strength. To enhance his character's presence, the author has given him a peculiar persona. That is, after killing someone, he takes one eye. For men, he would slice off a pinky finger. For women, he would snip off a strand of hair. Moreover, this guy, like his master, is a glutton for pleasure. Unlike Ye Chen, who as the protagonist Dragon King has high standards and only plays with the finest women. This guy, however, would go for anyone who merely resembles a human. He even has a line that goes, whether she is beautiful or ugly, it's all meat once it enters my dragon old eight's mouth. It must be him. A shadow of gloom passed over Tang Yu's face. Last time Ye Chen suffered this great humiliation at the hotel, it was only natural for him to seek revenge. But framing himself with a life is somewhat deranged. I need to find an opportunity to bury this guy. It's difficult to confront the master, but dealing with a mad dog should not be too hard. At this moment, 2 figures caught Tang Yu's eye. 2 middle-aged men were walking side by side, puffing on cigarettes and laughing. One of them was missing an ear while the other was blind in one eye. It is hard not to notice such a pair walking together. Tang Yu recognized these two. They were involved in the underground. They are a pair of cousins nicknamed Heavenly Mutilation and Earthly Deficiency, holding significant power in the underground world. In the original storyline, these two were the utterly despicable villains crushed to death for offending the Dragon King with their arrogance. Tang Xiao, do you suspect it was them? Noticing Tang Yu's gaze, Zhao Li whispered. Tang Yu shook his head and smiled. It's not them, I figured out who it is. Just calm the victim's family down and I will handle the killer. Zhao Li nodded, not daring to ask more. The next morning, the victim's family came to the hotel and caused a huge commotion. A group of several dozen blocked. The uproar had a significant negative impact on the business of Mingwe Hotel. Unexpectedly, besides calming the situation, the hotel took no further action. After a few days of chaos, Long Ye felt the time was ripe. He came alone to Mingwe Hotel to find Zhao Li. Coincidentally, Tang Yu was also there. Upon seeing Tang Yu, a flash of killing intent crossed his eyes, and he sneered. Oh, isn't this Tang Xiao? It's been a few days, your hotel business has really plummeted. Shouldn't we thank Long Zong for bringing a group of people to cause trouble every day? Tang Yu replied angrily. It's unavoidable. The deceased was a senior executive of our Long Chun group. I must defend her rights. Long Ye grinned, openly admitting to causing trouble. Did you really think our Tang family is just a bunch of pushovers and a mere Long Chun group can bully us at will? Tang Yu coldly glared at Long Ye and threatened the Tang family. Just a frog at the bottom of the well. Long Ye sneered, the Tang family only jumps around in this little well in Suong. Young Master Ye's formidable background is beyond what you can imagine. My purpose for coming today is very simple. I find your hotel displeasing. Either shut down or sell it to me. Last time the Dragon King suffered great humiliation here, and just making the hotel lose business isn't enough. He wanted to snatch the hotel at a bargain, causing the Tang family to bleed profusely. To vent the Dragon King's anger, he extended a hand, 50 billion. Either sell the hotel or wait for it to close down. Why don't you go rob it? Zhao Li, standing at the side, turned dark-faced upon hearing this and yelled angrily. To buy Mingwe Hotel, you'd have to quadruple that offer. This guy is nothing short of a blatant extortionist. Do you have any say here? You are merely a dog raised by the Tang family. Long Ye glared at Zhao Li and shouted angrily. As one of the 8 great generals of the Dragon Soul organization, his fury carried a considerable weight. Zhao Li swallowed, not daring to say anything further. You're overthinking it. Even if you bring people to cause trouble for a year, I still won't sell you this hotel. Tang Yu pointed towards the entrance, indicating that Long Ye could leave. Suddenly, Long Ye erupted in fury like a mad dog whose tail had been stepped on. He leaped up and kicked the marble coffee table. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the marble, reducing it to a pile. The strength of his kick startled Zhao Li. Is this guy a monster? A trace of amusement flashed in Tang Ye's eyes. This was a tactic Long Ye often employed during negotiations, deliberately intimidating opponents to break their psychological defenses. He feigned a look of panic and shouted, "Where are the bodyguards?" Hearing Tang Ye's voice, 4 bodyguards rushed in from out. They glared fiercely and positioned themselves in front of Tang Yu, ready to fight at any moment. Upon seeing these bodyguards, Long Ye showed a look of disdain. These watchdogs safeguarding the house have no comparison to someone like him who has walked out from a pile of corpses. With just one hand, he could easily dispose of them. He coldly threatened Tang Yu with a sidelong glance. Tang Xiao, even if you bring 20 of such useless trash, it won't help. Young Master Yi is a man of principles, but I Long Yu am not. At worst, I'll just kill your father and leave Huaxia. Tang Yu sneered inwardly. He deliberately put on a fearful expression, struggled for a moment, and then said, "Fine, I'll sell." Upon seeing Tang Yu back down, Long Yu laughed triumphantly. In front of the Dragon Soul organization, everything is but ants. He threw the prepared contract at Tang Yu, sign and stamp it. I will have someone transfer the money to you immediately. Zhao Zong, go fetch the official seal. Tang Yu said, while holding the contract. Zhao Li, with a face full of reluctance, went to open the safe and retrieved the official seal. After signing and stamping, the ownership of the hotel shifted from Tang Yu to Long Ye. As he is now the head of Long Chun Group, the hotel was placed under his name. Once the contract was finalized, Long Ye smiled contentedly. He looked at the disgruntled Zhao Li and Tang Yu, pointing towards the entrance. You 2 useless fools can leave now. Remember, this is just the interest for offending young Master Yi. Zhao Li's face turned ashen with anger, while Tang Yu walked out silently with a dark expression. After they both left the hotel, Zhao Li couldn't help but speak. Tang Xiao, why agree to his terms? How can our Tang family allow him to bully us at will? As the foremost family among the 4 great families of Suong, they couldn't claim to have absolute power, but certainly should not be subjected to the Long Chun Group's tyranny. Tang Xiao's concession was truly illogical. You'll understand in a few days. Tang Yu smiled leisurely, lighting a cigarette and adding, don't rush the good show. All right. Seeing Tang Xiao so calm, Zhao Li's mood also settled down. By the way, has Wang Zong and his family moved out? They left on the train to Siberia the night before last. Following your instructions, we forged his travel records. Zhao Li quickly replied. That's good. Tang Yu smiled slightly. With Ye Chen and his group being so vindictive, they would definitely retaliate against Wang Defa as well. Now that Wang Defa is safe and the hotel has been handed over to them. Next, it was time to show Long Ye this dog a bit of color. He returned to the car and took out his laptop, typing away as he sent out an email. After Tang Yu and the others left the office, Long Yu revealed a content smile in the general manager's office. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, took out his phone, and dialed Ye Chen's number. As soon as the call connected, he respectfully said, "Dragon King, the revenge against Mingyue Hotel has been completed. I forced that brat with the surname Tang to sell the hotel to us for 5 billion. Oh." Ye Chen's voice on the other end carried a hint of joy. The Mingyue Hotel was a place that had brought him shame. Long Ya's ability to purchase it at such a low price had earned him over 100 billion. His capabilities are indeed remarkable. You did well on this matter, but it's only a small repayment of interest. Ye Chen smirked arrogantly and asked, "By the way, what about that guy with the surname Wang? A dog of the Tang family dares to reprimand him publicly. He must die? I've already had someone investigate. He flew to Africa a few days ago. Send someone to kill him. Those who insult me must die without question." Ye Chen commanded. After hanging up the phone, he put it away with a wicked smile. After suffering so many setbacks in Suhong, he finally felt a sense of relief. This is just a small interest. The real show is just beginning. Qi Yin has already acquired some confidential information for him, and the other pieces are also being positioned. The entire Suhong is merely a chessboard for him to test his skills. At the West City Police Station, an extremely beautiful female police officer sat in front of a computer, furrowing her brows as she stared at several documents. The case concerning Mingyue Hotel is still under investigation. This case is undoubtedly a homicide. However, Bai Wan Yi cannot find any evidence, leaving her quite frustrated as she has been pondering how to solve the case in front of the computer for several days. "Captain Bai, do you want to take a break? You didn't rest well last night, did you?" A young police officer came over with concern. "It's fine. Why sleep long before death? After death, one will rest forever." Bai Wan Yi waved her hand, pushing her cup towards her colleague. "Please make me another cup of black coffee." "All right." The young police officer looked a bit pained. Captain Bai was too dedicated to her work. If only she would relax occasionally and perhaps go on a date with me. After the coffee was brewed and brought over, Bai Wan Yi took a sip, and the bitterness instantly invigorated her. At that moment, her laptop suddenly pinged. She quickly glanced and found that someone had sent her an email. Her intuition told her that this email sent to her personal inbox contained a significant clue. She hurriedly opened the email, and instantly her pupils contracted. The email was related to Mingyue Hotel, but not concerning the murder case. Instead, it involved drugs. "Quick, call Director Wang over." She slammed her hand on the table and shouted at her colleague. The colleague snapped back to reality and quickly ran to summon the leader. The leader, known as Director Wang, was a middle-aged man with a square face, looking quite righteous. After he approached, he looked at Bai Wan Yi with concern. "Wan Yi, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're a beautiful young lady working late night after night. You have dark circles under your eyes like a panda. You should take a look at this first." Bai Wan Yi moved her chair aside to let her leader see the email. After a glance, Director Wang's expression instantly turned serious. "If the clues in this email are true, this could be a major case. Hold a meeting, immediately form a task force to investigate, and he'll lead it personally." Director Wang commanded loudly. Soon the entire West City Police Station sprang into action. After a 2-hour meeting, the investigative team left the station to begin their inquiry. Bai Wan Yi also wanted to join the investigative team, but was rejected by Director Wang, who advised her to eat and rest well first. Feeling somewhat dejected, she changed into casual clothes and went out to eat. She wasn't picky about food and usually ate at a roadside stall across from the police station. Just as she reached the entrance of the stall, someone greeted her. "Officer Bai." She turned to look back, and after a few seconds of thought, smiled as she remembered his name. Ye Chen, right? She had met him a while ago. There was a pickpocket on the bus at that time. He acted bravely to stop the pickpocket. As a result, after getting off, the pickpocket brought people for revenge, but several of them ended up being taken down by him. She had been quite surprised when she went to catch him, but this guy had hidden skills, so she had a bit of an impression. However, what impressed her the most was his smile. It always felt a bit strange. "I thought Officer Bai wouldn't remember my name." Ye Chen subconsciously flashed a wicked smile, the corners of his mouth lifting high. At that moment, he was holding a shabby sack made of snake skin filled with various plastic bottles. "Are you starting a sign?" Seeing him like this, Bai Wan Yi couldn't help but chuckle. "No, I just came across an elderly lady who was still collecting bottles at her age, which looked quite difficult, so I helped her carry the bottles back and bought her some fruit." Ah, Ye Chen sighed. Hearing him say that, Bai Wan Yi felt a bit more favorable towards him. This man is quite caring. "Are you going to eat? How about we eat together? They'll be right there after I drop off the bottles." Ye Chen smiled and pointed to the nearby stall. "No need, I'll just pack it to go. I still have work to handle." Bai Wan Yi smiled gracefully, waved her hand, and walked into the shop to order food. Ye Chen didn't press the issue further. When pursuing a woman, one must know how to measure one's words. A woman who can be won over easily can also be won over by another man. The more stunning the beauty, the more patience one must have to make her devoted, even willing to become your harem. After walking a distance with a bag of plastic bottles, he casually tossed them into a trash bin. This was something he had just bought for 10 yuan from an elderly woman who scavenged. He spent 10 yuan because he didn't have smaller denominations on him. This bag of plastic bottles isn't worth even 5 yuan. After arranging a few more meetings, it should be about the right time. This kind of woman is actually quite easy to woo. Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction. After 2 deliberately arranged meetings, he had gained enough confidence. Bai Wan-yi is a woman he must conquer. Not only is she exceptionally beautiful and one of the top beauties in Suhong, but her background is also quite remarkable. Although the Bai family is not one of the 4 great families in Suhong, their influence is terrifying. Their family has a political background, with half the political scene in Suhong being their former students and subordinates. To control Suhong, one cannot do without the power of the Bai family. The Mingwe Hotel, now renamed the Longchen Hotel. Upon taking over, Longya immediately ordered the group, causing trouble, to disperse and return home. They were the bereaved family members of a deceased female executive from his company. After spending several million yuan to placate them, the matter had been fully resolved. Having diligently mitigated all negative fallout, business at the hotel gradually returned to normal. At that moment, he sat in his office, arms draped around his beautiful secretary, preparing for an intimate interlude. Suddenly, rapid footsteps echoed down the corridor outside. The office door burst open, roughly without warning, and a squad of police officers stormed in. "What's the meaning of this? Can't you even knock?" Longya remained utterly unruffled, his expression haughty, and who was he now? Head of the Longchen Group, among the most prominent entrepreneurs in Suzhou and Hangzhou. What were a few low-ranking officers to him? "Are you the hotel's responsible officer?" Bai Wan-yi, leading the operation, produced her badge and asked coldly. "Yes." "What is it?" Longya's gaze swept boldly over Bai Wan-yi. Though had he known she was the woman coveted by the Dragon King, he would never have dared look at her so brazenly. "This establishment is suspected of harboring narcotics. You will accompany us for questioning." With a curt gesture, Bai Wan-yi signaled her officers, who moved forward with handcuffs. "Bullshit." Longya's face darkened with fury as he glared icily at Bai Wan-yi and her team. "Do you know who I am? I am the head of the Longchen Group. Try laying a finger on me if you dare." Before the words left his mouth, a special operations officer seized his wrist to cuff him on the spot. As Longya tensed to resist, several heavily armed officers leveled their firearms directly at him. He instantly raised both hands, eyes blazing with outrage. Abroad, no one would dare treat him thus. None would survive it. "Cuff him and take him away." With another sharp wave of her hand, Bai Wan-yi watched as Longya, humiliated, seething, was escorted out of the hotel. By the time he reached the ground floor, he stood utterly stunned. The surrounding area had been sealed off. Police cruisers lined the street like twin serpents. Dozens of suspects sat handcuffed on the pavement, faces pale with dread. Among them were Tian Kan and Deke, the very masterminds behind the entire incident. Even a fool would have realized the scale of the catastrophe unfolding. "I demand legal counsel. Let me call my lawyer." His voice trembled with rising panic. No one answered. Once the remaining suspects were apprehended, they were swiftly loaded into patrol vehicles and taken away. Within hours, the scandal reverberated across Suzhou and Hangzhou. The prestigious Mingwe Hotel, accused of narcotics concealment, as its designated operator and legal representative, Long Ye had fallen irrevocably. The Mingwe Hotel was immediately shuttered. Tang Yu, the quiet architect of it all, lay in bed, scrolling idly through his phone, already aware of the West City branch's operation. Ever since encountering the cousins Tian Kan and Deke, Tang Yu had recalled their role in the original narrative, unscrupulous men who, driven by greed, would risk everything, even their lives, for profit. Upon spotting them, Tang Yu discreetly ordered a covert sweep of the hotel. When evidence surfaced, he deftly passed the incriminating burden onto Longya. Longya accepted it eagerly, and Tang Yu quietly reclaimed 50 billion yuan. Had he not acted, exposure would have doomed the hotel, and himself along with it. As for offending Ye Chen, Tang Yu was growing accustomed to it. He would hide when possible, and when hiding failed, he certainly wouldn't offer his neck for the blade. "Serves you right, you bastard, daring to frame me with human lives." Tang Yu spat, then remembered the accursed system and cursed anew. "Damn system, you betrayed me too. I knew something this good couldn't be genuine. I am merely an emotionless reward distribution mechanism. Bark again. Don't stop barking. Go to hell." After one final furious curse, the system fell silent, refusing further reply. Just as he set his phone aside to sleep, it rang. He glanced at the screen, caller ID read by Wani. What could she Curiosity flickered. Had she traced the anonymous tip back to him? After acquiring the evidence, he deliberately sent the encrypted email to her, choosing her for a reason. Both hailed from elite Suzhou Hangzhou families, so they knew each other, albeit superficially. Yet Baiwani held a profoundly unfavorable impression of him, largely due to his close friend Qin Ming. Qin Ming, Suzhou and Hangzhou's most notorious playboy, and Tang Yu were inseparable, like brothers sharing one pair of trousers, thus earning Tang Yu equal disdain. After brief deliberation, he answered, Well, if it isn't Miss by herself. Calling so late for a heart-o-heart. Shut up. You're the former owner of the Mingwe Hotel, aren't you? Report immediately to the West City branch for investigation. Baiwani snapped. What did I do? Just come. No excuses, or I'll send officers to drag you from your home. After she hung up, Tang Yu whistled softly. Still as fiery as ever, that woman. Her reputation in Suzhou Hangzhou society was legendary. Her unwavering integrity had humbled countless scions of privilege, yet none dared retaliate. Her family's influence was immense, unassailable. Even Tang Yu, formidable in his own right, had no choice but to yield. Power, after all, wielded far greater authority than wealth. A textbook trope, the righteous, sharp-tongued policewoman. Born into extraordinary lineage consumed by justice, her days revolved solely around apprehending criminals. Yet somehow this paragon of virtue became one of the Dragon King's consorts. Tang Yu shook his head in disbelief. The premise was absurd. Yet precisely that contradiction made her his ideal instrument. A sly grin crossed his lips, used the heroine's spear to pierce the Dragon King's pride. Hide when necessary, strike ruthlessly when required. Chuckling, he dressed neatly and prepared to leave. After all, neither the legal representative nor the operational head of the hotel was him. He'd simply attend as a formality. His father, seeing him fully dressed, arched a brow. Out so late. Off to see Qin Ming again. No, I'm going to sit in jail for a while. Tang Yu replied cheerfully. Before his father could react, perhaps to summon the 7 wolves for personality recalibration, Tang Yu had already vanished. By the time he arrived voluntarily at the West City branch, the scene was already bustling. Such a major incident had drawn city-level officials. Spotting Tang Yu, the dignitaries offered wry greetings. Ah, Master Tang, what brings you here? Xiao Yu, what brings you out at this hour? Just here to occupy a cell. With a wry grimace, Tang Yu greeted the elders before slipping inside, whereby Wani waited poised and expectant. She held a pair of gleaming handcuffs, her gaze fixed upon him with undisguised contempt. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Look at me like that. This glare is flawless. Though my dignity is being thoroughly trampled, I relish it. Feel free to intensify it. Spitting would be acceptable, even mouth-to-mouth if you're feeling bold. Baiwani blinked. Had she been overworked? Exhausted? That voice, had it truly emanated from Miss Bai? Oh, Officer Bai, could you please remove the handcuffs? I don't believe I've done anything wrong. Tang Yu approached her with a cheerful grin, his gaze sweeping curiously around the room. Alas, Longya was nowhere to be seen. That wretched hotel of ego. You truly brought this upon yourself. Baiwani shook her head to clear her thoughts and coldly snapped the cuffs onto Tang Yu's wrists. Don't laugh, it's not funny. You're also a suspect. Go inside and wait for me. She pointed to an office beside them. All interrogation rooms were occupied tonight. They'd have to make do with an office. Tang Yu obediently stepped in. Soon after, Baiwani entered holding a cup of black coffee. One sip, bitter sharp, jolted her senses awake. Are you aware of what happened at Mingyue Hotel tonight? She sat down and fixed her gaze on Tang Yu. Yes, I saw it on the news. Tang Yu nodded. Very well. As the former owner of Mingyue Hotel, you fall under suspicion. We'll begin your formal statement now. Baiwani picked up her pen, ready to record. Wait, why am I suddenly a suspect? Tang Yu looked utterly bewildered. You're the suspect, not me. My family's wealth is more than enough. I'd never stoop to such filth. And that email, I sent it to you myself. Would I honestly report my own crime? Hearing those words again in his mind, Baiwani finally confirmed she wasn't hallucinating. She truly heard his inner voice. It was unmistakably his smug, irreverent tone. Her elegant brows furrowed faintly. She had no time to dwell on how she could hear his thoughts. Her focus lay elsewhere. The email. Had he really sent it? She wasn't one to fabricate accusations. Given the Tang family's immense capital, such sordid schemes would hold no appeal. Fine. I admit labeling you a suspect may be premature. Still, your full cooperation with our investigation remains essential. Baiwani twirled her pen and studied him intently. What do you know about this case? Nothing at all. I bought the hotel just to host Su Muyue's birthday, and sold it right after. Tang Yu cheerfully invoked Su Muyue as his alibi. I've already shared everything with you. Truth is, I sold the hotel only after uncovering the vile deeds of Tiankin Deke and others. Under normal circumstances, I'd have reported them outright, but Longya insisted on buying the hotel by force. I had no choice. To frame me, he murdered someone inside my hotel, staged it as suicide, then incited chaos with accomplices. Had I uncovered solid evidence, I'd have named him too. Baiwani's body trembled faintly, fury blazed in her eyes. Longya, the very man behind the hotel homicide she'd been investigating so relentlessly. Today's failed arrest had already struck her as deeply suspicious. His hands bore several calluses, clear indicators in her expert judgment of years spent handling firearms. What a fine specimen, Longya. Baiwani gritted her teeth. As a police officer, such criminals ignited her deepest contempt. Yet she felt a flicker of irritation toward Tang Yu as well. He knew so much, yet withheld it from her. Fortunately, she could hear his thoughts. Why is this silly girl grinding? I haven't said anything wrong. Could it be jealousy? Because I'm throwing Su Muyue a birthday party. Understandable. She's probably never even been on a date, buried in work day after day. Jealousy is fine, but keep your hands off me. When you can't possess something, you destroy it. I know your kind all too well. Seeing Baiwani's sudden murderous glare, Tang Yu muttered inwardly. Baiwani nearly slapped him across the face. Who on earth wants you? She took a large gulp of bitter coffee to steady herself, then locked eyes with him. Then enlighten me. Why did you sell the hotel to Longya so abruptly, and at such a suspiciously low price? That move reeks of suspicion. Money talks. I do as I please. Tang Yu grinned, the picture of arrogant affluence. He kept stirring trouble. My hotel couldn't operate at all. What if he escalated further, framing me with another death? Men like him, ex-mercenaries, have no humanity whatsoever. Mercenary. Bai Wani's expression darkened anew. She'd investigated Long Ye thoroughly overseas. He posed as a businessman investing in domestic ventures. His mercenary background, however, had eluded her. She jotted down this vital clue. This aligned perfectly with her growing suspicions. How much do you know about Long Ye himself? Bai Wani pressed. Not much, but Officer Bai, he doesn't strike me as a decent man. He looks like someone who's killed before. He was desperate to buy my hotel. I suspect ties to organized crime. Investigate him rigorously. Tang Yu wasted no time slandering Long Ye. I know nothing about scum like him. He's a deranged rabid dog. He collects victims' body parts after killing them. All right, the woman he killed, her hair might still be hidden in his home. I'll send you the details via email later. I almost forgot. Bai Wani swiftly recorded this critical lead. With so many breakthroughs, the case was finally solvable. She found Tang Yu slightly more tolerable. He genuinely helped crack it. Yet how did he know so much? After a few perfunctory questions, she tucked away her pen, eager to pursue the leads. That's all for now. Thank you for your cooperation. No trouble at all. Just tragic luck. Though perhaps Officer Bai might treat me to barbecue as compensation. Tang Yu jingled his handcuffs with a light-hearted smile. Sure, next time. Right now I'm swamped. She produced the key and unlocked his restraints. Her unexpected readiness left Tang Yu puzzled. Wait, she's actually going to take me out. No, I'd better decline. I dare not dine with you. What if your heart succumbs to my dashing good looks and jeopardizes my carefully laid low profile? Huh? Bai Wani stared at him baffled. Me, smitten by your handsome face. Spit. She had a case to solve, no energy for banter. As for hearing his thoughts, that mystery could wait. First, bring Long Ye to justice. Just as they rose to leave the office, the door swung open. Ye Chen strode in, accompanied by a lawyer, his expression grim. Half an hour earlier, he'd received shocking news: Long Ye had been arrested. After reviewing the Mingyu hotel case, he rushed here immediately. Long Ye, long based overseas, lacked deep familiarity with domestic law, whereas Ye Chen knew it inside out. In China, any connection to narcotics, even the faintest trace, means life as you know it is over. Upon entering the office, he immediately locked his gaze on Tang Yu, who was with Bai Wainer. This bastard. How did you end up with Bai Wainer? Noticing Ye Chen stare, Tang Yu coughed lightly, pretending not to see. Damn it, does every beautiful woman in the world belong to you? Bai Wainer raised an eyebrow and shot a fierce glare. What is this guy mumbling about again? She then looked at Ye Chen and asked, what's wrong? Are you here to report something? Ye Chen's face turned slightly awkward as he forced a smile. I'm here to visit a friend of mine. He has been taken by you guys. Tang Yu silently reveled in the misfortune. Who is your friend? After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Bai Wainer's slight affection for Ye Chen vanished completely. What kind of trash would hang out with a criminal? Seeing Bai Wainer's cold gaze, Ye Chen felt like he was about to spit blood. He muttered his name is Long Ye. Being a master at attracting women, he was well aware that his actions today had crossed a major line, easily inviting Bai Wainer's disdain. But with Long Ye in trouble as the leader of the Dragon Soul organization, he couldn't just ignore it. If this matter wasn't handled well, Long Ye would be doomed. How would the organization view him then? Returning to Huaxia, having accomplished nothing only to send a brother to serve. Upon hearing the name Long Ye, Bai Wainer's impression of Ye Chen plummeted. She looked at him with an unfriendly expression and asked, what is your relationship with him? He is a suspect. He is my employee. Oh, I am the boss of the Long Chen group. Ye Chen had no choice but to reveal his identity. However, Bai Wainer didn't seem shocked, as she had no interest in such power. Even if the emperor himself came, things had to be done according to the rules. Her tone was cold as she said, what he did is extremely serious. A visitation is not permitted at this time. You should leave. Ye Chen felt anxious upon hearing this. He pointed at Tang Yu and said, Officer Bai, I need to explain. If Long Ye really committed a crime, I would be the first to report. But he is innocent in this matter. He just took over the Mingyu Hotel a few days ago. The previous owner of Mingyu Hotel is this young Master Tang. He is the one you should be arresting. Tang Yu widened his eyes in confusion and asked, what does this have to do with me? I wasn't involved. Oh, Officer Bai has already completed the investigation. I am innocent. What does this have to do with me, you idiot? Don't try to pin this on me. Oh, I didn't kill anyone at the hotel. If anyone should be arrested, it should be you. You, this pervert, only drive up the cost of rice. Damn, thinking about it, they are in cahoots. I hope this foul woman Bai Wainer doesn't really help to frame me. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Bai Wainer really wanted to hit this bastard. What does it mean that they are in the same boat? They had only recently met. Okay. Framing an innocent person is something she would never do no matter what. She glared at Ye Chen angrily. I don't need you to teach me how to do my job. The legal representative and person in charge of the hotel is Long Ye. I am arresting him. You are his boss, which means Mingyu Hotel is your property, so you are also subject to investigation. Ye Chen was so angry his face turned green. What kind of logic is this? To hide his identity, the legal representative and shareholder of Long Chen Group are not him, all right. If it weren't for choosing her to be his harem, Ye Chen would really want to teach her a lesson right now. His woman only needed to. What use is integrity? Isn't this plot a bit off? Bai Wainer seems to have a problem with him. No, Ye Chen should have already earned enough affection by now. This brat specifically went to catch a pickpocket to create a first. He even went to buy a bag of plastic bottles, claiming he was helping an elderly scavenger. With these two waves of affection, Bai Wainer should be head over heels for him by now. Hey, the plot must have collapsed again. I hurry up and arrest him, Officer Bai. It's a shame for a man like him not to go to jail. Tang Yu was beside himself, just waiting for the two to start fighting. People experience joys and sorrows. Cattle and horses embellish life. Indeed, magic must be used to defeat magic. Bai Weiner's expression darkened. Did this guy Ye Chen intentionally create their initial encounter? This man is truly disgusting. Officer Bai, I can cooperate with your investigation. The innocent should be cleared. However, the one you should really investigate is this young Master Tang. I suspect he maliciously sold the hotel at a low price to frame my friend. The estimated value of Mingwe Hotel should be around 20 billion, yet he sold it to Longya for 50 billion. This is the best evidence. Suppressing his anger, Ye Chen pointed at Tang Yu and spoke confidently. Damn it, you beast, can't you have some dignity? If it weren't for you causing trouble at my hotel with Longya, would I sell it for such a low price? Speaking of which, Longya framing me for murder, you share at least 89% of the blame. All right. Tang Yu was about to retort when Bai Weiner interrupted. What's wrong with having a wealthy family? Buying the hotel was just a way to confess to his girlfriend. Ye Chen was so angry he trembled, feeling cold all over in the heat of the day. He recalled the humiliating scene from that day at the hotel. Bai Weiner snorted coldly and stopped talking to Ye Chen. After listening to his thoughts for a long time, she had already concluded that Ye Chen was definitely not a good person. If the hotel homicide is related to him, she wouldn't mind personally taking him in. She turned to Tang Yu and spoke gently. Tang Yu, thank you for cooperating with the investigation today. Oh, it's late, you should go back and rest. I'll treat you to dinner next time. After hearing his thoughts, she was already convinced of Tang Yu's innocence. Moreover, after discovering the criminal clues, he immediately emailed her. What does this indicate? It means he believes she is worthy of unconditional trust. Otherwise, he wouldn't hand over such important clues to her. Being trusted by others is indeed a very pleasant thing. Tang Yu looked bewildered. What's going on? Why is she suddenly so gentle with me? Stop it, don't treat me like this. This isn't you, calm down, why is your temper flaring? Ye Chen on the side was already visibly agitated. Bai Weiner, how could she treat this guy so gently? She had just been busy working overtime at the company. After acquiring the land in the west of the city, there was so much to do. Suddenly her secretary informed her that there was an incident at the Mingwe Hotel. She knew that Tang Yu was the owner of the Mingwe Hotel and immediately called him after checking the news. After several unsuccessful attempts to reach him, she contacted Tang's father and learned that Tang Yu was not at home, saying he went to sit in a jail cell. It turned out he had come here. It's nothing, I'm just here to cooperate with Officer Bai in the investigation, Tang Yu said expressionlessly. Don't provoke the Dragon King any further. Look at his expression. Give me some space to breathe, or this dog will come at me. He had already caught a glimpse of Ye Chen's liver-colored face. What an awkward scene. Tang Yu even thought of using his toes to scratch a Dragon King's palace into the ground. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Su Muyue also took a glance out of the corner of her eye and saw Ye Chen's gloomy, resentful face. She felt even more annoyed with this person. Could he really think she was interested in him? What a lunatic. After a moment's thought, she simply hooked her arm around Tang Yu's and said, if everything is fine, let's go home. Tang Yu's eyes widened, wanting to shout for help. Damn it, you're doing this again. Don't do this, Teacher Wang. I'm still just a kid weighing over 100 pounds. It's not appropriate. At that moment, Ye Chen's fists were tightly clenched, his nails nearly digging into his flesh. The woman he liked was being so intimate with another person right in front of him. What was she thinking? Could it be that she truly had no feelings for him? It shouldn't be, her eyes would not deceive him. Just as Tang Yu was about to pull his arm away and quickly leave this troublesome place, someone else walked in from outside the office. This time it was another stunning beauty. Wang Yishui walked in with a frown hurriedly. After confirming that nothing was wrong with Tang Yu, her face instantly transformed into a bright smile. Tang Yu, you're fine. I heard the owner of the Mingwe Hotel was arrested. It scared me half to death. She had just gotten the news and rushed to the West City precinct to check on him. However, she did not expect that Su Muyue would be here, and she was even holding on to her little Tang Yu's arm. This woman hadn't even looked at her precious Tang Yu for 3 years. Noticing the look in Wang Yishui's eyes, Su Muyue quickly became alert. She knew that Wang Yishui was Tang Yu's ex-girlfriend. Women are particularly sensitive about exes. Moreover, the other party was a beauty who was not inferior to her. As their eyes met, the temperature in the room seemed to drop instantly. Wang Yishui took the initiative to strike first. She coldly smiled at Su Muyue. Oh, isn't this Miss Su? The #1 ice queen beauty of Su Hang has such an active side. I thought you didn't like. What does that have to do with you? Su Muyue shot back without hesitation, holding Tang Yu's arm tightly. Stop, don't argue over a handsome guy like me. It would break my heart. Oh no, wait, just don't do this in front of the Dragon King. Can you two let me enjoy my peace? Seeing the two women at each other's throats, Tang Yu was completely dumbfounded. He had heard that the two women did not get along and rarely appeared in the same place. But if they didn't get along, why drag? Just as he was about to slip away, Wang Yishui had already grabbed his other arm. She glared at Su Muyue. How does holding my boyfriend's arm not relate to me? If you really like handsome guys, I can introduce a few to you, just don't disturb my precious. Your boyfriend. Miss Wang, you really have thick skin calling someone else's fiancé your boyfriend. Oh, he's your fiancé, then what do you know about him? Do you know what he likes to eat? What brand of cigarettes? Does he prefer black stockings or white ones? Can you answer that? Wang Yixue scoffed at Su Muyue's words. Fiancé. She had heard Tang Yu mumbling about wanting to cancel the engagement. By her guess about this woman, she must feel very uncomfortable that the dog she had been licking for 3 years had disappeared, so she wanted to find him back. How could she give you that chance? Su Muyue was indeed momentarily stumped as she was a bit at a loss for words. Is it important to know these things? As long as he likes me, the whole of Su Hang knows he likes me. He even threw me a birthday party a few days ago. Su Muyue decided to pull out her trump card for a counterattack. No matter how beautiful or goddess-like a woman is, she has her skills in battling with rivals, and she was no exception. Sure enough, Wang Yixue instantly looked a bit furious. She even felt like giving Tang Yu a few punches. This guy didn't he have no interest in her? What was going on with that birthday party a few days ago? She had been preparing to sleep at home when she saw it and got so angry. So she gritted her teeth and pulled out her phone. Damn it, you want to show off your affection in front of me? I'll show you what it means to flaunt love. Tang Yu's face changed dramatically at her actions. Just as he wanted to stop Wang Yixue's crazy actions by Wang Yi slammed the table, her face flushed with anger, and said, enough, stop arguing here, I still have work to do, get out quickly. Bai Wanyi had a good relationship with both Su Muyue and Wang Yixue. They were both her high school friends. Seeing her friends arguing over Tang Yu here, she was quite annoyed. Damn it, this circle is really messy. When Bai Wanyi got angry, Tang Yu quickly dragged both women out of the office. Meanwhile, Ye Chen standing aside looked even worse than someone who had just eaten a dead fly. The two women he liked were fighting over jealousy right in front of him, but that man was not himself. As they walked out of the office, the two women clung to his arm like they were in a sulky mood and did not let go. The single dogs at the West City precinct felt 1,000 points of damage. Damn it, two beauties serving one. Who the hell is this guy? Can he be arrested? Sure, that's young Master Tang from the Tang family, the #1 dog licker in Suhang, you know. Dog lickers everywhere. Damn it, starting tomorrow, I'll also join the licking. Tang Yu occasionally heard the term licking dog and nearly lost it. Damn it, you guys are the real dog lickers. I hate dog lickers the most. After leaving the West City precinct, Tang Yu looked at the two women helplessly. Are you planning to tear me in half and take me away? Then let her let go first. Wang Yixue said with a huff. Why should I let go first? Su Muyue snorted coldly, refusing to back down. Hurry up and let go of me. Are you treating me like a toy? Even if I were a toy, there's only one, not enough for you to share. Tang Yu wore a face of pain mixed with a hint of pleasure. Because they were holding onto his hand tightly, it felt soft. Fortunately, at that moment, a Maybach drove up and stopped in front of them. After the car door opened, Qin Ming stepped out, seeing Tang Yu being held by two women. He was instantly taken aback, doubting whether he was still dreaming. Damn, big brother, what's going on here? Qin Ming hesitated, unsure of what to say, confused by the situation. Su Muyue and Wang Yixue, two notoriously proud beauties in the circle, were actually holding Big Brother's hand together. Damn, when did Big Brother become so skilled at this? Seeing Qin Ming had arrived, the two women felt a bit embarrassed and simultaneously released Tang Yu. They were playing truth or dare. Tang Yu chuckled awkwardly and defended himself. Is that so? Qin Ming's eyes glinted with amusement. Being a veteran in romantic affairs, he was well aware of these things. Then he expressed concern, saying, Big Brother, are you all right? I heard there was an incident at your hotel. I'm fine. Just happened to sell the hotel to someone else a few days ago. Tang Yu shook his head. That's good. Big Brother, fortune favors the virtuous. Let's go drink to celebrate. Qin Ming cheerfully walked over and put an arm around Tang Yu, only to find Su Muyue and the other woman glaring at him with murderous intent. They both remembered the last time he took Tang Yu to the Xinghe Club. Wang Yixue directly made a gesture of cutting her throat as a warning. If he took their little Tang Yu to that kind of den again, she would definitely make him pay dearly. Seductive harlots, all of them better get lost. After giving Qin Ming a warning with their eyes, the two women bid farewell to Tang Yu and left. As soon as they were gone, Tang Yu hurriedly took out a cigarette and lit it to calm his nerves. Qin Ming chuckled as he squatted by Tang Yu's side, saying, Big Brother, you're quite the lucky one. You think this is a good thing? Tang Yu replied irritably. As a villain wanting to live a low-key life until the end, staying under the radar was the way to go. Qin Ming merely chuckled and remained silent. He certainly thought it was a good thing. After Tang Yu finished smoking, he stood up with a tired expression. Big Brother, if there's nothing else, I'll head back to rest now. Let's drink again next time. I've been exhausted lately, sleeping poorly and having nightmares every day. All right, hurry back and get some rest. Tang Yu nodded, feeling warm inside. His brother came rushing over as soon as he heard he was in trouble, which was truly commendable. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and frowned at Qin Ming, asking, You haven't been sleeping well and having nightmares these past few days? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I hope it's not due to kidney deficiency. Qin Ming sighed with a bitter smile. Tang Yu furrowed his brow and suggested, Why not try going on a trip to relax? Forget it, I'm too lazy to go out. I'll just head back to rest now. Qin Ming waved his hand and got into the car. After he left, Tang Yu returned to the car and lit another cigarette. He had already figured out the reason for Qin Ming's discomfort. This was part of the plot concerning the Qin family in the original story. Qin Ming's discomfort stemmed from the feng shui issue of the Qin family's old residence. The root of the problem was a jade Buddha that Qin Ming had bought a week ago. That jade Buddha had been tampered with by Ye Chen. After Qin Ming brought it back, the feng shui of the Qin family was severely affected, turning the originally auspicious site into a place of calamity. As the Qin family fell into crisis, Ye Chen came to their rescue. In the end, the Qin family treated him like a deity, showing him immense respect. The eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Kuxian, also developed a fondness for him, gradually falling under his spell. Although this plot seemed a bit silly at first glance, it was quite normal in a city fantasy story, showing off slapping faces, gaining influence, and wooing beauties, all while receiving generous rewards. Just as Tang Yu was reminiscing about the plot, the system's voice suddenly rang out. Ding, the host has successfully navigated through the West City Bureau plot. Reward: complete mastery of the ancient martial art, Inyang Wu Ji Gong, usable once. Upon hearing the reward, Tang Yu was momentarily stunned and immediately cursed. Damn system, what's the use of giving me something that's only usable once? Why not give me a pair of disposable chopsticks? According to the system's description, mastering the ancient martial art Inyang Wu Ji Gong would allow him to return double the damage he received. This was definitely a top-notch item, but the one-use limitation was incredibly infuriating. Since the host didn't perfectly navigate through the plot, he has drawn the ire of Dragon King Ye Chen. The system explained. Tang Yu was instantly filled with frustration. He wanted to perfectly navigate through it. But damn it, everyone in this world is a traitor. After Tang Yu left, Ye Chen was left in the office. Bai Wani kindly placed handcuffs on him. In her mind, Ye Chen was no different from a criminal. Otherwise, how could he be the boss of Longya? After putting on the handcuffs, Ye Chen's expression was calm, but he was furious inside. He was a dignified Dragon King. Wearing handcuffs, didn't that make him a prisoner? Just thinking about his plans to chase after women he had to endure. He had already endured all these years, so what was one more moment? He originally thought that with his relationship with Bai Wan, it wouldn't take long to take a statement. Although he was the boss of Longya, the Long Chun group had nothing to do with him. He was merely the behind-the-scenes boss. This also meant that even if the Mingyue Hotel had serious issues, it wouldn't be blamed on him. But Bai Wani was unwilling to let him go, insisting on extracting something from him. They held out until noon the next day, when a tall and stunning beauty arrived at the West City Bureau to take him out. Once he was brought out, Ye Chen's expression was somewhat gloomy. He looked at the tall beauty and gratefully said, "Thank you, Miss He, for going out of your way to come here." The beauty who came to pick him up was He Huiyin, the eldest daughter of the He family, who was also regarded as one of the beauties in Suhang. The He family was relatively low-key in Suhang, but was not inferior to the four major families. Their family was a branch of the He family from Yanjing. The matriarch of the He family had some connections with his master. So after coming to Suhang, he visited the He family at the first opportunity and helped the matriarch with her medical treatment, thus earning himself a favor. However, such a valuable favor was used in this ridiculous situation, making him feel like dying. "It's nothing," He Huiyin smiled slightly. "Missy, my friend, got locked up because of this matter." Ye Chen looked at He Huiyin with a somewhat helpless tone, hoping to seek her assistance. "I can't help you with that. When it comes to drugs, no one can say anything. I hope, mister, you can understand after all this." He Huiyin shook her head. The He family had the capability, but wouldn't help with such matters. Too troublesome. "All right, I won't make things difficult for Miss He. I'll think of another way and visit the matriarch again in a few days." Ye Chen understood that this matter was quite tricky. His relationship with the He family had not reached that level. "Okay, I'll head back to the company for a meeting first." He Huiyin said her goodbyes and got back into the car to leave. After she got in, she couldn't help but shake her head. Grandma said that Ye Chen was definitely a true dragon among men, but she thought he was just average. However, after seeing He Huiyin leave, a shadow flickered in Ye Chen's eyes. Did this woman look down on him because of her indifferent attitude? When he finally managed to win her over, he would definitely teach her a lesson. The He family was also a target for him. This would pave the way for his future endeavors in Yanjing. In the following days, Ye Chen took the people from Long Chun Group to seek connections, trying to find a way to bail out Longya. Meanwhile, Longya, who was detained for investigation, felt like he was living in hell. Originally, it was bad enough that he had fallen out of favor because of the Mingyue Hotel incident. The police even searched his residence and found the hair of the woman who died at the hotel. Once this evidence was found, the situation became significantly more serious. This time he was completely finished. Fortunately, after being locked up for a whole week, Ye Chen finally came to visit him. Knowing that the Dragon King was coming to see him, Longya was immensely excited. The Dragon King was indeed omnipotent. With his help, he would surely be able to leave this place. After being brought to the meeting room, Longya excitedly shouted, "Young Master Yi." Ye Chen was sitting behind the glass in the meeting room and nodded with a smile. "I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" "The good news, I suppose. I've asked the lawyer to fight for a reduced sentence." "And the bad news?" "After the reduction, you'll probably still have 20 years left." Long Ya's legs went weak, almost causing him to tumble off the chair. 20 years. How could he, the illustrious Dragon 8 of the Dragon Soul organization, be confined in such a place for 20 years? At this moment, he suddenly regretted coming to Huaxiao immensely. Damn it, he should have stayed away from that damned hotel. "I will continue to find a way, don't worry. Perhaps I will be out in no time," Ye Chen reassured. "Once I have control over Suhang, isn't it easy to release someone from prison?" Although there were some minor issues with the plan to take over the Wang family, it was still under his control. The progress with the Qin family was also going very smoothly, and results would soon be visible. The Tang family has Qi Yin and several other pawns that would only take some time to bring them under control. After taking down the three families, subduing the relatively weaker Su family would be a piece of cake. In short, the advantage lies with me. Before gaining control over Su Hong, I will just have to make do with Longya for now. Yi Xiao, I will trouble you then. I hope to get out soon and serve by your side like before, enjoying the little hamburgers I make myself. Alright, we brothers will see each other again soon. Ye Chen gave Longya a reassuring look and stood up to leave the meeting room. In the antique street, there was an antique shop named Debao Building. This shop is one of the top stores in Suong and is also part of the Tang family's assets. The person in charge of this shop is Zhao Gaoxing, a longtime employee of the Tang family. He has been working in this antique shop since he was a teenager, spending more than 30 years here. He is quite capable in all aspects and has gained the trust of the Tang family. Tang Xiao, please take a look at the account book. This is last month's revenue. Our shop's profits have been quite good these past few months. Zhao Gaoxing handed an account book to Tang Yu. Although times have changed, the antique shop still prefers to keep records and books. Alright, thank you for your hard work. Tang Yu smiled as he took the account book and casually flipped through it. Just as he was turning the pages, a couple entered through the. Tang Yu glanced up and upon seeing them closed the account book and hid behind a display case, deliberately turning away to avoid being recognized. The couple that walked in was Ye Chen and Qin Kursin. As the eldest daughter of the Qin family, Qin Kursin is an extremely famous beauty in Suong. However, today she looked particularly haggard, like a rose about to wither. The reason for her appearance was that the Qin family had recently encountered some unknown problems. The whole family was not sleeping well, though everyone had nightmares after falling asleep. Over time, everyone's health began to. Some of the Qin family's servants and bodyguards were so scared that they chose to resign and leave the Qin family. After they left, the phenomenon disappeared. Thus, the Qin family members began to suspect that there was a problem with the feng shui at home. She came to the antique market today to see if there was anything that could improve the feng shui and unexpectedly ran into Ye Chen on the way. Of course, this encounter was also deliberately arranged by Ye Chen. As the Dragon King, he spent his days either flirting with girls or on the way to flirt with girls. Miss Qin, I have some knowledge about feng shui and metaphysics. If you want to improve the feng shui at home, there probably isn't anything you need in these antique shops. Seeing Qin Kursin selecting items frantically in the store, Ye Chen reminded her from the side. You can read feng shui, eh? Qin Kursin asked, her expression one of surprise. She hadn't known Ye Chen for long. Last time a snake had somehow crawled into her house, scaring her out of her wits. Coincidentally, Ye Chen was patrolling the neighborhood and rushed over after hearing her scream. After helping her deal with the snake, they got acquainted. Yes, I have great skills. I was just working as a security guard temporarily to settle down, Ye Chen said with a. Getting close to women and piquing their curiosity is his ultimate flirting skill. Indeed, you are more than capable. Working as a security guard was just a pretext to flirt with women. It's ridiculous that you would think of such a scheme, throwing a snake into someone's home and then playing the hero. I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. If it weren't for your wickedness, would the Qin family's feng shui be in trouble? You have the audacity to play act here. You should really be in the movies. And you keep opening a harem everywhere. If you love cheating so much, why don't you go take ballet lessons? Tang Yu, who was in the corner, silently mocked as he overheard their conversation. While Qin Kursin was selecting antiques, she suddenly heard a series of voices, momentarily taken aback. She looked around, but didn't see anyone speaking beside her. Yet upon hearing the voices, she felt that they were somewhat familiar. It seemed to belong to some old acquaintance. What made her more concerned was that the content of those words was far too revealing. Throwing a snake into her home and orchestrating everything. Was the feng shui issue of the Qin family caused by him? She was keenly aware that these words were pointing to Ye Chen beside her. She couldn't help but glance at Ye Chen, her eyes flashing with a hint of confusion. Was this seemingly harmless guy truly the culprit behind all of this? Or was it that she hadn't been sleeping well these past few days, causing her to hallucinate? Ye Chen watched as Qin Kursin stared at him in a daze, thinking that she must be captivated by his handsome appearance. So he smiled even more confidently and spoke. Miss Qin, based on my observations, your home must indeed have feng shui issues that have attracted malevolent energy. It is unrealistic to hope that these antiques will improve the feng shui. Here I have a talisman, you can wear it and see if it improves the situation. After saying that, he took out a yellow talisman from his pocket and looked at Qin Kursin. This talisman was learned from a master and took me 3 months to create. As long as you wear it, it will surely protect you from malevolent energy. You boast without any draft, and you spent 3 months making this. It could be done in 3 minutes, alright. This thing can be drawn haphazardly. The key is that it needs your blood. Who made those malevolent energies appear? With your blood, they naturally want to attack you. Alas, poor Qin Kursin, the foolish woman has fallen for this trick, deceived to the point of despair, thinking that this man is her white knight sent by heaven to save her. After hearing the voice again, Qin Kursin finally confirmed that this was definitely not a hallucination. Someone was talking to her, but it seemed that only she could hear this voice. She wasn't sure what was going on, but at that moment she felt a surge of anger. If all of this were true, then she wouldn't hold. However, without solid evidence, she wouldn't rush to confront him. Qin Kursin skillfully masked her emotions as she gently accepted the talisman. Alright, thank you. I will wear it. We are friends, so there's no need to be so polite. Ye Chen smiled proudly. He knew that as long as Qin Kursin brought this talisman home, the malevolent energy would not attack. Once it took effect, she would definitely find a way to seek his help in resolving the issues of the Qin family. In this way, the plan to subdue the Qin family would succeed. Then he could deal with that brat Qin Ming, and wouldn't the Qin family be at his mercy? For the first time, he felt that everything was about to go smoothly. Longya, the days when the two of us can go out together to enjoy little hamburgers won't be far off. Qin Kursin nodded, carefully putting away the talisman. After wandering around the store for a while, she left the antique shop. Ye Chen hurriedly followed in her footsteps. After they left, Tang Yu finally walked out from behind the counter. He turned around and walked to one of the counters, his gaze falling on a jade talisman. The talisman was intricately carved into the shape of a yin-yang fish, looking lifelike, truly a masterpiece. The price of the yin-yang fish talisman was 880,000. According to the original plot, it wouldn't be long before Ye Chen would come to the store and buy this talisman. This was a crucial prop for him to show off that it could absorb all the malevolent energy. Looking at this yin-yang fish talisman, Tang Yu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to take it. There was nothing he could do. He was not a son of fortune. He couldn't use it anyway, as he started with all the skills. According to the original novel, Long Wang was omnipotent. He was well-versed in feng shui, medicine, gambling, and stone betting. Thus, this thing could only be used by him to resolve problems. However, watching Ye Chen smoothly take down the Qin family, Tang Yu felt quite displeased. He could not stand by and watch his brother be robbed of his family business and be played to death by this bastard. The life of a villain is still a life. After pondering for a moment, he decided to make a decision that went against his ancestors. Uncle Zhao, come here for a moment. Tang Yu waved to Zhao Gaoxing, who was sitting behind the counter munching on sunflowers. What is it, young Master Tang? Keep this yin-yang fish talisman safe for me. No one can sell it except for a customer named Ye Chen, understand? Tang Yu instructed. This crucial prop must end up in Ye Chen's hands to alleviate the crisis of the Qin family, so nothing could go wrong. This damn plot always collapses. He had to do his part. Zhao Gaoxing nodded, feeling that this name, young Master Tang, mentioned sounded somewhat familiar. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly became alert. Ye Chen, wasn't that the loser that Wang Zong mentioned in the group chat not long ago? He heard that this bastard even dared to compete with young Master Tang for women. After Wang Zong gave him a good scolding, he got promoted and went abroad to be the director. Could it be that heaven is giving me an opportunity? He smiled knowingly, realizing the implication behind young Master Tang's words. Was he going to set this kid up? Also mark the price a bit higher, 30 million will do. Tang Yu added. This prop must be in Ye Chen's possession, and it shouldn't be too cheap for him. It would be good to get some money from this bastard for charity. Don't worry, young Master Tang, I understand. Zhao Gaoxing patted his chest vigorously, knowing his opportunity to perform had come. All right, then I'll leave it to you. Tang Yu gave Zhao Gaoxing a thumbs up. The plot concerning the Qin family must proceed. After Ye Chen resolves the Qin family's troubles, he will find a way to expose this bastard's true colors from behind the scenes. He cannot confront Yu Heiden. However, striking from the shadows is still possible. After Tang Yu left the store, Zhao Gaoxing immediately took out the yin-yang fish talisman from the cabinet. This item was something he personally retrieved from outside originally, bringing back 2 pieces representing yin and yang. After so many years in the store, he was quite knowledgeable about this area. He knew the true purpose of the yin-yang fish talisman. That loser named Ye Chen wants to buy this thing. Is it to get rid of the malevolent energy? After muttering to himself, Zhao Gaoxing chuckled and went to find a box. Inside the box was another identical talisman, specifically the yin talisman among the yin and yang talismans. The yang talisman among these yin-yang fish talismans is used to eliminate malevolent energy. The yin talisman is used to cultivate malevolent energy, if placed in an area with strong malevolent energy. After swapping the 2 items, he placed the yin talisman in the counter and adjusted the price to 30 million. After doing all this, he returned to the front of the counter satisfied, silently waiting to see that bastard who dared to compete with young Master Tang for women fall into the trap. After about half an hour, Ye Chen indeed walked in from outside. Once he entered, he wandered around the store and walked to the counter of the yin-yang fish talisman. When he accompanied Qin Kursin inside earlier, he had spotted this item at a glance, realizing it was a great treasure for dealing with malevolent energy. Originally, solving the Qin family's issues didn't require these props. He could handle it himself. But he hadn't anticipated that the feng shui of the Qin family's ancestral home was indeed too good. This kind of feng shui pattern that gathers wind and conceals water, after he tampered with it, the accumulation speed of malevolent energy became quite exaggerated. In this situation, he must rely on external objects to resolve it. But when he saw the price, his expression slightly changed as he slapped the glass hard and shouted, "Are you robbing people in your store? This thing is priced at 30 million. You must have added 2 extra zeros, right?" Zhao Gaoxing, who was munching on sunflower seeds, walked over with a smile. "Boss, we aren't scamming you. This is what we acquired last month. This is a treasure obtained from the tomb of a prince from the Song dynasty. This price is already very reasonable. Don't give me that, oh, I know more about this than you do. One word, 500,000, will you sell it?" Ye Chen said with a cold expression. One of the things he hated most in life was being scammed out of his money. "Friend, don't joke around. A feng shui master who came from Hong Kong yesterday said this thing is a treasure and will come to buy it tomorrow. If you want to take it, then take it. If not, forget it. I can sell it to anyone." Zhao Gaosheng waved his hand and turned to walk back to the counter. Hearing that someone else also wanted this item, Ye Chen's expression changed slightly. After pondering for a moment, he ultimately decided to bite the bullet and pay the price, banging on the table and saying, "All right, fine, wrap it up for me. This thing is indeed expensive, but compared to conquering the Qin family, it's nothing. As long as he takes down the Qin family, the assets worth hundreds of billions will all be his." Zhao Gaosheng immediately smiled and ran over to pack the item for Ye Chen. After Ye Chen left the store, Zhao Gaosheng's smile turned cold. He snorted and spat on the ground disdainfully. "With such trash, how can he compete with our young master Tang?" Seeking death. Wang family. Since Jiang Xiaoya last visited the Wang family to treat the elderly master, his health has gradually improved. After lunch today, the elderly master was preparing to practice calligraphy with a brush in hand. Just as he began to write the first character, the brush suddenly fell from his grasp. Immediately, the elderly master clutched his chest and sat down on the chair, his body shaking violently. The caregiver nearby was terrified and hurriedly helped him onto the bed, quickly calling the family doctor. Soon the private doctor rushed over to examine the elderly master. Upon hearing the news, the Wang family members also hurried over. Seeing the elderly master's pale face as he lay on the bed, they were all extremely anxious. The elderly master had just recovered a few days ago, but how could this happen again? After finishing the examination, Wang Yishue immediately asked, "Dr. Zhou, how is my grandfather?" The doctor looked somewhat bewildered and shook his head. "The situation with the elderly master is a bit dangerous. His organs are starting to fail, but we cannot find the specific cause. I suggest we hurry and call for Jiang Shini. He is quite a renowned expert in the country, but this is the first time I have seen such symptoms. There are evidently serious issues with his health, yet the cause remains elusive." Wang Yishue immediately took out her phone to call Jiang Xiaoya. After confirming the location, she quickly arranged for the family's private helicopter to pick her up. When Jiang Xiaoya arrived, she hurried over with her small bag to begin examining the elderly master. After a while, a look of confusion appeared on her face. The elderly master's current condition was extremely concerning, yet she could not pinpoint the problem. "Xiaoya, what exactly is going on with my grandfather?" Seeing Jiang Xiaoya's puzzled expression, Wang Yishue felt a bit panicked as well. The other members of the Wang family were equally anxious. A Wang family with the elderly master is completely different from one without him. "I cannot determine what the problem is, but the elderly master's current state is indeed critical. If it is not resolved within a day, I fear." Jiang Xiaoya's expression was quite grim. She did not expect that with her medical skills, she would be unable to identify the issue. Such a troublesome situation was something she had never encountered before. Upon hearing Jiang Xiaoya's words, everyone looked ashen. If even the highly skilled Jiang Xiaoya could not find the problem, how could they handle it? Wang Rulong, standing at the back of the crowd, displayed a hint of relief in his eyes. He had been extremely nervous since Jiang Xiaoya arrived. He was afraid that Jiang Xiaoya would uncover some issue, if fortunately she could not solve it. Last time he had planned to cooperate with Yishao to freeze the Wang family's liquid funds, intending to push Wang Yishue out of the power center and take his place. However, for some reason the plan had failed. Wang Yishue not only caught on to the hints, but also turned the tables on Yishao. He had been quite scared at the time. After seeing that Wang Yishue had no intention of causing him trouble, he thought it was just a small coincidence, and that his identity had not been exposed. As for the current situation, it was naturally his doing. After the plan failed, Yishao suggested another scheme to him. He urged him to take action directly against the elderly master. Once the elderly master was gone, the issue of succession would have to be resolved. According to family rules, ultimate power is still to be held by the male heirs. Without the elderly master's protection, Wang Yishue would not be able to maintain her power. "Grandfather, don't blame me for being heartless. You are too biased." Wang Rulong sighed in his heart, feeling somewhat guilty. But compared to power, what did that matter? "So what do we do now? Should we have Jiang Laosher come and try?" Wang Yishue said bitterly. "Jiang Xiaoya, I cannot find the problem. Even if my grandfather comes, he probably won't be much help. This situation is quite troublesome, but there is someone who can assist me." "Who?" "Brother Tang Yu," Jiang Xiaoya replied. Last time at the Tang family, she had eavesdropped on Brother Tang Yu's thoughts and discovered that he had learned the Qingnong Tianjing and entered the state of divine comprehension. If she could not find the issue now, she could only rely on him to use his divine comprehension to see what was wrong with the Wang Yishue did not expect Jiang Xiaoya to suggest bringing Tang Yu over. Relating to her grandfather's life and death, she would not question it further and quickly called Tang Yu. At this moment, Tang Yu was in the office playing games with Qi Yin. He had noticed that ever since he let her report data while gaming every day, she had been quite diligent in her work. From the start of work to the end, she hardly moved from her seat. When it came to ordering takeout, however, she was quite active, having at least 3 cups of milk tea and various junk food each day. It was as if she were a lazy bum lying flat. However, Tang Yu knew very well that all of this was just her superb acting. She merely wanted to lull herself into complacency through diligent work to achieve her goal of stealing data. To this, Tang Yu was indifferent. After all, he had already tampered with all the data. If she wanted to steal, let her steal more. Upon receiving Wang Yixu's call, Tang Yu picked up the phone and said, "What's wrong? Where are you now? I'll send the helicopter to pick you up, and my grandfather is in critical condition, so hurry over." Wang Yixu's anxious and aggrieved voice came through. At this most vulnerable moment, she truly wanted to see Tang Yu. "I'm at the office, and you just send the helicopter to the rooftop of the building to pick me up." Tang Yu did not hesitate. He dropped the controller and hurriedly left the office, heading to the top floor. The sudden incident with the elderly master surprised him as well. According to the original plot, the elderly master was supposed to remain healthy until the end. After a while, the helicopter quickly landed nearby. Tang Yu quickly climbed into the helicopter and began to ponder where the problem lay. After several scenes fell off, he had to admit that the plot of this book had already collapsed. Upon arriving at the Wang family, Tang Yu just stepped down when he saw Wang Yixue waiting for him with red-rimmed eyes. "It will be fine, and the elderly master is blessed and will not have any issues." Tang Yu quickly comforted her softly. "All right, you should hurry and check on him." Wang Yixue grabbed Tang Yu's hand and pulled him inside. When they entered, Zhang Xiaoya was already administering acupuncture to the elderly master. She could not find the problem, but it was not difficult to stabilize the elderly master's condition. The eyes of the Wang family members were all focused on Tang Yu. They too wanted to know why Zhang Xiaoya had called him over at this moment, as he was not knowledgeable in medicine. What happened to the elderly master? Tang Yu, still unaware of the situation, walked over and asked Zhang Xiaoya. "I cannot determine where the elderly master is ill right now. I plan to try treating him with the 13 ghost needles first and need your help." Zhang Xiaoya came up with a rather clumsy excuse, leaving everyone in the room a bit dumbfounded. Tang Yu was equally puzzled after hearing it. She specially asked to come here to assist. He instinctively focused his attention, scanning his gaze over the old master Wang. If even Zhang Xiaoya couldn't find out what the problem was, what kind of illness had the old master contracted? Could it be that after the Wang family's plot fell apart, they forced the Dragon King to come out again as a divine doctor to show off? This was a situation he had never encountered before, because in every round of transmigration before, he had never survived past the first plot. Either he would die right at the start or live for 2 or 3 hours before being killed. Fortunately, after scanning with his eyes for a while, he eventually discovered a golden thread located near the old master's heart. What is this strange golden thread? How could it be wrapped around the old master's heart? What the hell, it even moves? Isn't this the golden silk bug curse of Ye Chen? This thing is incredibly insidious. Within 24 hours of entering the human body, the host is undoubtedly doomed. After the host dies, this thing will self-destruct and dissolve, leaving no evidence behind. In this case, to save old master Wang, either Ye Chen must personally come to break the curse, or they must try the secret formula from the Qing Nong Tianjing, using mugwort, Ju, Li Xiang redstone resin. A total of 11 medicinal herbs to create incense. I need to think of a way to discreetly remind them, no matter what, we can't let old master Wang die. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue and Zhang Xiaoya both changed their expressions. As they noticed each other's expressions simultaneously, they instantly guessed a thought. That is, the other person can also hear Tang Yu's thoughts. At this moment, Wang Yixue understood why Zhang Xiaoya wanted her to bring Tang Yu along. So it was for this reason. I suddenly thought of a prescription. Let's have someone fetch the medicinal herbs for me first. Zhang Xiaoya quickly wrote down a string of medicinal herbs she had just heard and sent someone to get them. A servant from the Wang family immediately ran off to fetch the herbs. Zhang Xiaoya began to contemplate the medicinal compatibility of this prescription. The prescriptions from the Qing Nong Tianjing are all precious lost treasures. Since my sister Xiaoya has a treatment plan, let's step outside to rest for now. Oh, she can watch over Grandpa here. Wang Yixue also breathed a sigh of relief and let everyone step out of the room first. What does that mean? I have nothing to do. Tang Yu was still pondering how to remind them. Yes, I still have something to discuss with you. Come with me. Wang Yixue grabbed Tang Yu's arm and walked towards the small garden. Why so serious? Is there something big you want to tell me? Tang Yu followed Wang Yixue, feeling that the atmosphere was... Once in the small garden, Wang Yixue pulled Tang Yu down and asked, "I feel like something is off with my grandpa. He was perfectly healthy, and suddenly this could very well be due to poisoning. What do you think?" "I also think that's a possibility, but we still need to investigate carefully." Tang Yu nodded in agreement. "Where is the poisoning?" "It's actually a curse. The golden silk bug curse must get close to the target to be used. If Ye Chen didn't come here personally to enact it, then it's most likely that Wang Rulong is the fool behind it. This kind of person is truly an idiot, colluding with an outsider, thinking they can become the head of the Wang family. Just having this secret in their hands means you will have to lick their boots for a lifetime, right?" Wang Yixue's expression suddenly turned cold. Indeed, her suspicions were correct. It was that fool Wang Rulong causing trouble in the dark. The reason she kept him around last time was not because she lacked evidence. She simply didn't want to alert the snake in the grass, wanting to use Wang Rulong's stupidity to deal with Ye Chen. She never expected him to be so reckless as to dare to lay a hand on Grandpa. In that case, there was no need to keep him around. Wang Yixue sighed softly, feeling a bit weary. She actually didn't care much about the family's wealth. After all, it could never be spent out, but not everyone could think that way. Aside from Wang Rulong, weren't there others with similar thoughts? She leaned her head on Tang Yu's shoulder. Noticing Tang Yu about to move, she couldn't help but laugh in annoyance. "If you behave, you'll dress as a bunny girl for you next time." "What bunny girl?" Just don't rub your dandruff on my shoulder. Tang Yu grumbled discontentedly. I absolutely detest dishonest people. Promises must be kept. Bunny girls, I actually don't care. I'm a decent man. If there was real sincerity, switching to blood droplet assassins would also suffice. Blood droplet assassins. Wang Yishue was slightly taken aback. What is that? However, she was too lazy to ponder that question, just being beside Tang Yu made her very happy. At least at this moment, she didn't have to think about the intrigues. The two sat quietly in the small garden. Wang Yishue listened to Tang Yu's nonsensical thoughts, increasingly finding this brooding man quite adorable. Until a voice broke this tranquility. Miss Jiangshini has already treated the old master. You should go take a look. A bodyguard rushed over to shout. Let's go, hurry, and check on the old master. Tang Yu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. If only you could have been a few minutes later, I might have developed shoulder periarthritis. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yishue rolled her eyes and hurried to see the old master. When they arrived, the room was filled with a somewhat pungent aroma. Old Master Wang had already regained consciousness, and a nurse was feeding him a bowl of medicinal soup. After a sudden serious illness, the old master looked noticeably weaker. Grandpa, are you okay? Wang Yishue quickly asked with concern. I'm fine, just feeling weak. We'll take a nap after. The old master just needs to rest for a couple of days. Jiang Xiaoya had treated the old master using the formula she heard from Tang Yu, and the cursed bug crawled out and died. She had already collected the dead bug. She planned to go back and study it with her grandpa. That guy named Ye Chen is truly disgusting. After everyone came to express their concern, they left the old master alone to rest. Just as Tang Yu walked out of the room, his phone rang. He glanced at the phone and realized it was a call from Qin Ming. Big brother, didn't you say you would call me when you were doing the feng shui for my family? Hurry up and come over. Many people are already here today. Qin Ming's voice came from the phone. Okay, wait a moment, they'll be there shortly. After responding, Tang Yu hung up the phone. He greeted Wang Yishue and the others and hurriedly drove to the Qin family. According to the original plot, today the Dragon King Ye Chen would put on a grand show here. And he had the identity of the #1 feng shui master in Suong. P.S. Here comes the third update with 100,000 words. Brothers, please give a 5-star rating to urge updates and free gifts. A new betrayal is about to begin. Wealthy individuals tend to have a strong belief in metaphysics, thus they show great respect towards masters of feng shui. After Ye Chen acquired this identity, his status in Suzhou and Hangzhou rose significantly, earning him the title of Master Yi. However, he indeed possesses considerable skills when it comes to feng shui. After all, he is the beloved son of a popular author who seems to understand everything almost as if it were written that he has 5 innate talents. How should I expose this bastard? Tang Yu pondered this while driving. Following the principle of survival, confronting him directly was definitely not an option. After considering various possibilities, Tang Yu could only privately inform the Qin family in some way. As soon as he left, Wang Yishue looked at the members of the Wang family. Dear elders, please gather at the Wang family ancestral hall. I have something important to discuss with everyone. What's wrong, Wang girl? What do we need to do in the ancestral hall? An elderly man with gray hair asked in a hoarse voice. Generally, when a family gathers in the ancestral hall, it is to announce significant matters. The gazes of the crowd turned towards Wang Yixu's face. Wang Rulong, feeling guilty, also became tense. He never expected that Jiang Xiaoya could cure his grandfather's illness. Didn't she say it was impossible before? Now that Wang Yishue was calling everyone to the ancestral hall, did she discover someone was plotting against his grandfather? However, he wasn't too nervous as he had no fear of his identity being exposed. The methods taught by young Master Yi for using poison were extremely discreet and would never be discovered. I have something that concerns the life and death of our family, so I ask everyone to go now. After Wang Yishue finished speaking, she walked toward the direction of the ancestral hall. The remaining people also grew serious, following behind her with puzzled expressions. What could be so serious that it relates to the life and death of the Wang family? It's fine, even if she finds out there's no evidence. Wang Rulong silently reassured himself. Upon arriving at the ancestral hall, an elder spoke up. Little Shui, everyone is here. What's so serious? Hurry up and tell us, let's think of a solution together. Wang Yishue nodded, her face icy, pointing at Wang Rulong, who stood at the edge. Rulong, come here and kneel before our ancestors. Everyone looked at Wang Rulong in shock. Did he commit another grave mistake this time? Wang Rulong's mother stepped. Little Shui, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly making your brother kneel? Did he offend you in some way? Wang Rulong approached with a bitter smile. Yes, sister, is there some misunderstanding? Misunderstanding. Colluding with outsiders and betraying the family is also called misunderstanding. The new energy project our company collaborated on with Fowls almost led to a significant loss for us. Today it was you who put a curse on grandfather, right? Wang Yishue glared at Wang Rulong as she questioned him. Wang Rulong turned pale, shaking his head vigorously. No, sister, you must be mistaken. How could I do such a thing? That collaboration with Fowls was indeed a mistake on my part, a fault of my judgment, but how could this matter concerning grandfather be related to me? Even if I lacked humanity, I wouldn't commit such acts. Is there really a misunderstanding? Do you have any evidence, Xiaoxue? Others also found it hard to believe. I can just summon the witnesses. Wang Yishue clapped her hands. Soon 2 bodyguards walked in with Li Deshen. Looking terrified, Li Deshen knelt on the ground and recounted everything to the crowd. This was now his only way of redemption. The young lady had promised him that as long as he testified, she would grant him a chance. After Li Desheng finished explaining with both testimonial and material evidence presented, the pale-faced Wang Rulong still wanted to say something. His father, enraged, rushed over and punched him in the face. After knocking him to the ground, he immediately began to kick him. Wealthy families loathe those who betray them. Moreover, he had the audacity to target the old man. This was a sure path to death. Apart from Wang Rulong's mother, who cried out and tried to stop her husband, everyone else watched with cold expressions, and Wang Yishua said nothing. Only after Wang Rulong was beaten to the brink of death did she finally speak up. "That's enough, uncle. Let's stop for today. Grandfather hasn't recovered yet, and I want to leave this matter to him once he is." Wang Rulong's father nodded, feeling despondent. He never expected his son to be so foolish. Knowing the old man's character, would there be any possibility for his son to survive after this? Take him away and lock him up. After giving the bodyguards a command, Wang Yishua looked at the Wang family members. This incident cannot be entirely blamed on Wang Rulong. He is foolish, but someone else has a more sinister intent. We must take revenge on him. Indeed, we cannot let this person go. He must pay the price. The crowd unanimously agreed to take revenge. Since he dared to target the Wang family, they would not show him any mercy. Soon the Wang family began to search for Ye Chen's whereabouts to prepare for retaliation. Meanwhile, all of the Wang family's enterprises launched attacks against Longchen Group. At this moment, the Qin family was bustling with activity. Just 2 days ago, they had suddenly released news inviting masters of feng shui from various places to resolve their family issues. Anyone who could solve the problem would receive a reward of 1 billion. For these feng shui masters, 1 billion was an astronomical sum. Thus, feng shui masters from all over the country gathered together to solve the Qin family's difficulties today. As Tang Yu drove over, he happened to see Ye Chen getting out of the car. After stepping out of the vehicle, Qin Kurson was already waiting for him. "Miss Qin, how effective is that talisman?" Ye Chen asked with a smile after getting out. "It's very effective, so I will trouble Mr. Yi today." Qin Kurson nodded, but her gaze was somewhat complicated. She still remembered the heartfelt voices she heard last time. To verify, she secretly opened the talisman this morning. Inside there was indeed a hastily drawn ghostly talisman stained with a drop of dried blood. This silly girl Qin Kurson must have been shocked by the talisman. "Thankfully, I am showing mercy this time, and will help you expose his true colors later." Speaking of which, where did that kid Qin Ming go? Just as she wondered, that familiar voice sounded again. She immediately began to look around. Who could it be? She looked around, but could not find the source of the sound. Yet this made her very excited, for today the truth was about to be. If she could tell herself that the benefactor behind all this had come, she would certainly express her gratitude properly. Moreover, he was mentioning her brother's name, indicating he knew him. With this information, it would be much easier to find him. After the two entered, Tang Yu leisurely got out of the car. After getting out of the car, he did not see Qin Ming, but he spotted Zhao Gaosheng dressed in a black Tang suit lingering at the entrance with a cigarette. With this attire, he exuded a somewhat distinguished air. Tang Yu walked over with a smile and patted him on the shoulder. "Uncle Zhao, you're here too." Zhao Gaosheng quickly chuckled and whispered, "With such an opportunity to help Tang Xiao gain face, I certainly had to come." After Ye Chen bought the Yin-Yang Fish Jade Talisman last time, he was still pondering what this guy would use it for. After learning about the Qin family, he finally understood. It turned out this fellow intended to use it to show off and attract girls at the Qin family. Thus he decided to come and make a good impression. After all, this kid had offended Tang Xiao. "Gain me some face." Tang Yu was somewhat confused, estimating that Uncle Zhao was here for the 10 billion reward from the Qin family. If he could solve their problem, it would indeed give him face. He then gave a thumbs up and said, "All right, then it's up to you today. Uncle Zhao must secure that 10 billion reward from the Qin family." "No problem." Zhao Gaosheng patted his chest and quickly agreed. If he accomplished this today, it would indeed be a reward of 10 billion. When the time comes, telling the group would make President Wang's treatment seem insignificant. "I would be the first loyal and capable minister of the Tang family." The two harbored their own thoughts and shared a pleasant smile. Qin Ming also ran over. He had been waiting at the door for Tang Yu when suddenly he felt a bit uncomfortable in his stomach and went to the restroom. Seeing Tang Yu laughing here, he ran up and hugged him, laughing along. "Damn, big brother, what's going on? That's so happy. Aren't I happy for you? Today your family's problem is sure to be resolved." Tang Yu looked at Qin Ming, smiling with a somewhat meaningful expression. "Don't mention it. I don't even know if this troublesome matter can be resolved. If it really doesn't work, we might just have to move." Qin Ming sighed, feeling rather pessimistic. In the last few days, their family had privately invited several feng shui masters to resolve the issue, but none were successful. In fact, one master was performing a ritual and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He was still lying in the hospital. Otherwise, their family wouldn't have put out 10 billion in bonuses to gather masters from all over the country, hoping to see which expert could resolve this troublesome matter. "Don't worry, not only will this matter be resolved today, but the culprit who caused your family's plight will also be revealed," Tang Yu said. Qin Ming was taken aback, thinking Tang Yu was just joking and didn't take it to heart. As the three walked in side by side, a group of feng shui masters were seated together drinking tea and chatting. They were dressed differently, looking mysterious, or one might think they were filming a scene. To keep a low profile, Tang Yu deliberately chose a seat in the corner. He had just sat down when the head of the Qin family, Qin Pingqi, came out with several bodyguards. Everyone quickly got up to greet him, casting warm and respectful gazes at this wealthy figure. Qin Pingqi nodded in acknowledgement and spoke. Thank you all for gathering to help resolve my Qin family's troubles. My Qin family keeps its word. The 10 billion check is already prepared. As long as any master here can solve the problem today, I will personally present the check, and this master will forever be a guest of honor in my Qin family. His words invigorated the masters as if they had been given a shot of adrenaline. The 10 billion seemed within reach. Rest assured, President Qin, I will surely resolve the Qin family's troubles today. What is a small malevolent energy? After I take action today, the feng shui of the Qin family will not have any issues for the next 50 years. This trivial matter I can resolve with a mere gesture. Of fellow Taoists need not compete with me. Many masters stood up to express their intentions. One after another they spoke, making the room feel like a bustling market. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a purple Taoist robe stepped forward. He shouted, "Everyone quiet down and allow this poor Taoist to speak." After his loud shout, the entire hall immediately fell silent. All eyes turned to him. Isn't this Zhao Tianshi from Longhu Mountain? Why is he here too? For 10 billion, he would go even to Africa. People began to whisper, looking at Zhao Shizhu with some trepidation. Tang Yu also looked at Zhao Shizhu with great interest. Having seen the plot of the original story, he knew this person was the current Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, quite powerful. Unfortunately, he encountered the protagonist's law, forcing him to become cannon fodder and suffer a slap in the face. In summary, as long as one competes with the Dragon King regardless of one's status in any profession, even after dedicating a lifetime to research, they would still be inferior to the Dragon King's 6 months of study. Who is this old man? He looks quite impressive. Qin Ming asked curiously. Zhao Gaosheng answered quickly. This is Zhao Shizhu from Longhu Mountain. Do you see that disciple behind him? There is one helping him hold the sword, which is the Tianshi sword said to have been inherited for over 400 years. Qin Ming exclaimed, not really understanding these things. However, having someone who looks impressive is quite good. Oh, perhaps he could help solve their family's problems. Zhao Shizhu, fellow Taoists, today there is only one reward. But since so many of us have come, we can't all act together. How should we divide this reward then? Everyone was pondering this question. They glanced at each other and no one offered a suitable answer. Money everyone wanted to monopolize, who would be willing to share? Therefore, this poor Taoist believes that the reward should be determined by ability. I will take the lead and accept your challenge. If any of you win, I will leave immediately. If no one can win against me, then I shall take this merit. Zhao Shizhu looked at everyone with an arrogant smile. His haughty attitude made many feng shui masters furious. Those who dared to come here today were all experts in the Tao. For him to stand out like this, it seemed he was claiming his strength was the greatest in the Tao. Although Longhu Mountain holds a very high status in the Tao, everyone here was not to be underestimated. Especially with a 10 billion reward at stake, no one would readily give it away. Zhao Tianshi is quite arrogant. In that case, Song Qingshan will take the lead to challenge. At this moment, the head of the Song family, Song Qingshan, stepped forward. The Song family is also quite famous in the Tao, with a legacy of 64 mysterious copper coins that can divine and calculate the heavenly secrets, as well as exorcise evil and eliminate malevolent energy. However, Zhao Shizhu didn't even glance at him, saying nonchalantly, "Then please, this friend may proceed." Continuing to torment Tang Xiaoha, Song Qingshan snorted coldly, tossing a string of copper coins high into the air. Immediately, he formed hand seals, and the copper coins, which floated like celestial maidens scattering flowers, began to arrange themselves in a formation. Upon witnessing this, the crowd erupted in cheers, for such a remarkable skill was not something just anyone could possess. Qin Ming was also left dumbfounded. These geomancers truly possessed such abilities. Song Qingshan relished the crowd's admiration. He pointed a finger at Master Zhao. The floating copper coins all rushed towards Master Zhao. A mere parlor trick, and you dare to show off before me? Zhao Shizhu scoffed, extending a hand and commanding. A young Taoist behind him was holding the master sword with both hands. After he called out, the master sword flew into the air, cutting down the copper coins one by one. After being struck by the master sword, the copper coins shattered into halves and fell to the ground. In just a moment, a small portion of the 64 coins had already been destroyed. Song Qingshan felt a pang of pain, nearly spitting out blood. This was his treasured heirloom. He could not afford to continue the duel and hurried to retrieve the remaining coins. Yet the master sword relentlessly pursued the copper coins. Song Qingshan was overwhelmed with sorrow. He glared at Zhao Shizhu and shouted, "Master Zhao, why must you pursue to such an extreme? Am I someone you can challenge at will? You think you can leave without paying a price?" Zhao Shizhu smiled faintly. Song Qingshan's face turned ashen. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Today I Song have been rude. I hope Master Zhao will show mercy." "Now that sounds better." Zhao Shizhu then pointed, and the master sword flew back into his hand. Song Qingshan quickly gathered the coins back, his expression dark and terrible. He hadn't made any money today, and instead he had ruined his heirloom. The other members of the Taoist world were equally astonished by Zhao Shizhu's display. Many began to reconsider their actions. Their skills were not even on par with Song Qingshan's. How could they dare provoke Zhao Shizhu? Is there any other fellow Taoist who wishes to challenge me? Feel free to make your move. If no one dares, I shall take this opportunity on behalf of the Qin family. Zhao Shizhu, holding the master sword, looked at the crowd with a smile that seemed to suggest he was a sage from another realm. I will. A small old man with a youthful face stood forward. He was also dressed in a Taoist robe, albeit a bit dirty, yet no one dared to underestimate him. For this man was quite renowned in the northern Taoist circles, revered as the Old Man of Kueisheng. Zhao Shizhu glanced at him and said indifferently, "Come show me your treasure, so I may broaden my horizons." The Old Man of Kueisheng snorted coldly, and a red cord floated into the air, emanating a faint glow like a fire snake. This spectacle opened the eyes of the crowd. Qin Ming slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Wow, big brother, these people are indeed impressive. I should learn a few tricks to impress the ladies later. But it seems you will need to spend a good 10 years on that." Tang Yu, who had already seen the storyline, felt little interest. No matter how impressive, it's ultimately just a stepping stone for Ye Chen. According to the plot, this old man will also lose to Master Zhao, and then Master Zhao will have a conflict with Ye Chen. Once Master Zhao fails in his magic, it will be Ye Chen's turn to show off, and Qin Kursin, this silly girl, will start to admire him from here. Poor my brother Qin Ming, not only will he be harmed by Ye Chen, but his family fortune and sister will also fall into this brat's hands. After hearing the voice in her heart again, Qin Kursin quickly focused her gaze on Qin Ming. Then she noticed Tang Yu sitting nearby, and instantly remembered that it was his voice. It couldn't be wrong. Apart from him, her brother had no other siblings. She was shocked in her heart, yet her expression remained calm. She wanted to see if it was truly as Tang Yu had said. At this moment, the Old Man of Kueisheng had already begun to duel with Zhao Shizhu. The red cord he controlled transformed into a fire snake that shot towards Zhao Shizhu. This seemingly powerful attack was met with Zhao Shizhu's disdainful smile. As the fire snake made its way in front of him, he merely pointed, and the fire snake halted in midair. "Return to me." With a light shout from Zhao Shizhu, the fire snake, transformed from the red cord, flew back, heading straight for the Old Man of Kueisheng. Upon realizing his weapon was under the control of his opponent, the Old Man of Kueisheng's face changed dramatically. He frantically ran, trying to evade the attack, appearing utterly disheveled. The crowd erupted in laughter while their respect for Zhao Shizhu deepened. Truly, he was the Master Zhao of Mount Longhu. With this move, he indeed proved himself as a top-notch expert, and they were utterly convinced. "Master Zhao, I admit defeat. I am sincerely convinced of my loss," the Old Man of Kueisheng cried out after running for a while, having no choice but to beg for mercy. Zhao Shizhu smiled with satisfaction. He pointed, and the red cord fell to the ground, no longer moving. The disheveled Old Man of Kueisheng picked it up and tied it to his hand, grunting softly, not daring to say anything more. With that, no one else in the crowd dared to challenge Zhao Shizhu. He looked at the crowd with a smug smile and clasped his fists in salute. "Fellow Taoists, I thank you for your courtesy. Since it is thus, I will handle the issues of the Qin family." Many geomancers, though unwilling, had no choice but to comply. After all, not a single person here could match his strength. "Then I shall trouble Master Zhao," Qin Pengqi said, having his eyes open wide today. "As cultivators, it is our duty to subdue demons and eliminate evil. It is my responsibility." Zhao Shizhu remained quite polite towards Qin Pengqi, as he was a wealthy patron. At this moment, Qin Kursin was already in a daze. Everything was indeed exactly as she had just heard in the voice. She quickly controlled her expression and looked at Ye Chen, speaking up. "Mr. Yi, this Master Zhao is truly impressive, almost like a deity." Ye Chen, with a look of disdain, scoffed. "They are merely practitioners of side paths. This Taoist does have some skills, but compared to me, he is vastly inferior. Once I showcase my abilities, Qin Kursin will understand what a true master is." As soon as he spoke, the attention of the entire crowd turned to him. Here we go again, classic provoking others with words. Once he angers them, he will bet against them and then step on them. After stepping on them, pretend to be magnanimous and win their hearts. You are quite adept at being a dog. Tang Yu, holding a cup of tea, couldn't help but roll his eyes. This familiar plot was so intense. Sure enough, Zhao Shizhu was enraged by his words. He looked over and saw a young man in his 20s with a dark expression, saying, "Where did this brash kid come from? Dare to say my Longhu Mountain is a side path? If you are unconvinced, let us fight it out. Who invited this person? Throw him out. Such a foolish child is laughable. Masters cannot be insulted. Master Zhao should teach him a lesson." Many geomancers also began to scold, looking at Ye Chen as if he were a clown. Qin Pengqi's brow knit as he watched two bodyguards point at Ye Chen. "Drive this man out," he ordered. As the guard stepped forward to eject him, Qin Kursin hurried to her feet and interceded. "Father, Mr. Yi is the expert I invited. He is very capable," she said, drawing the protective talisman. "This talisman was given to me by him. Since wearing it these past 2 nights, I have slept more easily and have had no nightmares." The truth had not yet been revealed, as she could not let Ye Chen leave. Ye Chen rose and smiled at Qin Pengqi. "Uncle Qin, I do not mean to boast. I only speak the truth. This Master Zhao cannot resolve your family's problem. If I do not step forward to stop him, his unauthorized actions will only backfire. He will meet certain death, and in the end bring ruin upon the Qin family." Zhao Shizhu snapped in anger. What if you cannot resolve it? Ye Chen countered, if I cannot, I will give you the Tianshi sword. After speaking, Zhao Shizhu glared at his disciples and ordered, bring the incense. The two disciples behind him immediately produced 3 censers. They placed 3 sticks of incense in each censer, but did not light them. Zhao Shizhu began to form hand seals and chant an incantation. As his prayer ended, the 9 sticks flared into life at once. Smoke curled and condensed in the air, coalescing into a gray humanoid form. When the shape finished forming, Zhao Shizhu addressed Qin Pengqi. Mr. Qin, this is the malefic qi that has gathered around your Qin family, he proclaimed. If I remove it now, your family will be secure and free of worry. Then we entrust it to Master Zhao, Qin Pengqi said, releasing a long breath of relief. The family had long been tormented. At last the trouble seemed about to be resolved. A simple matter, Zhao Shizhu said with an easy smile. Adopting the 7-star step, he thrust the Tianshi sword into the mist. The vapor seemed to shriek when struck, startling everyone in the room. Within seconds, the vapor dispersed on its own. The Qin family felt a great lightening of their burdens. Having ostensibly dispelled the malefic qi, Zhao Shizhu looked coldly at Ye Chen and spoke. Now that it is settled, have you nothing more to say? Kneel and apologize. Ye Chen replied calmly. You might care to look more closely and see whether the malefic qi has truly disappeared. No sooner had he finished than the vanished malefic qi reassembled. The gray energies surged toward Zhao Shizhu. Though he struck back with the Tianshi sword, twice the qi still entered his body. His face went pale, he spat blood, collapsed to the floor, and began to convulse. His disciples panicked, scrambling to lift him and examine his condition. Those from the Qin family who had just felt relief were now stricken with intense discomfort, as if a 1,000-weight stone pressed upon their shoulders. The other geomancers present likewise turned ashen. None of them had seen such potent malefic qi before. A few attempted to combine their rites to dispel it, but their workings failed and rebounded, leaving them with the same fate as Zhao Shizhu. Qin Pengqi, racked with pain, glanced at his daughter and found Qin Kursen entirely unharmed. Could that protective talisman truly be effective? Was this young man the true reclusive master? With a frightened look, he turned to Ye Chen. I offended you earlier. Please, young friend, save my Qin family. All eyes in the room fixed on Ye Chen. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Some urged others to make way, expecting a performance. Others whispered that after he used the jade talisman to dispel the qi, he would likely take the jade Buddha that had been sold to the Qin family. They said the malefic qi had been brought by that jade Buddha, that it had been steeped in the blood of a stillborn and infants for 7 days to nurture vicious energy. Someone added that if the jade Buddha were smashed, the maker would suffer the backlash. Hearing Tang Yu's inner words, Qin Kursen's pupils contracted. Some time ago, Qin Ming had indeed brought home a jade Buddha purportedly obtained from a venerable monk. She suppressed her anger and addressed Ye Chen in a soft voice. Mr. Ye, please then, she said. Of course, Ye Chen replied. You are my friend. The Qin family's troubles are mine as well, a sly smile twisting his lips. He withdrew the Yinyang fish jade talisman from his pocket and imbued it with a drop of fresh blood. The talisman glowed faintly white as the gray malefic qi surged toward it and was drawn and disappearing. A petty malefic qi undone with a snap of the fingers, Ye Chen said with arrogant composure. The onlookers cast admiring glances. Regardless of his showmanship, his true skill seemed impressive. For a moment, the deadly qi truly seemed dispelled by his hand. But in less than 5 seconds, the talisman in Ye Chen's palm cracked, then shattered. The qi that had been absorbed exploded outward. This surge was far denser than before. In an instant, the entire room was shrouded in a thick, gray malefic mist. Several members of the Qin family found it hard to breathe, their faces turning white and leaving them speechless. Ye Chen's expression darkened. What was occurring? Could it be that the malefic qi he had tended had grown too great and slipped beyond his control? Tang Yu too felt. Just then Zhao Gaoshan rose to his feet. He looked at Ye Chen with contempt and said, I thought you were more capable, but in the end you not only failed to resolve the matter, you made the malefic qi worse. At his words, the crowd turned their gaze to Ye Chen, their admiration hardening into anger and scorn. They muttered that the young man had spoken grandly, but only made things worse. Ye Chen recognized Zhao Gaoshan and he suddenly realized that the item he had bought was wrong. Had someone been setting him up, or was there another hand at work? Zhao Gaoshan ceased wasting words on him. To the frightened assembly he announced, do not panic. Though this fellow may be worthless, our young master Tang's learned unparalleled skill can with ease shatter such a petty malefic qi. Tang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. He was stunned to find himself exalted as some peerless savannah role he had never claimed. Internally, he flailed, realizing he had no idea how to perform such a feat and could not simply bluff his way through it. Tang Yu was utterly at sea. He truly did not know what to do. Yet the crowd now looked to him with fervent, hopeful as if he were the sole lamp in the darkness, all eyes fixed on him. With a splitting headache, Qin Ming implored Tang Yu, brother, if you truly can save my family, do it now. At that moment, Qin Ming finally understood why his elder brother had earlier insisted the household problem could be solved. It turned out his brother had a hidden advantage. Indeed, his brother seemed capable of anything. Zhao Gaoshan pulled Tang Yu from the corner. A puzzled Tang Yu felt something warm in his pocket. When he withdrew it, he discovered to his surprise a yin-yang fish jade talisman slipped in unknown to him. The talisman had already been activated by a drop of blood. As Tang Yu held it, the talisman erupted in golden radiance. He stood there like a little human sun. The surrounding gray malefic chi surged toward him but was melted by the golden light. Soon the malevolent aura in the room dissipated completely. The golden light surrounding Tang Yu also vanished. As the evil energy disappeared, the members of the Qin family felt their bodies recovering. The few geomancers who had been injured by the backlash of the malevolent aura found that the evil energy in their bodies had also vanished one by one. For individuals like them, the consequences of evil energy entering their bodies were extremely severe. If the issue couldn't be resolved quickly, the consequences could range from severe illness to premature death. They all cast reverent glances at Tang Yu. What is a master? This is what a master looks like. Sitting silently in the corner from beginning to end, only to step forward at the critical moment and turn the tide. Looking at his handsome face and towering figure, the crowd was so excited they were almost in tears. They never expected to witness a true master today. Indeed, a true master does not reveal themselves, and those who reveal themselves are not true masters. I am truly ashamed. As a dignified Tianshi of Longhu Mountain, my Dao skills are so lacking compared to young Master Tang. Alas, I must meditate in seclusion for 20 years upon returning to the mountain. Young Master Tang's kindness in saving me today's song will remember it. If young Master Tang ever needs anything, I will not hesitate to sacrifice my life. The geomancers began to praise Tang Yu loudly. They were genuinely impressed by this young Master Tang. Amazing. Truly amazing. Despite the flattery, Tang Yu only twitched his lips. Who am I? Where the hell am I? This plot is wrong. Why am I the one showing off? Stop praising me. Ooh, I really can't handle. At this moment, Ye Chen was so furious that his whole body trembled. He never expected that the carefully crafted scheme would be ruined by Tang Yu. According to his plan, he should have been the one standing here receiving the admiration and praise from everyone. At that moment, he would transform into the premier geomancer of Suzhou and Hangzhou. The members of the Qin family admired him deeply, and Qin Kursin had even fallen for him because of this. But now everything had become a mere illusion. He stood there like a lonely clown. Occasionally a couple of glances were cast at him, but they were merely filled with disdain. His heart raged with fury, wishing to eliminate everyone present. Especially Tang Yu. This person had repeatedly brought him humiliation. Just as he was about to explode, Qin Kursin suddenly rushed towards the Buddha statue placed on the altar. She grabbed the statue and smashed it hard onto the ground. Crack! As the sound of the statue shattering echoed, everyone's attention was drawn. After the statue shattered, a red light shot out from within and flew towards Ye Chen. Once the red light entered his body, Ye Chen's face turned pale and blood trickled from his nostrils. Because the Jade Buddha was refined using the blood of infants and stillborns. Now that it was destroyed, he as the owner would suffer a backlash. Having learned quite a bit from the old man since he was young about such sinister practices, he felt no qualms about it. Great achievers do not sweat the small stuff. Many bones are laid to rest for one to succeed. As the Dragon King, how could he lack such courage? But the people present were all geomancers. In terms of strength, they might not be as formidable as Ye Chen, but their perspectives were not lacking. Upon seeing the red light and Ye Chen's reaction, Zhao Shizhu was the first to react. He pointed his Tianshi sword at Ye Chen and said, "You shameless scoundrel, this malevolent aura was set up by you. I also saw that this person has such malicious intention. After all this time, it turns out it was a self-directed play, truly shameless." The other geomancers also began to angrily accuse Ye Chen. Seeing the reactions of these masters, Qin Kursin was finally certain. The voices she had heard were indeed all accurate. After being exposed and berated by the crowd, Ye Chen's face turned exceptionally resentful. As the dignified Dragon King, when did he allow such lowly scum to insult him so brazenly? It's over, oh, I tried to show off, but ended up being humiliated. This little-minded dragon is definitely going to get angry. Don't go on a killing spree. You are the Dragon King, you must endure, understand. Noticing his gloomy expression, Tang Yu sensed something was amiss. He originally planned to just get through the plot, and then remind the Qin family that this kid was setting them up. He never expected things to escalate to this point. After realizing this, Qin Kursin ran over and looked at her father, saying, "Dad, this person has malicious intentions. You, our Qin family, must not let him go." Qin Pengshi glared coldly at Ye Chen, his face dark with rage. "Mister, shouldn't you give our Qin family an explanation?" His gaze towards Ye Chen was filled with murderous intent. During this time, the Qin family had truly suffered greatly because of this kid. What explanation? I have no idea what you were talking about. Why would I self-direct and self-act? Do you think I have the foresight to know that the Qin family would offer $1 billion as a reward? Ye Chen coldly denied. Of course you don't know the Qin family would offer $1 billion. You just wanted to be a hero and save the beauty. Get Qin Kursin, and the Qin family will all be yours. What a shameless thing if the evidence is laid out, yet you still refuse to admit it. Tang Yu scoffed internally upon hearing this. Qin Kursin's eyes blazed with fury. She glared at Ye Chen coldly. "Stop pretending. Oh, I know this was your design. That snake you threw at my villa was also you, right? I've already checked the surveillance." Ye Chen's face flashed with embarrassment. She actually knew about the incident with the snake. So why didn't she expose Sister? Why waste words on him? Just kill him directly. Qin Ming gritted his teeth in hatred because he was the first to be schemed against. That jade Buddha. It was something he had been tricked into buying. At the time he thought he had gotten a good deal, but it ended up hard. After he shouted, over a dozen bodyguards from the Qin family rushed forward. Ye Chen, however, showed no intention of escaping. Dragon King. He would rather stand and die than flee in disgrace. Facing the onslaught of over a dozen bodyguards, he coldly snorted and took the initiative to attack. The bodyguard at the front swung his fist, but Ye Chen easily dodged and kicked him away. Then he proactively attacked using both fists to send two bodyguards flying once again. These bodyguards were undoubtedly professionally trained. Against ordinary people they could take on 10 with their bare hands, but in front of Ye Chen these people seemed like inexperienced novices. Qin Ming grabbed a vase as a weapon and charged in, wanting to help his family's bodyguards subdue this kid. Seeing his actions, Tang Yu didn't have time to shout to stop him before Ye Chen had already grabbed him by the throat. When Qin Ming was choked, everyone's expressions changed dramatically. The remaining bodyguards, fearing for their lives, did not dare to act. Let go of my brother. Qin Kurson instantly flew into a rage. If you dare to cause trouble, I will ensure you do not leave Suzhou and Hangzhou. Qin Pengqi was equally furious. How could an outsider be so rampant on their home ground? In the face of Qin Kurson's anger, Ye Chen felt deeply pained. Even with his skills in flirting, he feared he couldn't salvage the situation. He looked at the Qin family members and coldly said, does a mere Qin family even have the right to threaten me, Ye Chen? Today, everyone could have lived in peace. If you want to blame someone, blame that bastard Tang. After speaking, his gaze fell on Tang Yu, filled with resentment. From the Tang family to the Wang family, and then to the Qin family, this kid was constantly ruining his plans. He decided he would no longer endure. Today, he would let them know what it means to offend the Dragon King. Staring at him, Tang Yu couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. I don't want to act tough. I just want to be a quiet, handsome man. Tang, today I give you a choice. Either the kid surnamed Qin dies, or you suffer for him. Ye Chen glared at Tang Yu and shouted angrily. This cunning bastard. He had stabbed me in the back countless times. If I don't take some interest back today, wouldn't that be too easy on him? After he finished speaking, he exerted a slight force, causing Qin Ming's face to instantly turn red and struggle to breathe. Don't act recklessly, just leave. Today our Qin family won't hold this against you. Seeing his son's strange complexion, Qin Pengqi looked flustered. This should be up to him to decide. Ye Chen pointed at Tang Yu. Although Qin Ming was already struggling to breathe, he still managed to wave his hand at Tang Yu with difficulty. He was someone who had practiced for a few years and understood that his elder brother's skill was enough to kill a chicken. Letting his elder brother take action would be equivalent to sending him to his death. He had already saved him once, there was no need to save him a second time. If he truly dies at the hands of this bastard Ye Chen, then at worst they could be brothers in the next life. What? Are you going to watch your brother die at my hands like a useless fool? Ye Chen gazed at Tang Yu with a cold tone. Wasn't he fond of playing tricks? Then I shall play tricks with him. Are you really going to stand by and watch your brother die in front of so many people? Aren't you ashamed? Let him go, I'll accompany you. Tang Yu gritted his teeth. This damn fool was truly out of his... Although he wanted to remain quiet, there was still a limit to his endurance. After Tang Yu agreed, the people from the Qin family became somewhat flustered. They didn't want to watch Qin Ming get into trouble, but they couldn't let Tang Yu suffer for Qin Ming either. Qin Kurson's eyes were red as she looked at Tang Yu. She had previously had quite a few unpleasant encounters with Tang Yu due to certain matters. Moreover, after Tang Yu had been a sycophant for 3 years, her impression of him had worsened. What kind of man is without self-respect? But today her impression of Tang Yu completely reversed. What woman would dislike a man with responsibility and loyalty? You really dare to agree? Ye Chen was also surprised that Tang Yu actually dared to agree, loosening his grip slightly to let Qin Ming catch his breath. He hadn't originally intended to kill Qin Ming. He just wanted to humiliate Tang Yu as revenge. But since he agreed, he shouldn't blame himself for being rude. Let him go, and let's have a proper duel outside, each of us landing a punch to decide the winner. Tang Yu pointed to the open space outside the hall. Although he really wanted to stay quiet, he was not someone without limits. For the sake of his brother. Fine. Ye Chen agreed verbally, but still held on to Qin Ming's neck as the three of them, after seeing the three of them head out, the crowd followed suit. The group of feng shui masters looked at Tang Yu with even more respect. What is a true master? Powerful Loki, and with such loyalty. What are we going to do now? Qin Pengqi felt a whirlwind of confusion. He couldn't bear to watch his son die, but he also couldn't let his nephew die for his son. This guy could easily send more than 10 of his bodyguards flying. His strength was simply unfathomable. Even calling the police wouldn't be quick enough. Had he known it would come to this, he should have spent more money to hire a few experts to guard his home. Trust him. Qin Kurson bit her lip, knowing there was nothing else to do at this point. She loathed Ye Chen intensely in her heart, that bastard. If given the chance, she would definitely kill him with her own hands. After stepping outside, Tang Yu took a deep breath and spoke. You can let him go now. Good, you finally dared to stand up like a man. Oh, what's the point of just playing tricks, eh? Ye Chen snorted coldly, releasing his grip on Qin Ming. Several bodyguards rushed forward to catch their young master. Ye Chen stood with his arms crossed, looking at Tang Yu with, don't say I'm bullying you, a useless fool. He'll even let you throw 3 punches first. If I so much as furrow an eyebrow, I swear he'll never set foot in Suzhou or Hangzhou again. As a martial arts expert, he could see that this guy was a frail fool. Don't even think about hitting me with a single punch. Even if I let you hit me 100 times, you couldn't inflict any damage on me. You go first, hit me. I'm afraid of dirtying my fists. Tang Yu also crossed his arms, standing in place provocatively. Why would he initiate an attack? His mind wasn't in a muddle. This damn system hadn't given him any offensive ancient martial arts skills. Would he rush up and give this bastard a light slap? The only 2 skills he could use now were the immovable king technique and the yin-yang infinite technique. Both techniques could only be used once the damn system had him firmly in its grasp. He had 2 streams of qi flowing within him, which were these 2 techniques. Although they could only be used once, both techniques were at the great perfection stage. The former could resist one attack. The latter could use force against force, doubling the damage received. No wonder he's young Master Tang. This is the true demeanor of a master. Indeed, why bother taking the initiative against such a small fry? With young Master Tang's immense ability, eliminating this person is as simple as crushing a maggot underfoot. Many feng shui masters had already become fans of Tang Yu. They were convinced that this young Master Tang was undoubtedly a true master with extraordinary abilities. Seeking death. Ye Chen hated it most when others looked down on him. After all, he was the Dragon King, high and mighty. In places like Africa and the Middle East, where did he not command respect? At this moment, all the resentment he had accumulated surged forth. With an angry shout, he charged at Tang Yu and swung a punch. But in this punch, he did not unleash all his strength. Because he couldn't kill this guy. He wanted this brat to lie on a sickbed watching the Tang family perish. They were merely 3 meters apart. With Ye Chen's strength, he could reach Tang Yu in an instant, swinging a punch at his chest. At the same time, the 2 streams of qi within Tang Yu began to circulate in accordance with his will. When Ye Chen's punch hit Tang Yu, it felt as if it had struck cotton. Tang Yu, standing in place, didn't even move. The terrifying force of this punch was absorbed by the immovable king technique, and then transformed by the yin-yang infinite technique. Tang Yu felt a surge of immense power gathering in his right hand. He clenched his fist, with a punch unleashed. While Ye Chen was still in shock, wondering why his punch had failed to inflict any damage, Tang Yu's fist had already struck him. For Ye Chen, this punch was incredibly slow, yet contained an extremely terrifying force. Having been caught off guard, he was hit by the punch and flew backward like a kite with a broken string. He flew several meters back and crashed into a statue in the courtyard. The statue depicted a green bull with a shepherd boy riding on its back. Ye Chen crashed directly into the bull's horn. The impact struck the most vulnerable part of his backside. Soon the bull's horn was stained red with blood. A wave of pain shot from his rear and throughout his body, causing Ye Chen to shudder uncontrollably. Had it not been for his extraordinary willpower, he would have already shouted out. He felt a sweetness in his throat and opened his mouth to spew a mist of blood. The crowd was also left dumbfounded. Young Master Tang was indeed a peerless master of extraordinary ability. This person could easily handle over 10 bodyguards, but was effortlessly sent flying by young Master Tang with one punch. The disparity in strength between the two was simply like heaven and earth. Zhao Gao was also dumbfounded. Damn, did Tang Xiao really hide it so deeply? Damn, big brother. You are amazing. Qin Ming, sitting on the ground, covered his throat and coughed hard, his eyes nearly popping out. With this punch, the bastard with the surname Yi not only spat blood on the spot, even his rear was severely injured. In short, at this moment, everyone only had 4 words in their hearts. Tang Xiao is impressive. Standing still, Tang Yu looked at his own fist and Ye Chen's bleeding rear. He was, damn it, he even hurt the Dragon King's rear. Fortunately, the Dragon King had a clean bowel movement today. Otherwise, if he had defecated, the Dragon King would really go all out against him. What a Tang Yu, he hit it so deeply. After Ye Chen got down from the statue, even his walking posture was off. There was no way around it. With every step, his rear hurt like hell. He gasped, and while looking at Tang Yu, his eyes were filled with hatred mixed. Even if he hadn't used all his strength in his punch, it shouldn't have resulted in no damage at all. As for that punch the kid threw at him, although it was a bit slow, its lethality was more terrifying than his own. If it weren't for his astonishing physique, that punch would have probably cost him his life. He was currently heavily injured both internally and externally. Don't let him go beat him up. He'll reward 10 million for breaking an arm and 1 billion if you kill him. At this moment, Qin Kursin suddenly shouted. After holding back for a long time, she finally had a chance for revenge. How could she let it slip? The bodyguards of the Qin family had just suffered a huge loss and were now filled with rage. Seeing the opportunity to beat the drowning dog, a crowd surged forward. Ye Chen, with a pale face, dared not fight with them. Just Tang Yu, who kept a low profile, made him extremely wary. A real man can endure and retreat. He silently reassured himself, enduring the pain, as he quickly dashed out of the Qin family's old residence. He rushed forward and jumped over the wall, only to be dumbfounded upon landing. Outside the Qin family's old residence, there were about 10 cars parked. Wang Yixue, with a frosty expression, was standing outside. She had brought along at least 30 people. These people were all dressed in black suits as bodyguards. After dealing with the traitor Wang Rulong, the Wang family mobilized forces to find Ye Chen's whereabouts. Revenge was imperative. Upon learning that Ye Chen was at the Qin family, she brought her elite forces over. Just as she got out of the car, she saw Ye Chen jumping over the wall. Noticing the bloodstains on Ye Chen, she pointed at him without a second thought. Kill this bastard. The Wang family bodyguards surged forward. Ye Chen's eyes were bloodshot. He was the Dragon King reigning supreme abroad. He had always been the one to beat others when they were down. When did it become his turn to suffer such humiliation? Looking at the 30 or so people, Ye Chen roared furiously and started to fight with all his might. But having just taken a punch from Tang Yu, he was already internally injured. With his rear injured, it severely affected his performance. Every step he took was agonizing, as if he had a 5-pound hemorrhoid. In a state of greatly reduced strength, faced with so many elite bodyguards attacking him, this time the goddess of victory finally stood on the side of the bodyguards. After injuring more than 10 bodyguards, Ye Chen could no longer hold on and was pinned to the ground, being beaten wildly. Tang Yu and the others had already chased out. Seeing Ye Chen being beaten down by a group of people, Tang Yu had a look of disbelief. This has nothing to do with me. Aminasano, I just punched you once. Seeing that these people were quite ruthless, Tang Yu had to consider a question. If the Dragon King were killed, how would the plot continue? Just as Qin Kursin waved her hand to let her bodyguards rush up to deliver the final blow, Ye Chen, who was nearly beaten to death, painfully pulled out a small bottle from his pocket. He smashed the bottle on the ground, and a red mist immediately wafted out. The bodyguards surrounding him felt an unbearable itch all over after inhaling the red mist. They couldn't continue beating Ye Chen, scratching at their bodies in a frenzy. After all the bodyguards were affected, Ye Chen finally managed to escape. If he stayed here any longer, he would truly be beaten to death by these bastards. He gritted his teeth against the pain, got up from the ground, and aimed to grab a car and flee. Having suffered such humiliation today, he would repay it 100-fold in the future. Just as he was about to escape, a bodyguard gritted his teeth and grabbed his pants tightly. The young lady said when she came here, "Kill this kid. The year-end bonus will be 10 times. If I personally leave him behind, there's got to be a reward of 20 million. 20 million. This amount of money would allow him to drive a Cadillac to the club 1,000 times. So he endured the itch and swore he couldn't let this kid go. Don't even think about running away." The bodyguard shouted angrily, eyes wide. The other bodyguards couldn't just watch the year-end bonus run away. They too endured the unbearable itch and struggled to get up to stop Ye Chen. Ye Chen was already driven to the brink by this group of people. It was the first time he had seen someone who could still get up after being hit with his itching powder. At the end of his rope, he could only use his final card. The golden cicada sheds its shell. He unleashed the last of his true energy, causing his pants to instantly tear apart. In this manner, he successfully shook off the bodyguards. At the same time, his bloodstained rear was exposed to everyone, looking just like a wild monkey. Damn! Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed. It was painfully eye-catching. Even if he left alive as a person, he was already dead in society. But Ye Chen couldn't care less. He rushed towards a Mercedes-Benz to escape. At this moment, who the hell cares about it? Quick, lock the cars. One bodyguard reacted and shouted immediately. They all pulled out their car keys and pressed them, locking the doors of more than 10 cars. Reaching the car, Ye Chen yanked the door with all his strength. But the door wouldn't budge. He was filled with shame and anger, turning around and running towards the roadside. At this moment, a taxi happened to be parked at the roadside. Without saying a word, he dashed to the passenger seat, glaring at the driver and shouting, "Drive now." "Who are you?" The driver, a young man, looked at Ye Chen in fear. "This guy, why isn't he wearing any pants?" "Just drive, but don't waste time." Seeing the pursuers closing in, Ye Chen was anxious. "It's not that I won't drive, I just want to know where the hell you got the money from." The driver replied angrily. Ye Chen retaliated with a punch to the driver's head. The driver was struck, his head slammed against the glass, instantly knocked unconscious. Ye Chen expertly tossed the driver out of the car, slammed on the gas, and sped down the road, beginning to flee for his life. A group of bodyguards chased after him, feeling somewhat frustrated. Damn it, the bonus flew away. After learning that Ye Chen had escaped, Wang Yixue and Qin Kursin were both infuriated. Did this bastard really manage to get away? Tang Yu, however, was not surprised. What does it mean to be the child of destiny? It means having adventures wherever you go and surviving even the greatest crises. That's why he wanted to survive, to avoid fighting with such a powerful figure as much as possible. But the whole world was forcing him to confront this powerhouse. P.S. Here's the third update. Seeing Ye Chen escape, the geomancers present expressed their regret. Such a calamity had managed to slip away. Everyone from today onwards, our Xianmin will remove Ye Chen from our ranks. Anyone associated with Ye Chen will be regarded as an enemy. Zhao Shizhu from Longhu Mountain shouted at the crowd. His face remained pale. Although the malevolent energy within him had been dispelled, it would take at least 10 days to recover. Indeed, such a wicked scoundrel must not be allowed to continue using the name of Xianmin to deceive others. If I encounter this person in the north, he will surely suffer a worse fate. Others echoed their sentiments, for those of Xianmin adhered to the rules of the martial world. Ye Chen's actions today were the most disgraceful in the eyes of the Xianmin. After everyone unified their stance, Zhao Shizhu turned to Tang Yu. "Tang Xiao, I will remember your kindness today. If you ever need anything from Longhu Mountain, do not hesitate to ask." "So will I," said Song. Tang Xiao, with such youth and talent, I believe you are the #1 geomancer in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Does anyone disagree? It would not be an exaggeration to say you are the best in Huaxiaha. A crowd began to flatter him again. Tang Yu awkwardly wished he could use his toes to carve out a grand palace and a summer palace along with the Prince Gong's mansion. Stop flattering me. Really stop flattering me. How can I be the best in Huaxia? You all overpraise me. I merely did a trivial task, let's not think too much about it. Please go rest. Tang Yu said with an awkward smile. With such talent at such a young age, and yet so humble, Tang Xiao is truly a true dragon among men. Children should aspire to be like Tang Xiao. Everyone once again showered him with praises before heading off to rest. Are you alright? After these flatterers left, Qin Kursin rushed to Tang Ye's side, showing concern. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. Having known Tang Yu for many years, she was well aware of his lack of strength. This guy stood there with a calm demeanor. He must be forcing himself to hide his injuries, not wanting them to worry about him. I'm fine. Tang Yu shook his head with a neutral expression. What the hell, why are you here? Wait, aren't you supposed to dislike me? Upon hearing Tang Ye's thoughts, Qin Kursin smiled gently. Thank you so much today. They had known each other for many years and their relationship was not exactly friendly, but rather one of estrangement. The reason for their discord was due to an incident over a decade ago, when Qin Kursin was sleeping at home. She had a habit of sleeping without clothes, otherwise she couldn't fall asleep. That day Tang Yu came to visit Qin Ming and opened her bedroom door. Thus they had an unexpected encounter. As a teenage girl, how could she endure such a situation? In a fit of anger, she even got up without wearing clothes and confronted the stunned Tang Yu. For a boy in his teens, how much harm could such a scene inflict? From that day on, their relationship was beyond repair. No need to be polite, Qin Ming is my brother, it's only natural. Tang Yu shook his head, but his gaze unconsciously fell on a certain well-developed part of Qin Kursin. It wasn't that he was lewd, rather a man's gaze is naturally drawn to certain things. This was an instinctive appreciation of beauty, certainly not a lewd act. Every man is an artist. Speaking of which, it's been a while since I've seen her. How has she developed so well? When I first met her, she was just beginning to bloom. This is all Qin Ming's fault for putting me in this situation. That bastard deliberately made me help him grab something, tricking me into this silly girl's room. If he wants me to be her brother-in-law, he shouldn't do such cruel things, right? That encounter was indeed for nothing. After hearing Tang Ye's thoughts, Qin Kursin instantly felt a mix of embarrassment and guilt, casting a murderous glare at her brother. So it was this guy who set her up back then. This fellow had a close relationship with Tang Yu, almost like brothers. He would often come to praise Tang Yu before her, hoping to matchmake them. With his foolish intelligence, it was no surprise he would attempt such a thing. Wang Yixue, who was approaching, also heard Tang Ye's thoughts and shot Qin Ming a murderous look. This guy has some nerve, thinking he could help his sister steal her man. This person must not be allowed to live. Qin Ming was drinking from a bottle of mineral water, still shaken after being choked by Ye Chen. Damn it, I was half a foot in the gates of hell. Suddenly sensing two icy glares, Qin Ming couldn't help but shiver. What did I do? He stood up and ran over to touch Tang Ye's chest, asking, Damn, big brother, are you really okay after taking a punch from that guy? It's not a big deal. Tang Yu shook his head. Although the system sometimes plays tricks, the rewards it provides are still of genuine value. Big brother, you're amazing. I never expected you to be so hidden and profound. Qin Ming's admiration grew. Truly, he is a great brother. Get away, Wang Yixue said, coming over and shooing Qin Ming aside. She looked at Tang Yu, frowning, and asked, Did Ye Chen really hit you? She had witnessed Ye Chen's skills earlier. To sustain such serious injuries and still escape from the bodyguards, his abilities were indeed remarkable. I took a punch, but am fine. Tang Yu let out a bitter laugh and pointed at the group of bodyguards, asking, Why did you suddenly bring so many people here? It's one thing for today's situation at the Qin family to be off, but why did you bring people to trouble Ye Chen? Wang Yixue briefly explained the situation at home. After hearing this, Tang Yu could only exclaim in shock. Wang Rulong, that idiot, was actually exposed. In that case, Ye Chen has offended both the Qin family and the Wang family to a great extent. Adding himself into the mix, 3 of the 4 great families had already turned against him. Let's get you checked first to see if... Wang Yixue grabbed Tang Ye's arm and pulled him toward the house. Yes, let's check it out. Qin Kursin also expressed her concern. I'm really fine, don't worry, let me go back and rest. Tang Yu did not dare let these 2 women examine him. What the hell? No, sisters, I'm really fine. Go back. We need to check if there's a problem. What if something happens halfway? Wang Yixue was adamant and wouldn't let go. Coughing, she was truly only worried about his health with no other thoughts in mind. Then let the doctor take a look too, Tang Yu said with a bitter face. Something feels off, this is definitely not right. Is this a health check, or is it a health check? My family's doctor resigned a few days ago, we should just check for now. Although Qin Ming couldn't hear Tang Ye's thoughts, as a good brother, he understood women. Tang Yu was so frustrated by this idiot that he thought he shouldn't have saved him in the first place. Get inside, don't wait for me to come and force you. Wang Yixue pulled out her phone and waved it. Tang Yu had no choice but to comply. He felt as though he were a weak female protagonist in a movie being controlled by someone's leverage. The 2 entered a guest room. Wang Yixue was about to close the door when Qin Kursin quickly followed her. Wang Yixue frowned slightly. In her eyes, this woman was already a threat. and that guy complimented her for her good figure. It's nothing special, not necessarily better than myself. But when it comes to legs, mine are definitely more attractive than hers. This is my home. Is it wrong for me to care about my brother's benefactor? Qin Kursen said proudly. Wang Yixue furrowed her brow, knowing that lingering on this topic would not benefit her, so she stopped saying anything more. She walked over to Tang Yu and said, "Take off your clothes, let me see if you're injured." Tang Yu was on the verge of tears, shivering slightly. Damn, how did she end up looking more of a pervert than me? Let me check. Wang Yixue took off her glasses and reached out to tug at Tang Yu. Knowing she couldn't escape, Tang Yu had no choice but to cooperate, and quickly took off her top to prove she wasn't injured. Although he lacked combat power, he still kept in shape by exercising regularly. When he took off his clothes, revealing his 8-pack abs, both Qin Kursen and Wang Yixue were unconsciously drawn to him. Women are far more lustful than men. Moreover, Tang Yu was an undeniable handsome guy. Seeing Tang Yu a bit shy made them even bolder. Women also enjoy watching men be embarrassed. They like the feeling of vulnerability in men, which can trigger their maternal instincts and desire to protect. I told you I'm fine. Under the intense gaze of both women, Tang Yu truly felt a bit overwhelmed. Wang Yixue chuckled and lightly traced her finger across Tang Yu's chest, asking, "Does it hurt?" "It doesn't hurt." Tang Yu shook her head and hurriedly grabbed her clothes to put them back on. "Look at you two, we're not going." Wang Yixue snorted coldly and gave Tang Yu's backside a playful slap. "Damn you little vixen, do you really think I'm easy to bully? If it weren't for Qin Kursen being here, I'd definitely give you a taste of your own medicine." After Tang Yu's inner voice echoed, both women's expressions turned a bit strange. This guy is pretty lively in his mind, isn't he? Wang Yixue chuckled to herself. "Do you dare to hit me privately? If you dare, I'll let you do it. Then I'll head back first." After putting on his clothes, Tang Yu felt like a hired escort, just finishing work and ready to leave with the money. "What do you mean head back? There's something important I need to discuss with you." Qin Kursen stopped Tang Yu. "What is it? Shouldn't our three families join forces? Although I don't know much about Ye Chen, he should have quite a background, right?" Qin Kursen spoke up. Indeed, her knowledge of Ye Chen was limited. But this person was formidable in both skills and tactics. Allowing him to escape today means this war isn't over. He must be dealt with swiftly. The Wang family will definitely kill this person. Wang Yixue said coldly. "How dare he scheme against me? How dare he lay hands on my precious one? This matter absolutely cannot be let go." Seeing both women looking at him, Tang Yu suddenly felt a toothache. All he wanted was to quietly survive and collect his rewards. But today had nearly pushed him to his limits. With things as they were, simply hoping to survive wouldn't suffice. "My Tang family feels the same way," Tang Yu said with a bitter smile. "Damn it, I never thought that a villain would team up with the heroines to confront the Dragon King. What kind of strange plot is this? I simply don't understand. But it might not be a bad thing. After all, since I can't hide anymore, I might as well do what needs to be done. Alright, from today on we need to invest some money to enhance our security." Additionally, the other three families should join forces to suppress the Longshan group, which belongs to Ye Chen. Wang Yixue began to make arrangements. The security forces of their several prominent families were currently not strong. The reason was simple: Suang was their turf, and everyone knew the four major families. Those with normal minds wouldn't dare provoke them. Those without a sound mind didn't qualify to provoke them. The situation has changed, and it's time to invite some experts back to ensure Ye Chen doesn't escape again. After the three families banded together, the energy they contained was extremely terrifying. At the very least, it was not something the Longshan group could withstand. After driving for over 20 kilometers in a taxi, Ye Chen finally arrived at the He family. He did not go to the Longshan group. That company was merely a business and had no security forces to protect him in his currently weakened state. So he chose to come to the He family. After pulling up to the He family's entrance, just as Ye Chen was about to get out of the car, he suddenly realized another problem. Even though he was wearing clothes, he was not wearing pants. Seeing his utterly disheveled appearance, he felt an intense hate. As for Qin Kursen and Wang Yixue, he definitely had to win them over. If he set his sights on something, there was no reason to let it go. After contemplating for a moment, he took off his jacket, tied it around his waist, and walked into the He family. He was quite familiar with the people of the He family. Seeing his miserable state, they quickly sent him to the He family's private hospital for treatment. After a round of treatment, he was sent to a hospital room for recovery. It would definitely take more than half a month for him to recover. Lying on the hospital bed, Ye Chen completely understood. The reason for his failure to conquer the four major families was primarily because of Tang Yu. This useless rich second generation, unexpectedly so deep and hidden. Every time he failed, it had something to do with him. To take control of Suhong, this person must be eliminated. At that moment, a series of footsteps echoed in the corridor. Shortly after, He Huin and an elderly woman with white hair walked in from outside. The elderly woman was none other than He Lianhua, the current head of the He family. The He family was quite a strange clan, always led by women. The women in their family never marry outside, they only recruit son-in-laws. With the He family's power, there must be countless suitors willing to become son-in-laws. After entering, the two saw Ye Chen lying on the hospital bed, looking disheveled. The elderly lady approached with a smile and asked, "Little Yi, I heard you were injured. Is it serious?" "It's fine, just a minor injury." Ye Chen's expression was somewhat awkward. "As long as it's not serious, just take this time to rest here." If you need anything, just let the servants know. The elderly lady smiled. After exchanging pleasantries in the hospital room, she led her granddaughter, He Huyen, out. After leaving the hospital room, He Huyen's face showed a trace of disdain. She was already aware of the situation with the Qin family. She felt indifferent towards Ye Chen's methods. As long as the job was done, that was skill. But since the job wasn't done and he was beaten into a dead dog, even losing his pants, what a waste. Grandma, do you still think he has the potential to become a true dragon of the human world? He Huyen couldn't help. He Lianhua sighed and said, indeed. I'm somewhat disappointed. He doesn't even match half the charisma of his master when he was young. His master was such a prodigy back then. How could he produce a disciple who ended up like this? After hearing her grandmother's words, He Huyen stopped saying anything more. Previously, her grandmother had thought of placing a bet on him after hearing he was in Suhong, but now that was out of the question. Unaware of how the He family perceived him, Ye Chen rested alone in the hospital room. After 2 hours, 4 men dressed in black suits walked in. Each of them wore a skull ring on their hands. This is the hallmark of the Grim Reaper team from the Dragon Soul organization. It is also a mark of honor. In the Dragon Soul organization, only those with sufficient strength and qualifications can join the Grim Reaper team. This is also one of the most elite forces under Ye Chen, second only to the 8 great generals. They were originally sent by Ye Chen to Yanjing to gather intelligence. However, due to today's incident, they were recalled on short notice. Dragon King. After entering the room, the 4 men knelt on one knee in greeting. Seeing Ye Chen injured and lying on the hospital bed, their expressions turned grave. Which reckless individuals dared to join forces to ambush the Dragon King? How is the intelligence gathering in Yanjing going? Ye Chen asked. We have already investigated 3 prominent families and found some clues. One of them took out a document and handed it to Ye Chen. After looking over it, Ye Chen's expression darkened. Understood. Once I recover, I will personally head to Yanjing. Ye Chen took a deep breath. He indeed did not want to show his face in Suong for a while. He looked at the 4 men and commanded, You 4 stay in Suong and kill the eldest son of the Tang family, Tang Yu, for me. Lying on the hospital bed, he had already sensed that something was amiss. He was unsure why his punch had no effect on Tang Yu. However, the punch Tang Yu returned contained his unique Xian Yang True Energy. Xian Yang True Energy can only be cultivated by someone possessing the rare Xian Yang body. In all of Huaxiao apart from himself, there should be no second person. Thus he speculated that Tang Yu's strength might be different from what he had assumed. Sending the Grim Reaper team to test him would be the best choice. Even if they worked together, it would be a headache for him. All right, the 4 men acknowledged, and then left the hospital room to carry out the mission. After leaving the Qin family, Tang Yu left in a car with Zhao Gaoshan. Young Master Tang, are you satisfied with today? Zhao Gaoshan asked with a smile. Today, young Master Tang was truly impressive. The renowned feng shui masters from the Shinmen all bowed to him in submission. The Qin family was also immensely grateful to young Master Tang, and the friendship between the 2 families had taken a significant step forward. Once young Master Tang took charge of the Tang family, their status would only continue to rise. Very satisfied, extremely satisfied. Tang Yu felt irritated seeing this sycophant. He suspected there was something wrong with his family's feng shui. Why were there so many people scheming against him? They even planned it so thoroughly. If they were to take on the role of Dragon King, they would likely do a better job than Ye Chen. Well, Zhao Gaoshan blinked at Tang Yu, feeling a bit expectant. After contributing so significantly to young Master Tang, wouldn't he deserve a great reward? Tang Yu pulled out a 10 billion check from his pocket and handed it to him. He originally didn't want the money, but the Qin family insisted he take it or else he would be seen as untrustworthy. Upon receiving the 10 billion check, Zhao Gaoshan instantly beamed with joy. Young Master Tang truly treated us loyal subjects well. By the way, Uncle Zhao, aren't we planning to develop a tourism project in Antarctica? I want you to be the head of this project. It's not easy to go back and forth there. To avoid affecting your family, you all should go together tonight. Your salary and bonuses will be calculated at 3 times the current rate. I will trouble you for the next few years. Tang Yu commanded. All traitors shall be exiled. He initially thought about sending them to Syria, but upon reflection, Syria was still too close. Sending them to Antarctica would be quieter. If there were more traitors next time, he would have to consider sending them to the space station to explore outer space. Thank you, young Master Tang. Zhao will serve the Tang family with utmost loyalty until death. Zhao Gaoshan was overwhelmed with gratitude. Young Master Tang truly took care of him by allowing him to bring his family along. After getting out of the car, he took his phone, snapped a picture of the check, and sent it to the management group. Oh, today I accidentally helped young Master Tang with something. He rewarded me with 10 billion. Young Master Tang also arranged for me to be responsible for the new project in Antarctica. When I return, I will bring back some penguins as souvenirs for the brothers. All brothers should work hard. Young Master Tang never neglects those who have contributed. After sending the picture of the check to the group, Zhao Gaoshan showed off a bit. Soon the entire group exploded with excitement. He Jin, damn 10 billion. I made a mistake. I should have stayed by young Master Tang's side to continue achieving merit. Wang Defa, old he, you are mistaken. Even though we are not by young Master Tang's side, it doesn't prevent us from continuing to achieve merit. We must work harder. Does young Master Tang have any plans recently? If you know anything, please let me know, and I will share 1/10 of the reward with you. Whoever knows anything should tell me first. I will give you 1/5. I want 1/3. You wish. Get lost, you competitive dog. While the group was clamoring, Tang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He seemed to sense a certain malice, but he didn't know where the malice was coming from. Could it be that this stupid bastard Ye Chen is cursing me? Tang Yu gritted his teeth, parked the car in the garage, and dashed back to his room. As he closed the door, Tang Yu silently recited in his heart, "Dog system, what is this reward? Don't tell me it's another one-time reward." Ding, the host has successfully survived the plot. The reward is a complete cultivation technique of ancient martial arts. You can choose between immovable king technique and yin-yang infinite technique, or randomly draw one ancient martial art. After hearing the system's voice, Tang Yu felt a bit dumbfounded. Damn it, this time his survival and the plot had nothing to do with being cautious. This dog system is surprisingly generous, not giving a one-time reward. Could it be that being a bit headstrong yields better rewards? He was moved to tears. This unfilial son of a system had finally acted like a human. Dad, I choose the immovable king technique. Tang Yu made his choice swiftly. Afraid of pain, he allocated all his points to defense. This technique could withstand the Dragon King's punches. Not choosing it would be sheer folly. Soon he felt a seemingly inexhaustible energy surge within him. This energy flowed throughout his body, always ready to protect him. After operating this technique, Tang Yu tried. Hey, no pain. No good, I need to find someone else to test it out. Tang Yu felt he was too gentle on himself. He needed someone who could hit harder. But given his esteemed status, the only person who dared to hit him hard in the Tang family was that man. Thus he left his room and wandered upstairs, arriving at his father's study. When he entered, his father was busy looking at stock prices on the computer. His business acumen wasn't great, so he didn't manage the Tang Group much. Using tens of billions of idle cash to trade stocks was his hobby. Seeing Tang Yu enter, his father raised an eyebrow and said, "Aren't you supposed to be at work? Why are you here loafing around? I was worried you might be bored, so I came to chat with you." Tang Yu laughed heartily, walking over to pat his father's shoulder. "How's your stock trading lately, old Tang? Have you made any money?" His father's expression instantly darkened. "Old Tang, this kid really wants to tempt fate, doesn't he?" Father Tang extinguished the cigarette in the ashtray, his smile not reaching his eyes. "If you made a profit or not, can't you see for yourself?" With that, he stood up and walked towards the door. A click sounded as the door was locked from the inside. Father Tang slowly took out his belt and walked towards Tang Yu. A loving father can be like a wolf when provoked. Tang Yu looked up at Father Tang with bright eyes, his face filled with longing. When the belt came down, he no longer cried out like before. The calm smile on his face made Father Tang doubt his own life. Was there something wrong with his belt? Or had he really gotten old and could no longer handle this kid? "Dad, have you eaten lunch?" Tang Yu asked with concern. This immovable king technique is really effective. With this, Dad can no longer hit me. Facing Tang Yu's provocation, Father Tang suddenly felt that something was off with this kid. He put his belt back on and worriedly took out his phone to call Mother Tang. "Honging, could you find a psychiatrist? It seems like your son has some issues." Hearing his father's words, Tang Yu felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly jumped up and ran outside shouting, "I'm not sick, Dad. I'm just joking with you." He just wanted to test if the immovable king technique provided by the system had any problems. Being able to take a hit from Dad without feeling it was truly remarkable. It seems the system really delivered this time. With this, my survival ability is greatly enhanced. From now on, I'm not afraid of poison or beatings. Seeing Tang Yu whistling and skipping, the Tang family servants looked on with fear. "Tang Xiao, have you taken the wrong medicine?" Just as he was about to go back to his room and enjoy being a lazy fish for a while, Tang Yu spotted a beautiful girl dressed in a maid outfit at the door. She wore glasses which added a touch of aloof beauty to her exquisite and stunning face. What caught Tang Yu's attention even more was her alluring figure, which suited the maid outfit perfectly. This figure was only slightly inferior to that of Xiao Yu. "Hello, young Master Tang," the girl in the maid outfit said with a slight smile and a bow. "Hello, hello," Tang Yu replied cheerfully. Finally, there was a beautiful maid in the house. This was the life a rich and handsome guy should have. "Oh, this girl is really something. I just wonder if walking around all day is tiring." Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Ling Han's mouth twitched slightly. She looked up at Tang Yu and softly said, "Young Master Tang seems to have forgotten me." Tang Yu was momentarily stunned, but after looking closely, he finally recognized her. "Wait, isn't this Ling Han whom I met at the Xinghe Club last time?" He didn't recognize her today mainly because Ling Han had put on light makeup, transforming into a pure beauty. This was also her specialty, transforming her appearance. Simply put, she could look however one preferred. According to the original plot, she should have been trying to seduce Qin Ming and another wealthy young master, stirring up trouble between the two. Later, I reminded Qin Ming to stay away from her, and I never heard from her again. How did she end up in my house now? Damn, that Ye Chen, is he rushing to take revenge on me? Wasn't it just a little bloodshed? Does he have to hold such a grudge? Hearing Tang Yu mumbling to himself, Ling Han was also taken aback. She indeed received news that the Dragon King was injured after being ambushed by several masters while protecting a little girl. But what was this about bloodshed? "Miss Ling, you've come to work at my house, that's great. Have you ever been a maid before?" Tang Yu asked with a cheerful smile. This female demon is not easy to deal with. She's ranked third among the 8 great generals. Is she here to target me? Too bad she met me. She probably won't last a day. Today let her know how I got my nickname Scum You. I've done laundry, cooking, and cleaning. I specifically went to maid school to learn these skills, Ling Han replied with a sweet smile. As a top assassin of the Dragon Soul organization, she often undertook such tasks. Being a maid was the identity she used most often. But our Tang family is different, as you've seen. We're the foremost among the 4 great families of Su and Hang. It's not that easy to be a maid in our house. After Tang Yu said this, he pointed to his room. First tidy up my room. Let's see if you can handle it. Sure, young man. Ling Han smiled, obediently walked into the room and began tidying up. Tang Yu casually closed the door. I used to be afraid of you. After all, you're one of the 8 great generals. But now things are different. I'm no longer afraid of being beaten. If I don't let you off today, I'll let Ye Chen take my nickname Scum. He sat cross-legged on the floor, his gaze turning back and forth on Ling Han. The maid outfit is quite well chosen, but it's still a bit too conservative. A heart-shaped cutout at the chest would be better. The length of the skirt is just right. Wait, why are there safety shorts again? While tidying up, she listened to Tang Yes and Ling Han genuinely felt like hitting this guy. Am I supposed to wear a thong instead of safety shorts? Fortunately, she was professionally trained. This level was still acceptable. After quickly tidying up the room, she gently asked, Young master, are you satisfied? It's fine, it will do. Tang Yu nodded. This woman was indeed quite capable. If one didn't know better, they would think she was a professional maid. He sat on the carpet and patted the side, saying, In our house, a maid also needs to know how to massage. Come, let me test you. Ling Han, suppressing her urge to hit him, forced a sweet smile and asked, How would you like it, young master? I've been having trouble sleeping lately. Give my head a massage. Tang Yu lay by the bed, indicating she could start. Ling Han took a stool, moved closer, sat by the bed, and gently pressed on Tang Yes' temples. Is this pressure okay? Yes, but I have a question for you. Please, young master. When I play football, I get tired just walking around with the ball. Aren't you tired doing this all day? Even if it's tiring, just tell the young master. It's no trouble at all. Then thank you, young master. Ling Han tried to keep her tone even, but her fists had already unknowingly hardened. Forget it. Don't get angry. Getting sick won't help anyone. Finding out information is what matters most. Ling Han took a deep breath and gently pressed her icy jade-like hand on Tang Yes' head. Oh, that feels nice. Your technique is quite good, Tang Yu said with a look of pleasure. Sai, what is it with such a beautiful girl being a killer? If only she could stay at my place as a maid, working 2 hours a day and having fun the rest of the time, that would be the life. How dangerous is the world of assassins? Fighting and killing all day, having to hide everywhere, it must be exhausting. Ling Han couldn't help but feel a bit shocked and even touched. Knowing she was an enemy, yet still willing to think of her this way. Deep down, she indeed had similar thoughts. Why can't she live a normal life like other girls? Going to school, working, playing games, shopping with friends, and finding a boy. In her world, it was either killing or completing missions. Every day she dealt with all kinds of people, brushing past death countless times. Living on the edge of a knife is truly exhausting. She also wanted to be an ordinary girl. To collect protection fees every day, go to a sweet shop, and have a free meal. That would be nice. Tang Xiao, do you have any siblings? Ling Han suddenly asked. No, I'm the only child in my family, though I do have a few cousins. Tang Yu smiled. He thought of his cousin Tang Yu, the foolish one. This fool is now a vice president at Miley Foods, but hasn't made any moves lately. Ling Han had to admit that this man was a bit crafty. No wonder the Dragon King suffered at his hands. Even the crucial piece Tang Yu was completely under his control. He'll tell the Dragon King later. Ling Han muttered to herself, growing more curious about Tang Yu. This man certainly. Fortunately, she could hear his thoughts. She began to massage Tang Yu's shoulders and softly asked, Tang Xiao, is this pressure all right? It's perfect. Tang Yu gave her a thumbs up, genuinely enjoying it. After being here for so long, he finally experienced the treatment of a high-ranking handsome villain. So, does that mean I've passed and can stay on as a maid? Ling Han asked softly. Tang Yu pondered for a moment. It seemed there was no straightforward reason to kick her out. That would be too obvious and would raise suspicions. As long as you can adapt to this job, it's fine. If you can't, just let me know. You can leave anytime, and I won't shortchange you on your pay. Tang Yu took the opportunity to pat her leg. If you want to stay, then don't blame me for being shameless. If you can't handle it, just leave. Don't force yourself. But honestly, if your family hadn't been harmed by Ye Chen, your status as a young lady isn't much worse than mine. Having had her parents and younger brother killed from a young age and being raised as an assassin by her enemies, she was also. In the original plot, Ling Han's parents were targets of Ye Chen. After killing the targets, Ye Chen planned to take the 2 siblings, then only 3 years old, to train them. At that age, the children had little memory, and since Ye Chen wasn't killing them directly, he didn't worry about revenge. However, the younger brother was killed when he refused to cooperate. Unaware, Ling Han was taken and trained from a young age, ultimately becoming an outstanding assassin. The reason the Dragon Soul organization is so powerful is that they prefer to train carefree orphans into killing machines from a young age. Out of hundreds in the organization, you can hardly find 10 with parents. After Ling Han discovered this secret, she only hated Ye Chen's master and remained devoted to Ye Chen. After all, it's just a story. Even if the Dragon King killed the female lead's entire family, she would still fall in love with him, claiming he had his reasons and must be forgiven. Suddenly Ling Han, who had been massaging Tang Yu's shoulders, halted her movements. She was in a daze, unable to believe what she had just heard. The reason she sought out Tang Yu was to get information about her brother. The old man from the organization personally told her that her parents were killed by a certain assassin organization, and he only saved her when he arrived. As for her brother, the old man only said he was missing. Later, for revenge, she destroyed that assassin organization, but was unable to find any information about her brother. The one who orchestrated all this was that old man she respected so much. Her eyes reddened, and a wave of murderous intent surged uncontrollably. "Why did you stop?" Tang Yu, who was enjoying himself, asked. Can I go to the restroom first?" Ling Han's voice was somewhat low. Go ahead, go ahead." Tang Yu comfortably rolled over on the carpet, waiting for her to return to continue his massage. If she stayed here and didn't leave, then she could massage him for 2 or 3 hours every day. After all, her target was him, and right now he was a piece of meat, not afraid at all. Ling Han, whose mind was in disarray, returned to the restroom and splashed her face with water to calm down. The heart's voice does not lie. However, she still wanted to continue investigating leads to confirm this matter. If that old man truly was her enemy, then from now on she would stand against the Dragon Soul organization. Take it slow, don't rush. She took a deep breath again to adjust her mindset. After all these years she had come this far, but she wouldn't falter now. As for the information she heard about Tang Yu from Tang Yu, she absolutely could not tell Ye Chen. When she returned, a young man was already in the room. It was Tang Yu, who had come with a gift to visit Tang Yu. "Brother, didn't you just get engaged to Miss Su recently? I'm here to give you both a gift." He smiled and handed Tang Yu a delicate box. Tang Yu opened it to find 2 Van Cleef Arpels diamond rings inside. "Thank you, you are so thoughtful." Tang Yu chuckled. This fool was being overly flattering, most likely with ulterior motives. He casually asked, "How's work at the—" "There's still a lot to learn. I feel I'm still lacking." "If only I had half of your talent, that would be great, Tang Yu." "Indeed, if you had half of my talent, that would be wonderful," Tang Yu nodded. "With that, you wouldn't have scored only 250 on your college entrance examination." Tang Yu was slightly stunned. How was his brother not following the usual script? He felt a bit annoyed, but still respectfully said, "By the way, brother, after spending some time at the company, I've discovered a problem." "What problem?" "Some of the accounts at the company don't add up. I suspect some management personnel are cooking the books. I want to ask you to take a look." "Cooking the books?" Tang Yu glanced at the kid and nodded. "Sure, right now. Let's wait a couple of days. I need to prepare some evidence first. Just wanted to give you a heads up." Seeing Tang Yu agree, Tang Yu's eyes showed some joy. An hour ago, 4 people had found him, claiming they were sent. They wanted him to find a chance to lure Tang Yu out alone, making it easier for them to take action. If this kid died, no one in the Tang family could compete with him for power. "All right, let's arrange it this way for now." Tang Yu grinned, waiting for the boy to take the bait. Now that Ye Chen was hiding, these fools would surely come out one by one to stir trouble. "Let's deal with them one at a time." He then looked at Ling Han and waved his hand. "You should go rest too. Tomorrow we can continue with the knee massage." "Okay, young Master Tang." Ling Han nodded, her mood complicated as she wanted some time alone. Today's events had been too much of a shock for her. Seeing Ling Han, Tang Yu was momentarily taken aback. When did his family have such a stunning beauty? Her looks were not inferior to those top beauties like Su Muyue. A knee massage too. What a treat. He swallowed hard and hurried to catch up with Ling Han after leaving Tang Yu's room. "You are the new maid. What should I call you?" "Ling Han, what's wrong?" Ling Han frowned, a hint of impatience flashing in her eyes. "I am Tang Yu, Tang Yu's cousin. I usually don't stay here, so it's normal that you don't know me. We can have dinner tonight to get to know each other better." Tang Yu chuckled, reaching out to embrace Ling Han's waist. What a waste to have such a beauty as a maid. He could easily afford to support her. Ling Han's expression turned cold. Seeing no one around, she swiftly slapped Tang Yu across the face. Afterward, as Tang Yu's eyes widened and he was about to shout, Ling Han had already grabbed his neck. Tang Yu's face changed dramatically. At that moment, he felt that before him stood not a breathtaking beauty, but a seductive viper full of venom. Ling Han's expression was icy as she said, "Don't get too arrogant. I was also sent by Ye Chen." She was currently seething with anger. A fool being used as a pawn by Ye Chen also wants to take advantage of her. "I am sorry," Tang Yu stammered, his legs trembling. It was the first time he felt fear emanating from a woman. Ling Han finally released Tang Yu, took out a wet tissue to wipe her hands, and walked away with a disgusted expression. Once Ling Han left, Tang Yu was filled with humiliation and anger. He had been slapped by a woman. His eyes, once he gained control over the Tang family, he would definitely have someone take her down. However, he was quite surprised that Ye Xiao could place a pawn here. Ye Xiao truly had connections everywhere. Collaborating with him would ensure that his plans succeeded this time. After leaving the Tang family and getting back to his car, he quickly picked up his phone to report the situation. This time Tang Yu was surely doomed. But what Tang Yu didn't know was that just after he finished the call, Tang Yu had already obtained a recording. After listening to the recording, Tang Yu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The Death Squad. He had a vivid impression of this. They were undoubtedly elite within the Dragon Soul organization, having helped the Dragon King Ye Chen accomplish many tasks. Each of these individuals possessed formidable strength, all being standard ancient martial artists. In this book's setting, martial arts experts at their peak are considered ancient martial artists. Ancient martial artists are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. A low-ranked, yellow-level ancient martial artist could be a bodyguard leader within the 4 major families. The 4 members of the Death Squad are all at the pinnacle of the yellow level. They're just 4 stinky younger brothers. Tang Yu chuckled, feeling slightly inflated. Even the Dragon King, Ye Chen, a master at the Xian level, couldn't break through the defenses of the unmoving king technique. They wanted to team up with Tang Yu to kill him. He would turn the tables and catch them instead. In any case, these fools and potential threats needed to be dealt with one by one. If he couldn't hide in peace, then he needed to eliminate the factors preventing him from doing so one by one. After lying low at home for 2 days, Tang Yu had yet to receive any news from Tang Yu. During these 2 days, he had been having Ling Han come to his room to lie on his soft and fragrant knee. What puzzled him was this woman's patience was far better than he had imagined. In the original plot, she was not like this. This was due to the Dragon King's woman should not let other men touch her. It's not like this was a story about a minotaur. She must be waiting for an opportunity. Tang Yu pondered, secretly thinking he might be able to intensify his approach. For example, having her help massage his back or something. He couldn't continue lying low without having received any news from Tang Yu. Because today was the day of the annual meeting of the Su Hang Chamber of Commerce. The major companies from Su Hang would attend this annual meeting. Tang Yu also had to go as a representative of the Tang Group. Before going, Qin Ming had already sent him a message saying that today his family would publicly suppress the Long Chun Group at the annual meeting. The Tang family and the Wang family would definitely respond to this, as the 3 families had formed an alliance to comprehensively suppress the Long Chun Group. Although the Long Chun Group had a market value of 5 trillion, making it a top company, in Su Hang it still paled in comparison to the combined might of the 3 major families. During this time, their various business sectors had suffered heavy losses, and their stock had been falling for 3 consecutive days. After tidying himself up, Tang Yu went to the garage and saw his father already sitting in the Rolls Royce ready to depart. He quickly opened the car door and smiled. "Dad, why didn't you call me when you were leaving? How was I supposed to know you weren't?" Tang Gangxing said with annoyance. Seeing Tang Yu now made him somewhat angry. Last time he had whipped him with a belt, and this boy had cheekily asked if he hadn't eaten. Now seeing this guy, he felt a sense of bewilderment. "I had a bit too much fake alcohol last time and got a bit tipsy, so please don't hold it against me, old man." Tang Yu quickly chuckled upon seeing his father's unfriendly gaze. Tang Gangxing snorted coldly, too lazy to deal with this boy. In previous years, the Chamber of Commerce gatherings were held at the Minghua Hotel. Due to the recent major case, the Minghua Hotel had been sealed off, so they could only switch to a slightly lower-tier 6-star hotel. After arriving at the hotel, as the father and son got out of the car, many prominent figures from Su Hang came up to greet them. Although Tang Gangxing didn't really interfere in the group's operations, he still had good interpersonal relations. People greeted him everywhere, and a few beautiful women came up to give him a hug. He didn't forget to give Tang Yu a glance, signaling him not to talk nonsense with his mother. Tang Yu just chuckled, pretending not to see. What was there to say about such things? "Hey big brother, you're here." Qin Ming suddenly popped out from a corner accompanied by a few charming young ladies. "Hello, young Master Tang." These young ladies also came from distinguished families in Su Hang, but they could not be compared to the Tang family. "I have some business to discuss with my brother, so we'll catch up with you later." Qin Ming, however, didn't dare to let these wealthy beauties interact too much with Tang Yu. After pulling Tang Yu aside, he said, "Come on, I want to introduce you to someone. Who are we meeting that's so mysterious?" Tang Yu was a bit puzzled, soon being led to a suite. Upon entering, he found Qin Kursin sitting by the window painting. "Sister, I've brought someone for you." Qin Ming cheerfully greeted her, turned around to leave, and even remembered to close the door. P.S. Here's the 3rd installment. Ahem, wish my brothers find a good friend like Qin Ming. Damn, I was careless. Tang Yu did not expect this kid to deceive him and sneak attack, bringing him here. He saw Qin Kursin looking at him with a smile. Tang Yu instinctively recalled the scene from more than a decade ago. Cough. A beautiful girl without a stitch of clothing walked over and gave him a big surprise. "This is truly incredible." Qin Kursin put down her brush, sat on the sofa, and looked at Tang Yu, asking, "Would you like some tea? If so, I can brew some for you." "Water is fine." Tang Yu waved his hand and opened a bottle of mineral water. Qin Kursin just watched him. "What are you looking at me for?" Being stared at by her, Tang Yu felt a bit strange. Mainly because over the years Qin Kursin had never treated him well. Since the incident with the Qin family last time, her attitude towards him had suddenly become a bit ambiguous. She even added him on WeChat and awkwardly chatted with him a few times. "Can you help me open a bottle?" Qin Kursin said with a charming smile. Tang Yu increasingly felt that this woman was acting strangely today. "You can't possibly not be able to open it. If you get mad, you could probably take the top of my head off." Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kursin was somewhat amused and helpless. That incident from years ago had left him with a significant psychological shadow. "I called you over today to apologize. Oh, I misunderstood you back then. I didn't know it was Qin Ming who deceived you." Qin Kursin spoke, her eyes somewhat evasive. Thinking back on that incident, she indeed felt a bit embarrassed. Ever since she became aware, she had never allowed a male to look at her in such a manner. "What incident?" "I've forgotten." Tang Yu feigned ignorance. "It's fine if you've forgotten." Qin Kursin lightly bit her lip. With her beauty, every frown and smile was captivating, causing Tang Yu to sneakily glance at her a few more times. After taking a sip of her mineral water, she pointed at the drawing board. Do you still paint now? Tang Yu glanced at the drawing. On the drawing board was a butterfly, its colorful wings strikingly vivid, as if it were about to fly out of the painting. I haven't painted in a long time. Tang Yu shook his head and shrugged. When you used to come to my house to play, the three of us often painted together. Qin Kursen's expression turned a bit nostalgic. She had always been sensitive and rather aloof. Coupled with her special identity as the eldest daughter of the Qin family, she was quite awkward at school. Those classmates, aware that their status was inferior to hers, pretended to flatter her on the surface, but privately, they openly or subtly ostracized her. School was like a small society. The more unique a person was, the harder it was to blend in. She didn't want to deal with these people while wearing a mask, and over time she sank into depression. During that time, the only ones she played with were her brother Qin Ming and Tang Yu. The three of them often sat together to paint. Tang Yu also felt nostalgic. He walked to Qin Kursen's painting and smiled, saying, "You paint much better than before." This vividly colored butterfly was lifelike. It truly required a certain skill to paint it. By the way, I have to thank you. Do you remember when you helped me paint a colorful butterfly? Qin Kursen's expression softened with warmth and gratitude. Back then she was quite severely depressed, even secretly cutting her wrists. Due to her deadened state of mind, she only liked to paint in black, especially black butterflies. Until one day, while she was halfway through a painting, something suddenly happened. When she returned, the black butterfly she had painted had turned into a colorful one. The originally dark background had transformed into a blooming sea of flowers. She knew that such skill couldn't have come from her brother Qin Ming. It must have been Tang Yu. That splash of color had a significant impact on her heart. From that moment on, she gradually began to pull herself out of depression. For the Tang Yu who had reached out to her from the abyss of despair, she was undoubtedly grateful. Until, after that misunderstanding occurred, their relationship became quite awkward. Oh, that time. I remember. Tang Yu smiled awkwardly. Mainly because I've put up with you for a long time. Seeing that butterfly painted so poorly, I just couldn't stand it, and wanted to teach you a thing or two. This guy, did he really think my painting was too ugly back then? She quickly let go and smiled. No matter how the misunderstanding was back, then it was a pivotal moment in her life. She still felt grateful to Tang Yu. Grateful for his unintentional help, grateful for saving the Qin family and her. Let's paint together again, but it's been a long time since we painted together. She looked at Tang Yu expectantly and asked, "You go ahead and paint, I'll just go for a walk." Tang Yu shook his head. Staying here, the atmosphere felt somewhat off. Do you really dislike me that much? Seeing Tang Yu about to leave, Qin Kursen asked with a hint of grievance. She didn't know why, but seeing Tang Yu's cold attitude made her feel very uncomfortable. This feeling was something she had never experienced with other men. It's not that I dislike you, it's just. Tang Yu was thinking of a suitable reason when he noticed Qin Kursen's eyes were red. Seeing her eyes starting to glisten with tears, Tang Yu's heart softened. I just want to use the restroom. Then you can go here. Qin Kursen pointed to the bathroom in the suite. All right, I'll go. Don't cry, otherwise others will think I bullied you. Tang Yu hurriedly comforted her a couple of times, went in to relieve himself symbolically. With a lone man and a woman in a room, if she cries and goes out, my reputation will be ruined. If Qin Ming finds out, that dog will definitely spread the news everywhere. After washing his hands and coming out, Tang Yu sat down obediently next to Qin Kursen to paint together. Seeing Tang Yu stay to accompany her in painting, Qin Kursen smiled happily, as if she had found something that had been lost for a long time. She was just about to get up to get a brush for Tang Yu when she accidentally tripped over the drawing board and fell to the ground. Hearing the sound of Qin Kursen falling and her scream, Tang Yu quickly helped her up and asked, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, there's a carpet." Qin Kursen shook her head. The soft carpet on the floor prevented her from getting hurt. But just as she tried to stand up, a sharp pain shot through her ankle, making her gasp. "It seems like I twisted my ankle." She looked at Tang Yu pitifully, feeling wronged. "I'll help you to the sofa." Tang Yu smiled wryly, feeling a sense of déjà vu. He let Qin Kursen rest her hand on his shoulder, and Tang Yu wrapped his arm around her waist, helping her to the sofa. Sitting on the sofa, Qin Kursen lowered her head to see how her ankle was. However, she was wearing stockings, and to see clearly she had to take them off. "Wait, are you really taking them off in front of me?" "I can't take it, I really can't. I'm still a kid, how can I be made to see this?" Tang Yu beside her was trying hard to control his eyes from wandering. But he was too concerned about whether Qin Kursen was hurt, so his gaze was somewhat uncontrollable. There was no helping it, men were just that kind-hearted, always caring for girls. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qin Kursen's face turned slightly red. It was just taking off stockings after all. Meanwhile, the instigator Qin Ming was already in trouble, because 3 women had come looking for him. Su Muyue, Wang Yishui, and Jiang Xiaoyu. Where did Tang Yu go? After the 3 women arrived, Wang Yishui stared at Qin Ming and asked. They had arrived a bit late today, and after greeting Tang Gongqing, they learned that Tang Yu was here. However, they searched around and couldn't find him, so they set their sights on Qin Ming. Big brother said he had something to do and went out, he might not be back for a while. Qin Ming said somewhat nervously. It was rare for his brother and sister to be alone together. He didn't dare let the suite turn into a battlefield. The 3 women stared at him in unison, and an inexplicable pressure made Qin Ming feel overwhelmed. After a stalemate for a while, Qin Ming ultimately conceded, pointing weakly upstairs. Big brother seems to be chatting. When they entered, Qin Kurson was applying medicinal wine to her ankle. The three women outside had just heard the sound of her applying the medicine. Tang Yu looked at the three women in disbelief. What the hell, why are you three here? Is this a mahjong party? Realizing it was a misunderstanding, the three women felt a bit awkward. They thought something inappropriate was happening inside. Thankfully it wasn't. Otherwise they would have been furious today. Seeing the expressions of the three women, Qin Kurson couldn't help but smile slightly. As a woman herself, how could she not guess their thoughts? What brings you here? Tang Yu asked the three women awkwardly. Why did it feel like she was caught in an affair? Qin Ming said you were here, so I came to find you. Wang Yixue was straightforward as she always was. Miss Qin, what happened to you? Are you injured? Zhang Xiaoya ran over and sat beside Qin Kurson, deliberately blocking Tang Yu's view. It's just long legs. Blocking the view. If only I could grow another 20 centimeters. I would have long legs too. Besides, I'm much older than her. I twisted it, but Tang Yu helped me massage it for a while, and it's much better now, Qin Kurson said with a smile, her tone carrying a hint of provocation. The three women turned their gazes toward Tang Yu. Tang Yu was dumbfounded, sensing that the atmosphere felt somewhat off. What the hell, why are you looking at me? You all heard her nonsense, why didn't do anything at all? Upon hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, the three women realized they had been tricked by Qin Kurson, and their hearts were full of vigilance. Women are always very sensitive. At this moment, deliberately teasing them was just intended to provoke them, wasn't it? Let me handle this, I'm a professional. Zhang Xiaoya squeezed Qin Kurson's ankle a few times, and Qin Kurson no longer felt the pain in her ankle. It really feels better, thank you. Qin Kurson smiled and thanked her before putting her stockings back on. Wang Yixue simply rolled her eyes. It's all old tricks I've played before. She hooked her arm around Tang Yu and said, let's go, the meeting is about to start, and uncle asked me to call you down. Why are you hooking his arm? Seeing Wang Yixue's actions, Su Muyue became displeased. She walked over and hooked her arm around Tang Yu's other arm, saying unhappily, Miss Wang, please have some self-respect and stop thinking about someone else's fiancé. Among the people in the room, the one she was most wary of was Wang Yixue. This woman had a thick skin, clearly an ex-girlfriend, yet still clinging on. How annoying. He is your fiancé? Then let him confess to me, so I can see. What era is it? Still yearning for arranged marriages? Wang Yixue pouted and looked at Zhang Xiaoya. Xiaoya, don't you agree? Zhang Xiaoya already knew that Wang Yixue could hear Tang Yu's inner thoughts, and their relationship was in. So she decisively joined Wang Yixue's camp, nodding and saying, yes, the times have changed, it's all about free love now. Qin Kurson had no intention of speaking up. She actually had a good relationship with Wang Yixue and tended to side with her. However, regarding the matter of this arranged marriage, she was indifferent before, but would certainly vote against it in her heart now. Having finally cleared the misunderstanding, she didn't want to miss out on a relationship. The dynamics between women are so complex, 4 girls in a dorm could create 8 WeChat groups. Su Muyue was so angry her teeth were itching, yet she refused to let go. I still have 2 legs here, why don't you all just carry me down? Seeing that they had already started to bicker, Tang Yu helplessly suggested, to be fair, let each of the 4 of us take 1 leg. Not happening. The 4 women replied in unison. Being surrounded by 4 stunning beauties should be a rather fortunate situation by normal standards. However, Tang Yu felt overwhelmed. After walking down from the upper floor, he could clearly feel everyone's gaze. The attendees of this annual meeting were all prominent figures from Suzhou and Hangzhou, including city leaders. Even in such a crowded setting, Wang Yixue and her group of young ladies remained the center of attention. The few of them gathered together, following closely behind Tang Yu. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that something was off. What's going on? Why are these ladies all following young Master Tang? What the hell, young Master Tang is too greedy, right? 3 young ladies from the 4 major families are all following him. Even Dr. Jiang is by his side. What is going on here? Who told me that young Master Tang is the #1 sycophant in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Is this what sycophantic treatment looks like? The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Tang Gangxing was chatting with 2 beautiful women in their 40s. In his youth, he was exceptionally handsome and well known as a rich heir in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Back then, there were countless young ladies who admired him, including these 2 before him. Although they never ended up together, their relationship was still quite good. Tang Zong, your young master has quite your style. One of the beautiful women pointed towards Tang Yu's location. What? Tang Gangxing turned his head to look and nearly passed out in disbelief. This little brat. What? All the young ladies from the other 3 major families are surrounding him. And it looks like the atmosphere is obviously a bit off. Does he not know where this place is? Playing around in front of so many people. When I was young, I would never have pulled such a stunt. This? Is he trying to find several daughters-in-law for my Tang family? Tang Gangxing felt like he wanted to whip someone. He thought of his belt, which could no longer deal with this brat, and he became even more furious. Today, the reputation of the Tang family has been thoroughly tarnished by this little brat. The recently recovered old Master Tang felt his blood pressure rising after seeing this scene. His own granddaughter usually looks down on other men. Oh, what the hell is going on here? This sourness can be smelled all over the upper circles of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Old Wan, your granddaughter is quite bold, another old man standing nearby, Qin Wenwen, said gloatingly. The relationship between the Qin and Wang families wasn't very harmonious. Due to the similar strength of the two families, they often competed for the position of the second family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. In recent years, the young ladies of both families have demonstrated remarkable business talents in the marketplace. Wang Yixu's business acumen is slightly higher than that of Qin Kursin. As a result, the Wang family has developed better than the Qin family in recent years. This has left the Qin family quite displeased. Today, old Master Qin finally found an opportunity to vent his frustrations. Just as he was enjoying it, Qin Kursin suddenly grabbed Tang Yu's arm. She pointed at a piano placed in the middle of the hall, and under her tugging, the two walked toward the piano. Wang Hanfei immediately sneered and taunted, "Not at all, she's still far from your granddaughter. I've heard this little girl Kursin is quite bold, and it seems that's indeed the case." Qin Wenwen almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. He thought his granddaughter was just following along to make noise. Unexpectedly, she too came to compete for attention. He said darkly, "That's right, my granddaughter is as daring as I am. Back in the day, I dared to compete with you for women, and my granddaughter does the same. Old Qin, I can understand that your relationship with old Wang isn't good, but isn't little Tang my Su family's son-in-law?" At this moment, Su Chongshan couldn't hold back. He felt really stifled. His future son-in-law was being snatched away by the daughters of other families. What if they actually— The two old men glanced back at him and sneered, instantly feeling much better. That's how people are. If you eat a meal with a dead fly in it, you will feel very miserable. But when you see someone else fall into a dung pit while you are suffering, you will think it's not such a big deal. When Tang Yu was surrounded by 4 stunning women and descended with unparalleled charm, Qin Ming, his good brother, immediately recorded a short video. He was used to being a dandy. As long as his sister could be with his elder brother, having a few sister-in-laws was inconsequential. With such an outstanding elder brother, having more sister-in-laws was only natural. After finishing the short video, he promptly uploaded it to his video account. "I thought I was the most charming in Suzhou and Hangzhou, but compared to my elder brother, I'm leagues behind." As soon as the video was posted, a flood of comments surged in. In this day and age, for a video to become popular, it needs handsome men and beautiful women. And in the video, he recorded 4 breathtaking beauties and a top-notch handsome guy, made for a stunning visual effect. Damn, that guy is such a beast. One guy with 4 girls. What a brute. We can't even have one each. Isn't he afraid of kidney deficiency? Brother is so handsome, and the sister is quite impressive. Various comments filled with envy and jealousy flooded the screen. Meanwhile, Ye Chen, lying in a private hospital bed of the He family, was playing with his phone out of boredom. His internal injuries had mostly healed. The Xianyang body was no joke. However, the external injuries on his backside would take at least another week to recover. As the Dragon King, he had no interest in playing games. His biggest hobby was scrolling through short videos. Since there were plenty of beauties here, he was looking for suitable targets. As he scrolled, he suddenly stumbled upon this video. Upon recognizing several key figures in the video, Ye Chen's forehead instantly bulged with veins as he roared and jumped out of bed. "I finally felt a spark, and you made me lose so thoroughly. Damn." He smashed his phone violently onto the ground. Bang! The phone shattered into countless pieces with a crisp sound. Despite breaking his phone, the anger within him had not diminished in the slightest. The woman he had set his sights on hadn't even been won over yet, and this guy had already stepped in to establish a harem. Moreover, Wang Yixue and Su Muyue were openly holding his hand in front of so many people. This was clearly treatment that should belong to him. At this moment, a sharp pain suddenly shot through his backside, he felt something leaking out, and upon inspection realized it was blood. The moment he leapt up in excitement, the wounds that had just begun to heal reopened. "Tang Yu, I want you dead." Ye Chen gritted his teeth, suppressing the pain as he yelled, ready to contact the death squad to urge them to act quickly. Then he sadly discovered that his phone had already been smashed. This feeling of extreme frustration and pain made him want to punch himself. As the Dragon King, when had he ever felt so humiliated in his life? Qin Ming was still unaware that his short video had inadvertently caused someone great harm and attracted much hatred for his elder brother. He saw that in less than 10 minutes the likes had already surpassed 10,000, and he instantly smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. Everyone could see that his sister was already a member of his elder brother's harem. From today onwards, his elder brother was his sister's husband. He would call him elder brother, and he would call him little brother. Everyone would have their own titles. Feeling good, he casually launched a 1 million lottery. With money, everyone should have fun together. At this moment, Tang Yu was nervously playing the piano in the middle of the hall with the two played a duet. As the lively music began to play, the crowd fell silent and turned their eyes toward the two. Compared to the other girls, Qin Kursin's artistic talents were quite high. She was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Tang Yu was nearly the same. As the high and mighty antagonist, he had fully mastered the skills necessary to show off. Without this, he couldn't be a qualified stepping stone. Seizing this great opportunity, Qin Ming quickly shot another short video and posted it. What does it mean to be a golden boy and girl? My elder brother and sister are exactly that. Fortunately, Ye Chen had already smashed his phone, sparing him from further harm. Wang Yixue and the other girls stood at a distance watching, and they suddenly felt a bit displeased. The piano was something they had all learned before. However, after entering university, there were too many things to do, and they had long neglected it. They really couldn't compare to your fiancé is playing a duet with someone. Shouldn't Miss Su go and perform too? Wang Yixue took the chance to stir the pot. The enemy of my enemy isn't necessarily my friend. Oh, let them fight it out. Why don't you go play with your ex-boyfriend? Su Muyue shot Wang Yixue a cold glare. She could also play the piano, but her skill was surely not on par with Qin Kursen and Tang Yu. Going up would only make her seem foolish and lead to a comparison in which she would be deemed inferior to Qin Kursen. Which beauty would wish to lose to another beauty? I excel in dance. Next time let him play the piano, and I'll do a pole dance for him, Wang Yixue provocatively declared. Su Muyue nearly choked at that. She wasn't as bold as Wang Yixue. Jiang Xiaoya didn't say anything, just sighed. Her brother Tang Yu was too popular. It was quite troublesome. Next time she should invite him to give free consultations to patients. Being grouped with the older sisters, she felt like she might not be their match. When Tang Yu and the others finished their duet, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Seeing the gazes directed at them, Tang Yu knew that from today onwards, he would be the renowned Sea King pianist of Suzhou and Hangzhou. After seeing this, old Master Qin also felt that this kid from the Tang family was indeed quite compatible with his granddaughter. They were all quite impressive. In Suzhou and Hangzhou, it seemed difficult to find anyone more outstanding than this kid from the Tang family. He chuckled as he looked at Su Chongshan and said, Chongshan, I heard that your daughter hasn't acknowledged little Tang for 3 years. Isn't this marriage a bit forced? 3 years of nurturing leads to a good relationship. This is indeed a beautiful story. Su Chongshan's mouth twitched as he realized what this old fox was plotting, and he quickly replied, Don't force yourself. Your daughter's happiness is the most important. Don't let this girl Muyue feel wronged. If you think it's not suitable, just let me know. I can help with this. Several major projects from the Qin family can also be given to the Su family. Ha ha, old Master Qin laughed. Trading a project worth hundreds of billions for a good son-in-law is still a bargain. Don't fight over it. Why don't you just marry all your daughters over? Old Master Wang mocked from the side. Fortunately, at this moment, the meeting time arrived, stopping the verbal sparring between the three. The hotel had specially transformed a banquet hall into a large conference room. After everyone was seated, the members of the 4 major families and several other prominent families sat at the front. However, it was concerning that there was still an empty seat in the front row. In previous years, this seat belonged to the Blackstone Group. Now that the Blackstone Group had been acquired, it had been renamed the Longqing Group. This year's annual meeting, they surprisingly did not send a representative. This left many people speculating. Just a few days ago, 3 of the 4 major families declared war on the Longqing Group. Being simultaneously suppressed by 3 families, no other company in Suzhou and Hangzhou could boast such an honor. P.S. Here's the 3rd update. Damn. Today's approximately 7,000 words equals 3.5 chapters. Thanks for the hard work, brothers. Don't forget to give a 5-star rating. According to tradition, at the beginning of the annual meeting, the city leaders would first give a speech. Then they would present some key projects for the coming year. Next comes the speaking time for various prominent families and major companies. Next year, the focus of development in Suzhou will be on environmental protection, and we aim to reduce carbon emissions. The leaders would speak for half an hour. After the leaders finished speaking, Wang Yixue, representing the Wang family, stood up to propose, Our Tongwang Group will actively respond to the call and contribute our modest efforts to Suhang's environmental cause. I also have a question for the leaders. As a major company in Suhang Longqing Group is willing to destroy the environment, they have established a chemical plant in the southern part of the city that discharges a large amount of wastewater, causing serious impacts. Wang Yixue was clearly aiming to publicly strip Longqing Group of its facade. After she took the lead to speak out, the Tang family and the Qin family also raised other issues regarding Longqing Group. The 3 families struck hard in front of the entire Suzhou Chamber of Commerce, prompting everyone to ponder a question. Should they take sides? If Longqing Group were to fall, it would be a significant piece of fat meat. Many began to ponder this matter in their hearts and quickly reached a conclusion. It was time to take action. After this annual meeting filled with tension concluded, Longqing Group's enemies had transformed into a significant portion of the business community in Suzhou. After leaving the hotel, old Master Qin did not seem to care much about the issues concerning Longqing Group. Once he returned to the car with his precious granddaughter, he hesitated to speak. After a moment of contemplation, he opened his mouth and asked, Kursen, what was going on between you and that kid from the Tang family today? The girl had a face full of happiness, and even a blind person could tell something was off. As soon as Grandpa asked, Qin Kursen was about to speak, but Qin Ming had already answered. Oh, Grandpa, why are you even asking? My sister has feelings for my big brother, a perfect match in every way. As soon as he finished speaking, he was hit with a cane, and old Master Qin said with a dark face, Your sister is a perfect match, and you young man are quite the troublemaker, aren't you? If you bring another woman back here to cause chaos, you can just get out of the Qin family. Qin Ming winced in pain, grinning awkwardly as he started to play dumb. Seeing Grandpa looking at her, Qin Kursen bit her lip and said, Grandpa, I have some feelings for Tang Yu. Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? I would have secured this matter in front of the Su family for you. Old Master Qin treasured this granddaughter immensely. He sighed, saying, You also saw that the kid from the Tang family is already engaged to Muyue, so it might not be the right time now. It doesn't matter if it's the right time or not, they're not married yet. Qin Kerson's attitude was very firm. What she had set her sights on she would never let go easily. Old Master Wang had a similar sentiment. The kid from the Tang family was indeed quite good, but he was already engaged. All right, Grandpa, you should focus on taking care of your health and not worry about this. What your granddaughter wants she will surely achieve. In the face of Grandpa's earnest words, Wang Yixue simply smiled and tossed her hair. Tomorrow I will dress as a bunny girl to go see him. All right. Old Master Wang was also quite speechless. Today's youth were much more liberal than in his time. Muyue, you need to step it up, don't be so cold like before, understand. Good men are always in high demand. Oh, when I was young, I was even more popular than that kid from the Tang family. Do you know why your mother chose me? She got me drunk and then slept with me. A few days later she said she was pregnant with you, so you. Su Chongshan was in the car advising his daughter. The driver, hearing this gossip, almost drove the car into a ditch. Old Master, when did you become so flirtatious? Su Muyue also turned beet red from embarrassment due to her father's words. She glared at her father fiercely and said, can't you teach me something else? Only a man understands a man. Dad is doing this for your own good. Go find him for some drinks tonight, got it? Su Chongshan instructed. Su Muyue felt that maybe it wasn't such a bad idea. After returning to the Tang family, Tang Yu rushed to his room and called for Ling Han. He looked at Ling Han with a knowing expression. Ling Han forced a smile and sat down on the floor, skillfully rubbing his head. During her time at the Tang family, she felt quite good. The Tang family treated their servants very kindly, and her life here was rather enjoyable. However, this guy was becoming more and more insatiable. Every day he muttered to himself about why he hadn't been taken away, which made her laugh in anger. How could I possibly leave? So comfortable, it's much cozier at home. The outside world is too dangerous. Tang Yu lay on the fragrant and soft thighs. This feels amazing. Lying on the lap is simply delightful. What makes the outside world so dangerous? Ling Han, hearing this, became slightly alert and asked, could it be that Ye Chen sent someone to deal with Tang Yu? It seemed like she hadn't heard any noise. It's complicated. The world is perilous. Tang Yu sighed. These women are too dangerous. Each one is vying for my body. Now the whole of Suzhou is cursing me as a scumbag. How can I go out to flirt with girls in the future? Ling Han couldn't help but roll her eyes upon hearing his thoughts. Just as Tang Yu was enjoying himself, his phone in his pocket vibrated. He casually took it out and found it was a call. What's up? Big brother, are you free right now? It's about that matter we discussed last time. A low voice came from Tang Yu. Instantly perked up. This guy is finally going to take action, huh? Sure, wait for me at the company. He'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Tang Yu chuckled and stood up, finally waiting for this kid to take the bait. You want to send the Grim Reaper squad to kill me, huh? The thief, I was just waiting for you to take the bait. Seeing Tang Yu hurriedly leave the room, Ling Han's eyes flashed with worry. Is young Master Tang going to take risks? Let's not let him fall into their hands. Ling Han pondered for a moment, but still decided to follow. I can't let young Master Tang get into trouble. Tang Yu, however, did not rush to find Tang Ruoyu. With the unmoving Ming Wang skill, the Grim Reaper squad couldn't do anything to me. But the problem is I don't have combat power either. So I need to bring some help. I have the meat, I just need the output. During this period, the three major families began to recruit soldiers and hire mercenaries as revenge against Ye Chen. The Tang family has already invited 2 ancient martial arts masters, both of whom possess Huang-level strength. Although Huang-level practitioners are among the weakest in the world of Tiandi Xian, Huang, the existence of ancient martial artists is extremely rare. It's like a mediocre student from Qingbei University who would be considered a top scholar anywhere else. These 2 ancient martial artists are a father and son duo. The father, Huang Tianrui, is over 60 years old, while his son Huang Juanxia is in his early 40s. Upon seeing Tang Yu, they nodded slightly as a form of greeting, saying, hello, young Master Tang. Their attitude was somewhat cold, but Tang Yu found nothing strange about it. According to the typical narrative, it's quite displeasing for a master to serve as a henchman for a rich second-generation heir. In fact, when they engage in combat with the male lead, they might even exchange pleasantries claiming that they are forced into it. For ancient martial artists at Huang level, like them, defeating 10 professional bodyguards is an easy task. Having a masterly attitude is also normal. I need to step out for a while, a few experts will come looking for trouble. But you don't need to rush to act, I will play with them first. When the timing is right, I will notify you to take action. He instructed the 2 men. This father and son duo are definitely no match for the Grim Reaper squad. The Grim Reaper squad consists of peak Huang-level experts boasting that they are invincible among their peers. As long as they are from the Dragon Soul organization, even if they are just a dog, they are the top dog among dogs. Upon hearing Tang Yu's words, a hint of sarcasm flashed in the eyes of the father and son. Experts. Nonsense experts. Anyone who can exchange a few moves with someone like you is just a mediocre fighter. Huang Juanxia couldn't help but speak up. Young Master Tang, we came here on the premise of dealing with experts. If it's just bullying people, why not let other bodyguards handle it? Right, if it's just experts, hurry up and let's not dawdle. Tang Yu rolled his eyes and waved his hand, making the decision final. Huang Juanxia was extremely displeased. Had he known they were coming for such a task, he wouldn't have come at all. Huang Tianrui patted his son's shoulder, signaling him to endure for now. Under Tang Yu's arrangement, the father and son got into a relatively low-key Audi. Tang Yu, on the other hand, drove his flashy poison Lamborghini. After the car got on the road, Huang Ju and Xia couldn't help but frown. Dad, what's going on with the Tang family? Weren't we told to deal with an expert? Being a lackey for a rich second-generation heir is too humiliating for our Huang family's reputation. Our family is also a somewhat renowned ancient martial arts family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. We came here at the Tang family's generous invitation, supposedly to deal with an expert. Yet the first task turned out to be accompanying young Master Tang to deal with a few experts he could easily defeat. Isn't that disgraceful? Huang Tianrui sighed. Let's just go along this time. If it truly is like this, we will resign tonight. As masters, they must have some principles. Having worked hard for many years to become a mere lackey and bullying others, they cannot afford to lose face. Huang Junsha nodded, understanding the situation. When the car arrived at the entrance of Miley Food, Tang Yu was already waiting outside. Upon seeing Tang Yu get out of the car, he greeted him with a bright smile. Bro, you're here. It must have been a tiring journey. How's the investigation into the fake accounts going? Tang Yu's smile held a hint of meaning. He already knew that this guy had contacted the Grim Reaper squad, but he wasn't sure where these people were hiding. It has been clarified, we have both eyewitnesses and physical evidence. They just caught the person. Tang Yu smiled and said, how about we brothers find a place to eat? The investigation into the fake accounts was merely a pretext. His mission today was to lure the snake out of its hole. Sure, it's been a while since we dined together. Where should we eat? Tang Yu cooperatively handed over the initiative. I know a good farmhouse, let's go eat there. Should I take your car? Tang Yu looked at Tang Yu's Lamborghini, poison a hint of jealousy and resentment flashing in his eyes. Due to being far from the center of power, his family could only get a meager amount of money. Such a supercar is not something he can buy at will. This kid must die. The Tang family's wealth belongs solely to him. Take your car. I only allow women to sit in the passenger seat. Tang Yu laughed, then got into Tang Yu's Bentley. After getting into the car, Tang Yu glanced at the rearview mirror. The Huang family duo was following them at a distance. He specifically brought the two along to help clean up afterward. The 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad must be kept behind. Meanwhile, on a hillside of a certain road, 4 men dressed in black were sitting in the grass smoking. How long until the target arrives? One of the thin-faced men asked. His hands had a total of 12 fingers, leaving a deep impression on anyone who saw him. About 20 more minutes, we can start preparing. A companion replied. No rush, let's have some fun with him. Have you heard about Long Laoba's situation? The thin-faced man asked after lighting a cigarette. Yes, he's in jail. The other 3 laughed. The Grim Reaper squad filled with a lively atmosphere. The dignified 8 war generals of the Dragon Soul organization ended up in jail within half a month of returning to Huaxia. It's simply the shame of the Dragon Soul. He was always a waste. Without clinging to Ye Chen's leg, what right did he have to be one of the 8 war generals? The thin-faced man said contemptuously. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Their Grim Reaper squad is the elite force of the Dragon Soul organization, all eager to advance and join the ranks of the 8 war generals. Being overshadowed by a waste like Long Laoba was quite frustrating for them. Ye Chen isn't doing any better. How long has it been since he returned? He lost over 1,000 billion. All the money we brothers worked hard to earn was wasted by him. The thin-faced man began to fire at Ye Chen again. The other 3 chuckled, but didn't dare to agree too much. After all, he is the Dragon King. The thin-faced man continued. Today's mission, we must complete it, but not for Ye Chen, but for young Master Lu. The young Master Lu he mentioned is Lu Junzuo, ranked 2nd among the 8 war generals of the Dragon Soul organization. He is a senior brother of Ye Chen, far surpassing him in talent and skills. Many believe that if it weren't for Ye Chen having blood ties to the old Dragon King, this position would rightfully belong to Lu Junzuo. The 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad can be said to be Lu Junzuo's direct subordinates. Today, after we eliminate the target, we will present his head to young Master Lu. If someone who stands on Ye Chen's head gets easily killed by young Master Lu, that would be a tremendous achievement. With this achievement, it will prove that young Master Lu's abilities far exceed those of Ye Chen. If we accomplish such a significant deed for young Master Lu, once he becomes the Dragon King, all 4 of us brothers can become the 8 war generals. The thin-faced man's face grew increasingly excited. Brothers, we have patiently endured for so long. Let's establish our achievements today. The other 3 also caught the fever. Big brother, second brother, third brother, fourth brother. The force suddenly ignited, nearly setting the grass on the hillside ablaze. In their overwhelming excitement, their target finally appeared in sight. When the car was still 20 meters away, the 4 dashed out like cheetahs. A gaunt man raised his hand and threw a dagger. The dagger pierced the windshield just in time, startling Tang Yu, who was driving. Damn it, if this goes wrong, won't I? He quickly slammed the brakes and looked angrily at Tang Yu. Brother, someone is looking for trouble. I'm going to step out and show them what's what. The car was equipped with a dash cam, and he needed to put on this act to prove his innocence. Go ahead. Tang Yu glanced at him with a half-smile, knowing that this scoundrel was still acting. Tang Yu felt a surge of joy in his heart, pushed open the car door, and rushed towards the 4 members of the Reaper squad, fist clenched. His combat power was even worse than that of a war scrap. After rushing over, he was easily knocked unconscious by a swift chop to the neck from one of them. Tang Yu had already unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the car. He scanned the four with a calm expression and said, "Did Ye Chen send you? Why should a dying person know so much?" Sneered a short man rushing up to throw a punch at Tang Yu. As a peak expert of the Yellow Realm, this so-called rich second generation was nothing but an easy target for him. Tang Yu stood motionless with a relaxed demeanor, allowing the punch to land squarely on his face. After the punch landed, he remained stationary. The short man who struck was stunned. How could his punch not even elicit? He knew he was a peak expert of the Yellow Realm. Even a big shot of the Xian realm would struggle to withstand a hit from him. "Is that all? Haven't you eaten?" Seeing the look of shock on the man's face, Tang Yu said with disdain. That gaze, akin to looking at garbage, deeply wounded the short man's pride. Who was he? An elite of the Reaper Squad, who in the mercenary world had not heard of their fame. When did a mere rich second generation dare to mock him? "Eat my tiger fist," he shouted angrily, unleashing his ultimate Xing Yi Quan. This punch contained immense force capable of easily killing a bull. Yet when this punch struck Tang Yu's chest, he remained completely unmoved. The short man was in shock, unable to believe that his full-force blow failed to harm the opponent. You're pretending, right?" The short man's lips trembled, reluctant to accept the scene before him. "Pretending?" Tang Yu smiled lightly, his eyes filled with contempt. "Do you think my unmoving king skill is something you can— Eagle, help me out with the dragon fist." The short man's mindset had subtly shifted, and he turned to call out to a teammate. The other three members of the Reaper Squad were also looking bewildered at this moment. Their four strengths were evenly matched. Seeing their teammate fail to inflict any damage with two punches made, one of them with a hawk-like nose shouted angrily. He lunged forward, appearing like a ghost, and punched Tang Yu. Meanwhile, the short man jumped up and punched Tang Yu's right cheek. After both punches landed, Tang Yu still didn't budge. This time, even the hawk-nosed man was dumbfounded. They had just executed a combined attack, yet it had failed to move this guy. Seeing the two of them staring blankly at him, Tang Yu took a deep breath. He retaliated with two slaps to each of them. "Helping out, huh? A killer, huh? Tiger fist, huh?" After delivering the slaps, both of them felt a burning pain on their faces. The damage wasn't high, but the humiliation was immense. The two quickly stepped back, their faces darkened as they glared at Tang Yu. As experts, why didn't they strike back, but instead allow themselves to be humiliated in this manner? The illustrious Reaper Squad, with a success rate of 98% in their missions, when had they ever endured such humiliation? "Let's attack together," the hawk-nosed man bellowed. They were formidable in individual combat, and their combined attack was even more invincible. The other two shouted angrily and rushed to surround Tang Yu, launching a frenzied assault. As peak experts of the Yellow Realm, their combined strength was terrifying. The four surrounded Tang Yu, launching their attacks with such speed that outsiders could barely see. At this moment, Huang Tianrui and his son were hiding dozens of meters away. Seeing Tang Yu being besieged by the four made their hearts race. "Dad, these four are probably all peak experts of the Yellow Realm," Huang Juanxiao said, cold sweat dripping as he observed their speed and power. He had only become a true ancient martial artist this year. As someone also in the Yellow Realm, he estimated that he might not even be able to take down any one of the four. Definitely peak Yellow Realm. Huang Tianrui clenched his fists. He had been in the Yellow Realm for 15 years, yet he was still far from the peak. But even more terrifying than these four was the fact that Tang Xiao remained stationary throughout their assault, as if he were a towering tree, while the four's attacks were merely a light drizzle falling on it. What kind of strength was required to withstand a beating from four peak Yellow Realm experts without a scratch? The Xian Realm. It must be more than that. The D Realm. It seemed difficult to achieve as well. Could it be the legendary Tian Realm? Huang Juanxiao was also guessing Tang Yu's realm, his voice trembling. "Dad, do you think Tang Xiao has the strength of the D Realm?" "At the very least," Huang Tianrui said, trembling with excitement. For him, a Xian Realm expert was already an unreachable existence. A D Realm expert at such a young age would be invincible in the world, being able to follow such a powerful figure. If he casually pointed them out, wouldn't father and son both advance in cultivation? "Listen well, from today onwards we must obey Tang Xiao's every command. Even if he asks us to go touch the electric pole, we must not hesitate, understand?" Huang Tianrui commanded his son. "Understood." Huang Juanxiao nodded seriously. He knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But why isn't Tang Xiao fighting back? Why is he allowing these ants to act so recklessly? He looked at his father again and asked. Huang Tianrui pondered for a moment and said, "Fool, can't you see Tang Xiao's good intentions? Such a master doesn't bother with these ants. He is intentionally letting us observe and learn. So that's it." Huang Juanxiao realized, regretting his previous suspicions of Tang Xiao. With such a generous mentor, how could he have harbored such a poor attitude? This kindness was as heavy as a mountain. Despite the frenzied attacks from the four, Tang Yu felt nothing at all. This unmoving king art of the perfect realm was simply too remarkably effective. An invisible force surrounded him. The attacks from these people felt like a gentle breeze brushing against his face, leaving not even a wrinkle on his clothes. Seeing the increasingly terrified expressions on the faces of the four, Tang Yu felt immensely satisfied. After 5 minutes of continuous attacks, the members of the Death Squad were almost dumbfounded. Human strength has its limits. They were ancient martial artists, yet they were not supermen. Their true energy and stamina would eventually run out. The hawk-nosed man, whose thoughts were rather sinister, suddenly abandoned the attack after realizing the futility of their combined technique. A military dagger appeared in his hand. Then he aimed it at Tang Yu's rear. Even the strongest man has his weaknesses. But this time he made a miscalculation. The razor-sharp military dagger hit, but could barely make a dent. Immediately after, he received a resounding slap across the face. Do you think I underestimate my own sphincter? Do you think I am a useless waste like Ye Chen? After the slap, just as Tang Yu was about to move, the four retreated at lightning speed, creating distance. Their faces were pale with fear, panting heavily, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. The four had put in their all for a full 5 minutes. Even their treacherous sneak attacks could not harm this guy. Is this man a monster? When they saw Tang Yu reach into his pocket, the four instantly tensed up, beads of cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Could it be that this man was about to strike? With their combined strength, did they have any chance of escaping? Then they watched as Tang Yu leisurely pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. He slowly exhaled a smoke ring and said nonchalantly, "You are too weak. I have no interest in dealing with trash. I fear that if I strike, I might not be able to finish you off." "What do you mean by that?" The frail-looking man spoke, his teeth slightly trembling. This man exuded an overwhelming. Aside from the old man in their organization, he had never felt such pressure from anyone else. If the Dragon King were here, standing still, they would perish within 2 minutes. At this moment, the thoughts of the four were quite similar. If this man were to make a move, they would already be corpses. What I mean is, all of you present are garbage. Seeing the four already slackening, Tang Yu felt quite pleased. His strength was all based on their imagination. He raised a hand high, and the four were immediately terrified and took a large step back. At the same time, Huang Tianrui and his son, who had been lying in wait, reacted. "Charge. Young Master Tang has asked us to clean up the trash." Huang Tianrui waved, and the father-son duo quickly dashed toward the members of the Death Squad. In terms of strength, any one of the Death Squad members was more powerful than the father and son. However, their recent fierce battle had drained their true energy and stamina. Plus, the four were already terrified, making them no different from ordinary people. Soon they were easily subdued by the spirited Huang Tianrui and his son. Once the four were tied up, Huang Tianrui and his son looked at Tang Yu with admiration and respect. "Young Master Tang, what should we do now?" Tang Yu was just about to instruct them to take the people to the police station when his gaze suddenly fixed on one of the men's hands. This man had 12 fingers. He suddenly remembered. In the original story, during the 400 chapters, ancient martial forces began to emerge. One of the bodyguards from a prominent family had 12 fingers, described in a way very similar to this person. This bodyguard belonged to the villainous faction, and his fate was to be killed by Ye Chen with a single punch. After staring intently at this man for a while, Tang Yu asked, "What is your name?" My name is Deng He," the man replied in a low voice. In the presence of this powerful man, he had already lost his fighting spirit. A dull blade is not sharp enough. What could he use to fight him? Tang Yu couldn't help but shudder slightly. Wait, did it really match up? Is this plot getting too chaotic? Characters that have yet to appear are showing up early, and their identities have become members of the Dragon Soul organization. With a head full of questions, Tang Yu took a deep breath and waved his hand. "Take him to the police station. Lock him up first, and we will investigate slowly later." "Understood, young Master Tang." The admiration in Huang Tianrui and his son's eyes for Tang Yu grew even more. As expected of young Master Tang, a true expert who not only conceals his talents, but also abides by the law. In the face of these disrespectful trash, he was even unwilling to resort to private justice. After Huang Tianrui and his son took away the four, Tang Yu turned to glance at Tang Ryu, still lying on the ground. The Death Squad had knocked him out to clear him of suspicion and had not held back. A good opportunity. Tang Yu chuckled and rushed over to start punching and kicking this traitor. After all, he was already unconscious, so why be polite? He excels at bullying the weak. As for beating this kid to death, Tang Yu had no such intention. Why bother eliminating a teammate who is already a hindrance? After beating him for several minutes, Tang Yu felt invigorated. The unconscious Tang Ryu had become a bloody mess, pitiful to behold. Tang Yu whistled, dragged the kid to the car, and tossed him in, driving him to the hospital. Not long after Tang Yu left, a figure dropped from a nearby tree. It was Ling Han, who had been secretly following Tang Yu. She had been watching from the sidelines all along. Her expression was one of extreme shock. She was all too aware of the strength of the Death Squad. The four of them had exhausted themselves in their combined attack, yet they failed to harm Tang Yu. Such strength was simply ridiculous. She finally understood why young Master Tang knew her identity, but still kept her by his side. It was precisely because he possessed sufficient strength. With young Master Tang's power, killing me would be a piece of cake, yet he has no such intention. Could it be? He likes me. After murmuring to herself, a blush flashed across her face. If it weren't for that, how could young Master Tang know so much about her? Only a powerful man like young Master Tang would think that she should act like an ordinary girl. He alone had the right to next time he asks her to give him a back rub, she would just go along with it. After taking Tang Ryu to the hospital, this old fellow was sent to the emergency room for treatment. Tang Yu called his uncle's family to explain the situation, then returned to the car and lit another cigarette. The damn plot was getting weirder. Damn system, what's going on? Why are characters who haven't appeared yet showing up early? Beep. The plot has collapsed, please be cautious, host. The system's cold voice rang out. The plot has collapsed. Then what about the future? Tang Yu frowned. When the plot falls out of control, it means that real danger is just beginning. The system fell into silence, offering no response. Suddenly, strange images flashed through Tang Yu's mind. Each image depicted his death, but at the hands of different people. This sudden influx of memories caused Tang Yu's expression to turn pained. A red number floated before his eyes. 299. Just as he was about to carefully examine this memory, his expression suddenly became confused. His memories had returned to a few minutes prior, and this suddenly appearing memory vanished once more. Damn system, what about the rewards? Tang Yu cursed, completely unaware of everything that had just transpired. Beep, rewards have been delivered. The system's voice rang out again. However, this time it seemed to carry a hint of weakness. Tang Yu's mind did not gain any new skills, nor was there anything around. Delivered? Where was it delivered to? To whom? Damn system, did you just scam me out of my rewards? Tang Yu unleashed a tirade for several minutes, but the system ignored him. Meanwhile, a package sent in Tang Yu's name was already on a plane bound for Africa. In Africa, Burkina Faso translates to the land of gentlemen in Huaxia. After being entrusted with an important mission by Tang Xiao, He Jin felt quite satisfied with his work. With abundant resources and little oversight, the work was easy, and he finished at 3 in the afternoon to enjoy tea. Until a few days ago, he received some troubling news. The Tang family suddenly began spending money to recruit skilled practitioners, specifically ancient martial artists. This news struck him rather hard. As the former captain of the bodyguard team, his own strength was simply too weak. He wasn't even an ancient martial artist. How could he protect Tang Xiao? Thus, to motivate himself to improve, he began intense training every day. 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, followed by a 10-kilometer run. Just after finishing his workout today, a subordinate rushed over to him with a package. Mister, there's a package for you from Tang Xiao. A package from Tang Xiao. He Jin instantly perked up and hurriedly took the package, carefully unwrapping it. Inside the package was an exquisite Namu wooden box. Upon opening it, he found an ancient-looking book, The Dragon Elephant Art. He cautiously flipped through a few pages, and tears instantly streamed down his face. Tang Xiao must have been keeping an eye on him. He knew that after his diligent training, Tang Xiao had actually obtained an ancient martial arts manual for him. As a martial artist, he understood all too well the value of this manual. It was a treasure that money could not buy. Moreover, the requirements for practicing the dragon elephant art were not too high. As long as one was willing to endure hardship, one day they could become an ancient martial artist. He Jin can only repay Tang Xiao with my life. Choked with emotion, he wiped away his tears and shouted at his subordinates. Starting tomorrow, find me 100 young people with martial arts potential from the locals. I want to train an elite team for Tang Xiao. He Family Private Hospital. Ye Chen lay anxiously on the hospital bed, feeling inexplicably uneasy. The Reaper squad had approached their target 5 hours ago. Yet until now he had not received any news. This left him deeply puzzled and confused. After all, it was the Reaper squad. Although their strength was not on par with his, their combined attack techniques were formidable. Even if they couldn't win, they could still retreat unscathed. But now not a single one had contacted him. With every passing minute, his anxiety grew. Tang, I don't believe you have what it takes to stop the Reaper squad. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. However, as his emotions surged, the pain from his wound flared up. He gasped, quickly relaxing his body, not daring to let his emotions get the better of him. The wound had already split once, and another rupture would be troublesome. After much contemplation and growing worry, he had no choice but to ask the nurse to bring He Huin to help investigate the situation. About 15 minutes later, He Huin walked in carrying a bag. She looked at Ye Chen and spoke in a gentle voice. Mister, did you call for me? Miss He, I need your help to find out what happened. I sent for subordinates, but I can't reach them. Ye Chen smiled bitterly, just about to explain the situation when a man's voice came from outside. No need to look for them. They've already been caught and locked up. Immediately after, a handsome young man with a hint of mischief walked in. He came in looking at Ye Chen with interest, his gaze somewhat playful. The great Dragon King was forced to flee in his ridiculous. Upon seeing the young man, Ye Chen's expression instantly changed. He furrowed his brows and asked, Junior brother, weren't you on a mission in France? When did you arrive? I arrived today. Lu Junzuo smiled slightly and said, the master is already aware of the situation with the Reaper squad and sent me to help you. Ye Chen's heart sank instantly. The Reaper squad really was in trouble. To make matters worse, the old man had even... What did this mean? His expression changed dramatically, filled with complex emotions. The master said to let you recover well. Once you're better, head to Yanjing. They'll handle the matters in Suan. Lu Junzuo said with a smile, his eyes carrying a hint of disdain. After confirming this news, Ye Chen's complexion turned pale. What on earth did the old man mean? After sizing up Lu Junzuo for a moment, he narrowed his eyes and asked, you broke through? Lu Junzuo smiled wickedly and nodded. His current strength was already at the pinnacle of the Xian level, only a step away from the D level. Meanwhile, Ye Chen's strength was still at the mid-Xian level. How could someone who had repeatedly failed and was weaker than him still have the qualifications to continue being the Dragon King? Thus the master sent him. This was a great opportunity for him to showcase himself. He would secure the position of Dragon King for himself. With a gloomy expression, Ye Chen remained silent, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. What a Lu Junzuo trying to seize his position as Dragon King. Once he breaks through, just wait for your demise, kid. Take your time recovering, senior brother. I'll take my leave now. Lu Junzuo smiled and bid farewell before leaving the hospital room. He Huiying said her goodbyes and left with Lu Junzuo. So Mr. Lu will be responsible for the matters in Suang from now on. He Huiying asked Lu Junzuo. Yes. Lu Junzuo replied with a charming smile. As a senior brother, he was also skilled at charming smiles. The difference was that Ye Chen raised his left corner of his mouth while he raised the right. It won't be easy though. He Huiying shook her head slightly. Trying to make a mess of a complicated situation is no easy task. The current predicament of the Longqin group could only be described as tragic. The He family would not intervene anyway. There was no need to invite trouble. What Ye Chen can do, I can do. What Ye Chen cannot do, I Lu Junzuo can do. Lu Junzuo declared proudly, stroking a piece of dragon pattern jade hanging from his chest. He had obtained this jade inadvertently when he was 7. One time after having a nosebleed, he accidentally dripped blood onto it. This activated the jade, granting him an ancient martial arts inheritance. Based on his judgment, the one who left this inheritance must have been an ancient martial arts master of the legendary D level. Thus, he was fully confident that he would reach that level in the future. The position of Dragon King was his for the taking. After coming to Suang this time, he would handle this complicated situation for the useless Ye Chen. Everything he coveted, including women, he would take for himself. In the office of the Tang Group's general manager Qi Yin was intently playing a shooting game with a freshly delivered KFC and soda beside her. After Tang Yu walked in and patted her on the shoulder, she said, Qi Yin, you're playing games again. Why don't you take a break? Ugh, I died. It's all your fault, Tang Xiao. Seeing the screen go black, Qi Yin's small face showed a look of grievance. It's just a game we've been playing all day, you should take a break too. Tang Yu sighed. This silly girl is so serious about playing every day, oh, is it really necessary to act like this? Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qi Yin felt slightly embarrassed. Hey, am I getting too absorbed in work lately? To cover her embarrassment, she grabbed the bucket of fried chicken and asked, Tang Xiao, do you want some? No thanks. Tang Yu rolled her eyes and asked, do you know what day it is today, eh? KFC Crazy Thursday. Tang Yu reached up to touch her forehead. Damn, I hope she doesn't play games every day until she loses her mind. I remember she wasn't that bright to begin with. She's not clever despite being on level 8. Ooh, this kid is doomed. Hey, am I not clever enough? Qi Yin's face darkened, feeling that her intelligence was quite high. Thank you very much. Others might take 3 months to finish those games, but she could do it in about a month. And she had broken several records. Today is your birthday. Tang Yu sighed, reminding her. All right. Qi Yin finally came to her senses and smiled awkwardly, saying, Thank you for your concern, Tang Xiao. She had been too absorbed in work and almost forgot it was her birthday. But as an assassin, birthdays didn't really matter to her. Tang Yu's sudden mention warmed her heart slightly. This kind of concern felt like a luxury that was out of reach for her. The company has regulations. We must celebrate employees' birthdays. Since I happen to be free today, let's celebrate yours. Tang Yu looked at Qi Yin and chuckled. This silly girl has been at it for so long, she should have stolen enough data by now. After the data reaches that idiot Ye Chen, it won't be long before it comes in handy. Since that's the case, I need to think of a way to pull this silly girl to my side. First, I'll slowly build rapport, and once I've gathered enough evidence, I'll lay it all out to her. Qi Yin looked at Tang Yu in confusion. Tang Xiao wants to pull me to his side. Is there such a good thing? Ever since she eavesdropped on Tang Xiao's thoughts during their first meeting, she had been following the clues to investigate the Tang family. After her series of investigations, she indeed found information about her father. Her father's name was Qi Hong. Over 30 years ago, he was hunted down for offending a major figure. In a desperate situation, he was rescued by the elder of the Tang family and became the captain of the Tang family's bodyguard team. He was loyal to the Tang family and had saved the elder twice. The Tang family trusted him immensely. Tang Yu's father had a great relationship with him as brothers. After working for over a decade in the Tang family, he suddenly disappeared, and the Tang family searched for him for years without any leads. Years later, a pregnant woman came to the Tang family claiming to be Qi Hong's wife. Naturally, the Tang family took her in and treated her very well. Less than half a year after giving birth to a daughter, the woman disappeared with her child. After that, Qi Yin couldn't trace any further information as the records on the Tang family side were limited. With all this, she could be sure that Tang Xiao and the Tang family were definitely not her enemies. They had a great favor toward her family. How could she repay kindness with enmity? Tang Xiao is celebrating my birthday. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? After coming back to her senses, Qi Yin quickly replied, What's inappropriate? You've been at the company for so long, playing games here every day, working hard and making significant contributions to the company. Because of you, the company's game project is progressing at rocket speed. You are our #1 contributor at the I must personally arrange this birthday celebration for you today, Tang Yu stated with conviction. Exactly, I need to let you feel what a good boss is like. That stingy guy Ye Chen makes you do all the dangerous stuff. and pays you just a few thousand a month. What nonsense about hardship sharpening the mind. Damn it, even capitalists would shed tears for you. Hanging out with Tang Xiao means enjoying 9 meals a day. Okay, thank you, Tang Xiao. Qi Yin's heart felt warmer. Tang Xiao really cared for her. She had actually considered revealing everything to Tang Xiao. But since she was eavesdropping on Tang Ye's thoughts every day, she felt she couldn't say it directly. Because Tang Xiao sometimes had quite a wild imagination. If she told him she was here to pledge allegiance, he would definitely think she was acting. So all she could do was help in secret, like sending over fake data. Regarding the Dragon Soul organization, she felt nothing but doubt and hatred. Knowing that the Tang family had helped her, why would they still let her repay kindness with enmity? Alright, let's take a break and head out. First, I'll help you pick a birthday gift, and then we'll go for a big meal. Tang Yu said, what should I give? A year's supply of papaya milk. But I heard the effect of papaya milk isn't that great. There's a similar prescription in the Qingnong Tianjing. Her condition needs to unblock the meridians first. But if I use my hands to help her, she might chop off my hands. Sigh, I'm just too kind-hearted. Ooh, I can't stand to see girls. Unfortunately, I have all this medical skill with no place to apply it. Qi Yin shivered. Tang Xiao, do you really care about me that much? But she had secretly tried various methods. When she was an assassin, it didn't matter, and she even thought it was more convenient. Now that she was living a normal life, she felt like she should at least have some talents. So she'd secretly tried drinking papaya milk and such, but it really didn't work. Does Tang Xiao's meridian unblocking really work? Suddenly her face flushed as she mentally chided herself. What am I thinking? After leaving the office, Tang Yu took Qi Yin to her sports car and headed towards a large shopping mall. First, let's get you a birthday gift, then we'll buy some clothes or something. As a girl, you should occasionally learn to dress up a bit. Rest assured, your boss has an eye for talent. Today, I will make you the most stunning girl in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Be bold and open, breaking free from your former self. Letting her wear a cosplay outfit seems like a good idea. Considering her A-cup figure, that outfit from Qiong Mei should suit her quite well. At that moment, Qi Yin was confused and felt a bit gloomy. She had no understanding of these things. Anime and cosplay were from a world entirely different from hers. Her world only revolved around missions and death. Upon reaching the mall, Tang Yu parked the car and led Qi Yin inside. This mall was a property of the Tang family, catering to a high-end clientele. All the shops here were luxury brands. After entering, they took the elevator straight to the third floor, a place Tang Yu was quite familiar with. He guided Qi Yin into a music store named Qinlada. Upon seeing customers, a female sales assistant immediately approached, bowing and greeting them. Welcome. What can I help you with today? Could you show me some guitars, please? Tang Yu smiled. Sure. The sales assistant nodded repeatedly, momentarily lost in thought, as she looked up and saw Tang Yu's handsome face. This customer was quite charming. She led them to the guitar section and asked, what type of guitar are you looking for? Classical, folk, or electric? What do you want? Tang Yu looked at Qi Yin and smiled. In the original storyline, deep down, Qi Yin was a girl yearning for a normal life. Spending every day amidst blades and blood, few normal people would enjoy such a life. Her passion was music and she loved the guitar, but this instrument had little connection to her life. Thus, gifting her a guitar as a birthday present was just perfect. Qi Yin happily began her selection. After a while, she finally chose a light yellow handmade classical guitar. This one, Qi Yin held the guitar with sparkling eyes as if she had received an extraordinary treasure. Her radiant, pure smile resembled an iris quietly blooming in a secluded valley. Tang Yu, standing nearby, was momentarily mesmerized, feeling his heartbeat quicken. Why does this silly girl look so beautiful when she smiles? Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Qi Yin blushed slightly. Such sincere praise from deep within made her feel happy. Beautiful lady, you have great taste. This is the last handmade Smorman classical guitar in our store. Since it's customized, it takes nearly 2 years to acquire each one. Let me try it out if you don't mind. Qi Yin asked, raising her head. Of course, it's already tuned. Feel free to try it out, the sales assistant replied with a polite smile. Qi Yin smiled happily, feeling the guitar's weight before she began to play. Soon a lively melody filled the air. Tang Yu sat quietly beside her, silently admiring her, his gaze fixed on Qi Yin's face. When she played the guitar, her expression was focused, and her smile pure, no longer resembling a female assassin, but rather a lovely girl next door. After finishing a piece, she turned to Tang Yu with joy. Tang Xiao, what do you think? Quite impressive, Tang Yu praised, giving her a thumbs up. Your technique is solid overall, just a minor slip-up. You should pluck the strings, not my heartstrings. Hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Qi Yin blushed again. Why did he have to say things like this? Could he not compliment her so much? How much is it? Tang Yu pulled out his wallet and handed over a credit card. Hello, sir, that will be 370,000. The sales assistant quickly took out the card machine to process the payment. After completing the transaction, as she handed the receipt to Tang Yu, a beautiful woman carrying a bag walked in from outside. Her hair was dyed a wine red, and she was quite stunning. As she walked, her ample curves drew attention. Hello, how can I help you? Upon seeing the woman, the sales assistant quickly bowed. The woman pulled out a black membership card from her pocket and waved it. I'm your store's black, gold member. I've heard you have a Smorman. Bring it to me. The sales assistant glanced at the membership card, confirming it was indeed their highest level black gold card with the individual's name written on it. However, her expression turned a bit awkward. I'm sorry, Miss Xiao, that Smorman was just sold. Sold? Xiao Meiyun raised an eyebrow, her face darkening. She spotted Qi Yin holding a Smorman guitar and ordered the sales assistant. Refund their money, do I want that guitar? After visiting 2 stores just to find a Smorman for an upcoming live broadcast, she refused to let it slip away. The sales assistant hadn't expected her to make such a demand and awkwardly replied, I'm sorry, but that would not comply with our store's policy. No sooner had she finished speaking than Xiao Meiyun, with a dark expression, slapped her hard. I'm a black gold member. Do you dare lecture me about rules? Do you know how much I've spent in your store? You, a poor wretch, will never earn that much in your lifetime. The sales assistant was suddenly slapped, and half her face turned red and swollen. She covered her face, stepping back, feeling humiliated and frightened, and could only lower her voice to apologize to Xiao Meiyun. She worked at a high-end national chain music store, and to become a black gold member one had to spend at least 5 million. Such a customer was beyond the reach of a mere employee like her. Tang Yu furrowed his brows. This situation felt very intense. After recalling, he remembered the woman's identity. She was a mistress of a certain villain and was supposed to offend Ye Chen here. Then in a fit of rage the Dragon King Ye Chen would retaliate, leading to the conflict escalating with the villain's appearance. Hence a familiar trope of humiliation and vengeance was on its way. Oh boy, an opportunity to set a trap for Ye Chen has arrived. Tang Yu chuckled, inwardly coming up with a devious idea, then purposely sat there waiting for the plot to unfold. At that moment a middle-aged man in a suit rushed over and asked, Dear customers, I am the store manager Chen Jizhuan. What's going on here? Xiao Meiyun's gaze fell on him, dissatisfied. How do you train your employees? She's here lecturing me about rules. Upon seeing Xiao Meiyun's black gold membership card, Chen Zizhuan's expression changed slightly. He scolded the sales assistant, Lu Xiuqin, have you lost your mind? Who gave you the right to speak to customers like that? Apologize to this customer immediately. No, these 2 customers have already paid for the guitar. Miss Xiao wants me to refund the money to sell it to her. Lu Xiuqin covered her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. Before she could finish explaining, Chen Jizhuan cut her off impatiently. Do you not understand human language? Apologize to this lady right now, or just get out. If you make her apologize, all the stores in Suzhou and Hangzhou will no longer operate from today onward. After a long wait, Tang Yu suddenly spoke up. Chen Jizhuan glanced at Tang Yu and sneered. Who do you think you are? You think our store can't operate in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Do you know who our boss is? Xiao Meiyun also began to insult him sharply. What are you, a poor wretch? Do you have the right to speak here? Do you think you can stop us from operating here? You think you deserve that? And you let go of my Smorman. Dressed like a country bumpkin, do you think this is something you can handle? If you break it and ruin my live broadcast, I'll expose you online and ruin your reputation. After insulting them, she reached out to snatch the guitar from Qi Yin's arms. Qi Yin's expression turned cold. Just as Xiao Meiyun was about to grab it, Tang Yu stood up and swiftly delivered a After being slapped, Xiao Meiyun took 2 steps back, her face showing shock. Then she let out a scream and lunged at Tang Yu, attempting to claw at her face. Before her hand could reach, Tang Yu had already kicked her in the stomach. Knocked to the ground, Xiao Meiyun clutched her belly and let out a wretched cry. Realizing the gap in combat power between her and Tang Yu, she shouted at Tang Yu, Do you dare to hit a woman? Are you even a man? Tang Yu pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep puff before responding, Sorry, I believe in equality between men and women. You'll strike anyone who acts shamelessly. Although everyone here is a villain, someone like you being mere cannon fodder is indeed quite punchable. Pulling nearby, Qi Yin nearly burst out laughing. What the hell is this equality between genders? At that moment a young man entered with an elderly man dressed in traditional Chinese attire. Upon seeing Xiao Meiyun lying on the ground, the young man's expression darkened as he quickly approached. Han Xiao, please help me take revenge. This scumbag hit me. Upon seeing the young man, Xiao Meiyun hurriedly got up from the ground, crying like a pear blossom in the rain. This young man is her benefactor and the source of her arrogance. After becoming his woman, she had caused quite a bit of trouble. But no matter how big the problem is, Han Xiao can solve it with a single phone call. The young man referred to as Han Xiao had a pair of prominent ears and a rather honest-looking face. Seeing that half of Xiao Meiyun's face was swollen, he felt a pang of heartache and quickly comforted her. All right, I'll help you take revenge. Oh, don't cry, my dear. Then his expression darkened as he fixed his gaze on Tang Yu, coldly saying, You've got some nerve, you dare to lay hands on my woman. Han Mingxian. Hearing this name, Tang Yu's heart lifted. The main character had finally arrived. This guy is not from Suong, but the second young master of the Han family from Yanjing. The Han family is a top-tier family in Yanjing, unmatched by any major family in Suong. He came to Suong, however, before the auction even started, he had already made an enemy of Ye Chen. During the auction, he deliberately clashed with Dragon King Ye Chen over treasures, leading to a conflict. Afterward, he wanted to find someone to take down Ye Chen, but Ye Chen had the same intention and ended up killing him. Moreover, the Han family has ties to the massacre of the Yi family back in the day, making them enemies of Ye Chen. The enemy of my enemy is not necessarily my friend. Thus, he decided to make a decision that goes against his ancestors, pretending to be Ye Chen's subordinate and declaring war on the Han family. He looked at Tang Yu with a cold smile and said, I, Tang Beishuan, do not need to explain my actions to you. It seems you're quite brave. Zhou Lao break both his hands first. Han Mingxian scoffed, raised his hand, and signaled the elder behind him to take action. He had seen too many people who thought they had some background, and it was pointless to waste words with them. Only by making them suffer would they understand what kind of people they should fear. The elderly man in traditional attire nodded and approached Tang Yu. Seeing the old man approach, Qi Yin's expression changed slightly. She could tell that this old man was a martial artist. Although his strength wasn't high, he was still at the Huang level. Tang Xiao, being an ordinary person, would not stand a chance against this old man. Just as she was about to make a move, a middle-aged man walked in from outside. It was Huang Juanxiao, the new ancient martial arts bodyguard hired by the Tang family. Ever since witnessing Tang Xiao's unfathomable strength last time, he volunteered to be Tang Xiao's personal bodyguard, or rather his follower. He knew very well that his own strength wasn't enough to protect Tang Xiao. All he could do was help Tang Xiao clean up some trash. After all, a master at the D level like Tang Xiao wouldn't easily make a move. As he strode in, he coldly stared at the old man and mocked, "You think you're worthy to lay hands on our Tang Xiao?" Oh. The old man's expression turned cold as he looked at Huang Juanxiao with a sneer. "How am I not worthy to lay hands on your worthless young master?" With that, he struck with lightning speed, unleashing a series of 5 lightning-fast whip strikes at Tang Yu. Qi Yin realized it was too late to block, as they were simply too close. Just when she was ready to avenge Tang Xiao with a murderous intent, she found that Tang Xiao stood there completely unmoving. With an expression of calm, he looked at the old man and said, "Is that all?" The old man instantly took 2 steps back, his expression wary as he looked at Tang Yu. As an ancient martial artist, he knew very well that his previous series of lightning strikes could have crippled this person for life. But why did the other party not move at all? Not even a wrinkle appeared on his clothes, as if he hadn't been hit at all. "Continue, I Tang Beishuan, do not bully the weak. I'll give you 3 more chances to strike," Tang Yu said casually. "Zhou Lao, what are you doing? Do not hold back. If you kill him, I'll take care of it." Han Mingxuan, standing behind, shouted with dissatisfaction. The old man, called Zhou Lao, was currently feeling quite helpless. His previous attack was indeed somewhat restrained. But with no damage at all, this is just not right. Taking a deep breath, he charged forward and kicked Tang Yu right in the temple. At this moment, his foot contained immense power. Even a rock would shatter under such a kick. But still, Tang Yu remained completely motionless. "You still have 2 chances." Tang Yu extended 2 fingers. At this moment, the old man was truly dumbfounded. Just now, he had even put in 11 points of strength. Qi Yin was also stunned. Her strength was at the Xian level, and her vision was much higher than that of this old man. That last strike, if she hadn't defended and taken it hidden, would have seriously injured her. "Tang Xiao, what is going on? Could it be that he is the hidden expert? Recently, I heard that Ye Chen's injury was related to him. Could it possibly be true?" Huang Juanxiao, however, was unfazed. He had personally witnessed Tang Xiao enduring several minutes of combined attacks from 4 experts without sustaining a scratch. How could a mere Huang-level old man think to injure Tang Xiao? With Tang Xiao's strength, even while taking a dump in the toilet, he could easily withstand his attacks and finish cleanly. Don't say just 2 chances. Even if you give him 100 chances, it wouldn't matter. Tang Xiao, a master at the D level, is not someone you ants can easily injure. He glared at the old man and whispered fiercely, "D level." Zhou Lao trembled slightly at these words, cold sweat soaking his back. After failing to sway Tang Yu with his full force strike, he had already guessed this possibility in his heart. So is there really such a young master at the D level in the world? No wonder he couldn't hurt him. No wonder he looked down on retaliating immediately. Normal people wouldn't rush to retaliate when a child comes to play. They wouldn't. Masters have their own pride. He understood this mindset. At this moment, he no longer had the courage to continue attacking, and his gaze toward Tang Yu was filled with fear and submission. To witness such a young prodigy in person was worth it for him in this lifetime. "Han Xiao, what is the D level?" After sensing the unusual atmosphere, Xiao Meiyun whispered. "Shut up." Han Mingxuan, with a grim face, slapped her several times. Her face already swollen, Xiao Meiyun didn't even dare to cry out loud as she trembled and looked at Han Xiao. What has gotten into Han Xiao? Why is he so angry? At this moment, Han Mingxian was not only thinking about dealing with Xiao Meiyun, he even had thoughts of killing this contemptible woman. As a direct descendant of the Han family, he was naturally well informed and understood what it meant to be a master at the Earth character level. Such a master would even make his grandfather treat him with respect. In the ancient martial arts world, a master at the Earth character level was undoubtedly a powerful figure. To offend such a master for the sake of a contemptible person, wasn't that courting death? Moreover, the guy in front of him, who called himself Tang Beishuan, was so young. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. Seeing that old Zhou's back was already drenched in cold sweat, he realized he had to step up. Otherwise, if the other party got angry, he would undoubtedly die today. He walked up to Tang Yu and spoke with a trembling voice. "Mr. Tang, today, I Han Mingxuan was blind to your greatness. I am from the Han family in Yinjing. If Mr. Tang." Before he could finish, Tang Yu's expression turned stern, staring at him coldly. "You are from the Han family in Yinjing?" "Yes, Mr. Tang. Do you perhaps know my elders?" Han Mingxuan's heart leaped with joy. If that was the case, then this matter could be resolved. "Good old Han family." Tang Yu sneered and said, "Do you still remember the Yi family in Yinjing?" "Yi family." Han Mingxian thought for a moment and quickly recalled that it was the family that once dominated Yinjing. In Yinjing only they had the right to be called the Yi family, but the Yi family had been annihilated over 20 years ago. Could it be that the Yi family bloodline had not been extinguished and was coming back for revenge? It seems you remember now. Tang Yu stared coldly at him and said, "Today I will spare your life as long as you sever your own hands, then go back and tell your Han family. My elder brother Ye Chen will return like lightning and take revenge on families involved in the Yi family tragedy. The first to face this will be your Han family." Han Mingxuan's face turned pale with fear. Was the Yi family really coming back for revenge? Who exactly was Ye Chen? How could a young master at the Earth character level refer to him as elder brother? He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and looked bitterly at old Zhou. "Old Zhou, please take action." Hearing that he could escape a disaster, old Zhou felt grateful in his heart. He decisively walked over to his young master and struck twice, breaking his young master's arm. While the dead young master isn't as important as the old man, the intense pain caused Han Mingxian to faint on the spot. He hurriedly supported his young master and looked at Tang Yu with a humble smile. "Mr. Tang, can I leave now?" "You must leave both your arms behind," Tang Yu said indifferently. Old Zhou, who had just felt grateful in his heart, was now completely dumbfounded. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and used his right hand to break his left hand. Then with a glimmer of hope he looked at Tang Yu and said pitifully, "Mr. Tang, I only have one arm left, I can't break it myself. I'll help you." Huang Juanxiao immediately showed his enthusiasm and walked over to deliver a punch. His punch showed no mercy and old Zhou's arm was broken in response. Old Zhou almost spat out a mouthful of old blood and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, a good Samaritan. Get lost, and remember to tell the Han family to wash their necks and await their deaths," Tang Yu said coldly. Old Zhou could only leave with his young master in a dejected manner. After losing both hands, he had to use his teeth to grab his young master's collar. Dragging him away like a cat carrying its kitten, he felt extremely miserable. This time he had originally come to Suzhou to accompany his young master to an auction, but after encountering such a situation, they could only return to Yinjing. Next, it was likely that Yinjing would not have peace. Seeing her sponsor in such a miserable state, Xiao Meiyun, who had been smacked, hurriedly covered her face and escaped. Tang Yu did not pay any attention to this woman. He cast a kind gaze at Huang Juanxia. This kid had become an outstanding sidekick since the last time he saw him fighting with the Grim Reaper squad. He firmly believed himself to be a master at the Earth character level. Tang Yu was quite satisfied with his wild imagination. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Keeping him around was also convenient for showing off and intimidating others. In this way, Ye Chen's return to Yinjing would not be easy. According to the original plot, he would also pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger for a while after going to Yinjing before slowly developing. Now that the news was out, he could go to Yinjing and pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. As for the Han family wanting to find trouble with him, that was no concern. If you want to find Tang Beishuan, what does it have to do with... At the same time, Qi Yin felt a chill down her spine. She had just come back to her senses. Mr. Tang was not only a top expert, but also quite ruthless. Right now, she hadn't fully investigated the truth of that year, but in her heart, she had already considered herself a member of the Tang family. Therefore, it was delightful to see Ye Chen being dealt with. After all, he had issues with Mr. Tang. Who was fighting here? At this moment, a few security guards in uniforms rushed over. The commotion in the store had alarmed the neighboring businesses, and someone had notified the security. When several security guards rushed over, the leading guard immediately recognized Tang Yu. He hurriedly shouted respectfully, "Mr. Tang, what brings you here?" "I received a report from the merchants saying someone was causing trouble here." "It was me causing trouble." Tang Yu pointed at the store manager Chen Jizhuan. "Contact their boss. Either expel this person from the store and let this girl be the manager, or they can no longer conduct business in Suzhou." "Understood, Mr. Tang." The security captain quickly agreed. Just 2 minutes after Tang Yu and the others left, Chen Zizhuan's phone rang. He glanced at the caller ID and his expression changed slightly. "Hello, Mr. Wang, this is Chen Jizhuan. You bastard, get the hell out of my store within 5 minutes, or you won't get your salary for this month." A barrage of curses came from the other end of the line. Chen Zizhuan's face turned pale instantly, and he wanted to plead a few words, but the call was already disconnected. The saleswoman named Lu Xiuqin received a WeChat message notifying her of her appointment as the new store manager. After confirming it wasn't a joke several times, she was so happy that tears streamed down her face. Unfortunately, the handsome guy had already disappeared, and she had no way to express her gratitude. After leaving the music store with Qi, Tang Yu took her shopping for clothes, dining, and even playing at an arcade. For Qi, this was an unforgettable, beautiful memory. In previous years, every birthday of hers was spent on missions. Only this year was different. She had changed into a JK uniform, and Tang Yu had even asked the staff to style her hair into twin tails. Now she looked more like a naive and sweet school beauty, her temperament completely different from before. The only thing she was a bit dissatisfied with was that the skirt seemed a bit too short. Even so, she was still very happy. Seeing Qi Yin's joyful expression, Tang Yu could tell that she was genuinely happy and not pretending. She was truly very happy. "Silly girl, what kind of life did you live before? Just eating, drinking, and buying some clothes makes you this happy?" He sighed inwardly. "Is there anything else you want to eat or play?" Tang Yu asked with a smile. "That's enough, let's go home." Chi Yin said with a satisfied expression. She was already very content to be so happy today. All right, I'll take you back. Tang Yu nodded, and the two of them returned to the sports car with their bags. Chi Yin lived in a luxurious apartment building near the company. After arriving at the apartment building, the two of them carried their things inside. Reaching her apartment door, Chi Yin used the fingerprint lock to open the door and brought Tang Yu inside. The interior gave a rather empty and monotonous feeling. Aside from the furniture, there were no other decorations in the room, completely unlike a girl's room. Your room is too monotonous. They'll have someone send you some decorations later. Oh, there's no need to go through such trouble, thank you, Mr. Tang. I'm quite satisfied now. Chi Yin quickly shook her head, having already gotten used to it. Why be so polite with your boss? Tang Yu lightly flicked her forehead and waved goodbye before leaving. After Tang Yu left, Chi Yin looked at the empty room, feeling an inexplicable sense of loss. Suddenly remembering something, she took out her phone and found a picture. The photo was a selfie of her and Tang Yu taken while shopping at the mall today. After hesitating for a moment, she smiled and changed the picture to her phone's wallpaper. After leaving the apartment, Tang Yu returned to his car and lit a cigarette. He wasn't worried about Chi Yin telling Ye Chen about today's incident at the music store. Let her know. It didn't matter anymore. He'd already reached the point where he could no longer afford to stay hidden. Over the next few days, he intended to gather complete dossiers on Chi Yin's parents and rescue her from her suffering as swiftly as possible. As for Ling Han, Tang Yu hadn't yet decided how to proceed. The details of her family's affair were already lodged in his memory, but uncovering concrete evidence would be exceedingly difficult after so many years had passed. One step at a time, turn them one by one. Tang Yu exhaled a slow, languid smoke ring, then silently asked himself, System, where's my reward for the music store storyline? A soft chime sounded. Beep. Soul ensnaring, I granted. Please collect host. The system's voice drifted lazily into his awareness. Oh, really? Tang Yu had expected another useless trinket, but this piqued his interest instantly. He quickly queried the system for its function. Can be activated when the target's mind is unstable, enabling mental subjugation and control. After reading the description, Tang Yu drew in a sharp, startled breath. This system swung between eerie obscurity and startling brilliance, utterly unpredictable. For now, at least, the tense father-son dynamic between him and the system had eased, if only slightly. Mental subjugation. He chuckled darkly. So this was a traitor-forging engine. Finally, he could sow discord within the enemy's inner circle. A truly invaluable asset. He had to share it. Pulling out his phone, he dialed Baiwani. What's up? Didn't I send for people your way last time? How are they doing? They're sitting in detention. Weren't you the one who said they had criminal records? I couldn't find anything. Baiwani sounded frustrated. A few days earlier, Tang Yu had abruptly delivered 4 individuals to her. She'd investigated thoroughly, yet uncovered nothing. Still, her instincts whispered that these 4 were likely affiliated with the Longya faction. Annoyingly, they'd concealed their identities with remarkable skill, leaving her utterly stymied. Just a hunch. Can I visit them? Tang Yu grinned. Sure, come on over. I'll treat you to late-night snacks. Baiwani agreed without hesitation. She still owed him a favor. Once plans were set, Tang Yu drove toward the detention center. When he arrived, Baiwani was already waiting at the gate, now clad in a sleek black bodysuit that accentuated her striking figure, evoking the aura of a seasoned investigator. A formidable Harley-Davidson stood beside her, the unmistakable emblem of her personal steed. For Baiwani, life diverged sharply from that of ordinary women. Some girls dreamed of being princesses. Others became hostesses in karaoke lounges. She, however, aspired only to be a fearless female knight, undaunted, resolute, and unwavering in her crusade against injustice. Well, hello there, beautiful. Tang Yu whistled playfully upon seeing her. Want to get detained? She shot back, shooting him a mock. Now I'm getting arrested for complimenting you. Is there any law left in this world? Tang Yu chuckled, then followed her inside. All formalities had already been completed. Baiwani trailed behind Tang Yu, eager to eavesdrop. Ever since overhearing his thoughts last time, she'd become deeply intrigued. What other secrets did this man hold? Why are you tailing me? Tang Yu turned, raising an eyebrow. Scram, don't follow me. I've got 4 people to reprogram. If I don't deploy them, how else will I undermine Ye Chen? Fine. Baiwani nodded, her expression oddly perplexed. If he wouldn't let her follow, she'd watch from the surveillance room, determined to witness exactly how this reprogramming unfolded. Alone in the visitation room, Tang Yu found the 4-member Death God squad already awaiting him. Though detained, they felt no despair, only profound relief. Having offended such a master and survived, that was sheer fortune. Yet the moment Tang Yu entered, their faces hardened, eyes flickering with dread. Hadn't this peerless expert already spared them? Why return now? Their throats tightened, instinct screamed to flee. He was a Tier D master, an elite whose strength surpassed even Long Wang and Lu Xiao. Tang Yu remained silent, his gaze cold and unblinking. Under that stare, unbearable pressure descended. Before them stood not a man, but a ravenous beast poised. What did this sovereign intend? The air thickened, freezing solid. Fear coiled deeper. They sensed killing intent. Even their breathing grew labored. At that peak of tension, a violet light flashed in Tang Yu's eyes, and instantly dizziness seized the 4, their consciousness slipping like sand through fingers. Are you satisfied with your work? Tang Yu's low voice resonated. The 4 blank-faced shook their heads. Are you satisfied with your income? Again, they shook their heads. Do you desire stability and prosperity? This time they nodded. Do you wish to idle away daylight hours then unwind at exclusive clubs, earning 1 million per month with lavish fortichance of banquets every night? They began nodding vigorously. Then what are you hesitating for? Join Tang Group. Liberate all wronged antagonists across the world. Eradicate every injustice. From this day forth, we are comrades in arms. With Tang Yu's commanding roar, clarity flooded their eyes. The old society, Longhun organization, turned men into ghosts. Tang Group transformed ghosts into turncoats. Do you now understand your purpose? Tang Yu knew the soul ensnaring I had taken full effect. Idle. Go to the club. Go to the club. Go to the club, and feast on 4 dishes plus soup. Tang Yu wondered, had his mental subjugation gone slightly awry? Wrong. You must first reform yourselves, become upright citizens before stepping foot in any club. Understood. He commanded, voice low but firm. Damn it, what kind of death god squad is this? More like the club squad. Yes, sir. We obey, young man. In unison they affirmed. Good. You show promise, Tang Yu said approvingly. Dragging over a chair he sat, and instructed, now tell me everything you know. They immediately recounted every detail they possessed. Meanwhile, Baiwani, watching from the surveillance room, was left speechless, her brow deeply furrowed. What on earth was that? She'd listened for minutes, only to hear repeated chants of go to the club. With a roll of her eyes, she stormed out, refusing to waste another second. After nearly 5 minutes, Tang Yu had pieced together their broad operational plan, and was surprised to learn Ye Chen, the person designated to receive Su Hang, was Lu Junzuo, a figure originally slated to appear mid-novel. He was Ye Chen's junior brother, possessing terrifying talent and strength, and harboring a long-standing ambition to usurp Ye Chen's title as Dragon King. Later, he repeatedly schemed against Ye Chen in secret, inflicting several crushing setbacks, until Ye Chen, ultimately superior in both skill and strategy, executed him. But with the narrative unraveling, had this man appeared prematurely? Is this to seize the position of the Dragon King? Tang Yu clicked his tongue twice. Such a development in the plot was naturally good news for him. Dog bites dog. However, knowing that this person was going to take over Suhong, Tang Yu felt a bit uneasy. He realized that if he wanted to take over Suhong, he would definitely be his primary target. This person handled matters similarly to Ye Chen, both having been taught by the same master. After pondering for a moment, Tang Yu looked at the 4 of them, and said, from now on you 4 focus on lurking beside him, and report to me at any time if there are any developments. Got it, young Master Tang. The 4 replied in unison. Also feel free to hinder him a bit, or once he fails at something, suggest that he join forces with me against Ye Chen. Understood? Understood. Alright, we'll be in touch later. Tang Yu left the meeting room with satisfaction. Arranging for 4 lackeys for the other party, this wave was surely secured. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Bringing them over is definitely better than dealing with 2 Dragon Kings at once. After Tang Yu left the meeting room, the 4 members of the death squad exchanged glances. The leader, Brother Deng He, spoke up. From today onwards, we must turn over a new leaf and work hard for young Master Tang. But what kind of person is young Master Tang? A true dragon among men. How could Lu Junzuo be worthy of an alliance with young Master Tang? We 4 brothers must join forces. Whether it's Lu Junzuo or Ye Chen, we must clear the path for young Master Tang. Otherwise, how could we have the face to follow young Master Tang to the club? Brothers, do you agree? Agree. Just as they exited the detention center, Tang Yu felt a chill creeping up his back. Let's go, I'll treat you to a late-night snack. Baiwani approached from behind, holding out a motorcycle helmet. We're just going to eat some barbecue on the roadside. Oh, what's the point of driving that broken car? After we eat, I'll send you back. Oh, I still have work to finish. Baiwani rolled her eyes. She was used to a low-profile life, and having this guy drive a luxury sports car worth millions to eat on the roadside would just make her a spectacle. Alright then. Tang Yu put on the helmet and got on the motorcycle with her. Hold on tight. As soon as Tang Yu got on, Baiwani pressed the throttle, only to feel him wrap his arms around her from behind. Moreover, his hands were positioned a bit too high. If the 2 were standing at the bow of a ship, it would resemble the Titanic. Where are your hands? She quickly released the throttle, gritting her teeth, and asking, didn't you say that a woman's waist shouldn't be touched casually? Tang Yu looked innocent. I was afraid you'd say I was taking advantage, so I placed them a bit higher. You're deliberately provoking me, aren't you? Baiwani had already clenched her fists, turning to glare at Tang Yu. If you can't touch my waist, then what are you touching instead? Alright, if I hold your waist, don't say I'm taking advantage of you. Tang Yu muttered as he lowered his hand a bit more. Still quite nice with a slender waist. Aside from having a bit of a temper, everything else is quite good. Baiwani suddenly regretted letting this guy get on her bike. Luckily, the barbecue spot she was headed to was just 3 streets away, and they arrived in a few minutes. Pulling up to the barbecue stall, she parked the bike and instinctively kicked her leg out to get off. Tang Yu, who was sitting behind, was just about to get off when she kicked him, sending him tumbling to the ground. After landing on his backside, Tang Yu scowled. You did that on purpose, didn't you? No, I'm used to riding solo. This is my first time with someone else. Baiwani laughed heartily, reaching out to pull Tang Yu up from the ground. Tang Yu rubbed his backside, gritting his teeth in annoyance, and had to accept it. After the 2 entered the shop, Baiwani handed Tang Yu a plastic basket for the food. You can pick what you want to eat. I often come to this place, and their grilled sweet potato chips and grilled dumplings are quite good. You should try. I want to order the expensive stuff. Oh, I'll make you go broke. All right, looking at your drained face, grab a few skewers of grilled kidney. After the two ordered a pile of barbecue, they also requested a few bottles of beer. Soon steaming barbecue was served. At this moment across the street a black car was parked at the roadside. The man in the driver's seat was staring intently at Bai Wan Yi and Tang Yu through the car window. After watching for a while he took out his phone and snapped a photo of the two. Meanwhile, at an underground casino, Lu Junzuo was sitting in a private room gambling with two dealers. They were playing poker and both dealers were seasoned. However, at this moment they were sweating profusely from losing. They had already lost 15 rounds in a row. Young Master Lu truly has great skills. Seeing Lu Junzuo winning continuously, a middle-aged man beside him flattered. The middle-aged man had only one arm, and the empty sleeve was quite noticeable. He was the owner of this casino, Zhu Xiaohui, and also a big shot in the underground world of Suang. With his status, he shouldn't be this polite to a young man. But this young man was simply terrifying. He came to find him and asked to be his dog. He chose to refuse, only to watch helplessly as over 40 of his subordinates were easily taken down by this man single-handedly. This man was virtually invincible. He even promised him that as long as he became his dog, he could become his representative in the underground world of Suang. It's just a small trick. Cheating is nothing more than being quick with your hands, and adding a few techniques, it's meaningless. Lu Junzuo uninterestedly flicked his 3 cards. The 3 cards flew straight into the table. The people present looked on in awe at young Master Lu even more. At that moment, Lu Junzuo's phone vibrated twice. He took a look at his phone and saw the photo sent by his subordinate. Upon seeing the man in the photo, Lu Junzuo frowned slightly. Isn't this the rich second generation from the Tang family? It is said that Ye Chen never managed to compete with this waste for women. Why is he with Bai Wanyi again? After arriving in Suhong, the first woman he had set his sights on was Bai Wanyi. This woman's identity was somewhat special. If he could conquer her early, it would be a great boost for him. After pondering for a moment, Lu Junzuo sneered. Perfect, I can deceive her and take them all down at once. He sent a text message from his phone. Bai Wanyi was engrossed in her meal when her phone on the table suddenly rang. She picked it up and saw a text message. Underground casino on the second basement floor of Huangshui Hotel. Bai Wanyi's expression changed slightly after reading a few lines. Recently, she had investigated 2 cases of usury and had tracked down a lead to an underground casino, but she hadn't found the exact address. Upon seeing this address, she immediately lost her appetite and shouted to the owner, boss, how much? Exactly 120. All right. Bai Wanyi took out her phone to scan the payment. Aren't you eating anymore? Seeing Bai Wanyi in such a hurry, Tang Yu, who was dealing with the grilled kidneys, looked up and asked, I'm going to check out a casino you eat, I'm leaving. After Bai Wanyi finished speaking, she turned to leave. Tang Yu suddenly choked, remembering this part of the plot. In the original plot, Bai Wanyi received a text message while having dinner with someone reporting an underground casino to her. She happened to be investigating this casino and upon receiving the address intended to infiltrate for a covert visit. This covert visit led to a major incident, and after her identity was exposed, she was captured by the people at the casino. If it weren't for the Dragon King Ye Chen showing up, she probably would have ended up in a search officer scenario. After this plot ended, her favorability towards Ye Chen increased significantly, and she had been nearly conquered. But the key now was that Ye Chen was no longer present. If she acted without care, wouldn't she be going for nothing? Or would the plot somehow break down and lead to other changes? System, what's the situation with this plot? Tang Yu silently questioned in his heart. The system offered no response, leaving Tang Yu a bit annoyed. When the plot breaks down, many times one can only rely on their own speculation. Helpless, he could only get up and follow after her, saying, I'll go with you. You're coming with me. Bai Wanyi looked at Tang Yu with a somewhat strange expression. Yes, I'll assist you in the investigation. I know these places better than you do. Tang Yu nodded. Of course, if I don't go with you, you'll just be going for nothing. The casino is a big pit. The one sending you the text should be Ye Chen. He's luring you into the casino to get into trouble, then he'll rescue you to boost his favorability. But since Ye Chen is already gone, who set this trap? After hearing Tang Yu's inner thoughts, Bai Wanyi was greatly. This guy, how did he know? Remembering the clues she had heard from Tang Yu last time, she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to go check it out. Just be cautious, and after the covert visit, return to set the net to catch people. So she nodded and said, all right, let's go together. Tang Yu hurriedly hopped onto the motorcycle with her, feeling perplexed. He realized that even if Dragon King Ye Chen was no longer around, some plots would still proceed normally. But who sent this text message? This trap should have been set by Ye Chen. If he's not here, who took his place to set up the trap? Tang Yu suddenly thought of Lu Junzuo, who was replacing Dragon King Ye Chen to take over Suang. Let's go there first. The priority is to ensure Bai Wanyi doesn't get into trouble. As long as they reach the casino, the one who set the trap will eventually show up. Then they'll know whether it's Ye Chen or Lu Junzuo. Bai Wanyi quietly listened to Tang Yu's inner thoughts while driving, feeling somewhat grateful. This guy actually cares about her. As for the name Lu Junzuo, she also memorized it firmly in her mind. Someone's plotting against her. Then they better not let her find out, otherwise they'll have to face the consequences. The ride from here to Huangshui Hotel takes about 20 minutes. After arriving at the hotel, she once again kicked her leg out to get off. Tang Yu, who was swept to the ground, looked at the woman in disbelief. Meh? This time it really wasn't on purpose. To conceal her identity, Bai Weiner took out a black mask and put it on her face. Tang Yu looked around and thought she resembled a certain sister. What are you looking at me for? Noticing Tang Yu's gaze, Bai Weiner asked. Nothing, Tang Yu chuckled. By the time they reached the second basement floor, the elevator doors hadn't opened yet, and Bai Weiner had already taken the initiative to link her arm with Tang Yu. The two pretended to be a couple, and after stepping outside they saw a billiard hall and several burly men. One of the big men approached Tang Yu with a smile and asked, "Are you here to play billiards?" "A friend recommended us to come and play," Tang Yu replied. "All right, you know the rules, right?" The big man extended his hand. Tang Yu then took out his phone, turned it off, and handed it to him. The big man then looked at Bai Weiner, and she also followed Tang Yu's lead and handed her phone over. After handing in their phones, the two proceeded through the security checkpoint. Then someone led them through a secret door into the casino. Upon entering the casino, a pungent smell of smoke made Bai Weiner cough a couple of times. There were over 20 tables in the casino, each occupied by gamblers, some playing dice games. In addition, there were also many people playing slot machines and fish-catching games. The various sounds of shouting and clamoring made the place even livelier than a bar. Dressed in revealing outfits, female attendants moved about providing various services to the high-rolling gamblers. "Let's go exchange for chips first," Tang Yu said, leading Bai Weiner to exchange for 200,000 chips, half of which he shared. Bai Weiner wasn't in the mood to play. Seeing the large crowd of gamblers around, she couldn't help but frown slightly. How many families would be ruined by this in a single day? As the two wandered around the casino, several surveillance cameras silently locked onto Bai Weiner. In the monitoring room on the first basement floor, Lu Junzuo stood proudly in front of the monitor, staring at the screen. On the screen, Bai Weiner was moving around the casino with Tang Yu. Seeing that Tang Yu had actually followed her, a glimmer of joy flashed in Lu Junzuo's eyes. Since this fool took the bait, today was going to be a bountiful harvest. He planned to have someone kill him and then swoop in to save the beauty, earning a wave of goodwill. "Lu Xiao, what are your orders?" Zhu Xiaohui asked with a smile, already aware of the plan for the night. "You can take action now, but don't harm her. Just kill this waste beside her," Lu Junzuo instructed. He ordered. He still didn't know Tang Yu's strength, as Ye Chen hadn't informed anyone about the incident where Tang Yu got injured. The Grim Reaper squad had been captured before they could report back. He planned to let the casino's people kill Tang Yu, and then heroically save the beauty to gain favor. Moreover, after saving her, he wouldn't even tell her his name. He would just disappear from her world, making her both grateful and curious about him. After some time, he would find another opportunity to appear and interact with her, making her fall completely in love with him. "Prepare to take action." Zhu Xiaohui waved his hand, and his underlings immediately sprang into action. After wandering around the casino for a while, Bai Weiner felt she had gathered enough information. She linked her arm with Tang Yu and said, "Shall we leave now?" "Let's go." Tang Yu nodded, puzzled about whether the plot was going slightly off course when a group of people charged toward. There were more than 30 people rushing over, all armed with weapons. "That's them." The one running in front pointed at Tang. The crowd in the casino immediately ceased their actions and looked over at them. "What's going on?" "Run." Seeing this group emerge, Tang Yu grabbed Bai Weiner and dashed backward. This was an underground casino, and the only way to escape was to take the elevator. Running towards the elevator would definitely mean being cornered. Standing here was too open, allowing the opponent to leverage their numerical advantage. Thus, Tang Yu decisively led Bai Weiner into the restroom. "You hurry and contact someone, or I'll hold them off." Tang Yu knew that Bai Weiner's watch had an emergency contact function. According to the original plot, Bai Weiner wouldn't even have the chance to use her watch before being captured. Bai Weiner nodded and quickly pressed a few buttons on her watch to activate the emergency contact function. This was specially designed by her father, who feared she would find herself in dangerous situations while on missions. Once activated, help would arrive within a maximum of 15 minutes. Tang Yu grabbed a hammer from the sink as a weapon. Being high defense and low attack, he could only rely on makeshift. Just as he got hold of the weapon, the main force charged in from behind. Leading the charge was a young man with long hair. They had already received the notice that this man could be killed as long as the woman was unharmed. Seeing Tang Yu blocking the door, he let out a roar and lunged forward, slashing the machete at Tang Yu's shoulder. The blow felt as if it struck a stone. "You motherfucker, how dare you hit me?" Tang Yu retaliated with a hammer strike to the long-haired youth's head, instantly splattering blood. After being struck in the head with a hammer, the youth screamed, dropping his knife to the ground, resembling a low-level monster that had exploded into loot. "Are you alright?" Having completed her emergency contact, Bai Weiner shouted at Tang Yu, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Tang Yu shook his head. Bai Weiner hurriedly picked up the machete and stood shoulder to shoulder with Tang Yu. Seeing her rush out, the pursuers hesitated slightly. This was because their boss had just instructed them not to harm this woman. "Two of you go hold this woman down, the rest of you kill this guy," one of the smarter men immediately directed. Thus, two men with steel pipes rushed towards Bai Weiner, trying to subdue her first. The remaining men surged towards Tang Yu to launch their attack. Then they realized that this man was like a stone golem. No matter whether it was a machete or steel pipes, they had no effect when striking him. After being hit, Tang Yu spoke no more nonsense. With a swift motion, he swung a hammer down, targeting the head. They lacked Tang Yu's defensive capability. A single blow to the head would leave a person half dead. Moreover, the corridor leading to the restroom wasn't wide, limiting their ability to utilize their numerical advantage. Like the zombies in Plants vs. Zombies, they lined up one by one like the Calabash brothers rescuing their grandpa. The other two, trying to delay Bai Weiner, were not faring much better. They did not dare to lay hands on Bai Weiner. If she attacked, she would be merciless. She had always held a deep disdain for such scum and was also half a martial artist. In just a couple of minutes, the two had already taken several hits and collapsed to the ground. The situation became awkward. One could not move. One could not fight back. In just a few minutes, out of more than 30 people, 12 or 13 were already on the ground. What the hell is going on? How the hell should I know? What's this guy doing? Why can't he fight back? The group continued to curse while fighting. This isn't how the script is supposed to go. Shouldn't we have easily taken down this pretty boy first, then tied up the girl? Seeing their companions fall one after another, the thugs were completely stunned. How could they be facing such an unbeatable opponent? From now on, this casino is called Tang Yu Casino. Tang Yu had discovered the joy of bullying the weak. Damn it, he had cheat codes. Seeing that these people dared not touch Bai Weiner, he took the initiative to charge at them with 2 knives. You bastards, today, I will teach you how to be villains. After seeing a few more fall, the thugs completely broke down. Damn it, let's run. Forget it, I'm done playing. What's wrong with this guy, eh? I'm definitely done for. As the remaining thugs began to flee in disarray, the casino's patrons were left dumbfounded. Just now, a group of thugs had charged at this guy with great momentum. How did it turn into this guy covered in blood chasing after? Just as Tang Yu was about to chase down a thug to beat him up, Bai Weiner rushed over to stop him. Don't be reckless, Bai Weiner was so frightened that her voice quivered with a hint of crying. She had just seen Tang Yu endure numerous attacks, and now he was covered in blood. At that moment, she deeply regretted bringing him along at the risk to herself. If it weren't for trying to protect herself, he wouldn't have been hurt. I'm fine, Tang Yu said with a bitter smile upon seeing Bai Weiner's eyes turn red with fear. You say you're fine, but you've been hit so many times. Let me see where you're hurt. Bai Weiner pulled up Tang Yu's shirt to check his body. She felt around and found no wounds, then reached for his pants. Damn it, I'm really fine. Don't do this, everyone is watching. Tang Yu quickly grabbed her hand to stop her frantic act. At that moment, the system's notification sounded. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surviving the casino plot. Reward words become law fist usable 5 times. Hearing the notification, Tang Yu's expression darkened as he cursed internally. Damn system, are you back with this again? He had recently noticed that the system was becoming increasingly erratic. The plot had collapsed, and now this. The rewards were also becoming troublesome. He felt as if it was anticipating his demise. The 2 disposable ancient martial arts rewards from before had nearly gotten him killed by Ye Chen if he hadn't utilized them well. This time, the reward words become law fist wasn't even ancient martial arts. According to the system's explanation, the words shouted while punching determined the power. What is this nonsense? A certain intuition told him that this cursed system might not be helping him. While Tang Yu was puzzled, Lu Junzuo in the monitoring room had a face as black as a pot. What the hell is going on? More than 30 people can't handle a rich second generation. Even if he is an ancient martial artist at the Huang level, he should still suffer a bit against so many armed thugs. Are your subordinates all useless? He looked at Zhu Xiaohui with frustration. His elaborate plan was to have a hero save the beauty and conveniently eliminate this brat in one fell swoop. How did it end up like this? I don't know either. Zhu Xiaohui was also baffled. What the hell was going on? Could this guy be on the same level as the nearby Lu Xiao? I'll handle this myself, Lu Junzuo said with a dark expression as he walked out. After stepping outside, he twisted his body, making popping sounds like exploding beans. Soon after, he seemed to shrink, transforming into a hunchbacked middle-aged man. After altering his form with his shrinking technique, he took out a human skin mask from his pocket and put it on. Instantly, he became another identity. First, he would take this identity to eliminate the young man surnamed Tang, and then let the others deal with Bai Weiner. Once Bai Weiner was captured, he would revert to his original identity and save the beauty. He had just taken the elevator down to the casino. Just in time, he saw a thug sneak up on Tang Yu from behind and stab. The knife hit without breaking even the shirt. As a peak expert at the Xian level, Lu Junzuo quickly realized. Tang Yu was protected by an invisible force. Is this the immovable king technique? Lu Junzuo narrowed his eyes. After receiving the ancient martial arts inheritance from the dragon pattern jade, he learned a lot. For instance, the immovable king technique was an ancient martial art that had been lost for many years. Its defensive power was unparalleled. It was said that when cultivated to perfection, it could not be breached by any below the Xian level. But I am a peak expert at the Xian level. Even with the protection of the immovable king technique, killing him shouldn't be. Taking a deep breath, his true qi surged within him, and he lunged forward like a leopard toward Tang Yu. A shadow flew toward Tang Yu. When Tang Yu came to his senses, he was already kicked in the chest by Lu Junzuo. After the kick, Tang Yu staggered back several steps, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. This pain shocked Tang Yu. Was his immovable king technique actually on the verge of being breached? He felt that the qi flowing within him had diminished significantly. Once this qi dissipated completely, it meant he would lose the protection of the immovable king technique. He glanced at the man attacking him, a hunchbacked, middle-aged man. So what if your immovable king technique is perfected by you, you useless piece of trash? Lu Junzuo sneered at Tang Yu. He deliberately lowered his voice, making it sound deep and harsh. At that moment, Bai Weiner reacted. She swung the kitchen knife in her hand toward Lu Junzuo's back, attempting a sneak. However, Lu Junzuo didn't even turn around, as if he had eyes on the back of his head. He pinched the falling knife with 2 fingers. Then with a slight exertion of his fingers, the kitchen knife broke instantly. Seeing this, Tang Yu instantly confirmed the identity of the person. Damn it, really is Lu Junzuo. This person loves to show off. He used similar tactics when he made his entrance. Disguising himself with shrinking techniques is also his forte. As expected, with Ye Chen absent, he came out. Bai Weiner had no time to listen to Tang Yu's thoughts at that moment. Seeing the opponent pinch the knife with 2 fingers and break it, she indeed delivered a kick aimed at Lu Junzuo's groin. Just as her kick was about to connect, Lu Junzuo had already disappeared from sight. Before Bai Weiner could react, Lu Junzuo struck her neck with a knife hand, causing her to faint. After dealing with Bai Weiner, Lu Junzuo's gaze fell on Tang Yu. Today this person is doomed. Seeing Lu Junzuo walking towards him step by step, Tang Yu's face turned somewhat grim. Relying on the unmoving king art to withstand blows was no longer feasible. The system had just provided the words follow the fist technique, but it could only be used 5 times. He didn't even know how effective it would be. It would be better to switch to the yin-yang limitless art instead. Damn it, I'm really a bit panicked. I've survived for this long. I can't mess it up here. The first time, suddenly some strange images flashed through Tang Yu's mind. These images were of him being killed by different people. It was as if he had once survived much longer in certain novels. Yet he couldn't recall when that had happened. In just a moment, these memories faded away again. Panicking at the brink of death. Seeing Tang Yu's confused expression, Lu Junzuo sneered coldly. A wasteful, rich second generation like this could not even be dealt with by Ye Chen. He charged at Tang Yu, once more launching a storm of attacks. The henchmen who had been chased and beaten by Tang Yu before began to cheer on the side. Having just been beaten by Tang Yu for a long time, they were all filled with rage. Seeing a master come out to deal with this kid, they all picked up their weapons, ready to take advantage of the situation. After being attacked again, the confusion on Tang Yu's face disappeared. He felt the energy from the unmoving king art within him was continuously diminishing. Tang Yu knew he couldn't just sit back and wait. He still had 5 chances left. After withstanding a punch from Lu Junzuo, Tang Yu began to channel the words follow the fist. Aura. At the same time he threw a punch, Tang Yu shouted. The output relied entirely on the shout. After hitting Lu Junzuo with this punch, Lu Junzuo took 2 steps back, slightly frowning. He found this guy to be somewhat interesting. Although he had no true chi within him and was not a martial artist, his unmoving king art had reached perfection. That sudden counterattack punch just now must have had the strength of a peak Huang level. But that was all there was to it. He charged forward again, attacking Tang Yu with an even more ferocious assault. He knew that this guy's unmoving king art could barely hold on for another minute. After that minute, he would undoubtedly. When a punch failed to inflict any damage, Tang Yu sincerely extended warm greetings to the ancestors of the system. As he saw the unmoving king art about to collapse, Tang Yu threw 3 more punches in quick succession, trying different lines. But it was still futile. Die! Lu Junzuo shouted angrily, kicking Tang Yu in the chest once more. After this kick landed, the energy within Tang Yu finally dissipated completely. At the moment of life and death, a flash of inspiration struck Tang Yu, and he finally realized the true meaning of the words follow the fist. The damage was determined by the lines spoken. What kind of line could deal a critical hit? Does it even need to be said? Setting aside the facts, could it be that a man has no faults whatsoever? After this punch was thrown, Lu Junzuo, standing still, merely sneered as he allowed Tang Yu to hit him. You small waste, what does it matter if you hit me once? Then he was sent flying a good 10 meters away. After crashing through 2 gambling tables, Lu Junzuo opened his mouth and spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood. His face was filled with terror and his chest ached unbearably. What kind of martial art was this? Why was its power so terrifying? It even disrupted the true chi within him. This punch had at least 30 years of cultivation. If it weren't for the inner armor he was wearing, this punch would have already cost him his life. The henchmen in the casino were also dumbfounded. A single punch turned someone into this. Was this guy a monster? They had just wanted to take revenge on Tang Yu while he was down, but at this moment they were all so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. Such a man was not someone they could defeat. Just then a commotion of footsteps came from outside the door. A team of fully armed special police officers charged in. Everyone down on the ground with your hands up. After they rushed in and shouted, the crowd in the casino all crouched down. Because there was only one exit to escape, there was no way to flee. Leading the team was Director Wang from the West City branch. When he rushed over and saw Bai Weiner passed out on the ground, he couldn't help but turn pale with shock. Weiner, are you okay? He hurried over to help Bai Weiner up. Bai Weiner wasn't too badly fainted. Lu Junzuo had been quite gentle. When she woke up, she immediately opened her eyes and shouted, Where's Tang Yu? Director Wang and several colleagues beside him couldn't help but curse inwardly. What is this girl's situation? How could she wake up and immediately shout the name of that young master from the Tang family? Last time at the police station, two beautiful women had already been vying for his attention. Could it be that he has already done something to Bai Weiner? Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, Lu Junzuo seized the opportunity to run towards the bathroom. At this moment, he was indeed injured quite badly. Once he reached the bathroom, he quickly took off the human skin mask and tossed it into the toilet to flush it away. Then he released the shrinking bone and his body returned to its original form. After coughing up a mouthful of blood, he quickly took out a healing pill and swallowed it. After taking the medicine, he felt much better. At this moment, he regarded Tang Yu with a sense of caution. That punch just now. Even he might not be able to unleash such destructive power. What level was this person at? Soon special police officers came to the bathroom to capture the gamblers and staff hiding inside. Lu Junzuo was also handcuffed and taken to the police car. After sending Lu Junzuo flying with one punch, Tang Yu was also shocked. At a critical moment, he had an epiphany and didn't expect to have such destructive power. That punch was indeed an extraordinary strike. The supreme punch. Rubbing his somewhat heavy and painful chest, Tang Yu ran to find Bai Weiner. When he ran over, Bai Weiner had already woken up. Are you okay? I'm fine. The two looked at each other, asking in unison and answering simultaneously. Seeing Tang Yu covered in blood, Director Wang was also taken aback. He hurriedly asked, Young Master Tang, what happened to you? Are you really unhurt? No. Tang Yu was just about to say he was fine when suddenly he felt dizzy. After the unmoving King Art was broken, that last punch had drained too much of his strength. Moreover, he had received some injuries at Lu Junzuo's hands and his body swayed as he fell down. Bai Weiner reacted quickly and caught Tang Yu just in time. However, since there was a distance between them, when Tang Yu fell, his head just happened to bump into her chest. Thus Tang Yu's face was buried in a pair of bouncy peaks. It was a solid wash of facial cleanser. His expression turned serene as he slowly closed his eyes and fainted. Oh, so moisturizing. At the last moment before losing consciousness, his inner voice suddenly echoed. Bai Weiner twitched her lips, directly picking up Tang Yu in a princess carry. Director Wang, I'll take him to the hospital first. I'll leave the rest to you. If you find someone named Lu Junzuo, make sure to thoroughly investigate his identity. Understood. After being taken to the police station, Lu Junzuo initially thought there was nothing to worry about. He had intentionally concealed his identity so no one would know who had fought with Tang Yu. Once arrested, he figured he would merely be charged with gambling, just a minor issue. However, for some reason, after being taken in, he was subjected to a night of interrogations and various investigations. They didn't even offer him a glass of water. Fortunately, after a night of torment, they were unable to uncover any issue. They sent him to the detention center under the pretext of participating in illegal gambling. Upon entering, he happened to see 4 familiar faces. It was the 4 members of the Grim Reaper squad. In the vast sea of people, the chance encounter filled Lu Junzuo with emotions. Damn it, this place was turning into a Dragon Soul organization club. Lu Xiao, what brings you here? Upon seeing Lu Junzuo enter, Deng He with 12 fingers hurriedly asked, I came to see you all and to take you out. Then why does your face look a bit pale? Lu Xiao, the 4 asked again. I feel a bit carsick, Lu Junzuo replied, his lips twitching. And why is there blood on you, Lu Xiao? I injured. After saying that, Lu Junzuo didn't want to give them a chance to speculate further and ordered, you all go rest first. We'll head out together tomorrow. I still need your help in Suan. For some reason, after not seeing them for a while, he felt something was off about the 4. They seemed a bit foolish. After exchanging glances, they all replied in unison. With Lu Xiao's trust, we pledge our lives in return. Facing their show of loyalty, Lu Junzuo nodded. Truly, they were the loyal warriors he had trained himself. This loyalty was evident to the heavens. After a moment's thought, he called the 4 over and quietly shared his upcoming plans with them. The 4 listened intently, though their expressions were somewhat peculiar. After he finished speaking, Lu Junzuo lay back on the bed to heal his injuries. He had indeed sustained some heavy injuries from that punch. It would take at least 10 days to half a month to recover. At that moment, Tang Yu was also being sent to the hospital. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone in the hospital, Tang Yu was carried into the ward by Bai Wani, starting his examination. Fortunately, after a while, the doctor handed the examination report to Bai Wani. Miss Bai, your partner is fine, he's just exhausted. A good rest will restore him. He's not my partner. Bai Wani's face flushed slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. The doctor merely chuckled, not saying anything. Not her partner. Yet she had carried him like a princess. Looking at Tang Yu, who was still unconscious on the hospital bed, Bai Wani couldn't shake off her worry. After taking so many hits, how could he not be injured? She thought for a moment and decided to remove Tang Yu's clothing for a thorough examination. She didn't want to miss any wounds that could lead to infection. Soon Tang Yu's shirt was pulled off. She used a wet towel to gently wipe away the blood on his body. Then she saw his solid 8-pack abs, and she couldn't help but blush slightly. As a female police officer, she despised effeminate men. She believed her future partner must possess masculinity and be capable in combat. And abs were an absolute... Let's check if the abs are injured. She coughed lightly, placing her hand gently on them. Not bad, quite solid. After a few touches, she felt embarrassed to continue. She felt a bit guilty, her heart racing. Then she turned Tang Yu over to check his back, and indeed there were no wounds. I haven't checked below yet, she recalled. At the casino, Tang Yu had adamantly refused to let her check his pants. Now that she thought about it, she hoped he hadn't injured himself in a way that he was too embarrassed to let her know. Although the doctor had already checked, it wouldn't hurt to confirm. So she decided to pull down Tang Yu's pants. Just as she started, Tang Yu woke up. What the hell? Seeing his pants being tugged, he couldn't help but exclaim. However, upon seeing Bai Wani, he slightly relaxed. At least it's not a man, damn it. This world is too chaotic. I heard someone got drunk and collapsed on the roadside. As a result, a man stole his phone and worse, assaulted him. Sigh, this world is truly messed up. A handsome guy like me is too dangerous. What are you doing? He quickly asked, trying to pull his pants back up. However, due to his exhaustion, he had no strength. After Tang Yu exclaimed, Bai Wani was startled. Then she huffed, I'm checking your body to see if you're injured. Tang Yu felt that these women were acting strangely. This is not a checkup. You clearly have ulterior motives. If I hadn't woken up, you might have taken advantage of me. It seems you should be fine. If you feel any discomfort, just tell me. Seeing that Tang Yu was awake, Bai Wani felt a bit embarrassed to continue. Cough. She felt a bit guilty toward her two close friends. But was this guy overthinking? Did she really want to take advantage of him? Dream on. Then help me get dressed. I have no strength right now. Tang Yu said, helplessly, feeling it was strange to be in this state. Bai Wani rolled her eyes and helped Tang Yu get dressed, adding, stop overthinking. I'm genuinely just checking your body. How come you can take so many hits and be fine? I'm tough. Tang Yu chuckled. After resting for a while, the energy from the immovable king technique within him began to gradually recover. However, today's incident at the casino did indeed shock him. Lu Junzuo was significantly tougher than Ye Chen. Attempting to collaborate with this person to deal with Ye Chen would likely be quite challenging. One is a maggot and the other is a cockroach. Neither is a good breed. What's more troublesome is that this bastard has already posed a real threat to him. At that moment, a sudden urge to urinate struck him. After having several bottles while dining with Bai Wani, he hadn't urinated since heading to the casino. He wanted to get up from the bed to address his physiological needs. However, in his exhausted state, it seemed a bit difficult. What's wrong? Seeing Tang Yu's suddenly awkward expression, Bai Wani asked. I need to pee. Tang Yu coughed lightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Then you go. Bai Wani suddenly remembered that this guy was completely exhausted. Her face turned red. Oh, did she have to help him to the restroom? Having taken care of children before, she knew how to help with such matters. Seeing him with a face of desperation, she bit her lip and said, all right, I'll help you. For her, having sneakily touched his abs was already quite a big deal. This situation felt a bit beyond her psychological, but thinking that this guy had done all this to save her, she had no choice but to lower her psychological boundaries. After placing Tang Yu's hand on her shoulder, Bai Wani helped him to the restroom. The restroom wasn't large, and it felt a bit cramped for the two of them. I appreciated you. I'll treat you next time. Tang Yu, rest assured, I am a reasonable person. Oh, I never take advantage of others. If I borrow 3, I'll return 7. If you ever need my help, feel free to ask. If I don't help, I'm a dog. Bai Wani felt like hitting him. Fortunately, she was decisive and didn't like to dawdle. After making up her mind, she proceeded to help Tang Yu in the way she would assist her nephew. However, halfway through the process, she still found it a bit hard to proceed. Don't hesitate. Hurry up. Ooh, I need to pee. Mine is quite large, bear with it. In the hospital corridor, Su Muyue hurriedly rushed towards Tang Yu's ward. Due to her exceptional beauty, many people instinctively glanced her way. One middle-aged man in his 40s had injured his neck while playing basketball and was wearing a cervical collar. Mr. Wang, during this period you need to rest and avoid any significant neck movements. A nurse beside him was giving him instructions. Before the nurse could finish her words, he widened his eyes, staring at Su Muyue's figure, turning his head to follow her. Suddenly a scream echoed through the corridor. Su Muyue walked quickly as she had just received news that Tang Yu had an accident at an underground casino and was sent to the hospital. So she hurried over. When she found Tang Yu's ward by Wan, he was blushing, helping Tang Yu out of the restroom. The two women exchanged glances and the atmosphere turned awkward. Why were they coming out of the restroom? Muyue, you're here. Just in time to help him, he's exhausted. Bai Wani quickly called out. Okay. Su Muyue hurried over to help Tang Yu onto the bed. Then she suddenly realized this guy is exhausted, struggling to walk. What exactly were the two of them doing in the restroom? What was Bai Wani helping? Seeing Bai Wani rush to wash her hands, Su Muyue had a strange expression. If she had known, she should have come over earlier. She turned to Tang Yu and asked, are you okay? I'm fine. Tang Yu grinned. How did she arrive so quickly? Does she care about me that much? Feeling that this woman was becoming increasingly different from before, Su Muyue was slightly taken aback upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts. A bitter smile flashed across her face. Indeed, she was not the same as before. The old her would never have cared so much about him. You two chat while I'll take a nap. I'm dead tired after a whole night of hassle. Bai Wani, returning from washing her hands, yawned and lay down on another bed. She planned to rest for a bit before returning to work on the casino issues from today. She fell asleep within 2 minutes of lying down, and both Tang Yu and Su Muyue could hear her soft snores. After she fell asleep, Tang Yu and Su Muyue exchanged glances. It seemed they were struggling to find common topics to discuss. Can you give me a glass of water? I'm thirsty. Sure, do you want it warm? Cold is fine. Su Muyue nodded, grabbed a disposable cup, and ran to the water dispenser to fill a glass. Tang Yu attempted to sit up to drink, but found it somewhat difficult as his body had not fully recovered. So Su Muyue placed the water aside, took a pillow, propped it against the head of the bed, and helped Tang Yu sit up. You can't drink properly, I'll let me feed you. Su Muyue held the cup, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Tang Yu. Sorry for the trouble. Tang Yu slightly parted his lips. Su Muyue brought the cup to his mouth and slowly helped him finish a glass of water, then asked, do you want more? No, I'll just lie down and rest for a bit. Tang Yu shook his head. Better to drink less before fully recovering. Otherwise I'll end up needing to go to the bathroom again. Ew, I can't have you helping me with that, can I? Well, at least thinking positively, at least I don't need help with anything worse. Su Muyue twitched her lips upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts. What was this guy thinking every day? But from what he implied by one, he really helped him go to the bathroom. She bit her lip, looking at her carefree friend with a hint of grievance. Why did you have to do that? Just call me to help instead. What's wrong with you today? She asked softly, looking at Tang Yu. I just had a late-night snack with her and encountered some trouble while secretly visiting the casino. It's nothing much. Tang Yu smiled as he replied. After saying that he didn't know what else to say. Being with Su Muyue, he genuinely struggled to find many common topics. Mainly because most of his memories from the past few years were spent being a sycophant, constantly facing cold shoulders. They hadn't even had a normal conversation lasting more than 3 minutes. After a moment of silence, Su Muyue spoke. If you're tired, you can rest for a bit. Okay. Lying down, Tang Yu quickly closed his eyes and fell asleep. Su Muyue sat beside him, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Being there beside him, listening to his murmurs and thought, was actually quite nice. After sitting quietly for half an hour, Baiwani woke up. After squinting for a bit, she felt much better and looked at Su Muyue, asking, is this guy asleep? Su Muyue nodded, making a shushing gesture. Baiwani sighed, got up, put on her shoes, and said softly, I'll head back to the police station first. Seeing Baiwani about to leave, Su Muyue hesitated for a moment and followed her. Seeing her friend following her, Baiwani smiled and said, aren't you going to keep Tang Yu company? Let him sleep. Su Muyue shook her head. Just having met and chatted for a bit and hearing his thoughts was already quite satisfying for her. You're just looking for trouble. In the past, he wouldn't even want you, and now you're chasing after him like it's a funeral pyre. Baiwani shrugged, not quite understanding these young people. Su Muyue could only smile bitterly. She didn't understand her. Not long after the two women left, Tang Yu woke up. After resting for a bit, his body finally began to recover slowly. Dog system, where's my reward? The reward system has been upgraded, enabling the plot hint function, ensuring that even if the plot collapses, it won't affect the host's foresight of the story. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this reward, Tang Yu was somewhat surprised. He had expected to receive a cultivation technique after a direct confrontation. He didn't expect this reward to be the system providing plot hints. This way, even if the plot collapses, it wouldn't affect his understanding of the subsequent story. After pondering for a moment, Tang Yu asked, will the auction plot proceed as normal? Since Lu Junzhua had taken over Ye Chen's position, then the upcoming auction plot would be quite important. In the original plot, Ye Chen had bought an antique at a low price. This antique contained pills and an ancient martial arts technique, greatly enhancing his strength. Previously, Han Mingxian from Yanjing was killed by Ye Chen for trying to snatch this item. The system was becoming increasingly insidious, unwilling to give him useful ancient martial arts. In that case, he would compete for the opportunities that belong to the Dragon King. It will proceed as normal, and the plot has been hinted at. The system quickly presented the auction plot in 10. As expected, the protagonist of the plot had already changed. The person obtaining this opportunity had shifted from Ye Chen to Lu Junzhua. After familiarizing himself with this plot, Tang Yu already had a plan in mind. The system is unreliable. Then I'll rely on myself. PS4 updates. Good brothers, please give a push for more updates and a 5-star rating. I'll strive for 4 updates again in the coming days. After his body had nearly recovered, Tang Yu left the hospital and drove home to rest. The auction was scheduled for a week later, so he was not in a hurry. When he returned home, Ling Han was sitting in his room. Seeing Ling Han still in his room at this hour, Tang Yu was surprised and asked, why aren't you asleep? Are you planning to sleep here tonight? I went out during the day for something and came back to tidy up the room. Ling Han explained, sticking out her tongue. She hadn't actually neglected the tidying up during the day. She was just a bit worried since Tang Yu hadn't returned so late, so she waited here. She had already learned about Lu Junzhua. This person was deeply hidden within the Dragon Soul organization and posed a greater threat than Ye Chen. Although she knew Tang Xiao's strength was unfathomable, she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Because the Dragon Soul organization concealed itself too deeply on the surface, their 8 war generals were their top combat power. But no one knew how many monsters that inscrutable old man had cultivated. However, the only thing she could be grateful for was that she belonged to Ye Chen's faction within the Dragon Soul organization. So whatever Lu Junzhua intended to do in Suang next, she wouldn't have to intervene. But there were downsides as well, which meant she couldn't obtain any intelligence about Lu Junzhua and couldn't help Tang Xiao. While working so hard, shouldn't I reward you with something? How about I take some cost photos of you tomorrow? Tang Yu rubbed his hands together and laughed. Ling Han's face immediately turned red, and she shook her head vigorously. Last time she lost a bet while playing a game with Tang Yu, and he said he would take photos of her. Then he made her wear a costume. That outfit was simply outrageous. A young girl should record their beauty while they're young, Tang Yu said regretfully upon seeing Ling Han's strong resistance. I wanted to let you take more sets of photos. Forget it, forget it. I don't want to be seen as a pervert who bullies good girls. I should hurry to find evidence from your parents' side and tell you when I have the chance. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Ling Han felt a sudden wave of emotion. Tang Xiao was still thinking about her matters. Then Tang Xiao, you should rest early, I'll head back first. Ling Han bid farewell to Tang Yu and happily returned to her bedroom. Tang Wang Group. Wang Yixue was leaning on her desk looking at a photo frame with a smile. The photo frame contained a youthful couple. It was a picture of her and Tang Yu when they were in college. As she looked at it, she suddenly raised her head to ask her secretary, Zhou, why do you think I match so well with Tang Yu? It's destined by heaven. The secretary replied with a serious, not bad, that answer deserves 100 points. Salary increased by 10,000. Wang Yixue praised with a thumbs up. I just spoke the truth, I feel unworthy of such a reward. Increase it by 20,000. The secretary Zhou tried hard to hold back a laugh and quickly got back to business. By the way, Miss President Li from Mingzhu Group wants to invite you to discuss cooperation. That fat lady. Wang Yixue recalled the person. Mingzhu was a well-known, wealthy woman reportedly with 3,000 lovers. She had an e-commerce platform and wanted to merge with one of the platforms under Tang Wang Group to compete for a top 3 position in the industry. After pondering for a moment, she nodded and said, okay, did she mention when? President Li said, any time is fine. Then let's schedule it for the afternoon. Wang Yixue snapped her fingers and quickly took out her phone to call Tang Yu. When the call connected, she cheerfully said, baby, come to my company and we'll go to Mingzhu for business in the afternoon. What are we discussing? About the e-commerce platform. Wang Yixue explained the situation in detail. The e-commerce platform under Tang Wang Group was pursuing a high-end route focusing on luxury and foreign products. And the second largest shareholder of this platform was Tang's group. So if they were to merge, they indeed had to consult with Tang Yu. After confirming details over the phone, they decided to meet directly at the airport. After hanging up the phone, Tang Yu drove toward the airport. System, how has this plot changed? Tang Yu silently thought while driving. He recalled that the original story included this plot where Wang Yixue went to discuss business but ended up being drugged by a partner. Just as she was about to face humiliation, Dragon King Ye Chen appeared out of nowhere and killed the villain. Afterward, it was naturally about finding a way to detoxify the poison. Typical of a novel, this was the most common trope. Beep, the plot has already changed too. The system quickly informed Tang Yu of the altered plot. After understanding this segment of the plot, Tang Yu merely squinted his eyes. As expected, Ye Chen's role had been replaced by Lu Junzuo. After thinking for a while, he sent a message to the Grim Reaper team. At this moment, the importance of the two-faced spies was evident. When Tang Yu arrived at the airport, Wang Yixue had already arrived first. Such a stunning beauty stood at the airport, and many people were willing to risk being scolded by their girlfriends just to take a few more glances. Especially a certain CEO of a listed company who was particularly struck by Wang Yixue's beauty. He never expected to encounter such a beauty while on a business trip to Suzhou to sign a contract. He approached Wang Yixue with a smile and extended his hand. Miss, may I have the honor to know you? I am Lu, the owner of Zhihua Group. Get lost, you look like a toad older than my father. Who gave you the nerve to ask me to get to know you? Trying to be a bull with a young cow, do you think $10 can get you 3 keys? A company worth hundreds of billions, and you dare to show off? Wang Yixue directly scolded him, making the middle-aged man shudder. After scolding him, Wang Yixue ran over to Tang Yu with a smile and waved, hubby, I'm here. Tang Yu, who was jogging over, nearly tripped and fell. When she called him hubby, many men at the airport shot him jealous glances. The middle-aged man who had just been scolded looked over and suddenly recognized Tang Yu. Isn't this Tang, the head of Tang Group? He had come to Suzhou to sign a contract and secure orders with Tang Group. So he quickly turned away, covering his face with his briefcase, and left in embarrassment. Who's your hubby? Stop talking nonsense, Tang Yu said helplessly as he reached Wang Yixue's side. You bullied me last night. I was at home last night, wasn't I? Yes, but I dreamed of you, so you have to take responsibility. Tang Yu widened his eyes. Was she really trying to pull this? That's a disaster. I have too many responsibilities to take care of. Last time I shouldn't have been greedy. I dreamt of 4 of them at once. Wang Yixue shot him a fierce glare. Greedy? No one can compete with me. Mingzhu April Hotel. In a certain suite, Lu Junzuo gently swirled a glass of red wine. His complexion still bore a hint of pallor, but his body had recovered considerably. The injury from that punch a few days ago was indeed quite severe, leaving him with lingering fears. Junzuo, I heard your medical skills are excellent. Could you help me massage my shoulder? A woman sitting opposite him called out in a delicate tone. The woman was not exactly stunning, but she was at least human-shaped. Her excess flesh piled into 5 or 6 layers, resembling a Michelin man. She was none other than Li Shuefei, the boss of the April Group. Just hearing her name could easily lead one to think she was a complete beauty. Unfortunately, the disparity between her name and reality was too great. All right. A flicker of disgust flashed in Lu Junzuo's eyes, but he concealed it well. He walked behind Li Shuefei and gently kneaded her shoulders, feeling as if he were squeezing a piece of breathing fat. The greasy sensation transmitted from his fingertips made him feel a bit nauseous. If it weren't for needing to utilize this woman, he wouldn't bother getting close to her. The biggest difference between him and Ye Chen was that he would not put on airs like Ye Chen. For the sake of utility, He dared to flirt with a 70-year-old woman with lipomas. Oh, that feels nice. A little more strength, please. Li Shufa displayed a look of utter contentment. Suppressing the urge to vomit, Lu Junzuo asked, "Have today's arrangements been made?" "All set, Junzuo. Rest assured, whatever you like I will provide for you," Li Shufa said, caressing Lu Junzuo's hand with affection. Lu Junzuo nodded, feeling a bit better. Last time he tried to gain favor from Baiwani, he unexpectedly failed spectacularly. This time he simply adjusted his target to Wang Yixue. She was closely connected with the Tang family, and if he could make her his woman, it would be quite beneficial to him. At this moment, Tang Yu and Wang Yixue had already disembarked from the plane. After landing, Wang Yixue still smiled as she clung to Tang Yu's arm. Being close to Tang Yu made her exceedingly happy. "Why do you look like a koala?" Tang Yu asked with a smile, noticing Wang Yixue's beaming expression. "Koalas hang on trees. I'm not hanging on you yet," Wang Yixue whispered close to Tang Yu's ear. "But I could treat you as a pole and dance like a bunny girl on you, then I would be hanging on you." Tang Yu mentally visualized. "Wow, that does seem a bit exciting. No, that's still inappropriate. If we keep discussing this, we'll have to stand and salute soon." Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue laughed inwardly. This reserved guy was still trying to act cool with her. However, she did bring along a bunny girl outfit this time. It was rare for the two of them to come out alone on a business trip. It was essentially a disguised vacation. After leaving the airport, they took a car heading towards the hotel. "If this project merges, how do you think the shares should be distributed?" Right now they are suggesting they want 30% post-merger, which I find unreasonable. Sitting in the car, Wang Yixue handed the documents in her hand to Tang Yu. After glancing through them, Tang Yu smiled, saying, "Let's discuss it when we meet." "There's really nothing to discuss. This business definitely won't cooperate. Ultimately, this is all part of Lu Junzuo's scheme. He intends to lure you and then drug you for a hero saving a beauty scenario, and then take advantage of you." Sai compared to him, Ye Chen at least resembles half a pure love warrior. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue paused momentarily. "Lu Junzuo? Who is that? He seems to be on the same side as Ye Chen. Is he plotting against me?" She narrowed her eyes and quickly sent a message from her phone. Since the incident with Ye Chen, the Wang family had begun to recruit, bringing back several ancient martial artists to stand guard. She currently had 2 people secretly protecting her. After messaging her 2 bodyguards, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Since he dared to play tricks against her, he better not fall into her hands. However, thinking about how worried Tang Yu was for her to come along, she felt incredibly happy. Clinging to Tang Yu's arm, she cheerfully said, "Once this matter is settled, let's play here for a few days." "Play for a few days? I have to go back in a couple of days for something, maybe next time." Tang Yu replied with a bitter smile. He was still keeping an eye on the auction matters. He was determined to seize this opportunity. This troublesome system was making a racket. Banking on this useless guy was bound to backfire eventually. "All right then, just a kiss as compensation." Wang Yixue giggled, pointing at her face. Tang Yu glanced at her face, coughed, awkwardly hesitating. This rascal was trying that again. "Hurry up, or you'll be committing a crime, you know," Wang Yixue urged, tapping Tang Yu's leg. "Committing what crime? Going against a woman's wishes, isn't that a crime?" After she finished speaking, both of them burst into laughter in the car. As they laughed, Wang Yixue suddenly wrapped her arms around Tang Yu's neck and gave him a hard peck on the cheek. After leaving a lipstick mark on Tang Yu, Wang Yixue grinned, saying, "No wiping it off. How can I face people without wiping it off?" Tang Yu replied with a bitter smile as he began to wipe it. The driver in the front seat glanced at the rearview mirror, feeling a bit sour. "Sai was also handsome when I was young. Why didn't such a beautiful woman ever throw herself at me?" After the car arrived at the hotel, the two got out, and Li Shufa was already waiting at the entrance. From a distance, seeing such a large mass of flesh, Tang Yu inwardly exclaimed, "This is a hefty miss. Her appearance is truly astonishing. I remember she has thousands of suitors. Sai, this kind of soft rice is really hard to digest. With this weight, if she enjoys playing with a steel ball, giving her 100,000 a month as a pretty boy is well deserved." Wang Yixue listened to Tang Yu's internal complaints, trying hard not to laugh out loud. "President Wang, you've worked hard along the way. Who is this?" Li Shufa extended her hand to shake hands with Wang Yixue. Her shifty little eyes were scanning Tang Yu with great intensity, as if they had X-ray vision, making Tang Yu's skin crawl. She even swallowed once. This handsome guy was even a cuter sight than Lu Junzuo. "This is my boyfriend Tang Yu, also the head of the Tang Group. He holds a 45% stake in our e-commerce platform." Noticing the glint in Li Zufia's eyes, a surge of anger rose in Wang Yixue's heart. This woman was bound to bring misfortune to her company. "Oh, so you're the young master of the Suang Tang family. I've heard he's very handsome. Seeing is believing indeed." Li Shufa quickly reached out her hand to shake Tang Yu's. Tang Yu did not dare to accept. He awkwardly chuckled, saying, "Sorry, miss. Li, I just went to the restroom and didn't wash my hands. Shaking hands with you would be disrespectful." A flicker of resentment flashed in Li Zufia's eyes. Was she using that as an excuse? Did she look down on her? She despised men who looked down on her. Thus, whenever her male pets showed any disrespectful glance, she would punish them with her wealthy woman's joy ball. Even some men who were not her pets dared to look at her like that. She would find a way to make them submit to her. Tang Yu had already become her target. This man, she must conquer him today. "Very well. Let us shake hands after you've washed your hands." Li Shuefei's face remained radiant with a dazzling smile as she gestured politely. Let's go inside and talk while we eat. She could hardly wait to advance Lu Junzuo's scheme. Per his plan, someone would tamper with the drinks shortly. Just one sip, even the tiniest taste, would render the victim utterly helpless. His intended prey was Wang Yixue, and so she would simply follow the script and turn Tang Yu into her quarry instead. As the three entered the hotel, Lu Junzuo, who had been sipping wine in his suite, received the news and raised an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't expected that young man surnamed Tang to appear again. At the thought of Tang Yu, his gaze flickered with unease. The man's true strength was unfathomable, outwardly unremarkable, yet that single punch had carried the force of a cultivator at the earth rank. He was profoundly cautious. Having suffered defeat once, he resolved to avoid direct confrontation with Tang Yu, unless absolutely unavoidable. Once he himself ascended to the earth rank, that would be the day of Tang Yu's demise. With that thought, he snapped The 4 members of the death squad who had been awaiting orders in the room instantly rushed in. Young Master Lu, they chorused in unison. Prepare immediately, arrange the drugging discreetly. Once Wang Yixue is taken away, stage the scene convincingly, but under no circumstances may anyone lay a finger on her. Is that understood? Lu Junzuo instructed sternly. Like Ye Chen, he tolerated no one else touching his woman, not even for the sake of pretense. They were forbidden from going too far. Intimidation alone would suffice. Understood, young Master Lu, the 4 replied hastily in perfect unison. Secondly, that young man surnamed Tang has arrived as well. Once he succumbs to the drug, assign him several unattractive women for his enjoyment, and photograph the entire spectacle for public dissemination. After he's exhausted and powerless, eliminate him. Lu Junzuo continued, his voice cold and commanding. Since the boy had delivered himself so conveniently, he would not hesitate to seize the opportunity. Not only would he die, but his reputation would be shattered beyond redemption. As for himself, he would remain hands-off. This man radiated strangeness from every pore. Let the danger fall upon his 4 loyal subordinates. Dying for him would be their supreme honor. Understood, young Master Lu, the 4 chorused once more. You may go. Lu Junzuo waved dismissively, and they withdrew from the suite. Outside, Deng He, the squad's leader, immediately sent Tang Yu a text message. They retreated to a quiet corner where Deng He spoke in a low, icy tone. That treacherous wretch Lu Junzuo seeks to ambush young Master Tang from behind again. We must deny him this chance. At the right moment we shall. He murmured a few terse instructions. The other 3 nodded, their expressions gleaming with satisfaction. Truly their elder brother, sharp-witted and quick-thinking. This maneuver would surely earn young Master Tang's profound gratitude, and perhaps even reward them with leisure at the club. No sooner had Tang Yu stepped into the private dining room than his phone chimed with Deng He's message. Glancing at it, his expression turned faintly incredulous. Fine then, so that despicable Lu Junzuo still intends to drug me. Drugging aside, he plans to assign me ugly women and take compromising photographs. What a vile, heartless scoundrel. Lucky for him, I'd already taken precautions. By now Wang Yixue, seated beside him, had overheard most of the plot. She had already commissioned an investigation into Lu Junzuo in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Once the inquiry concluded, it would be time to close the net. What would you 2 like to order? Li Shuefei handed the menu to Tang Yu and Wang Yixue, and when her eyes met Tang Yu's, she involuntarily swallowed. No delicacy could rival the allure of a man. Wang Yixue leafed through the menu indifferently and ordered a few dishes, with everyone harboring secret agendas who had appetite for food. Once the orders were placed, the kitchen swiftly served dish after dish, each a masterpiece of color, aroma, and flavor. Li Shuefei said nothing of business, choosing instead to engage them in light conversation. When all the dishes had arrived, she smiled warmly. It's rare for both of you to visit Pearl City. Tonight calls for celebration. Let's each have a small glass of wine. We can discuss business after dinner. With that, she clapped her hands, and a waiter promptly delivered a bottle of red wine. Li Shuefei, holding the already uncorked bottle, moved to pour for Tang Yu and Wang Yixue. She was brimming with anticipation to witness this handsome man's pitiful surrender before her will. I'm sorry, miss. Li, I don't drink. Wang Yixue interjected suddenly. Off. Li Shuefei froze stunned. She doesn't drink. What kind of move is this? Then Li Shuefei laughed lightly. In business, refusing wine is unheard of. Surely you're jesting, miss. Wang, just 1 small glass. Surely that's acceptable. I'm allergic to alcohol. Wang Yixue would never touch that wine. She knew full well it was tainted. Li Shuefei's smile faltered, feigning mild offense. Ms. Wang, I know you can drink. No need for such excuses. Are you truly unwilling to grant me this courtesy? What do you mean? Unwilling to grant you courtesy? We are partners. Mutual respect is fundamental. A simple background check would confirm my allergy, yet you persist in urging me to drink. What precisely is your intention? The one truly refusing courtesy, I believe, is you. If you hold grievances against me, miss, please speak them plainly. Wang Yixue slammed her palm hard onto the table, her voice glacial. Her sudden outburst unleashed a palpable wave of pressure. Li Shuefei flinched, nerves tightening. She forced a nervous chuckle, realizing the ploy had failed, and stammered apologetically. My sincerest apologies, miss. Wang, I misjudged the situation entirely. I beg your forgiveness. Then she turned to Tang Yu, then Mr. Tang, shall we share a glass? I'm sorry. I'm allergic too, Tang Yu replied, smiling gently. I'm allergic to fools. You needn't speak to me. Li Shuefei's expression darkened slightly. She hadn't anticipated such a dramatic setback at the very first step of her plan. Then let's begin with dinner. Afterward, we'll rest briefly and resume our discussion later. Seeing her scheme unravel, she retreated to a fallback position. If they refused wine, surely they'd accept coffee or tea, or failing that, bottled water. She'd find another way. Tonight she would ensure their compliance. After dinner, she'd return to consult Lu Junzuo. Meanwhile, he remained in his suite, resting, waiting for triumph. Since returning to China, he'd yet to indulge himself fully. Anticipating the imminent pleasures, he felt a thrill of eager expectation, until gradually a strange fog seeped into his rational mind, and his body began to feel distinctly wrong. How is this possible? With the last vestige of clarity, he whirled his gaze toward the half-empty bottle of red wine beside him. Had someone drugged his own concoction? At that moment, a soft knock sounded at the door. Junzuo, I'm coming in. Li Shuefei entered, intending to discuss altering the plan, unaware that a ravenous beast now awaited her. Soon the sound of screams akin to a pig being slaughtered echoed from the suite. This was a 6-star hotel, and the soundproofing was quite effective. However, this high-decibel noise penetrated the doors and walls, disturbing guests throughout the entire building. The first to react were the other guests living nearby. Having lived their entire lives, they had never heard such a loud commotion. It truly sounded like a pig being slaughtered. Within just a few minutes, quite a number of people had gathered in the hallway. Upon receiving the news, the hotel manager hurried over. Hearing the commotion, he had no choice but to muster the courage to knock on the door and shout, "Guests, could you please be a bit quieter?" Inside, the pig-like screams continued, only occasionally interrupted by a muffled roll. Upon hearing that, the manager dared not speak further. Guests staying in such a suite were not someone he could provoke. Meanwhile, the 4 members of the death squad stood outside the hallway. The leader, Deng He, grinned widely. "Want to trick young Master Tang? Today, let's see you and this fat pig burn with passion." "Big brother, what should we say now?" Seeing the plan had succeeded, one of them asked in a low voice. "Don't worry, when Lu Junzuo asks later, we'll just say this woman did it." Deng He was confident in this. This woman had been flirting with Lu Junzuo every day, anyone could see that. Blaming her for this was absolutely no problem. "Big brother is great." The others gave a thumbs up. "Brothers are tough." Deng He also gave a thumbs up. "Young Master Tang is both tall and tough." The 4 spoke in unison. Just then, Tang Yu, who had come up from downstairs, suddenly sneezed. Rubbing his nose, he heard the pig-like screams as he stepped out of the elevator. During dinner, the death squad consulted Tang Yu for his opinion. After some thought, Tang Yu decided to return the favor with the same tactics. Thus, he instructed the 4 to administer a dose of medicine to Lu Junzuo. It must be said, using a two-faced trickster was indeed worry-free and labor-saving. Hearing the pig-like screams, Tang Yu couldn't help but sigh, realizing he was repaying kindness with malice. As for killing this guy, he felt it was somewhat excessive. This guy, in a sense, was also a child of destiny, having activated a jade pendant to receive a legacy. A child of destiny. How could he possibly die so easily? With peak combat power at the Xian level, he truly could not be kept down if he wanted to leave. "What's going on?" Wang Yixue, who had come up with Tang Yu and already knew the truth, pretended to ask naively. "Nothing much. Those who have loved intensely shouldn't hold grudges," Tang Yu said with a hint of schadenfreude. "Oh well, this drug seems to be effective for about 3 hours. Even if it takes 3 hours to start a fire by drilling wood, it should be enough. Want to take down your father? Wait until your father's kidneys are exhausted, then let someone sneak attack and kill me. Serves you right." After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wang Yixue's lips curled into a slight smile. First play with him, then strike. It was indeed a good idea. She quickly sent a text message to the 2 ancient martial arts bodyguards, instructing them to prepare to deal a heavy blow to a drowning dog. If they could be ruthless, they should not hold back. After sending the message, she looked at Tang Yu and said, "We don't know where President Li has gone. Let's head back to rest for now." Having achieved their goal, Tang Yu left in a good mood. Due to the tremendous noise after 3 hours, the hotel could no longer. Half of the hotel's guests were aware of the situation and had reported it. In desperation, the hotel could only send a few security guards to knock on the door and try to stop it. If this continued, the hotel would no longer be operable. By the time the security guards went up, several internet celebrities had already arrived after hearing the commotion. In this day and age, being a streamer requires hot topics. This hotel incident had already been filmed and posted online, garnering substantial attention. "Please step aside." Several security guards pushed through the streamers and hurried over to knock heavily on the door, calling out, "Hello, guests, could you please come out for a moment?" As he knocked, the noise inside had gradually subsided. Finally regaining consciousness, Lu Junzuo's face turned pale. Looking at the large pile of fat in front of him, he couldn't hold back and vomited on the spot. Once during a mission, he had hidden himself for 3 full minutes in a cesspool to remain undetected. When he finally emerged, he even choked on a mouthful of it. But compared to now, what was a bit of filth from a cesspool? It was just excrement. What was dirty about something that had originally been in the stomach? Could anything be dirtier than this, Sao? What was worse was that after 3 hours, he had no idea how many times he had exercised. His body had not fully recovered, and this was another serious drain on his vitality. Guess could you please open the door? Everyone, we've been waiting for 2 hours, and we're about to see this pig-slaying brother. Brothers, can you send some gifts to Xiaomei? She has been streaming hard for almost 3 hours. After hearing the noisy voice, Lu Junzuo felt like he wanted to die. There were even streamers live broadcasting outside. He had long heard that the live streaming industry was booming domestically, but he never thought they would be so depraved. If they broadcast this online, how could he show his face in the country? Perhaps he would even be given a nickname like Mr. Jiu Lu. Fortunately, he was always exceptionally clever and knew that this group couldn't just barge in. So he ran to the window, preparing to take an unconventional route. Opening the window, he suddenly remembered that this was more than 40 floors up. Even at his peak, jumping down from here would mean certain death. Hearing the increasingly urgent knocking, he knew he couldn't stay in the room any longer. After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and pulled out a human skin mask. This was a mask he had deliberately crafted to resemble Tang Yu's, but it was not yet perfect. Since everyone's face shape was different, a human skin mask could never be an exact match. After putting on the mask, it only resembled Tang Yu by about 60 to 70%. This will do. He bit his teeth hard. Since he couldn't escape today, let this brat take the blame for himself. Before leaving, he also took out a black pill and tossed it into the mouth of the unconscious Li Xuefei, making her swallow it. This pill was a slow-acting poison. After taking it, she wouldn't die immediately. It would take about a week before she would suddenly die from heart failure. This was for sullying his own soul. He absolutely could not allow her to continue living in this world. After doing all this, he opened the door with a face full of resentment and charged out. Seeing a group of people looking at him with the eyes of a clown, he immediately felt a surge of anger. Get out of the way. He slapped away the phones of several streamers and quickly dashed towards the emergency exit. Right now, he just wanted to escape this hotel that made him feel nauseated to the point of vomiting. He needed to find a place to thoroughly clean his body. It was too disgusting. Just as he rushed to the 20th floor, he found the 4 members of the death squad guarding the emergency exit. Seeing them, he halted and was about to give them orders. But Deng He had already rushed over and landed a punch on Lu Junzuo's face. Caught completely off guard, Lu Junzuo was struck by Deng He's sudden punch, stumbling back a few steps before sitting on the ground. What are you doing? Lu Junzuo immediately erupted in anger. How dare his own subordinates strike him? Tang Yu, today is your day to die? Deng He shouted angrily, and the 4 charged at him together. In that moment, Lu Junzuo was in a state of severe energy depletion. Facing their combined assault, he struggled to retaliate, but still took several hits. At that moment, he suddenly remembered that he still had the human skin mask on his face. He quickly distanced himself, tearing off the mask and shouting angrily at Deng He and the others. Fools, it's me. The 4 members of Deng He finally halted their assault, their faces filled with shock as they exclaimed, "It should be my fault. We thought it was Tang Yu who had come down." Lu Junzuo was nearly driven to the brink of fury. He had indeed arranged for 4 people to ambush Tang Yu here. But who could have anticipated such a significant turn of events in the plan? Tang Yu and Wang Yixue were not poisoned. Instead, he was the one who fell victim. After being struck, he even donned a disguised mask resembling Tang Yu. It would have been better had he not worn it. By putting it on, he ended up being ambushed by his own people. He felt like a clown. Damn it. Lu Junzuo pointed at the members of the death squad with a finger, but ultimately restrained his rage. This isn't your fault. The plan encountered a minor issue, and you all are quite loyal. After all, they were merely executing his orders faithfully. It wouldn't be appropriate to punish you for this issue. It is our duty. The 4 of them half knelt on the ground in unison. I'm feeling a bit unwell and need to step out for a moment. You all remain at the hotel and see if you can find an opportunity to poison Tang Yu and the others. If successful, inform me. At this point, Lu Junzuo still refused to give up. After instructing the 4 to stay at the hotel to look for opportunities, he dashed out, eager to find a place to take a proper shower. The greasy smell on him was unbearable. Just as he ran out the back door of the hotel, 2 figures suddenly charged out from the side of the road. By the time he reacted, both of them had already landed a punch and a kick on him. They were the 2 ancient martial arts bodyguards who accompanied Wang Yixue. These 2 had considerable strength, both at the peak of the Huang stage. They had been lying in wait for quite some time, seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, while Lu Junzuo was lost in thought, and then they relentlessly pursued him. Under the continuous assault, Lu Junzuo was filled with fury, his heart ablaze. He was a renowned expert at the peak of the Xian stage. In the Dragon Soul organization, he was considered a prodigy. Compared to him, Ye Chen seemed utterly inferior. When had he ever suffered such a humiliating disgrace, bullied by 2 worthless opponents who were not even at the Xian stage? Under normal circumstances, he could have easily dispatched both of them with a single hand. But his current condition was simply too poor. He hadn't recovered from his previous injuries, had exhausted a great deal of energy today, and had been battered by the death squad for 3 hours without respite. At this moment, his limbs felt as limp as noodles. Facing the assault of 2 peak Huang stage fighters, he could only watch helplessly as they gained the upper hand. What was even more deadly was that these 2 were extremely ruthless, clearly intent on killing him. After suffering consecutive injuries, Lu Junzuo spat out a mouthful of blood. Feeling his condition becoming increasingly perilous, he could no longer hold on and decided to set aside his pride. Focusing his energy, he let out a furious roar, "Help!" After all, this was a high-end hotel, and there were quite a few security personnel. As soon as he shouted for help, patrolling security guards quickly rushed over. "What are you doing? Who told you to fight here? If you want to fight, go to the dance studio," shouted a security guard. Upon seeing the guards arrive, the two ancient martial arts bodyguards from the Huang family felt a bit helpless. In front of so many people, they indeed could not continue to attempt to kill him. They could only abandon their assault, and once the two had left, Lu Junzuo slumped down on the ground, his face filled with humiliation. How could Lu Junzuo be beaten to the point of calling for help by two ancient martial arts practitioners of the Huang stage? How long had it been since he returned to Huaxia? He had already endured 3 beatings. "Are you okay? Do you need us to call the police for you?" One of the security guards approached with concern. "Get lost, you don't need to meddle. If word of today's events gets out, don't blame me for being rude." Lu Junzuo glared fiercely at the group of security guards. If this matter were to spread, how would he maintain his standing in the Dragon Soul organization? The expressions of the several security guards darkened instantly as they cursed and turned to leave. If they had known they were dealing with such idiots, they shouldn't have come. Once the security guards left, Lu Junzuo hurriedly drove to the hospital. His injuries would not heal completely without some time. After returning to the hotel room, Tang Yu sat on the sofa and silently muttered, "Dog system, where's my reward?" Ding, reward physique improvement, and greatly enhanced the strength of the weak host. As the cold voice of the system echoed, Tang Yu immediately felt a change in his body. A thick black viscous liquid reeking with a foul odor began to flow out of his pores. Damn, which author came up with this ridiculous cleansing and marrow washing concept? Smelling the odor, even Tang Yu felt a bit nauseated. It was as if he had been thrown into a cesspool and done a freestyle swim. He quickly ran to the bathroom to take a shower. The suite's bathroom had an indoor hot spring. After cleaning off the dirty substances, Tang Yu settled contentedly in the pool. According to the system's words, after this round of cleansing and marrow washing, he would have an exceptional martial arts physique. Moreover, his strength had directly risen to the Huang stage, instantly transforming him from an ordinary person into an ancient martial artist. Although this strength was still somewhat lacking, rendering him unable to crush Ye Chen with a single slap. However, it significantly raised Tang Xiao's upper limit for bullying the weak. In the future, if he encountered foolish people who were blind to the situation, wouldn't he be able to knock them out with one punch? This dog system has finally decided to give good rewards, but it feels a bit off. Tang Yu stroked his chin, pondering. It seemed he hadn't really gone all out against Lu Junzuo today. Where did such high rewards come from? At that moment, his phone, which was resting nearby, rang. Tang Yu picked it up and glanced at it. It was a message from the desk. They reported the situation to Tang Yu. Upon learning that the 4 of them had given Lu Junzuo a beating, Tang Yu was also— what the hell, there was such a tactic? Pretending to be oneself to take a beating. Indeed, the lackeys were all quite dedicated when it came to their work. To express his gratitude for their performance, he boosted their system rewards. Tang Yu gifted each of them a high-end club membership card. Each card was loaded with 1 million, enough for them to enjoy for a year. Moreover, this was a nationwide chain, so they could— after receiving the membership cards, the 4 were overjoyed. Club Life, Club Spirit clubs were for the elite. They collectively left the hotel to have a blast. As for Lu Junzuo's arrangement, that was merely a task for Tang Xiao. After contacting the death squad, Tang Yu comfortably soaked in the hot spring for a while, before preparing to return to bed for a good night's sleep. At that moment, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Tang Yu opened the door. "I need to talk to you," came Wang Yixu's voice from out. "Looking for me?" Tang Yu felt a bit strange inside. What could she possibly want at this late hour? He quickly ran over to open the door. Wang Yixu, waiting at the door, looked a bit pained. Once she entered the room, she held her stomach and flopped down onto Tang. "Yes, Tang Yu, my stomach hurts. You came here to take a dump, didn't you?" "Damn you." Wang Yixu huffed and gave Tang Yu an adorable eye roll. Tang Yu chuckled twice. He had just glanced at this guy's belly and found nothing wrong. He was in good health. "Alright, I've come clean. I'm here to ask you for a massage." Wang Yixu patted her shoulder and said, "Help me with my shoulders, they're so sore." "What's wrong with your shoulders? Didn't sleep well?" "Not really, mainly because I have a good figure and my shoulders bear a lot of weight." Wang Yixu sighed dramatically. Tang Yu instinctively looked over. While they are indeed quite large, but still a bit smaller compared to Xiao Yu's. It's normal for such big shoulders to be sore. "Alright, then I'll help you with that." Tang Yu walked over and placed his hands on Wang Yixu's shoulders, gently squeezing and releasing. The perfect amount of pressure made Wang Yixu hum in comfort. After a few hums, Tang Yu stopped and said helpless, "Could you be a bit quieter?" "But I can't help it." "Oh, keep it down, just don't stop, continue." After about 10 minutes of massaging, Tang Yu really couldn't take it anymore. "Damn it, you're enjoying it. If I keep this up, my blood is going to gather in a certain place. That's enough already." Tang Yu released Wang Yixu's shoulders. With a satisfied expression, Wang Yixu stretched lazily, feeling much lighter and more relaxed. She looked at Tang Yu with a sly smile. "You're treating me so well today. Are you hoping for some kind of reward?" "What reward is there?" Tang Yu rubbed his hands together with expectation. "Come on, you beast. Don't pity me just because I'm a delicate—" Wang Yixu couldn't help but laugh in anger upon hearing his thoughts. She sized up Tang Yu a few times and chuckled, "Wait until I check my phone." After saying that, she bounced out of Tang Yu's room. Tang Yu was puzzled as he took out his phone and sat on the bed waiting. After a few minutes, Wang Yishue finally sent a message. Are you going to have trouble sleeping tonight? Hehe, I can help you, but you have to ask me nicely. Tang Yu gasped. Is she looking down on a man's dignity? To make him beg for such a thing? I'm begging you. He angrily typed out those 3 words. Soon the chat box changed to typing. After a few seconds, a photo came through. It was her sitting on a hotel bed wearing a bunny girl outfit. Enjoy it, but take care of yourself. After sending the photo, Wang Yishue kindly reminded him. After sending it, she put away her phone feeling both amused and slightly shy. She had brought the bunny girl outfit to show him, but after putting it on she suddenly felt a bit shy. After all, she was a girl and couldn't always be too proactive. So now she could only send it via phone. After sending the photo, she glanced at the door from time to time. After waiting for about 10 minutes without anyone knocking, a hint of grievance flashed across her delicate, beautiful face, and she huffed in dissatisfaction. The next day, when the two went downstairs to the hotel for breakfast, Tang Yu clearly had dark circles under his eyes, looking like he hadn't slept well, occasionally yawning. Tisk, someone didn't sleep well last night. Seeing Tang Yu like this, Wang Yishue was a bit gleeful. Serves you right. Who told you not to understand my hints? Don't expect me to massage your shoulders next time. Tang Yu snorted coldly, sipping a glass of milk. I want to After finishing her meal, Wang Yishue asked with a smile, I need to handle some business at the branch office. Are you going to wait for me to stay here for a few days? He'll head back today. Oh, I have things to take care of in the next couple of days. Tang Yu shook his head. All right, then he'll come find you when I return to Suhang. Wang Yishue reached out and pinched Tang Yu's face, playfully stretching it. After saying goodbye to Wang Yishue, Tang Yu took a car to Mingzhou Airport to prepare for his flight back to Suhang. In a couple of days, it would be time for the auction plot. According to the original plot, an antique jade lion appeared at the auction. It was snatched up by Long Wang Ye Chen, and the Han family from Yanjing fought him for it. After a fierce battle, Ye Chen successfully acquired the jade lion and opened the mechanism on it, obtaining a 9 turns pill and an ancient martial arts manual, 8 extremes burst fist. Now that the plot had changed, Ye Chen was no longer involved in this storyline. The one who would seize this opportunity in his place would be Lu Junzuo. The 9 turns pill can significantly enhance a martial artist's cultivation. What Tang Yu needs to do upon returning to Suhang is just one thing. Fairness. Fairness. It's damn fairness. Who said only the main character can have the good stuff? Just grab it. After checking in, Tang Yu sat in the waiting area to rest and wait for his flight. A girl happened to be pushing a wheelchair over. In the wheelchair sat a middle-aged man with a square face, wearing a countenance that commanded respect. Even sitting in a wheelchair, he still exuded an aura of authority like a once mighty lion in its twilight. The girl pushing the wheelchair attracted quite a bit of male attention. The girl was exceptionally pretty, with short hair that reached her ears, appearing spirited and vigorous. Her wheat-colored skin added to her vitality. What was even more surprising was that her arms had perfect muscle definition. If you looked closely, you would notice. Every exposed part of her body had just the right amount of muscle. The softness of femininity combined with the strength of muscles did not clash on her at all. She possessed both the beauty of a woman and the handsomeness of a man, exuding a uniquely special charm. Dad, the plane won't arrive for another half an hour. Can I get you a bottle of water? No need, I'm not thirsty. If I drink too much, it'll be a hassle to go to the bathroom. Just sit and rest for a bit. The middle-aged man waved his hand, a hint of a smile on his face. All right. The girl nodded and didn't say much more. They happened to sit next to Tang Yu. Upon seeing him, the father and daughter smiled and nodded slightly as a greeting. Tang Yu smiled back and nodded. He recognized this pair. They were from the Wenren family, the foremost ancient martial arts family in Suhang. The one in the wheelchair was Wenren Yuanshan, the current head of the Wenren family. He was said to be unbeatable in Suhang at the age of 30. By 40, he had already entered the Earth realm with both strength and talent at the top tier. Unfortunately, 3 years ago, after traveling throughout China, he returned like this, paralyzed from the waist down and severely weakened. He never spoke of it, so no one knew what happened. Ancient martial arts families like theirs carried an air of arrogance. So even upon recognizing Tang Yu from the first family of Suhang, they greeted him casually. In the world of ancient martial arts, only the strong were respected. Tang Yu's gaze quickly shifted back to the girl. She was Wenren Yage, the eldest daughter of the Wenren family, with talents even more outrageous than her father's. At just 20 years old, she had already reached the Xian realm. In terms of talent, she was even more monstrous than her father. Such an outstanding daughter of heaven naturally couldn't escape the clutches of the Dragon King. So to be honest, girls practicing martial arts should pay attention to their direction. It would be better to cultivate true energy and follow the internal power route. There's no need to be all muscular. Qi Linghan isn't like this, she's soft and fragrant. Tang Yu silently critiqued in his heart. Suddenly, upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wenren Yag's expression, she saw that Tang Yu's mouth wasn't moving, so she looked at others. The last man who dared to comment on her like this was sent to the hospital for 3 months. After scanning around and not finding her target, she frowned slightly, feeling frustrated. Did she mishear him? What's wrong? Noticing his daughter's unusual expression, Wenren Yuanshan asked gently. Wenren Yuanshan reached out and tenderly stroked his daughter's hair. Dad knows what's troubling you, don't worry. That young man Lu Junzuo truly possesses extraordinary medical skill. After this treatment, one of my toes has already regained mobility. Before long, he'll stand again, and then we'll spar just as we used to father and daughter. He had long since abandoned all hope for his legs, resigned to spending the rest of his life as a broken man. Until recently, when a young man named Lu Junzuo appeared before him without warning. After administering an unfamiliar acupuncture technique, Lu Junzuo enabled him to feel pain in his legs for the first time in years, and even move a single toe. That miracle rekindled his hope of standing once more, and filled him with profound gratitude toward the gifted young man Lu Junzuo. Dad, I trust brother Lu's medical expertise. He truly is remarkable. Wenren Yag's admiration for Lu Junzuo shone unreservedly on her face. Though only a few years her senior, his strength far surpassed hers. She revered power above all, and thus honored him sincerely with deep respect and gratitude. Tang Yu, who had been sipping water nearby, nearly choked upon overhearing their conversation. A flood of memories surged through his mind. The original storyline clearly stated that Ye Chen, not Lu Junzuo, was destined to treat Wenren Yuanshan. To seize control of Suzhou Hangzhou, he needed more than just a commercial empire built upon the four great families. He also needed dominion over its ancient martial sects. Only then would Suzhou Hangzhou kneel utterly beneath his feet, becoming the unshakable foundation for his vengeance. And the Wenren family, foremost among Suzhou Hangzhou's ancient martial lineages, was the essential bridgehead for conquering that world. Lu Junzuo's medical skill is impressive indeed. Even paralysis yields to his hands. But healing comes at a price. His patients pay with their lives. His method deliberately drains vital essence. Those he treats will live no longer than a year after recovery. When Tang Yu's inner monologue echoed once more, Wenren Yag's gaze finally locked onto him. The man who had been sitting beside them had just left, leaving no one else within 10 meters but themselves. She could hear his thoughts. Why is this silly girl staring at me? Ugh, is she leering at me with her eyes? Shivers. Can these women show some self-respect? Day one of my celibacy vow, for heaven's sake. Noticing Wenren Yag's unwavering stare, Tang Yu chuckled inwardly. Wenren Yag barely restrained herself from throwing a punch. Yet compared to Tang Yu's flippant banter, she found his earlier words far more unsettling. How did he know about Lu Junzuo? What did draining vital essence even mean? From childhood, she had revered her father beyond measure. So much so that her profound admiration for him forged her very worldview. She worshipped strength and was drawn instinctively to men superior to herself. Should anyone dare threaten her father's life, no matter who they were, she would never let them go. Taking a slow, steadying breath, she turned directly to Tang Yu. Young Master Tang. She meant to speak plainly, but the words froze in her throat, as if an invisible hand had clamped shut her mouth. Seeing her suddenly stammering incoherently, Tang Yu frowned in genuine confusion. Miss Wenren, are you unwell? What on earth is this woman babbling? No need to be nervous. I'm actually an approachable, handsome gentleman. Yage, are you alright? Wenren Yuanshan furrowed his brow, concerned by his daughter's sudden, odd behavior, though he never imagined it stemmed from nervousness around Tang Yu. Such a worthless scion of wealth held no significance in his daughter's eyes. I'm fine. After several seconds of silent struggle, Wenren Yage realized the thoughts she had heard were impossible to voice aloud. Yet as a martial prodigy of exceptional intellect, she swiftly adapted. Young Master Tang, your family must know many renowned physicians. Might you recommend a few? I'd like them to examine my father's legs. Yage, there's no need to trouble young Master Tang. We have Lu Junzuo's care. Wenren Yuanshan's brow tightened slightly. He despised imposing burdens or accruing debts of gratitude, especially upon frivolous heirs like Tang Yu. Tang Yu caught the faint disdain in his eyes and rolled his own inwardly. This was classic Xinxia trope. Villains were inherently unlikable, instinctively repelled by every supporting character orbiting the protagonist. Brother, what's with the attitude? I haven't borrowed money from you. Still pinning your hopes on Lu Junzuo. 3 more treatments, and your legs will heal. Then count down the days till your funeral, sobbing into your coffin buried 6 feet deep. Though seething inside, Tang Yu knew he couldn't argue openly. So he replied aloud, I'm close with Elder Physician Jiang. I'd be honored to arrange a consultation for Uncle Wenren. Elder Physician Jiang. We've already consulted him. His methods proved ineffective. Wenren Yage offered a wry smile, yet her heart raced with astonishment. Lu Junzuo had indeed told her the same thing. 3 more treatments, and her father's legs would fully recover. Let Elder Physician Jiang examine him once more. Perhaps he'll discover a solution. His mastery far exceeds that of obscure wandering physicians. Tang Yu offered the suggestion with delicate tact. Sigh, I've spoken plainly enough. Want someone listen? Hurry and bring Elder Jiang. This is well within his diagnostic scope. Otherwise, when the funeral banquet arrives, don't blame me for skipping the condolence gift. Wenren Yag's expression darkened slightly. A second opinion from Elder Jiang. Wasn't that a sound idea? Wenren Yuanshan, however, was growing irritated. He held Lu Junzuo in the highest esteem, convinced the young man possessed rare brilliance. He cast a sidelong, dismissive glance at Tang Yu and scoffed. Young Master Tang, there are countless hidden masters in this world. Venture beyond your narrow well. Otherwise, you'll only invite ridicule. Tang Yu forced a hollow, humorless chuckle. Damn, I genuinely don't want to get involved. It's only because I refuse to see the Wenren family become Lu Junzuo's pawn, only to turn around and attack the Tang family later. Honestly, I can't be bothered to waste breath on you. To die betrayed your daughter, given away your clan surrendered. Your supporting cast suffers more than I the villain ever could. Hearing Tang Ye's internal grumbling, Wenren Ye flushed faintly, aware at last that his intentions were purely benevolent. So she turned to her father and said gently, "All right, Dad, please stop. Young Master Tang means well." Wenren Yuanshan scowled silently and said nothing more. Could it be that his daughter had truly lost her judgment and fallen for such a worthless playboy? If so, he would never— What kind of celestial maiden was his daughter? Did he truly deserve her? When the conversation became awkward, Tang Yu couldn't be bothered to engage with Wenren Yuanshan any longer. He could not simply sit back and watch the Wenren family side with Lu Junzuo. However, since the other party was unyielding, he could only do his best. If all else fails, he would sit at the table with the girls during the meal. Wenren Yag's mood was quite complicated at that moment. However, she had already made up her mind that once they returned to Su Hang, she would take her father to seek help from the old divine Dr. Jiang to have a look. If Lu Junzuo truly had ill intentions, then she wouldn't hold back. The two sides remained awkwardly silent. Once on the plane, they did not sit together. After securing her father in his seat, Wenren Ye spoke. "Dad, I'm going to the restroom. If you need anything, you can call the flight attendant first." "Go ahead." Wenren Yuanshan waved his hand, feeling somewhat down. He was a man of rigid character, but valued gratitude above all. Lu Junzuo had treated his leg thus, he was his benefactor. Thinking of Tang Ye's earlier words, he felt displeased. If it weren't for his current condition of being unable to walk, he would have made Lu Junzuo suffer a bit. Wenren Ye, however, did not actually go to the restroom. After walking for a while, she found Tang Ye's seat. "Miss Wenren, is there something you need?" Tang Yu, who was leaning back in his seat reading a novel, casually inquired. "Tang Xiao, my dad spoke somewhat offensively earlier, and it wasn't appropriate to say anything in front of him. I'm here now to apologize on his behalf." Wenren Ye slightly bowed to Tang Yu to express her apology. Her attitude surprised Tang Yu. This girl, who was like an untamed wild horse, was being so courteous to him. His previous displeasure faded significantly as he waved his hand, saying, "It's nothing, just a small misunderstanding to clear up." The attitude is quite good. I was originally thinking of helping you expose Lu Junzuo. Based on your attitude, I might as well help your father with his— There are still a few formulas in the Qing Nong Tianjing for treating paralysis. I guarantee that after treatment your father will feel much better monthly and can also help protect our Tang family. Wenren Ye was both confused and excited. This guy had a way to treat her father's leg. But what did he mean by feeling much better monthly? She truly felt like hitting this man. "Then I won't disturb you any longer, Tang Xiao. Hey, race my business card. You can add me on WeChat for any future contact." Wenren Ye pulled out a business card and handed it to Tang Yu. The card had her name, phone number, and company name. Most of these ancient martial families operated security companies, which were their main source of income. All right. Seeing Wenren Ye's polite demeanor, Tang Yu felt a bit puzzled. After the plane landed in Su Hang, he headed straight back to his antique shop. The auction was starting in 2 days. He needed to start preparing now. Meanwhile, after disembarking, Wenren Ye and her father found a driver waiting to pick them up. "Go to the clinic of the old divine Dr. Jiang." Wenren Ye instructed the driver. "What are we going to Jiang's place for?" Wenren Yuanshan asked, puzzled. "Did that kid from the Tang family say something to you? Why would you believe his nonsense?" He disliked being in debt to others and found it unnecessary to trouble the old divine doctor. His condition could be treated well enough with the help of that young man Lu Junzuo. "Just to check up, it's nothing, Dad." Wenren Ye shook her head, her tone resolute. "If there's an issue, it will be clear with—" Seeing his daughter's expression, Wenren Yuanshan realized he couldn't persuade her and could only comply helplessly. When the car arrived at the clinic, he pushed open the car door and exerted himself to jump into the wheelchair. When Wenren Ye pushed her father into the clinic, there were long lines waiting at the entrance. The clinic offered free consultations daily, treating the poor who couldn't afford medical care. This naturally affected many people's interests. Over the years, there had been occasional trouble. But under the protection of the Tang family, a few troublemakers had disappeared, and no one dared to cause trouble anymore. Zhang Xiaoya was busy taking a pulse for a patient when she spotted Wenren Ye and her father and recognized them. They had previously visited once and donated 1 million to the clinic. This money was naturally used as funds for free consultations, and their family often treated wealthy individuals for this reason. Thus, she greeted them with a smile. "Miss Wenren, are you bringing your uncle for a checkup?" "Yes, I want to see if the old divine Dr. Jiang is available now. He's in the back reading it. You can go in." Zhang Xiaoya smiled sweetly, pointing towards the back courtyard of the clinic. "Thank you." Wenren Ye nodded and pushed her father towards the back courtyard. As they approached, the old divine Dr. Jiang, dressed in a blue long robe, was engrossed in studying an ancient medical text. Upon seeing them, the old divine Dr. Jiang greeted them. "You two are here. What seems to be the discomfort today?" "Old divine Dr. Jiang, I met a master who treated my dad's leg some time ago with promising results, and I'd like you to take a look at the treatment's effectiveness." Wenren Ye spoke respectfully. "Alas, I'm sorry to trouble you, old divine doctor. I feel quite well, but she insisted I come for a checkup. Wenren Yuanshan sighed, feeling a bit gloomy. He cured your leg. The old divine Dr. Jiang was surprised and a bit excited upon hearing this news. Given his medical skills, he couldn't resolve this issue. Was there truly a master with such ability? He quickly began taking Wenren Yuanshan's pulse, closing his eyes to carefully sense. After feeling for a moment, his expression suddenly darkened, and he angrily exclaimed, "This is outrageous. How could this be done recklessly? Who is this reckless person? What's wrong?" Seeing the old divine Dr. Jiang suddenly lose his temper, both father and daughter were surprised. The old divine doctor was renowned for his good temper. This person has indeed remarkable medical skills, even slightly superior to mine, but his intentions are extremely malicious. I don't know what acupuncture method he used to treat you. With his skills, if he were willing to patiently perform acupuncture every half-month, it would take a year to cure your leg. But this person, in pursuit of rapid treatment, used unscrupulous means and acupuncture on the 3 meeting points and the Yuanjing point. This method of treatment will severely deplete your Buddhist vital energy. Even if cured, you wouldn't live a year. The old divine Dr. Jiang's face flushed with anger. If someone lacked medical skill, they could only be considered a quack. But if their intentions were corrupt, they were worse than beasts. Wenren Yag's expression changed instantly. Did Tang Yu speak the truth? Wenren Yuanshan was equally shocked. He never expected that the young man he admired harbored malice. Alongside anger, he felt more guilt. Thankfully, he encountered that kid from the Tang family today for a reminder. Otherwise, he might truly be facing death soon. Yet he had treated him with such disdain, he regretted slapping his own face. This shouldn't have been the case. Zhang Laoshani, can my father's health still be saved? Wenren Yage asked with a worried expression. Compared to seeking revenge, she was now more concerned about her father's condition. Yes, I will perform acupuncture and prescribe some medicine. A week of recuperation should suffice. Fortunately, you arrived early. If that person had treated him one more time, I would have been powerless. After Zhang Laoshani finished speaking, he directed the father and daughter to his room to prepare for Wenren Yuanshan's treatment. Thank you, Zhang Laoshani. The kindness shown today will never be forgotten by the Wenren family. Wenren Yage quickly bowed in gratitude. While her father received acupuncture treatment, she stood outside the door with a face full of hatred, clenching her fists tightly. What a Lu Junzuo, daring to humiliate the Wenren family like this. If she does not avenge this, Wenren Yage swears she will not be a human. Yet thinking about her current lack of strength compared to him, she felt somewhat agitated. In recent years, the Wenren family had declined significantly, largely due to her father's incident. The other skilled members of the family were now about on par with her, all stuck at the early stage of the Xian level. If several of them joined forces, their chances of defeating Lu Junzuo were truly slim. The gap between the peak of the Xian level and the early stage was evident. She began to contemplate her revenge plan in her mind. No matter what, she could not let this person off easily. At that moment, Lu Junzuo was resting at the Wenren residence. After suffering a major setback a few days ago, he finally recovered after lying in the hospital for 2 days. Once recovered, he returned to Suhang to rest at the Wenren family and to prepare to seize the Wenren family. That waste Ye Chen is too foolish, always thinking about making money from the 4 major families first. He is different. He pays more attention to strength. The Wenren family is his stronghold for taking over the ancient martial forces in Suhang. At this moment, he was sitting by the artificial lake of the Wenren residence, fishing in quite a good mood. The treasures he was eyeing at the auction had already been photographed and sent to him. He was quite certain that the Jade Lion contained the long-lost 9 turns pill, because the Dragon Soul organization has relevant records. For him, the value of the 9 turns pill is immense. With this item, he could break through to the Earth level in one go. At that time, that kid surnamed Tang would undoubtedly die. Why would he need to care about his nonsensical strength? After killing him, he would also take his fiancée for himself. In this way, he could also humiliate Ye Chen thoroughly. Therefore, he was determined to obtain this item, no matter how expensive it was. Antique shop. When Tang Yu arrived, the new person in charge was already waiting for him. Since Xiao Gaoshin was sent, a little old man, also a knowledgeable expert, came to take over his position. Tang Xiao. Seeing Tang Yu, he quickly greeted him respectfully. He was very polite to Tang Yu. The previous store manager Zhao reportedly received a 10 billion reward after helping Tang Xiao accomplish a task. He even got promoted to work abroad as a manager. Now being able to serve Tang Xiao was a blessing accumulated over 8 lifetimes. Old Master Peng, how is the Jade Lion you were helping me with? Tang Yu asked with a smile. Oh, that it's almost done, Tang Xiao, take a look. Old Master Peng quickly led the way. A few days ago, he received Tang Yes notification and a photo. He immediately found several experts to carve the Jade Lion Tang Xiao wanted. After several days of rushing work, the finished product had been polished out, but there were still some minor flaws. When Tang Yu walked in and saw the coconut-sized Jade Lion, he was quite satisfied. Although the cost was a bit high, and he spent a lot of money, that was not an issue. Even the mechanism underneath the 9 palace lock was perfectly restored according to Tang Yes requirements. The original Jade Lion had a mechanism 9 palace lock at the bottom, and no one could open it except for the Dragon King Ye Chen. Damn that luck child. It seemed that all the good things in the world were prepared for him. Fortunately, having read the original storyline, Tang Yu remembered how to open it. That's good enough. He was very satisfied with the finished product and ordered it to be packed up and sent to the auction. Hee, I won't rob you directly. I'll do a little trick. Old Master Peng, here's a packet of medicinal powder. Please help me turn it into pills later. The pills can contain some disgusting things, and after that please send them to Wanbao Tower and ask them to prioritize auction. After giving his instructions, Tang Yu patted the old man's shoulder and walked away with a grin. In the original plot, the Dragon King, Ye Chen, also saw the 9 turns pill for the first time. Now that it was Lu Junzuo, it should be the same. And this packet of medicinal powder was specially concocted by him, and the aroma alone would not reveal its nature. Unless tasted, one would never know it was poison. Just like with feces, you can see it, smell it, but unless you taste it, how can you assume it is feces? Disgusting things. Old Master Peng touched his bald head, drawing on the wisdom accumulated over decades to ponder this question. After thinking for a moment, his gaze turned towards the restroom. After completing the task assigned by Tang Xiao, Old Master Peng walked out of the restroom with a red face. Having done such a mischievous thing in his childhood, he never expected to relive the innocence of his youth at his age. He placed the finished pills inside the Jade Lion and personally delivered it to the Wanbao Tower auction. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. The auction was held at the Sisui Mountain Villa on the outskirts. Sisui Mountain Villa is situated in a beautiful location by the mountains and water where wealthy people from the city often come to play. Tang Yu was quite familiar with this place. After getting out of the car, he met several acquaintances. Hello, Tang Xiao. Oh, Tang Xiao is here too. What is Tang Xiao here to buy today? It's the first time I've seen you come to buy antiques. Many people greeted Tang Yu, and after responding to a few, Tang Yu found it troublesome and quickened his pace to slip into the villa. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Ye Chen. Beside her stood a handsome young man. The young man wore a wicked smile, strikingly similar to the Dragon King. However, he had a smile at the right corner of his mouth, while Ye Chen had it on the left. If their mouths were combined, they would look quite comical. Strictly speaking, this was Lu Junzuo's first time meeting Tang Yu face to face. Therefore, upon seeing Tang Yu, he still smiled calmly, not the slightest bit worried about being recognized by Tang Yu. Striking from the shadows to deal a fatal blow to the enemy was his specialty. Tang Yu was also seeing Lu Junzuo's face for the first time. Upon recognizing him, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. This bastard smiles just like Ye Chen. If you put their mouths together and give them cross-eyed looks, it would be hilarious. Yag's mouth twitched after hearing Tang Yu's complaint. She now also thought that Lu Junzuo's wicked smile seemed a bit foolish. It looked like his facial nerves were malfunctioning. After bringing her father to receive treatment from Jiang Laoshini last time, she had been contemplating for the past couple of days, still not in a hurry to take revenge. She had to take her time, letting this person lower his guard first, then strike with a fatal blow. Today, upon hearing Lu Junzuo say he was coming to the auction, she wondered if she could find some precious medicinal materials to treat her father, so she came along alone. The three of them deliberately did not want to draw each other's attention, so they did not greet one another. Sitting in the front row, Tang Yu took out his phone to check. Today, the Death Squad did not follow along. Lu Junzuo had sent them to do other things. After being beaten by the Death Squad last time, Lu Junzuo had already developed some opinions about them. As for suspicion, he had not entertained that yet. After all, the four had faithfully executed his orders, and the beatings were merely a misunderstanding. P.S. Today, I will continue to strive for 4 updates. If there is more time, I will give you more updates. Otherwise, I will try to ensure 3 updates. Today's auction had drawn quite a crowd. The items up for bidding ranged from antiques to rare treasures, centuries-old medicinal herbs among them staples of the genre. As expected, the auction featured classic tropes, bargain finds, and antagonistic bidding, designed precisely to let the protagonist flaunt his fortune, humiliate rivals, and claim powerful artifacts. Tang Yu felt a quiet thrill at the thought of playing the role of that very antagonist. Popping a pistachio into his mouth, he stole a sidelong glance at Ye Chen. She sat chatting beside Lu Junzuo, seemingly oblivious to his earlier words. She's still laughing with that fool Lu Junzuo. If he won't grasp the hint, perhaps Grandfather Jiang will have to pay her father a personal visit later. Tang Yu sighed inwardly. Ye Chen sat barely 3 meters away, and upon hearing his thoughts, she grew quietly intrigued. Why could she hear Tang Xiao's inner voice? Was it resonance of hearts and minds? Yet when she tried speaking silently in her own mind, he showed no reaction. After nearly half an hour, the guests had all assembled. A small white-robed elder stepped onto the stage to deliver his opening address. The elder was Wanbao Lu's regional director in Suzhou, Hangzhou. Wanbao Lu, the largest auction house in China, would later become one of the Dragon King's most steadfast allies, supplying invaluable intelligence. Once his speech concluded, the auction officially began. The first item brought forth was Dong Qichang's landscape in snow over Guanshan. This is a masterpiece by the Ming Dynasty calligrapher and painter Dong Qichang. The elder launched into an eloquent exposition of the painting's provenance, setting the opening bid at 30 million yuan. Bids rose swiftly from the audience, and the piece ultimately sold for 80 million yuan. As a scion of wealth and privilege, Tang Yu felt no particular interest. What use is spending millions on such things? Art is meant to be admired, not devoured. True art must serve humanity. Take for instance the cinematic masterpieces stored securely in my cloud drive, free of charge, and incidentally undermining Eastern economic influence. As Tang Yu internally railed against such art, Wenrin Ye's expression darkened. Was this man delivering a solo stand-up routine inside his own head? Noticing her sudden discomfort, Lu Junzuo offered a sly, charming smile. Ye, are you unwell? One glance at his smirk sent genuine unease rippling through her. She shook her head. Nothing. Tell me if you're unwell. I'll feel it here. He tapped his chest, his gaze tender. Wenrin Ye felt acid rise in her throat. You'll feel pain. If I weren't outmatched right now, I'd carve you open myself, just to make sure you did. Thank you. Her reply was cool and distant. Lu Junzuo remained unperturbed. Women who revered strength were born to be conquered by him. Halfway through the auction, the jade lion finally appeared on the rostrum. Many guests turned curious. Such an antique seemed unprecedented. Had they truly never encountered anything like it before? Esteemed guests, the jade lion before you is a work of art. Though my limited scholarship has failed to identify its creator, its artistic merit is undeniably exceptional. The opening bid is 5 million yuan. For those with discerning eyes, perhaps this is your chance to uncover a hidden treasure. The elder chuckled warmly after finishing his introduction. In all their years of operation, no true bargain find had ever occurred at their auctions. Thanks to China's finest antiquities appraisers, they could authenticate artifacts from any dynasty. The fakes rarely slipped past their scrutiny. Laughter rippled, yet every guest present commanded personal wealth exceeding 1 billion yuan, so several million posed. Bidding began immediately. 550,000, then 600,000. Watching these modest increments, Lu Junzuo held back, his strategy deliberate and decisive. He would either remain silent or strike with finality. Today the jade lion belonged to him, and once secured, he would swallow the pill without delay. The ninefold elixir was extraordinarily potent, its effects manifesting within 3 minutes. Having reached the peak of the Xian realm, recent beatings had paradoxically edged him toward breakthrough. Now with this elixir, transcendence would be inevitable. In his first act upon ascending, disguise himself and assassinate that wretched boy Tang. When the price climbed to 9 million, bidding ceased. To most, the lion was merely an aesthetically pleasing acquisition, nothing more. Overpaying for mere decoration made no sense. Wealth did not equate to folly, nor did they toss money into the void for sport. 9 million. First time, second time. The elder raised his gavel, poised to declare it sold. Only then did Lu Junzuo speak. 9,000,001. He knew this was the psychological ceiling, so he added only 10,000. Any more would be wasteful. His bid instantly drew every eye in the room. Sir, minimum increment is 100,000. Kindly restate your bid. The elder looked mildly flustered. Lu Junzuo frowned, then corrected, 9,100,000. The previous bidder rolled his eyes and withdrew. Then Tang Yu called out 10 million. At his sudden voice, Lu Junzuo whirled, his gaze flashing with lethal intent. Was this man born to? Twice since returning to China, he had suffered humiliation, all linked to this youth. Now even an auction became contested ground. 10 million, first time. The elder looked surprised. He knew Tang Yu had personally consigned this piece. Why bid on one's own item? Still, he cared little. Commissions were calculated on final sale value. Revenue was revenue. 11 million. Reluctantly, Lu Junzuo countered. He could not allow the jade lion to fall into Tang Yu's hands. His eyes narrowed, suspicion sharpening. Did Tang Yu also know the lion's secret? 20 million. 21 million. 50 million. When Tang Yu declared 50 million, stunned murmurs swept the hall. Was Tang Xiao truly spending that sum on a seemingly useless jade lion? Seeing Tang Yu's reckless escalation, Lu Junzuo was certain he had uncovered the lion's secret. His vision reddened with fury. You dare covet the destiny I have claimed? I bid 100 million. And he stood up and shouted loudly. And compete in wealth. I fear no one. Merely the publicly listed companies under its banner each held assets starting at 50 billion. Combined, their total exceeded several trillion. Its covert holdings were even more incalculable. The two men engaged in a frenzied bidding war, leaving the entire audience stunned. And within just 5 minutes, they had driven the price to nearly 10 billion. To them, 100 million was no longer an ambitious target, merely an offhand remark. And even self-proclaimed tycoons now felt humbled and ashamed. They understood Tang Xiao's reckless extravagance. After all, the Tang family truly possessed immense wealth. And but who then was the man daring to outbid him? Was it truly worth going this far, just to save face? And when the price reached 10 billion, Lu Junzuo's eyes burned crimson. This opportunity meant everything to him. And yet 10 billion was undeniably exorbitant. I withdraw. And just as his fury peaked, Tang Yu suddenly abandoned the bid. Congratulations to this distinguished gentleman. And the elderly auctioneer on stage swiftly struck his gavel, heart pounding with elation. In their auction house earned a 3% commission. 10 billion meant 300 million in pure profit. Ni's gaze toward Tang Yu brimmed with awe. And this young man was truly a business prodigy. He'd casually placed a dubious object, barely qualifying as art, onto the auction block, then effortlessly reaped a fortune through sheer audacity. No wonder he was the Tang family's eldest heir, accomplishing effortlessly what others could never achieve. Worthless fool, this is all you've got. And though he'd secured the artifact, Lu Junzuo seethed with rage, shouting at Tang Yu. How dare this man force him to waste such an obscene sum? And not even his life would suffice as compensation. Excuse me. I request that staff intervene regarding this uncivilized individual who has launched a personal attack against me. Tang Yu raised his hand and called out like a tattling schoolboy. And the staff instantly flushed with embarrassment and approached Lu Junzuo. Sir, please maintain decorum. The auction forbids disorderly conduct or verbal assault. And Lu Junzuo's face darkened. He let out a cold snort and mimed slitting his own throat at Tang Yu. The artifact was now his. And that boy wouldn't survive beyond this chapter. And he could hardly wait to exact. He rose from his seat and instructed staff to escort him to settle payment. NPR auction protocol, once payment cleared, the buyer could depart with the item. He would swallow the ninefold ascension pill immediately, break through on the spot, then ambush the boy. In hearing of his intent to pay, the staff eagerly guided this golden patron to the VIP lounge. 10 billion shattered their auction house's historical record. And granted, the guest lacked refinement, but earning 300 million in commission left them utterly speechless. Led backstage by staff, he produced his card to complete the transaction. NAS per standard cultivation fiction logic, even transfers of this magnitude required mere minutes. Within minutes, 10 billion flowed into the auction house's corporate account. Esteemed guest, please accept our platinum membership card. You are now among the elite patrons of Wanbao Tower. The moment funds cleared, staff presented an exquisitely crafted membership card to Lu Junzuo. And he accepted it grimly, feeling no triumph whatsoever. Damn it, what a colossal loss. And hand it over, now. And he snapped impatiently. And right away, Mr. Lu. And staff replied, promptly dispatching someone to deliver the Jade Lion with reverent care. Once the artifact rested safely in Lu Junzuo's hands, staff collectively exhaled in relief. 10 billion treasure was dangerously volatile. If dropped under their watch, the liability would be catastrophic. Mr. Lu, unless you require further assistance, we'll take our leave. Should you need transport services, simply call upon us. And the staff bowed respectfully. Go ahead, and under no circumstances permit anyone entry without my explicit permission. And he gestured irritably toward the door. Staff tiptoed out of the VIP lounge, closing the door softly behind them. Nonce alone, Lu Junzuo examined the Jade Lion. Sure enough, a 9-palace lock mechanism concealed beneath. And he sneered, manipulated the mechanism deftly, and the lock sprang open. And inside lay a pitch-black pill. At the sight of it, Lu Junzuo's pulse quickened. And the ninefold ascension pill. Its formula had been lost. Even with his mastery of medicine, he could not reconstruct the recipe. And now, possessing a single pill, his exhilaration knew no bounds. Ingest it, and he would ascend to the earth rank. And then Tang Yu would die without question. And the Dragon King's throne would fall into his hands as well. He lifted the pill to his nose and inhaled. Non-medicinal aroma, tinged faintly with something foul. NAS, a master of traditional medicine, he found nothing alarming. With thousands of herbs at his command, each bearing its own distinct scent, harmonizing fragrance and stench was no impossibility. In such alchemical artistry borders on the miraculous, akin to fusing ice and fire within a single crucible. Truly worthy of the ninefold ascension pill, he murmured, deeply impressed by its creator. Smiling faintly to himself, he placed the pill upon his tongue and savored it, slowly chewing with deliberate relish. Bitter yet mild. And he knew well the adage, bitter medicine cures disease. After several more chews, the bitterness began shifting, transforming subtly. A pungent fecal stench surged in his mouth, like releasing a stifled flatulence. And this is excrement. A flicker of recognition crossed his face. Years ago, during a covert operation, he'd submerged himself in a sewage pit for 3 minutes to evade detection and swallowed a mouthful of its contents. There was no mistaking it, that unmistakable reek. And could excrement truly be an ingredient in the ninefold ascension pill? Whose? In having swallowed the crushed pill, he pondered its composition. Traditional medicine revered bat guano, known as yeming sha, as a rare tonic. Other animal excreta were likewise used. Even human feces, termed jinji, were prescribed as medicine. Just as Lu Junzuo began mentally reverse engineering the pill's formula, a violent cramp seized his abdomen. And no surge of qi, no breakthrough, no ascension. NAS, a physician of extraordinary skill, he instantly recognized the symptoms. Poisoned. No. The excrement, the pill itself, is toxic. Ni's face contorted, he gagged violently, retching uncontrollably. Spewing forth every trace of the pill, he felt his mouth had become a cesspool, and an indescribable stench erupted from the vomit. Worse still, the toxin had already begun spreading through his body. And he hastily swallowed one of his own antidote pills. Only then did the agony subside. Cursed trickery. Enraged and enraged, he burst from the VIP lounge. By the time he rushed out, the auction for the Jade Lion had already concluded. Tang Yu was playing with the Jade Lion in his hands, a smile spread across his face. Just after Lu Junzuo left, the auction for the genuine Jade Lion began. When the attendees noticed 2 identical items appearing consecutively, they were filled with confusion. After Tang Yu was the first to place a bid, no one else dared to continue bidding. After all, young Master Tang had already bid several billion. Running to raise the bid at this moment only to end up offending someone without winning would be nothing short of foolish. He watched as Tang Yu toyed with the jade lion. Lu Junzuo's anger surged within him. This bastard dared to toy with him like this. Not only did he snatch his elixir, but he also tried to con him with a fake. He even intended to poison it. How could there be such a malicious person in this world? However, seeing Tang Yu merely playing with the jade lion eased his tension slightly. It seemed that this guy should not be able to unlock it. In this world, there were no more than 5 people capable of opening the 9-palace lock. But this kid was definitely not one of them. With red eyes, he returned to his seat, having made up his mind. No matter what, he must reclaim the jade lion from Tang Yu. This person is undoubtedly doomed. Haha, that idiot must have already consumed the elixir inside the jade lion. The child of fortune indeed is the child of fortune. Ooh, it didn't kill you. Tang Yu silently reveled in schadenfreude. After obtaining the jade lion, he immediately opened the 9-palace lock and took out the contents inside. Inside were a 9-turn pill and an ancient martial arts manual. After acquiring the 9-turn pill, Tang Yu decisively consumed it. This thing would increase his cultivation. Not long ago, Tang Yu had just been promoted to the Huang stage by the system. He easily broke through to the early Xian stage. As for the ancient martial arts manual, it was impossible to train in it right now. He would have to wait to return. While Tang Yu was reveling in schadenfreude, when Ren Yag's expression stiffened. Had Lu Junzuo been poisoned? She turned her head to take a look and found that Lu Junzuo's aura was indeed unstable. If this guy was really poisoned, wouldn't that mean an opportunity to kill him had arrived? Wenren Yage felt a surge of joy, as she didn't expect to have a chance for revenge so soon. So she deliberately looked at Lu Junzuo and asked, Mr. Li, you seem a bit unwell. Seeing Wenren Yage's concern, Lu Junzuo felt somewhat comforted. He replied, I ate something wrong, just a minor issue. You. As he spoke, Wenren Yage caught a whiff of a foul odor and couldn't help but retch. The others nearby also caught the smell, pinching their noses and feeling nauseous. Damn, it stinks. What is that? Who crapped themselves? No way, it's not like we're kids. Hearing their remarks, Lu Junzuo's face turned. The stench was emanating from his own mouth, and he could smell it. That bastard Tang Yu not only poisoned him, but also mixed in feces. How could a person do something like this? He changed his mind. He would beat this guy into a cripple and toss him into I'm going to the restroom. After Lu Junzuo finished speaking, Wenren Yage retched again. Humiliated to the extreme, Lu Junzuo nearly ground his teeth to dust and angrily rushed to the restroom to rinse his mouth. The restroom had disposable mouthwash. He rinsed for about 5 minutes. The foul taste in his mouth only partially dissipated. Seeing that the taste wouldn't completely go away, Lu Junzuo shouted in anger and punched the restroom mirror, shattering it. Tang Yu, I want you dead. Just as Tang Yu leaned back in his seat to feel the changes in his body, he suddenly sneezed. He noticed that Lu Junzuo had gone to the restroom. Tang Yu's eyes flickered. The auction is almost over, it's time to prepare to flee. Otherwise, this beast at the peak of the Xian stage could really become a handful when he goes crazy. Sighing inwardly, Tang Yu felt that the immovable king art still had its shortcomings, if only its defensive power were stronger to ignore the Xian stage. After hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wenren Yage pondered for a moment and quickly followed in Tang Yu's footsteps. Based on her understanding of Lu Junzuo, he definitely wouldn't let Tang Yu go. Then the opportunity for revenge and repayment would come. As soon as the two left, Lu Junzuo returned. Seeing that Tang Yu was no longer in his seat, his eyes widened in rage. After a quick scan, he spotted Tang Yu sneaking away. Trying to run, he rushed forward with red eyes. He absolutely could not let this kid take away the 9-turn pill. By the time he chased out of the auction venue, Tang Yu was already running towards the parking lot. You can't escape. Lu Junzuo shouted in anger, pushing his speed to the limit as he charged at Tang Yu. When they were just 2 meters apart, his true energy surged violently. His body transformed into a spear, soaring into the air, and his feet kicked sharply against Tang Yu's back. After the kick landed, Tang Yu stumbled and nearly fell, the jade lion flying from his hands. Lu Junzuo's face lit up with joy as he swiftly grabbed the jade lion. He coldly stared at Tang Yu and said, Tang, daring to snatch something from me today is your death day. Originally, he wanted to endure a bit longer and take him out through assassination. But he had truly crossed his bottom line. How dare he plot against him in secret? After saying that, he quickly opened the mechanism of the 9-palace lock with the jade lion. Inside was indeed a pill. He picked up the pill and sniffed it. This time there was only the fragrance of the medicine, no foul smell. Indeed, the genuine 9-turn pill is like this. He was overjoyed and quickly tossed the 9-turn pill into his mouth. Today he would break through right here and then cripple this kid and drown him in a cesspool. If not for this, he could not quell the hatred in his heart. After swallowing this pill, not only did he not feel any changes in his body, but the intense pain that had previously vanished returned once more. His pupils contracted instantly. Could it be that this was another poison? This kid had no reason to open the 9-palace lock. This was a secret known only to the Dragon Soul organization. Meanwhile, Tang Yu, who had just looked panicked, revealed a radiant smile. If this guy hadn't chased after him, he had taken the initiative to deliver himself and was eager to take the medicine. This medicine might not kill Lu Junzuo, but but it would definitely severely affect his combat power. So he shouldn't blame me for being impolite. He decisively clenched his fist and charged at Lu Junzuo. With their combat powers being somewhat equal, he had the immovable king art. The advantage is mine. Feeling the toxin spreading within him, Lu Junzuo was horrified. He quickly poured the last 2 specially made antidotes from his body into his mouth. He then met Tang Yu's punch. After their fists collided, both sides took a step back. Lu Junzuo, in poor condition, actually had a slight advantage as he was still at the peak of the Xian stage. A dying camel is still bigger than a horse. However, the previous poison had not yet been completely resolved, and now there was new poison added to his body, making matters worse. If this continued, he would surely suffer the consequences. Just as he was about to flee, he noticed Ye Chen running over. His face instantly brightened. Help has arrived. Ye Chen arrived just in time. Come help me deal with this bastard. At this moment, he could care less about dignity and hurriedly sought assistance from Ye Chen. With her fondness for him, she would surely strike hard and join forces to deal with Tang Yu. All right. A fierce glint in her eyes, Ye Chen rushed to his side and unleashed a powerful punch. This punch struck Lu Junzuo in the back, completely unprepared. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Lu Junzuo, seizing the opportunity, Tang Yu rushed up and kicked Lu Junzuo, sending him flying once more. He seemed like a ball spitting out blood after being hit twice and crashing heavily to the ground. As he got up from the ground, his face was a mix of shock and anger as he glared at Ye Chen. Why? Why would a woman who clearly liked him betray him? Because you deserve to die. Don't think I don't know about your plot to harm my father. Ye Chen roared, her murderous intent flaring as she charged at Lu Junzuo. What the hell, she knows? Not bad, I like someone with a sharp mind. Hearing Ye Chen's words, Tang Yu felt a surge of joy. Just moments ago, he was genuinely worried that she would team up with Lu Junzuo to beat him. Seeing her attack, Tang Yu decisively joined in the fight. At this moment, Lu Junzuo was consumed by hatred. Facing the combined assault of the two, he was suffering greatly. After a few minutes, he had several injuries. Even more infuriating was that the boy named Tang was too disgusting, specifically targeting his lower regions. Feeling the worsening injuries within him, Lu Junzuo was genuinely panicking. He hadn't brought anyone with him today. The Death God squad had been dispatched by him to investigate some matters, with the 4 of them reportedly infiltrating a high-end club. He had no idea how things were going. In this situation where neither heaven nor earth would respond to his cries, with internal and external injuries compounded by poison, he felt death beckoning him. Why was everything going so poorly since returning to Huaxia? Had he known this would happen, he should have summoned some experts from the organization to help. Just when his heart was filled with extreme resentment, a large truck was coming down the road behind him. Seeing the vehicle, his eyes suddenly lit up. An opportunity had arrived. He deliberately exposed a flaw. As Tang Yu and the others both landed punches, he used the force to fly backward. He happened to crash perfectly onto the roadside. At the same time, the large truck passed right by him. He gritted his teeth, bounced up, and grabbed onto the speeding truck, catching a lucky ride. Two fools, this is my escape route. Didn't expect it, did you? After catching the ride, he shouted at Tang Yu and the other. What if he was in such a perilous situation? If he wanted to leave, who could stop him? When he recovered next time, the Wonren family would still have to yield at his feet. As for Tang Yu, after a brief exchange, he had confirmed that this person only possessed initial stage Xuanzi realm cultivation. The next time they met would be his death date. Seeing the large truck speeding away, Ye Chen hurriedly drove to pursue. It's too late to forget it. Tang Yu shook his head, certain that the other party wouldn't be foolish enough to stay on the truck to flee. Most likely they would choose a place to get off and hide. Just let him go like this. Ye Chen showed a reluctant expression. They were so close to ending this thief. There will be other opportunities. You already know about your father, right? Tang Yu asked. I know. Again, thank you for the reminder, Tang Xiao. This kindness will never be forgotten by the Wonren family. Ye Chen deeply bowed to Tang Yu. If it weren't for Tang Xiao, her family would have suffered greatly at the hands of Lu Junzuo. If it weren't for Tang Xiao, she wouldn't have been able to take revenge so quickly, though they let Lu Junzuo escape. It's a small matter. I will continue to have people look for Lu Junzuo's whereabouts and deal with him together when the opportunity arises. Tang Yu said with a smile. Such a good opportunity must be used to win over the Wonren family's assistance. That's fine. I'll head home for a bit to gather information on Lu Junzuo's movements. Ye Chen was filled with thoughts of vengeance, as she was unwilling to let Lu Junzuo go like this. Be careful, this person is very cunning and can change his appearance. Tang Yu reminded. After Ye Chen took a couple of steps, she turned back to look at Tang Yu. Tang Xiao, do you have time, right? If it's convenient, could you come to my house? To your house? Tang Yu was a bit puzzled. Yes, my father already knows about this and wants to apologize to you in person. Ye Chen said with a bitter smile. She was so worked up today that she almost forgot to bring Tang Yu back. Earlier, she had heard him say he had a way to treat her father's leg. Since that's the case, it would be good to let him take a look. All right. Tang Yu nodded, and the two drove towards the Wonren. After escaping for a while on the truck, seeing that Tang Yu and the others hadn't followed, Lu Junzuo showed no intention of getting off to hide. Foolish. Lu Junzuo coldly scoffed at their inaction. If it were him, he would surely find all means to eliminate the threat. Letting him escape would be the biggest regret of their lives. However, his condition was extremely poor at the moment. Due to internal injuries, his qi and blood surged, exacerbating his situation. If he hadn't taken an antidote and practiced a special cultivation technique, he would have already collapsed. When the vehicle reached a park, he could no longer hold on. As the vehicle waited for a red light, he jumped out and staggered into the park. This park was relatively secluded, making it safer to stay here for a while. At this time, going to hotels or hospitals might lead to falling into a trap. Reaching the innermost bench of the park, he was nearly at his limit. He then took out his phone, sent a message and location to the Death God Squad, asking them to come pick him up. After sending the text, he collapsed on the bench and fainted. At that moment, the 4 members of the Death God Squad were relaxing in the club. After receiving the message, Deng He glanced at his phone, his brows furrowing. Bro, the guy named Lu sent a message. The other 3 chimed in. Forget him and act like we didn't see it. Deng He tossed his phone aside and patted the thigh of a nearby technician girl, saying, Shaoli, let's go eat seafood tonight. After Lu Junzuo fainted on the park bench, he caught the attention of 2 suspicious youths. Bro, that guy looks like... One of the shorter youths pointed at Lu Junzuo and whispered, drunk and sleeping in broad daylight, people like this are the scum of society, contributing nothing. Another man with a stubbled beard scolded quietly. He then turned to his younger brother, admonishing him. So we can't be like him, we need to change our previous lazy ways and revitalize ourselves. From today on, we'll improve our thieving spirit and combine both classical and modern methods of theft to strive for greater achievements and glory. Of course, for now, our primary goal is to steal whatever we can like. The bearded man's gaze turned towards Lu Junzuo. Soon the two had taken Lu Junzuo's wallet and phone, as well as 2 unopened boxes of an energy drink. He had bought these from Mingzhu. He had thought that 1 box wouldn't be enough after Wang Yishua's incident, but it turned out to be unnecessary. Bro, we really encountered a benefactor today. The shorter youth laughed. Thanks to nature's generosity. The bearded man grinned, pleased. It was rare to find someone carrying several thousand in cash these days. With this money they could go spend, boosting the domestic economic cycle and contributing to society. Shall we go? The shorter youth chuckled. One must adhere to the principles of brotherhood. We can't just take things without giving back. The bearded man snorted and opened a box of the energy drink, saying, a drop of water shall be repaid with a fountain. Let's return a few billion to our benefactor first. Understood, bro, you go first. Go keep an eye out for me. Thus, while Lu Junzuo lay unconscious, he vaguely felt a pain at his rear. He didn't know how long he had been in a deep slumber. When Lu Junzuo awoke, he felt parched and dizzy, his entire being in disarray. He instinctively reached for his phone, but found nothing, realizing his pockets were empty. Damn, where's my dragon fruit? Lu Junzuo's face turned pale with anger. How could someone have stolen his belongings while he was unconscious? In a panic, he hurriedly checked his chest. Fortunately, his dragon pattern jade was still there, and for some unknown reason it had not been stolen. The poison within him had also been suppressed, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Although his body was still severely injured, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the bottleneck of his peak, Xuanzi realm, was beginning to loosen. A certain acupoint that had always been blocked suddenly showed signs of loosening. Is this a blessing in disguise? Tang Yu, just wait for your demise. He burst into laughter, for even without the 9 turns pill, what did it matter? Reaching the D character realm was now just around the corner. In a good mood, he stood up and prepared to leave the park. Just then a sharp pain shot through his backside. He thought nothing of it, assuming it was from his previous injuries. A wicked smile crept onto his lips as he prepared to return and diligently cultivate to heal. Hejiao Private Hospital. After a good period of recuperation, Ye Chen's injuries had completely healed. A few days ago, even passing gas had been excruciating. It felt as though a firecracker had been lodged in his backside, ready to ignite. During this time of healing, he had been fervently training each day. Until today, he had finally made a significant leap in his realm, successfully stepping into the peak of the Xuanzi realm. Defeat was merely a stepping stone for growth. At that moment, he stood in the small garden below the private hospital, quietly contemplating his upcoming plans. Suddenly, 2 figures swiftly approached from behind. When they were about 3 meters away, the 2 halted and shouted in unison, Dragon King. The ones who came were Ling Han and Qi Yin. Seeing the 2 women, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of desire. Having been confined to a sickbed for so long, he had pent up frustration. However, he knew that now was not the time. Once he had completed what he needed to do, he could easily indulge in both. Thank you both for your hard work during this time. How has the mission progressed? Ye Chen habitually displayed a wicked smile. We have successfully infiltrated the Tang family. The 2 women reported in turn. We have obtained important confidential information from the Tang group. Good, just as expected from you. With your assistance, it is like having both a sleeping dragon and a phoenix by my side. Ye Chen smiled with satisfaction. The death squad had betrayed him and sided with Lu Junzuo. Wang Yu was also busy picking up soap in prison. Fortunately, these 2 remained as reliable as ever. He looked at the 2 women and said, a small issue arose in the plan recently, but overall it is still under control. After being besieged by a group of experts, I turned misfortune into fortune and successfully broke through my realm. I am now at the peak of the Xuanzi realm. Therefore, I have decided to change the plan. I will not be going to Yinjing, but will continue to stay in Suan. The 2 women exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. This guy had actually turned misfortune into fortune and broken through his realm. But out of habit, they still replied in unison, "Congratulations, Dragon King, on breaking through. What should we do next?" Next, it is time for a counterattack. Tang Yu and Lu Junzuo must die. Ye Chen's expression suddenly turned venomous. These two deserved to die. One had disrupted his plans. The other sought to usurp the Dragon King's position. He looked at the two women and commanded, "Qi Yin, continue to gather important confidential information, ensuring we can strike the Tang group decisively. Ling Han, you will be responsible for taking action from within the Tang family. I want a massive fire to break out when the Tang family is in chaos, obliterating this family from Suong." Understood. The two women replied in unison, their eyes flashing with a cold glimmer and murderous intent. "Go ahead, and I will notify you when I have taken control of the ancient martial arts forces in Suong." Ye Chen waved his hand, signaling the two women to leave. During his time lying in the hospital, he had secretly orchestrated many things. For instance, laying the groundwork for the upcoming ancient martial arts tournament. He aimed to seize the ancient martial arts forces in Suong as a bargaining chip for his comeback. The four great families in Suong had already banded together to deal with him. Given the circumstances, he had to change his plans. After taking control of the ancient martial arts forces, the first thing he would do was crush the Tang family. He wanted this so-called alliance to fall apart, even leading to internal strife over their interests. By stirring the waters, he could regain control over Suong. As for Tang Yu and Lu Junzuo, he already had arrangements made. He had it all planned out how they would meet their demise. With this thought, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He laughed at Tang Yu's lack of wit and Lu Junzuo's foolishness. After leaving He Jia Private Hospital, Ling Han and Qi Yin remained silent, showing no intention of speaking. Their relationship had been tolerable, but at this moment their attitudes toward each other had shifted. Both sides believed they belonged to Tang Xiao, yet felt the other was aligned with Ye Chen. This made them adverse. Today, the orders given by Ye Chen had made them both anxious. After walking a short distance, Qi Yin finally made a decision. It was time to eliminate the threat for Tang Xiao. She spoke, "Ling Han, come with me. I need to discuss something with you." "All right." Ling Han nodded, smiling, as she followed Qi Yin. After the two women reached a relatively concealed spot, Qi Yin, who was leading, suddenly turned and launched an attack. Her face was devoid of concealment, filled with killing intent, as her glimmering dagger aimed for Ling Han's throat. At the same time, Ling Han also lunged forward with a military dagger. After their weapons clashed, the two quickly retreated 2 steps to create distance. They looked at each other with wary eyes. Were they both thinking of secretly killing each other? "What do you mean?" Ling Han glared at Qi Yin coldly. Why did she want to attack her? Had she discovered that she had betrayed the organization? Nothing much. You're Ye Chen's lapdog, and am Tang Xiao's person. It's only natural to kill you. Qi Yin sneered. For Tang Xiao, that superficial plastic sisterly friendship was worthless. Ling Han was momentarily stunned. She frowned at Qi Yin and said, "You are Tang Xiao's person?" "Of course. My father was once the captain of Tang family's bodyguards. Tang Xiao has been very kind to me." After Qi Yin finished speaking, she charged forward to attack. Ling Han nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. After fending off several attacks, she exclaimed, "Stop it. I am also Tang Xiao's person. Don't give me that. Do you think I would fall for your trick? What would I gain by deceiving you? Doesn't Tang Xiao often compare you and me? One of our own. Stop fighting." Ling Han sighed helplessly, yet felt an inexplicable joy. Besides herself, there were other insiders who could also hear Tang Xiao's thoughts. Qi Yin awkwardly put away the dagger. She initially thought she had changed jobs, only to find herself working alongside old colleagues at the new company. This feeling was somewhat subtle. "Did you really send the secrets of the Tang group to that bastard Ye Chen?" Ling Han raised an eyebrow at Qi Yin, her tone laced with dissatisfaction. "You think I'm like you? I definitely sent fake information." "So did I. That's good." Ling Han let out a sigh of relief, her teeth clenched. "We absolutely cannot let that bastard Ye Chen target the Tang family and Tang Xiao." Qi Yin nodded vigorously, frowning. "So are you going to inform Tang Xiao now? Tell him the news. You can say it, but Tang Xiao might not know I'm one of his people for now." Ling Han felt she was still waiting for Tang Yu to confront her and then perform an act of loyalty on the spot. "Me too." Qi Yin was equally awkward. Ahem, everyone was waiting for Tang Xiao to take the initiative to propose a team-up. "Forget it, let's not think about that anymore. Let's go find Tang Xiao directly and confront him together. I've recorded everything Ye Chen just said. It can serve as evidence." "I recorded it too." The two women exchanged smiles. Everything was understood without words. Wonren family. As the first ancient martial arts family in Suzhou and Hangzhou, the Wonren family had a history of over 100 years. Their martial arts school was renowned across Suzhou and Hangzhou, and the largest security company in the region was also run by them. When Tang Yu followed Wonren Yage over, the martial artists of the Wonren family were practicing martial arts. Upon seeing Wonren Yage, these young martial artists eagerly greeted her, their eyes filled with unabashed admiration. Their young lady, how exceptional was she? Not only was she beautiful, but her martial arts talent was also the highest in Wonren family's history. Everyone believed she would definitely break through to the Earth realm before the age of 40, surpassing her father's record. However, upon seeing Tang Yu following Wonren Yage, The expressions of these people turned to one of contempt. Isn't this the most famous sycophant in Suzhou and Hangzhou? Why is he walking with our young lady? Could it be that he wants to harm our young lady? Thinking of this, they all grinned. Their young lady only liked men who were strong. A pretty boy like him wouldn't even get a glance from their young lady after 100 years of flattery. Then they saw Ye Chen smile sweetly at Tang Yu. Standing beside him, she seemed to be saying something to him. Instantly the crowd turned pale. Tang Yu, however, didn't. His mind was still occupied with the rewards given by the system moments ago. After this round of auction plot ended, the system rewarded him with a fast learning technique. This technique was quite simple in its function. It allowed one to rapidly master any given item. Thus Tang Yu immediately took out the ancient martial arts manual, 8 Extremes Collapse Fist, from the Jade Lion. Using the fast learning technique provided by the system, he could swiftly cultivate this fist technique to perfection, further enhancing his combat power. This fast learning reward was indeed quite impressive. The only pity was that the dog-like system added a usage limit, only allowing it to be used 3 times, meaning he could only directly max out 3 martial arts techniques. If there were no limitations, Tang Yu, the first thing he would do is to sneakily learn from the ancient martial arts forces in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Suddenly Ye Chen spoke up. Tang Xiao, my dad is already waiting for you inside. Tang Yu nodded and followed Ye Chen into the small courtyard where her father resided. When they entered, Yuanshan was reading a book. Upon seeing Tang Yu, his face turned a shade of intense shame, and he cupped his fists at Tang Yu. Tang Xiao, I apologize for the offense in the past few days. Yuanshan wished to express my regrets here. A few days ago, he had misunderstood Tang Yu at the airport and even made sarcastic remarks. Now that he thought about it, he felt extremely uncomfortable inside. If it weren't for the kind hints from others, he wouldn't even know how he would have perished. Uncle Wenren, you are being too polite, no need to take it to heart. Tang Yu smiled slightly. Let it go, I have a magnanimous heart. But it's not a big deal after all, that's just your character. A drop of water repaid with a fountain of gratitude, your character is indeed commendable. Ye Chen, who was beside him, couldn't help but feel surprised upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts. This man really understands her father quite well. I truly was confused. Yuanshan sighed and said, Tang Xiao, I cannot forget this life-saving grace. If there's anything you need from the Wenren family in the future, feel free to ask. Alright, I certainly won't be polite. Tang Yu nodded with a smile. He indeed needed the assistance of the Wenren family. The Wenren family was the first ancient martial arts family in Suzhou and Hangzhou, and at the peak of their power they had an Earth Realm martial artist stationed. That was when Yuanshan was at his peak. Now Yuanshan's legs were paralyzed and his strength had plummeted. However, the Wenren family still could not be underestimated. Currently, they had 6 ancient martial artists in the Xian realm and about 20 in the Huang realm. Without such foundations, they certainly wouldn't dare to call themselves the first ancient martial arts family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. By the way, Tang Xiao, I took my dad to find the old Dr. Jiang, and he helped my dad solve the issues left by Lu. But to cure my dad's legs, even with the medical skills of old Dr. Jiang, it is still a challenge. So I want to ask for your help. If you have any methods to cure my dad's legs, the Wenren family can agree to all your conditions. Ye Chen suddenly made a request. She had overheard Tang Yu's thoughts and knew that his medical skills were quite impressive, capable of curing her father's legs. However, for some reason, she couldn't express what she heard from his thoughts to Tang Yu. So she chose to resolve it using a relatively gentle wording. Yuanshan also looked at Tang Yu with hopeful eyes. If his legs could be restored, given him 3 months, he could regain his former strength. Tang Yu came for this very reason. However, since Ye Chen took the initiative to bring it up, it made things easier. He pondered for a moment before speaking. I can try to treat Uncle Wenren's illness, but I have one condition. Please, Tang Xiao, go ahead. Ye Chen said, if our family is in need, I hope the Wenren family can provide assistance to ensure our family's safety. But to be clear, the enemies that we find troublesome are quite dangerous. Tang Yu said solemnly. Whether it was Ye Chen or Lu Junzuo, both were from the Dragon Soul organization. This mysterious organization was like a divine dragon hidden above the heavens, seen, but not grasped. Alright, I can swear that as long as young Master Tang can heal my father's leg, I will stand with the Wenren family and the Tang family. Ye Chen assured. Young Master Tang, if I can stand up, recovering to the strength of the Earth Realm will be enough to protect the Tang family. Yuanshan smiled. For the kindness young Master Tang has shown me, what is a little danger? After receiving their assurances, Tang Yu nodded. Then please get me the silver needles and a pen. I'll write a prescription and then have the required herbs sent over. He had just been observing Yuanshan's legs. Yuanshan's legs had been paralyzed for several years, and his meridians were nearly all damaged. However, that does not mean that it cannot be treated. There are several methods in the Qing Nong Tianjing to heal his legs. As long as the rewards from the system do not directly enhance combat power, everything else is as steady as an old dog. Ye Chen immediately arranged for someone to bring the silver needles. Once Tang Yu finished writing the prescription, she personally went to gather the herbs. Uncle Wenren, let's go inside first, I'll give you acupuncture. Tang Yu said with a smile, holding the silver needles. Yuanshan nodded, maneuvering his wheelchair into the house, and began cooperating with Tang Yu for treatment. Due to years of paralysis, the muscles in Yuanshan's legs had started to atrophy slightly. After disinfecting the silver needles, Tang Yu inserted one into an acupuncture point on Wenren Yuanshan's calf. As the needle went in, Wenren Yuanshan exclaimed in surprise, "I can feel a prickling sensation now." Due to the nerve damage in his legs, he had long lost sensation. This prickling sensation was undoubtedly a pleasant surprise for him. This means Uncle Wenren's condition is not particularly severe, but it may hurt more from here on. Tang Yu reminded with a smile. Seeing Wenren Yuanshan's reaction, she felt much more at ease. The unnamed acupuncture technique from the Qing Nong Tianjing indeed did not disappoint him. After finishing the acupuncture, Wenren Yage happened to return with the purchased herbs. Following Tang Yu's instructions, she boiled the herbs and waited for the temperature to drop before soaking Wenren Yuanshan's legs in it. Soon Wenren Yuanshan's face contorted in pain. It felt as if countless fine needles were piercing him. "Soak for another hour, Uncle Wenren, and you need to do this every day. If you persist for 3 months, we can flush out the toxins accumulated in your meridians," Tang Yu said cheerfully while advising. "So will I be able to stand up in 3 months? Wenren Yuanshan did not care about this little pain, he just wanted to stand up quickly. "I should be able to give you acupuncture again then." Tang Yu nodded. Wenren Yuanshan's legs were mainly blocked by toxins after the meridians were damaged. As long as the toxins are expelled and acupuncture is done to guide the true qi in his body into the meridians, his legs will gradually recover. Like a river blocked by silt. Once the silt is cleared and water is introduced again, everything will naturally return to normal. Then I'll trouble young Master Tang. After receiving an affirmative response, Wenren Yuanshan sighed in relief. Tang Yu nodded and was about to speak when a middle-aged man hurriedly walked in from outside. He was Wenren Yuanshan's brother Wenren Zheng. "What's going on, Uncle Heir?" Seeing Wenren Zheng's hurried demeanor, "The Lu family has come looking for trouble." Wenren Zheng replied straightforwardly. Tang Yu was slightly surprised. The family that claims to be the second best in the ancient martial arts world of Suzhou and Hangzhou. This family has always had a poor relationship with the Wenren family, but has continuously been pressured by them, always looking for a chance to win back. The way both sides determine superiority is also very simple: the ancient martial arts competition. The ancient martial arts competition is held once every 5 years. Every time it is held, the forces of the ancient martial arts world in Suzhou and Hangzhou will participate. The Wenren family can maintain its position as the number one family precisely because they have won without a doubt every time. Are they here because of the ancient martial arts competition? Wenren Yuanshan asked with a dark face. Yes. Wenren Zheng nodded, his expression somewhat unfavorable. 5 years ago, Wenren Yuanshan was at his peak and his strength had already entered the earth realm. So that year's ancient martial arts competition was the easiest one for the Wenren family to win. The head of the Lu family, Lu Chengxin, challenged Wenren Yuanshan. Then he lost without even lasting a single move. Because of this, the Lu family has accumulated deep resentment toward the Wenren family. A few years ago, when they learned of Wenren Yuanshan's incident, they even celebrated it. Now that Wenren Yuanshan has had an incident, the strongest member of the Wenren family has become the young Wenren Yage. But her strength is still somewhat lacking compared to that old fox from the Lu family. "Dad, focus on your treatment, I'll go see what's happening," Wenren Yage said. "Okay, you go. Don't take the ancient martial arts competition too seriously. Once Dad's health is restored, the Wenren family will still be the Wenren family." Wenren Yuanshan sighed and instructed. Wenren Yage nodded and turned to leave. Tang Yu and Wenren Zheng followed closely behind her. "System, what does the plot of the ancient martial arts competition say?" He thought silently. According to the original plot, the Lu family comes to provoke the Wenren family because they invited a powerful expert. With such a master backing them, they dared to come to the Wenren family to show off. After the ancient martial arts competition is held, the expert they invited will sweep away the Wenren family. Just when the Wenren family was humiliated, the Dragon King, Ye Chen, stepped in and defeated that expert. This successfully restored the Wenren family's honor and won the admiration of Wenren Yage with absolute strength. At the same time, he also earned the respect of everyone in the ancient martial arts world of Suzhou and Hangzhou, who regarded him as a prodigy. Ding, plot spoiler failed. Please pay attention to safety host. After the system's voice sounded, Tang Yu cursed inwardly. This dog system is toxic. Hasn't it been upgraded? Why is there still a plot spoiler failure? This is a scam system. Damn. According to normal development, this time it should be Lu Junzuo instead of Ye Chen who helps the Wenren family solve the trouble. Now that Lu Junzuo is also gone, how will the plot unfold? If I remember correctly, the expert invited by the Lu family seems to be in the mid-level of the Xian realm. Upon hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Wenren Yage frowned slightly. Mid-level of the Xian realm. If that's the case, with her strength, she indeed cannot cope. Could it be that this time the ancient martial arts competition will really end up losing to the Lu family? When they arrived, the Lu family members were already sitting on the sofa drinking tea. One of the slightly plump men was Lu Qingxin, the head of the Lu family. He was nearly 50 years old, and his ancient martial arts cultivation still remained at the initial level of the Xian realm. Of course, compared to the top talents, he is already quite good in the ancient martial arts forces of Suzhou and Hangzhou. Seeing Wenren Yage arrive, he sneered. Where is Wenren Yuanshan? Why hasn't he come? Is he afraid? What reason does he have to come see a defeated? Wenren Yage retorted mockingly. Hearing the words defeated foe, the people from the Lu family all stood up, glaring angrily at Ye Chen. Lu Qingxin also looked furious, staring at Ye Chen. 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the middle-aged who are poor. I am here today to issue a challenge to the Wen family. A challenge letter. Ye Chen frowned and said, so what? It's simple. During this ancient martial arts tournament, our two families will inevitably face each other, and the losing side must serve the victor for 10 years. Lu Qingxin sneered. By your reasoning, your Lu family has lost for so many years. Do you mean to say we, the Wen family, should have 100 years of servitude? Ye Chen retorted. The Lu family members turned pale at her words. Lu Qingxin glared at Ye Chen and said, what? Is the Wen family now only capable of talking big? You don't have the courage to act. If you had the guts, why didn't you show up in the previous ancient martial arts tournaments? Ye Chen looked at him disdainfully. What? Do you think I'm taking advantage of someone else's misfortune? Lu Qingxin dismissed it, saying, I heard that a master from your Wen family has come. What's his name? Lu. So I came to issue a challenge. The Wen family can let him compete no matter what kind of master he is. My Lu family, if you're too scared, just pretend I never said anything. My Lu family truly has no interest in bullying a coward. What's going on? Why is it about Lu Junzuo again? Is the plot developing in a strange direction? Tang Yu was confused. How could the Lu family not know about Lu Junzuo's existence? Dog system, what is going on with this plot? Seeing the story fall apart like this, Tang Yu called out to the system in his heart. Beep, spoiler failed. Please pay attention to your safety, host. The system replied as always. Just as Tang Yu frowned in contemplation, he suddenly noticed something. Lu Qingxin had been cursed. There was a strangely shaped cursed insect near his heart. Is this a curse? Lu Junzuo was recently injured. This shouldn't be his doing, and he has no reason to target himself. If it's not him, it could only be Ye Chen. This guy is probably planning to deal with Lu Junzuo, and will take the Wen family down as a bonus. So the dog-eat-dog plot is about to begin. Tang Yu instantly understood. With Ye Chen's small-mindedness, how could he tolerate Lu Junzuo competing for power with him? He probably wants to strike back, taking the opportunity to eliminate Lu Junzuo as a stumbling block. Thus he chose to control the Lu family as pawns against Lu Junzuo. Tang Yu was naturally pleased with this plot development. But damn it, Lu Junzuo had already fallen out with the Wen family. Whether he was healed or not was another matter. How could he still help the Wen family participate in the ancient martial arts tournament? You think too much. The person you're looking for has nothing to do with my Wen family. Wen Yag's expression was cold. She felt increasingly confused inside. Ye Chen, who exactly is he? How did his feud with Lu Junzuo become entangled with the Wen family? Being inexplicably dragged into a vortex made Ye Chen feel quite uncomfortable. Not daring to admit that is your Wen family's business. In any case, the ancient martial arts tournament will distinguish the strong from the weak. Lu Qingxin curled his lip and then led his people away. He came today primarily to deliver a message. This was the arrangement of that young Master Yi. He said that as long as they acted according to his instructions, this ancient martial arts tournament would not only allow the Lu family to overpower everyone and take revenge on the Wen family. He also aimed to take the opportunity to reshape the entire ancient martial arts forces of Suhong, integrating them into his own power. At that time, the Lu family would become his spokesperson. Their strength would greatly increase. Naturally, the Wen family would no longer have any reason to exist. After Lu Qingxin left, Tang Yu also spoke up. Miss Wen, if there's nothing else, I'll head back first. After greeting Ye Chen, Tang Yu drove back. On the way, Tang Yu continued to ponder Ye Chen's plan. What kind of confidence did he have to take this opportunity to eliminate Lu Junzuo? Just relying on the Lu family seems far from enough, right? After driving home, Tang Yu just returned to his room and saw Ling Han and Qi Yin sitting together in his room. Seeing the two women huddled together, Tang Yu was instantly left with a question mark. How did they end up together? As traitorous spies, shouldn't they be hiding their identities? Young Master Tang. Seeing Tang Yu arrive, the two women, looking a bit awkward, stood up together to greet him. How did you two end up together? Tang Yu suddenly became a bit wary. Could it be that Ye Chen, that mad dog, ordered them to do something? Forget it, he'll just lay it all out with them. Oh, I've almost gathered enough evidence anyway. Hearing Tang Yu's thoughts, Qi Yin spoke up first. Young Master Tang, I'm here to be straightforward with you about my father's matter. She revealed her identity and the results of her investigation. After hearing this, Tang Yu was initially stunned, then he revealed a look of paternal pride. Sai, I misjudged you. I shouldn't have thought you weren't clever enough regarding her. You just weren't clever enough to make it obvious. Then he turned his gaze to Ling Han. Young Master Tang, I feel the same. I have already uncovered the truth about the Dragon Soul organization causing my family's death, so in order to take revenge, please accept my loyalty, Young Master Tang. Ling Han bit her lip as she explained. After speaking, she took out her phone and opened the previous recording. The recording contained the dialogue she had after Ye Chen found them. After listening, Tang Yu frowned. Goodness, quite the bold words, wanting to target the Tang family right after eliminating Lu Junzuo. He also wanted to take down the ancient martial arts forces of Suong. The ancient martial arts forces of Suong are not to be underestimated. Just the Xian realm experts alone number over 30. and there are even more than 100 Huang realm experts. This force gathered together is definitely not to be taken lightly. But what gives him the confidence to achieve this? Relying on personal strength. Even if he breaks through to the D realm, now he wouldn't be able to withstand so many people attacking him at once. After pondering for a moment, Tang Yu suddenly thought of something. The head of the Lu family, Lu Qingxin, has been cursed by him. Given his ruthless character, it is likely that other ancient martial arts forces have received similar treatment. Otherwise, how could he have this kind of confidence? Only by holding so many pieces on the chessboard could he be assured of killing Lu Junzuo. After realizing all of this, Tang Yu felt one thing. This bastard has already decided to go all in. So does he have the ability to mobilize other forces from the Dragon Soul organization? Tang Yu sat down and asked the two women. I haven't received any news. Shi Yin shook her head, saying that after being sent to the Tang group to infiltrate, she was responsible for stealing information every day. I also haven't received news, but the organization shouldn't continue to send manpower to Suang to help him. Ling Han, after consecutive failures, that elder had Lu Junzuo take over the affairs of Su Hong, which has already denied Ye Chen. At such a time, even if Ye Chen wants to speak up, he would find it impossible. The Dragon King seems to have the final say in the organization, but everyone knows that the real power holder is that elder. Tang Yu nodded, so the situation was pretty much as he thought. In that case, he must take the initiative to change the plot of the ancient martial arts tournament. He cannot allow Ye Chen to take down the ancient martial arts forces of Suang. Otherwise, the Tang family will be in danger. After pondering, Tang Yu looked at the two women and said, Now I need your assistance. If he makes any moves, inform. Understood, young Master Tang. The two women replied in unison. Also, after the ancient martial arts conference begins, I need both of you to take action. We cannot let Ye Chen escape this time. Tang Yu instructed. Hearing that he intended to eliminate Ye Chen, the two women nodded excitedly. Ye Chen's death would be the best revenge against the Dragon Soul organization. After briefing the two women, Tang Yu called Wang Yixue and Wenren Yage one by one. This time, he aimed to gather all forces to seize the opportunity of the ancient martial arts conference and completely eradicate Ye Chen. Otherwise, once he controlled the ancient martial forces in Su and Hang, he would be the one in trouble. Since he couldn't hide anymore, he would take down that son of destiny first. Ye Chen had indeed been acting as Tang Yu anticipated these past few days. He had used the following methods of manipulation to control more than 10 ancient martial forces. With his own peak strength in the Xian realm, it was difficult for these people not to submit. Of course, he wouldn't let them pay the price without offering some benefits in return. For example, he would guide them in their martial arts cultivation or help treat their ailments. After laying out these plans, Ye Chen eagerly awaited the arrival of the ancient martial arts conference. At that time, he would bring a group of people to attack and slay Lu Junzuo on the spot. Who dares to compete with him for the title of Dragon King? As for the consequences of killing him, Ye Chen was not worried. His elder had taught him since childhood the principle of victors and vanquished. To achieve great things, one must possess the determination to spare no effort. Amidst his anticipation, the ancient martial arts conference finally arrived. Traditionally, this year's conference was hosted by the Lu family, so the venue was naturally the Lu family martial arts hall. As the second-ranked family in the ancient martial world of Su and Hang, the Lu family was quite powerful. They had 3 martial artists in the Xian realm. In the Huang realm, they had a total of 14 individuals. Although they were not as strong as the Wenren family, they were vastly superior to other families. Today, the entrance of the Lu family martial arts hall was festooned with decorations celebrating the convening of the ancient martial arts conference. Various forces in the ancient martial world of Su and Hang were arriving one after another. Unlike usual, there were more attendees at the ancient martial arts conference today. Typically, each family or sect would send only 3 or 4 people. However, today was different. Many martial artists from various families had arrived. Several leaders of these families looked somewhat displeased. These individuals happened to be the unfortunate ones controlled by Ye Chen, with their lives in someone else's hands, who could be happy about such a situation. Lu Qingxin, the head of the Lu family, greeted the various forces at the entrance with a smile. However, when the Wenren family arrived, his expression turned slightly astonished. In previous years, the Wenren family would send slightly more participants, about 10 people. But today it looked as if they had emptied their ranks. Except for Wenren Yuanshan, who had difficulty traveling, everyone from the Wenren family had come. Wenren Yage, is your family planning to engage in a wheel war this year? That's against the rules, Lu Qingxin remarked with a peculiar expression. Is it not permissible for me to bring them for observation and learning? Wenren Yage raised an eyebrow. Of course it is permissible. Even if they are here just for a free meal, my Lu family welcomes them. Lu Qingxin smiled and gestured for them to proceed in. The more people they brought, the better. After all, the one who would lose face today was the Wenren family. Wenren Yage snorted coldly and led her family members inside. The Lu family martial arts hall had a dedicated competition arena that could accommodate hundreds of spectators. Therefore, with over 100 people gathered today, it didn't feel crowded. Seeing the significantly larger turnout for the ancient martial arts conference compared to previous years, the attendees felt that the atmosphere was somewhat off. An inexplicable sense of oppression fell upon them, though no one could articulate it. Wenren Yage occasionally glanced at her phone. According to her earlier conversation with Tang Yu, once the time was ripe, Tang Yu would enter and launch an attack on a certain Ye Chen. At that time, the experts from the Wenren family would join forces to beat him up. But where was this person? At that moment, Ye Chen was already outside the Lu family martial arts hall. Accompanying him were Ling Han and the two other women. I need you to guard here today. If Lu Junzuo tries to escape, you are responsible for holding him back, he instructed the two women. Their strength was already close to the mid-stage of the Xian realm, and their speed was also quite impressive. They only needed to delay Lu Junzuo for a moment. That would give him enough time to chase after and eliminate this guy. Understood, Dragon King. The two replied in unison, their faces revealing unmasked killing intent. Seeing their fierce demeanor, Ye Chen was extremely satisfied. This is the kind of spirit I need to get things done. After arranging matters with the two women, he walked into the Lu family martial arts hall. Upon entering, Lu Qingxin was already waiting at the entrance. Seeing Ye Chen arrive, he hurriedly approached and respectfully said, "Young Master Yi, have the others arrived?" "The Wenren family is here, but I haven't seen the person you mentioned, young Master Yi." "Haven't seen him?" Ye Chen pondered for a moment before coldly laughing. "He must be hiding in the shadows with a disguise. My useless junior brother always likes to avoid the spotlight." Then he strode in confidently and said, "No matter, as long as I make my appearance, he will surely take the bait." After all, he wanted to eliminate him as well. Given his arrogant personality, he surely wouldn't realize that I have already broken through to the peak of the Xian realm. In terms of strength, he couldn't guarantee that he could defeat Lu Junzuo. But today, more than half of the attendees were facing dozens of ancient martial artists alongside himself. Unless Lu Junzuo had reached the Earth realm, he wouldn't have any chance to escape. As long as he dared to show his face today, even a deity wouldn't be able to save him. Once everyone had arrived, members of the Lu family quickly served tea and snacks to the guests. As the host, Lu Qingxin stood on the arena and, according to tradition, delivered a few words. Then representatives from the various forces present began to participate in the ancient martial arts conference. Naturally, the representative chosen by the Lu family was Ye Chen. Following the customary rules, the many representatives would determine their opponents by drawing lots. The one who drew Ye Chen was Gu Sanqian, the leader of the Xian Shui sect, which was quite well known in the ancient martial forces of Su and Hang. Gu Sanqian was also a master in the Xian realm. However, as the unfortunate soul chosen by Ye Chen, he too was under the influence of a curse. Upon realizing that his opponent was Ye Chen, he couldn't muster any fighting spirit. "Please teach me," he greeted with cupped fists, and then took the initiative to attack. Ye Chen, with a calm demeanor, chose to defend, while occasionally offering pointers demonstrating a masterful presence. Upon seeing such a young man calmly dealing with Gu Sanqian, those ancient martial artists who were unaware of Ye Chen's identity were filled with admiration. This level of strength was probably far superior to that talented young woman from the Wenren family, right? Those in the know were not surprised at all. After nearly 3 minutes of combat on the arena, the expert Ye Chen struck Gu Sanqian with one palm. After knocking Gu Sanqian off the stage, Ye Chen smiled and cupped his fists toward the audience, his gaze landing on the Wenren family members. Today, the representative from the Wenren family was Wenren Yage. Where could Lu Junzuo be hiding? Could it be that this guy suspected he had a backup plan and was hesitant to act? He let out a cold grunt, directing his gaze towards Wenren Yage. Wasn't Lu Junzhua trying to target Wenren Yage? As long as he took action against Wenren Yage, Lu Junzhua would naturally be unable to sit still. Meanwhile, the others in the audience silently sipped their tea, waiting for Ye Chen's news. They had received Ye Chen's orders that when a certain Lu Junzhua appeared, Ye Chen would be the first to launch an attack. At that time, they would all strike together against this person. However, after waiting for a long time, they still had not seen the so-called Lu Junzhua. Instead, the tea in their hands tasted exceptionally good for some reason, leaving them with a sense of relaxation after finishing it. After effortlessly winning 3 rounds in a row, Ye Chen had become the most dazzling presence in this ancient martial arts conference. Originally regarded as the most talented of the younger generation, Wenren Yage appeared somewhat overshadowed in his presence. In his 4th match, he faced an old man in his 60s who had decent strength at the initial stage of the Xuanzi realm. But compared to a prodigy like him, it was naturally far from enough. To facilitate his display of prowess, he even fought with one hand, successfully suppressing his opponent. After a few minutes of fighting, the old man, knowing he was no match, voluntarily gave up the match. Ye Chen's next opponent was none other than Wenren Yage, who had also won 4 rounds. In comparison, Wenren Yage was not in such good condition. The disparity in strength between the two was evident. After a 10-minute break, they stepped onto the arena. Ye Chen's gaze scrutinized Wenren Yage without restraint as he smiled and asked, "Where is that useless Lu Junzhua hiding?" "You'll find out if you look for him yourself," Wenren Yage replied with a raised eyebrow. Just hearing Lu Junzhua's name filled her with rage. "He'll naturally show up once I knock you down," Ye Chen scoffed. Being fellow disciples, he was all too familiar with Lu Junzhua's character, which was to rescue beautiful women to woo them. He then waved at Wenren Yage and said, "Come on, I'll only use one hand against you." Wenren Yage let out a cold snort, adjusted her state to the best, and actively initiated the attack. She started with a punch aimed directly at Ye Chen's throat. Ye Chen placed his left hand behind him, while his right hand punched forward, his gaze still scanning the surroundings. He wanted to see if, after being punched away by him when Ren Ye could still remain composed. Just as their fists were about to collide, Ye Chen suddenly let out a scream and retreated a few steps. His scream caused the audience to show expressions of shock. What was going on? Wasn't Ye Chen supposed to be a match for Ren Ye? That couldn't be possible. Ye Chen, stepping back, had a ghastly expression as he looked at his own fist. For needles were deeply embedded in his hand. They say the heart is linked to the fingers, and this pain was indeed excruciating. After pulling out the 4 needles, he noticed that the needle tips were black. From his medical knowledge, this was definitely poison. "You filthy bitch, dare to play dirty with me," he roared in fury, trying to circulate his energy to expel the toxin. However, Ren Ye would not give him that chance. She charged towards Ye Chen and initiated an attack. At the same time, the members of the One Ren family surged forward. Today, over 30 members of the One Ren family had come. Among them, 9 were sent by the Tang family, Qin family, and Wang family, all of whom were Xuanzi realm experts. Adding in the One Ren family's fighters, their combat strength was quite impressive. Faced with such a crowd attack, Ye Chen's face turned ashen. He knew this was definitely a trap set by Lu Junzhua. This guy had a snake-like character, and he must be lurking in the shadows waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Get lost. After forcibly expelling part of the toxins, he roared and kicked Ren Ye back. But 3 other Xuanzi realm experts had already approached him from all sides. Ye Chen no longer concealed his strength. He had originally intended to feign being at the midstage of the Xuanzi realm to bait Lu Junzhua. However, the current situation left no room for him to hold back. Die. His eyes turned blood red as he punched, and Xuanzi realm expert kicked another away, and then turned to elbow yet another, pushing him back. After neutralizing the attacks of these 3, he was met with an even fiercer wave of attacks. 2 fists could hardly contend with 4 hands. With Ren Ye's initial poison ambush, Ye Chen held on for 2 minutes before feeling the injured hand starting to go numb. The ancient warriors controlled by Ye Chen could no longer sit still. What was going on today? Wasn't Ye Chen supposed to deal with someone named Lu Junzhua? Why was he being gang attacked before the other even showed up? What are you waiting for? Everyone join in. Feeling his situation deteriorating, Ye Chen kicked one person away and shouted at the crowd below. After hearing Ye Chen's command, the ancient warriors he controlled with grim faces stood up, preparing to rush to his aid. If they didn't help Ye Chen, they would die. Just as they were about to make their move, a petite girl suddenly raised a loudspeaker and shouted, "Dear uncles, please rest assured. I've already resolved the poison that Ye Chen used on you. The tea you just drank was herbal tea, which can put the poison in your body to sleep for a while. So you don't have to listen to him. As long as you kill this guy, the poison in your body will naturally die. If you don't believe it, you can." The girl shouting was none other than Jiang Xiaoyu. The crowd naturally recognized the renowned Jiang Xiao, the divine doctor. After hearing her words, the more than 10 people afflicted with the poison began to close their eyes to feel it. The poison in their bodies occasionally stirred, causing a slight, stinging sensation that reminded them of the threat of death. But now it seemed they really felt nothing. No wonder they said their bodies felt much more comfortable after drinking the tea. They all turned their hateful gazes towards Ye. Being controlled by poison, their lives in the balance and forced to act like dogs, this was a debt that could not be easily settled. Seeing the expressions of these people, Ye Chen suddenly felt a bit flustered. These people were originally his backup plan to deal with Lu Junzhua. How did they become a sword aimed at him? He hurriedly tried to stimulate the poison. Then Lu Chengxian, standing below, clutched his chest and fell to the ground convulsing. He had not drunk a single sip of tea. So now as Ye Chen stimulated the poison, he became the only unlucky one. Seeing Lu Chengxian's convulsions, those afflicted could be even more certain. The poison in their bodies was indeed affected by the herbal tea. So all they needed to do was seize this opportunity to kill Ye Chen, and they could regain their freedom. Everyone charge. A middle-aged man in a Tang suit shouted loudly, leading the charge. The others also rushed towards Ye Chen, determined not to let this person escape today. As this group charged forward, Ye Chen truly felt like he was about to spit blood. His greatest trump card had unexpectedly become the opponent's play. Who orchestrated this from the shadows? Lu Junzhuo. When did he connect with Jiang Xiaoya? Faced with so many masters at the Xian level attacking him, even if they were merely early-stage Xian experts, it would be enough to exhaust him to death. Ye Chen had already reached a dead end. After swiftly repelling 2 of them, he took out a black pill from his pocket and swallowed it whole. This pill could forcibly elevate his combat power to the D level for a short time. Only by doing this could he break through the encirclement. Originally, this was one of his trump cards reserved for dealing with Lu Junzhuo. Now that Lu Junzhuo hadn't appeared, he had nearly exhausted all his cards. This made him seethe with rage, and his attacks were filled with killing intent. With every strike, he aimed directly for vital points. Those who dared to attack him today would surely pay a bloody price. In a short moment, 2 Xian-level masters were killed by him on the spot. His fierce attacks left everyone feeling as this guy was truly a ferocious beast. The more so, the less willing everyone was to let him go easily. If they let him escape, he would return for revenge one by one in the future, which would lead to endless troubles. As the battle intensified, in just 3 minutes, another 8 people had perished at Ye Chen's hands. Meanwhile, Ye Chen had also taken quite a few hits. Realizing that staying here would endanger his life, Ye Chen decided to escape after repelling 2 of them. With his current strength forcibly at the D level, as long as he broke through, these people wouldn't be able to catch up. Moreover, outside Ling Han and the two women were ready to assist. Just as he was about to break out of the encirclement successfully, a hunchbacked, middle-aged man suddenly jumped up and kicked him in the chest. The man's speed was incredibly fast, like a venomous snake waiting for an opportunity. Even though Ye Chen was somewhat prepared, he was still kicked back into the crowd. He felt a sweetness in his throat as a surge of blood welled up. Forcing the blood down, he stood up and glared angrily at the hunchbacked, middle-aged man. Lu Junzuo. Recognizing his identity, Lu Junzuo was not surprised at all. Compared to these useless people from the Suang ancient martial arts world, his peak strength at the Xian level was indeed hard to hide. It was too eye-catching, there was simply no way to conceal it. After removing the human skin mask from his face, his joints made crackling sounds, and in a moment his figure returned to normal. With a sinister smile, he looked at Ye Chen and said, "Seeing your brother as the Dragon King, how can you even think of running? You cunning beast, was this all your scheme?" Ye Chen asked resentfully. Lu Junzuo merely smiled faintly, remaining silent, but deep down, he was also quite puzzled. What was going on today? He couldn't quite understand. After being injured last time, he had unexpectedly benefited from it, as a certain acupuncture point had been partially opened. Coupled with the fact that the ancient martial arts he practiced were somewhat special, his body not only recovered in a few days, but his strength also increased slightly. After hearing that Ye Chen would attend the ancient martial arts conference, he initially intended to check what this waste was up to. Unexpectedly, he had offended so many people, which led him to decide to take action against this drowning dog. "Then you shall die." Ye Chen knew that Lu Junzuo was deliberately stalling for time, wanting to deal with him after the effect of his medicine wore off. Once the effect wore off, he wouldn't be able to utilize his strength at the Xian level for a short time. So he wouldn't be foolish enough to sit and wait for death. Kill him, then leave this hellish place. With a loud shout from Ye Chen, the two brothers quickly began to fight. One relied on the D-level strength gained from the pill, but was already injured in multiple places. The other was just a paper's width away from reaching the D level, and their combat strengths were roughly equal. As they fought fiercely, Ye Chen took the lead in offense. Lu Junzuo was not in a hurry to fight desperately, he only needed to drag this guy down. Some attempted to help him deal with Ye Chen, seeking revenge for Ye Chen's actions against them. However, the gap in strength was too great, and they were quickly eliminated once they got involved. Seeing this scene, everyone began to retreat from the arena, letting them fight it out. At this moment, Wenren Yag's face was pale and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. She was also quite injured, but fortunately Zhang Xiaoya was nearby to heal her. "Miss Wenren, you should just sit here and rest without moving, or it will worsen your internal injuries." "Alright." Wenren Yage looked at Lu Junzuo with a face full of unwillingness. Killing Ye Chen was Tang Yu's request, and Lu Junzuo was her sworn enemy. Since he appeared here today, she had to ensure he stayed. The other ancient martial artists looked at the battle on the arena with complex expressions. The two were fighting like madmen, and they could only see two blurred figures constantly clashing. The one taking the initiative was Ye Chen. Under the limitation of the drug's effect, he had to take the initiative to attack and try to kill Lu Junzuo quickly. Lu Junzuo initially leaned more towards defense, planning to drag Ye Chen down. However, Ye Chen's desperate tactics of trading injuries for injuries caused him some trouble. He was forced to replace defense with offense. After Ye Chen broke two of his ribs with a punch, Lu Junzuo struck Ye Chen in the chest with a punch. After both retreated 3 meters, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. "How many more minutes can you hold on? Your mother knows the answer better." Ye Chen cursed angrily and charged at him again, entangling in battle once more. This time, both sides struck even more fiercely. After a minute of mutual entanglement, they exchanged well over 100 punches. After being hit in the chest by Ye Chen, Lu Junzuo was sent flying several meters and spat out a mouthful of blood. He cursed in his heart, this kid was truly insane. Did he plan to perish together with him? Just as he landed on the ground, a figure suddenly jumped onto the arena, unleashing a flurry of punches at Lu Junzuo with lightning speed. The attacker was none other than Tang Yu. This wave of attacks was timed perfectly. Lu Junzuo didn't even have a chance to defend and was once again sent flying. After rolling on the ground a few times, he spat out another large mouthful of blood, looking at Tang Yu with a hint of fear. How could this guy be here? Tang Yu, having succeeded in the sneak attack, twisted her wrist and smiled at the two, saying, "Finally, I've gathered you two brothers together." Surprised. Unexpected. These past few days, she had deliberately set things up originally, intending to keep Ye Chen here. Unexpectedly, the hiding Lu Junzuo had taken the initiative to come out and confront Ye Chen. Killing two birds with one stone, being able to take down these two brothers at once was simply the best outcome. Ye Chen and Lu Junzuo finally reacted. They both thought they were the ones hunting, but they didn't expect that Tang Yu the Yellow Sparrow had already aimed at them in the shadows. Now both of their conditions were terrible. One had the effect of the drug about to expire, while the other had 6 broken ribs. "So today was your scheme?" Ye Chen glared at Tang Yu with resentment. He never expected that this waste would dare to turn the tables and scheme against him and Lu Junzuo. Tang Yu merely chuckled and did not answer this somewhat foolish question. Lu Junzuo was also filled with resentment. He initially planned to ambush Ye Chen, only to be outsmarted by Tang Yu. After truly feeling the threat of death, he could only temporarily cease hostilities with Ye Chen and propose. Shall we join forces to deal with this kid? Given their current conditions, if they wanted to leave, they could only use this kid as a hostage. All right, Ye Chen agreed, and then turned to sprint off the arena, stepping on several people's heads as he fled at breakneck speed. His drug effect had less than 2 minutes remaining. If he continued to stay here, it would surely lead to death. Lu Junzuo clearly intended to use him as bait. Seeing Ye Chen escape first, Lu Junzuo got up and wanted to follow. Don't let him escape, Tang Yu shouted as she rushed off the arena to pursue Ye Chen. Neither of these two was allowed to escape today. In fact, there was no need for Tang Yu to shout. How could one Renyage let Lu Junzuo escape when he was severely injured? With a wave of her hand, the ancient martial artist from the Wonrin family charged forward to beat down the drowning dog. With the last effects of the medicine, Ye Chen endured the pain coursing through his body and desperately fled. He coughed up blood from time to time. His injuries were indeed grave. Being besieged by the crowd had already inflicted considerable harm on him. Lu Junzuo's attacks were ruthless, targeting his vital points. Moreover, with the poison still affecting him, his current situation was precarious. However, the only thing that brought him joy was that Lu Junzuo had been left behind. His presence here meant certain death. As long as Lu Junzuo died, his only remaining enemy would be Tang Yu. Tang Yu, next time I will ensure you have no place to be buried, he roared with a twisted face. As long as he could escape this time, he would target Tang Yu's parents next. After running a good distance, Ye Chen felt the effects of the medicine beginning to fade. But Ling Han and Qi Yin had already appeared in front of him. Upon seeing the two women, the tension in his heart, he hurriedly shouted, "Quick, take me away, I've been ambushed by that brat from the Tang family." The two women rushed towards him, their faces filled with concern. Just as they reached him, a dagger and a military knife suddenly lunged at him. In this critical moment of life, and Ye Chen relied on his extreme reflexes to shift his body slightly, avoiding a fatal blow. Yet even so, the military knife and dagger still pierced through his body. Blood gushed from the wounds. After stepping back 2 paces, his face pale, he glared at the two women in anger. "You two filthy bitches, how dare you betray me? The organization will not let you go. And if they do..." Ling Han coldly stared at Ye Chen and said, "The fact that I dare to do this proves that I am not afraid. The organization has concealed our secrets, and we know them all. Just wait for your death." Qi Yin gritted her teeth. Tang Yu had revealed all the truths to her. Her father had perished at the hands of the Dragon Soul Organization. The reason was simple: her mother was an assassin for the Dragon Soul Organization. After falling in love with her father at first sight, she chose to betray the organization and elope with him. Her father had left the Tang family to avoid implicating those who had helped him. But how could the Dragon Soul Organization tolerate a betrayal? They dispatched experts to assassinate the couple. In the end, her father perished in a mutual destruction with an expert. Her mother then returned to the Tang family while pregnant with her, hiding away. Until the Dragon Soul Organization came knocking again, she had to leave the Tang family to hide, but still could not escape disaster. She and Ling Han had deep-seated hatred towards the Dragon Soul Organization. Upon hearing the women's words, Ye Chen's face turned pale. He finally understood why these two women had betrayed him. At that moment, Tang Yu chased up from behind. The ambushers hidden in other places also emerged to surround Ye Chen. He was trapped with no way to escape. Seeing Tang Yu approaching, Ye Chen cursed with resentment. "You Tang bastard, you coward, if you have the guts, stop playing dirty. All right, let's have a fair onion duel." Tang Yu nodded and looked at the crowd, saying, "Do not interfere, this is between him and me." The crowd fell silent, stepping back 2 paces to indicate they would not intervene. "Come on, don't say I'm bullying you, you can attack first." Tang Yu beckoned to Ye Chen. She could see that Ye Chen was gravely injured and had barely any true energy left. In this state, he was near death. With blood in his eyes, Ye Chen charged at Tang Yu, ready to fight to the death. But in his current condition, he was no match for her. After being knocked down 3 times in a row, he was almost out of strength to get up. He stared at Tang Yu with wide eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Just as Tang Yu was about to approach and end his life, he suddenly found the surroundings turning into a void. In front of him, a giant tree had appeared out of nowhere. The giant tree stood tall, like an insurmountable mountain, exuding a sense of oppression. Beneath the tree, Tang Yu felt as small as an ant. The tree emitted a dazzling light, illuminating the entire space. Gazing at this tree, Tang Yu felt an inexplicable sense of intimacy. It was as if it was a part of his body connected to his heart. Under the tree, he saw fragments resembling shards of glass with various scenes flickering inside. He walked over and picked up one of the fragments, causing a memory to surge in his mind. After reading through this familiar, Tang Yu instantly recalled. He had not traversed into books a dozen times, those experiences were all false. His memories from previous traversals had been left here. Counting this time, he had already traversed 300 times. Each time he entered a different world, he saw various attempts to change the plot, including eliminating the protagonist or doing other things, had proven futile. Until the 299th traversal, he had entered a certain fantasy novel, becoming a later antagonist. When faced with the moment of being eliminated by the protagonist, filled with rage, he decided to gamble everything. Since he couldn't survive anyway, he would at least take a shot at the Child of Destiny. With his life on the line, just before dying he successfully snatched the Dao Source Seed that should have been taken by the protagonist. Moreover, he swallowed it on the spot, intending to destroy the Dao Source Seed in this manner. After swallowing the Dao Source Seed, he instantly perished. At the moment of his death, the Dao Source Seed recognized his will and successfully fused with his soul. Thus, the giant tree before him came into existence. Placing his hand on the giant tree, he felt an overwhelming surge of malevolence, as if it were resisting something. Is this the will of the antagonist? Tang Yu withdrew his hand with newfound understanding in his heart. What defines an antagonist? Is it simply opposing the heavenly path? Who decrees that antagonists must become stepping stones for the children of destiny, nourishing their growth? If heaven decrees it, so then to hell with heaven. Influenced by Tang Yu's state of mind, the giant tree countless leaves emitted a faint sound, as if reminding Tang Yu to be cautious. Following that, everything around returned to normal. Ye Chen stared at Tang Yu, unwillingness etched on his face, as he coughed up a large mouthful of blood. He could rest assured, when I die you will soon follow. The old man will avenge me. His face twisted, his tone tinged with him. Tang Yu sneered. You think too highly of yourself. You are merely a pawn to him, and you aren't even a member of the Yi family, do you understand? That's impossible. Stop talking nonsense. Ye Chen was taken aback, his voice tinged with despair. You should ask yourself, what do you really know about him? Do you truly think you are Ye Chen? And what even is Ye Chen? Tang Yu looked at Ye Chen with rare pity. That old monster hiding behind the scenes controlling the game. Tang Yu had already guessed some of his identity. This so-called Dragon King Ye Chen was nothing more than a pitiful pawn, brainwashed and trained since childhood. The existence of Lu Junzuo was enough to explain a lot. Pawns can always be easily replaced. Impossible, impossible. Ye Chen, filled with despair, could only mutter repeatedly, his eyes gradually losing focus as he slowly succumbed to death.